Chapter 1. The Bullet Ant. In the Douluo Continent, nestled in the southwestern region of the Tiando Empire, lies a quaint village. Suddenly, the earth quaked violently, and the villagers gazed towards the dilapidated temple atop the mountain, where a golden-armored figure, resembling an angel, soared into the sky brandishing an enormous golden sword, poised to strike downwards with immense force. That a title Douluo, 9 soul rings. Even the illiterate villagers recognized the radiant rings for what they truly represented, the most esteemed profession of a soul master. The 9 soul rings were indeed the hallmark of the legendary title Douluo. As they prepared to worship this formidable being, a man unexpectedly leapt into the air, wielding a terrifying large hammer, also adorned with 9 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple for black, and 1 red. The final red ring was particularly sinister, exuding a chilling and overwhelming power. Isn't it the young man from the couple who gave birth in our village? He has become a great title Douluo. Heavens! The villagers quickly recognized this extraordinary individual. Boom! The black hammer shattered the golden sword, sending tremors through the earth. Birds and beasts in the forest scattered in panic. A group hastily escorted an injured man away, and as they passed through the village, the wounded man glanced at the villagers, coldly uttering, "Were you the ones who provided food and water to Tang Hao assisting in the childbirth? Great title Douluo, we acted out of goodwill." The village chief, pale as a ghost, bent forward in an attempt to explain. "Those who aided Tang Hao are enemies of my spirit hall. Eliminate them all." The injured man's eyes brimmed with indignation. Had the blue-silver grass not successfully given birth, he might not have narrowly escaped death from a single blow. Soul rings and soul bones were destined to belong to their spirit hall. Cries of despair, pleas for mercy, curses, and cruel laughter echoed through the village. Ultimately, silence fell over the village, and just as tranquility enveloped the land, a newborn, who should have perished, opened its eyes and emitted a piercing wail. "I'm sorry. It's all my fault." A heart-wrenching scream resonated throughout the village, lingering in the air for an eternity. In the southwestern region of the Tiando Empire, within the Fasro province, lies the Holy Soul Village. On the majestic peaks, as dawn broke over the horizon, a 6-year-old boy suddenly opened his eyes, emanating a violet glow that captivated the soul. For 3 months, the Xiantian skill has yet to break through the first bottleneck. What could be the reason? While the purple extreme demon eye, which I can only practice at dawn, continues to progress, the Xiantian skill remains stagnant. Could it be that this world differs from my original one? Tang San contemplated this strange world, harboring such a suspicion, and then revealed a poise that belied his tender age. It is said that one must awaken their martial soul in this realm. Perhaps this is the answer. "Third brother, it's time to eat. I'm hungry." At that moment, a child appeared from the mountainside, shouldering an enormous forge hammer, practicing deep squats with it. It was a 200-pound hammer. Yet, to Tang Jiu, it felt as light as a mere straw. Tang San could not help but twitch the corners of his mouth, muttering to himself, "This little Jiu is truly extraordinary." Despite my cultivation of the Xiantian skill, the supreme internal art of the Tang sect, I find his innate physical prowess surpasses even that of my own, honed over 2 lifetimes. Particularly his strength, which is more monstrous than that of a seasoned expert like myself. Tang San was confident that even those practitioners of external martial arts for his previous life would not possess such physical attributes at the tender age of 10 as this 6-year-old did. Little did he know, Tang Jiu was a transmigrator in his past life. Tang Jiu was a reckless dreamer, known for challenging various human limits and exploring perilous realms. His idol was none other than Tang San. The audacious leap off the cliff that Tang San performed garnered him more followers in a single day than Tang Jiu had amassed in 3 years of streaming. It was utterly confounding. Were it not for the certainty of death from jumping off a cliff, he might have attempted to imitate it, hoping to gain a surge of followers. Yet, in an unforeseen twist of fate, he ended up meeting his demise. Tang Jiu's cause of death was attributed to the excruciating sting of bullet ants, which ultimately led to his painful demise. Bullet ants, native to the Amazon rainforest, are known as the most painful stinging ants in the world. The agony they inflict is said to be akin to being shot, rated at a maximum pain level of 10, comparable to the agony of childbirth. The most horrifying aspect is that the pain from their sting can persist for up to 24 hours. Could it be that succumbing to an ant's sting is the reason for my own extraordinary constitution? Indeed, Tang Jiu had pondered this notion, for ants are among the most powerful creatures in the animal kingdom. According to ant biomechanics, a single ant can lift objects over 400 times its own body weight and can carry items exceeding 1,700 times its weight. Thus, a person weighing 100 pounds endowed with the strength of an ant, could lift 40,000 pounds and drag 170,000 pounds. Such is the terrifying might of ants. Who would have thought that my reckless pursuits would yield such benefits? I now possess the physical attributes befitting an awakened beast martial spirit. Perhaps I may even wield Brother San's sea god trident in the future. With a sense of reassurance, Tang Jiu felt more at ease. After all, the probability of awakening a useless martial spirit in this world was exceedingly high, and as he was not the biological son of Tang Hao, but rather an adopted child, who could predict what martial spirit he might awaken? He understood that only through extraordinary capabilities could he ensure the awakening of a formidable martial spirit. Tang Jiu had also contemplated asking Tang San to teach him the Xintian skill, but upon subtly probing, he discerned Tang San's strong sense of sect loyalty and his reluctance to disseminate the Xintian skill in this world. Thus, he resolved to rely on his own efforts. Easily shouldering a forging hammer taller than himself, he followed Tang San home for dinner. He eagerly anticipated the day of martial spirit awakening, for the two brothers were regarded as promising candidates by Old Jack, the village chief. Just 3 days prior, Old Jack had conducted a thorough ideological education with Tang Hao. In Old Jack's words, even if they awaken a hammer, that would suffice. After all, a hammer possesses offensive capabilities far superior to that of a hoe. Many blacksmiths have awakened hammers as their martial spirits, embarking on the radiant path toward becoming soul masters. Tang Jiu observed that Tang Hao's expression was as dark as a forged hammer, constantly poised to kick the old village chief away. It was utterly intolerable to belittle the hammer in front of the esteemed Hotian Douluo. At the dining table, Tang San served 2 bowls of porridge for himself and Tang Hao, and then remarked, "Xiao Jiu, the rest is all yours." "More porridge? Why is there never any meat?" "No money," Tang Hao replied succinctly. Tang Jiu internally scoffed, lamenting that in his past life he could not afford pork, yet here was a dignified titled Douluo who also could not afford meat. What a dismal existence he led. No wonder he and Sanguo were so scrawny. Though he complained, Tang Jiu unabashedly lifted the iron pot and began his breakfast, his voracious eating style causing Tang Hao and Tang San to twitch at the corners of their mouths as Tang Jiu devoured his food like a tyrannosaurus. Old village chief Jack, leaning on his cane, entered the room. He first sneered at Tang Hao, then smiled broadly and said, "Xiao San, Xiao Jiu, Grandpa has come to fetch you." Tang Jiu set down the pot, hoisted the forged hammer, and dashed out with Tang San, completely ignoring Tang Hao's displeased expression. "Xiao San, don't forget to cook lunch." Tang Hao huffed. "Hey, I feel like you're the real blood relative." Tang San glanced enviously at Tang Jiu, sensing that Tang Hao was particularly indulgent towards him. The chores of washing and cooking always fell to Tang San. If it weren't for the fact that he had lived 2 lives, he might have thought he was the one picked up. "I feel like the old man owes me a great deal of money." Tang Jiu had always felt like a creditor to Tang Hao. 2. My martial soul is a soul ring. Tang Jiu and Tang San followed Old Jack to the martial soul branch hall located at the heart of Saint Soul Village. It was astonishing that even in such a small village, a martial soul branch hall existed, underscoring the immense power of the martial soul hall. The IT was akin to how China Mobile has expanded its network to cover even village levels over the years. "Respected Battle Soul Master, everyone has arrived." Old Jack bowed to a young man in his 20s, strikingly handsome and clad in luxurious robes, then addressed the children. "This is a level 26 Battle Soul Master from Nodding City. Grandpa hopes that among you, someone can become a great soul master like him." The children gasped in admiration, having been previously educated by Old Jack about the ranks of soul masters. Soul Scholar, Soul Master, Great Soul Master, Soul Sovereign, Soul Sect, Soul King, Soul Emperor, Soul Saint, Soul Duo, Title Duo. Each title is divided into 10 levels, with possessing soul power defining one as a soul scholar. Breaking through to level 11 qualifies one as a soul master, and so forth. In a village that had not seen a soul scholar in ages, a great soul master was indeed a significant figure. All right, you recite the same drivel every year. Is becoming a soul master truly so easy? I have traversed 6 villages and have yet to encounter a single person with soul power. The youth, disinterested in Old Jack's platitudes, poured out a dose of bitter reality, leaving Old Jack's expression despondent as he could only laugh weakly, his back further hunched. Is a great soul master really that impressive? In the Tangman's general principles, it is explicitly recorded that the more arrogant a person is, the less strength they possess. It is the humble and unassuming individuals, with their inner brilliance concealed, who are the true masters, for they possess a deeper understanding of the world beyond themselves. Tang San, curious, engaged in a hushed discussion with Tang Jiu. He must be nothing more than a low-tier pawn. After all, reaching level 99 is the limit, and he is only at level 26, less than a third of the way there. Tang Jiu was well aware of Su Yuntao's true capabilities. In a year or two, Tang San could easily overpower him. Tang San nodded, finding this line of reasoning impeccable in his past life. Fewer than 1 in 1,000 could be considered true experts. Fools! You may never become soul masters in your lifetime, yet you dare to question my strength? I could crush you with a mere finger. Su Yuntao scoffed, his sharp gaze sweeping over Tang Jiu before channeling his soul power to open the gates of the spirit hall. What incredible hearing! Tang San exclaimed, surprised he had been whispering to Tang Jiu, and even old Jack had not caught a word. Tang Jiu internally lamented. How could he forget that Su Yuntao belonged to the canine lineage? Surely his hearing would be exceptional. In a hurry, Su Yuntao introduced himself briefly and then produced the soul awakening apparatus. 6 black spherical stones and a blue crystal ball. He arranged the stones into a hexagram and instructed a child to step inside. Close your eyes and feel carefully. Drink! With a commanding shout, Su Yuntao unleashed his soul power. Wolf spirit, manifest! As his soul power surged, Su Yuntao's black hair turned to gray, fur began to sprout on his exposed arms, and his muscles bulged with explosive strength. His hands transformed into long claws, and his eyes glimmered with an eerie green light, while 2 soul rings, 1 white and 1 yellow, rose around him. The children were taken aback, yet Tang San was filled with curiosity. What an intriguing ability! Meanwhile, Tang Jiu couldn't help but think of werewolves as he observed Su Yuntao, astonished by the enhancement the beast spirit provided. If he were to awaken a powerful beast spirit, he would undoubtedly become even stronger. Tang Jiu refrained from mocking Su Yuntao's soul rings. After all, as one not nurtured by a sect, it was challenging to achieve the optimal soul ring configuration. He simply felt that Su Yuntao was excessively arrogant and prone to instilling pessimism in others. He had never behaved in such a manner. He would not adopt the stance of a senior to admonish reckless juniors against dangerous sports and adventures. Instead, he would silently offer incense and gratitude to those who brought fresh energy to their circle after their reckless endeavors led to their demise. With swift movements, Su Yuntao clapped his hands, sending 6 beams of green light into the black stones on the ground. The stones erupted in golden light, forming a faint golden shield, with golden particles drifting into the boy's body. Extend your right hand, Su Yuntao commanded with authority. The boy, compelled, extended his hand, revealing a scythe in his palm. The scythe possesses offensive capabilities. If he had soul power, he could barely qualify as a soul master, Su Yuntao remarked, placing the boy's hand upon the blue crystal ball, which yielded no reaction whatsoever. Nonchalantly, he stated, "No soul power." Next, as the children awakened their martial souls 1 by 1, Su Yuntao merely shook his head, commenting, lacking offensive power, defensive capabilities, supportive abilities, and soul force. None of them can become soul masters. The children appeared as despondent as wilted eggplants, fully aware that this was a chance to transform their destinies, yet they had all failed. Finally, it was Tang San's turn, and, as expected, he awakened the blue silvergrass. Su Yuntao shook his head, declaring, "Another useless martial soul. Next, have you not yet tested my brother San's soul force? Are you not being a tad irresponsible?" Tang Jiu's tone was rather sharp. It seemed hypocritical for Su Yuntao to dispense pessimistic advice while neglecting his own duty. "It makes no difference whether I test or not. Blue silvergrass can never possess soul force. It is the epitome of a wasteful martial soul." Before Su Yuntao could finish his sentence, he noticed the crystal ball beneath Tang San glowing with blinding light. First, innate full soul force. Su Yuntao's eyes nearly bulged in astonishment, yet he quickly reverted to his habitual dismissal, stating, "What a pity that your martial soul is blue silvergrass, even a mere farming tool would surpass it. Such a prodigious talent wasted." "Uncle, what does innate full soul force mean?" Tang San inquired with great curiosity. Had it been any other time, Su Yuntao would have patiently explained. However, Tang Jiu's earlier murmurs had irked him, and considering the bleak future of a worthless martial soul, he thought it pointless to engage with Tang San further. Instead, he pointed at Tang Jiu and commanded, "You are the last, standing within the hexagram." Tang Jiu felt an overwhelming influx of golden particles entering his body, warming him, as if an immense primordial power was about to burst forth. Extending his hand, a transparent ring materialized, strikingly familiar in appearance. Not a weapon martial soul, could it be a beast martial soul? Su Yuntao observed the emptiness in Tang Jiu's hand, then shifted his gaze to Tang Jiu's body, furrowing his brow as a faint ethereal image emerged. An egg, pure and white. Or perhaps, one might say, an ovum, a mutated, worthless martial soul. Su Yuntao concluded. What abilities could an egg confer? To strike someone with it, only to have the chicken fly and the egg break? What egg? I clearly hold a ring. Tang Jiu replied, perplexed. Are you blind? Do you not see the ring in my hand? Kid, have you been struck senseless? You previously claimed my strength was lacking. You shall never become a soul master. Su Yuntao scoffed, insisting that Tang Jiu had nothing in his grasp. Can you not see it? Tang Jiu looked at Tang San in confusion. Jiu, you have nothing in your hand, but it seems you have awakened an egg, which is manifesting on your body, Tang San pointed out. Hee, I truly am a genius. To have awakened an egg, Tang Jiu exclaimed with increasing excitement, realizing this indicated a dual martial soul. The most terrifying aspect was the ring in his hand. Such an invisible martial soul must be exceedingly rare and special. In the Douluo Continent, the rarer and more unique the martial soul, the mightier it was. For instance, the nine-heart begonia or the angel martial soul. Though Masters Luo Senpao certainly did not qualify. According to the esteemed Master's 10 core competencies of martial souls, it is evident that my other martial soul, the egg martial soul, is exceptionally powerful and rare. While Tang Jiu was contemplating these matters, he inadvertently cast a glance at Su Yuntao's soul ring and suddenly realized how familiar the colorless halo in his hand appeared. It was strikingly identical to the soul ring. Could it be that my martial soul is, in fact, the soul ring? I possess one more ring than others. Another one struck dumb. It is exceedingly difficult for commoners to alter their fate. Thus, I pledged my allegiance to the spirit hall long ago. Su Yuntao shook his head and turned to leave, no longer wishing to squander time. Wait, I have yet to test my soul power. Tang Jiu, seeing Su Yuntao about to depart, hurriedly intercepted him. He yearned for yet another surprise. Although according to the Master's teachings, a twin martial soul would undoubtedly possess innate full soul power. What if he were to be innately at level 20, akin to Qian, Ren Shue? Or perhaps he might even be innately at level 30, propelling himself directly to the pinnacle of life? Surprise, or worth looking forward to? What's the use of testing? Even if you have innate full soul power, what achievements can you have with a mutated useless martial soul? It would only waste your talent. So Yuntao is nortev. Tang Jiu is really angry this time. Being arrogant is your freedom, but constantly feeding people toxic positivity is not fair. First, you confronted the kind old village chief Jack, and then you gave Tang San toxic advice. To be honest, if it weren't for Tang San's past life as a strong person, he would have lost his fighting spirit due to your criticism. Tang Jiu's expression turned cold as he directly retorted. You, a mere level 26 cannon fodder, how can you understand the power of innate full soul force? Even if Third Brother's martial soul is blue silvergrass, as long as it can level up to Soul Saint, he could crush you, a mere Grand Soul Master, without even lifting a finger. Remember, there are only useless soul masters, not useless martial souls. With this trash martial soul like blue silvergrass, you think you can cultivate this Soul Saint? I would have already become a title Douluo. Su Yuntao scoffed. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean others can't. Don't use your narrow values to taint other people's dreams and pursuits. Your inability only proves you are useless. It doesn't mean it's a dead end. Let me tell you, blue silvergrass can also become the strongest martial soul. Tang Jiu shot back. The surrounding kids were stunned. Tang Jiu usually wielded a big hammer, which was quite intimidating. But this was a noble soul master. How could these rural commoner kids offend him? You dare to call me useless? Kid, let me teach you the most important survival rule in this world. You must learn to respect the strong. Su Yuntao felt that Tang Jiu's words were too harsh and needed to teach this kid a lesson. He pressed his soul power towards Tang Jiu. Kneel down. Go to hell. Tang Jiu was furious. In his previous life, he was always courting death, with adrenaline constantly surging. He often did some unbelievable things in a fit of passion and even played life and death games with cannibals. He had never feared anyone. What he loved most was the thrill of life and death. Gritting his teeth, he picked up a forging hammer as tall as himself and threw it at Su Yuntao. You dare to hurt Xiao Jiu. Purple Extreme Demon Eye. At the moment Tang San made his move against Su Yuntao, he had already determined Su Yuntao to be an enemy based on the general outline of the Xiantian treasure record. The Purple Extreme Demon Eye activated to capture Su Yuntao's movements, and a stone shot directly towards Su Yuntao's eyes. Tang San is definitely a master, choosing the perfect moment. Just as Tang Jiu was about to strike with the forging hammer, Su Yuntao was dodging stones and was caught off guard by Tang Jiu's hammer. Bang! The 200-pound forging hammer, with terrifying kinetic energy, directly hit Su Yuntao's chest, sending the careless 26th level battle soul master flying, crashing heavily against the wall. If it weren't for the beast martial soul being activated, his ribs would have surely been broken. But even so, he wasn't feeling well. There was definitely a large hammer-shaped bruise on his chest. Just as Su Yuntao was about to seriously teach these two kids a lesson, a heavy cough echoed, accompanied by soul power like a tsunami, crashing down on Su Yuntao's heart like a sledgehammer. He felt a wave of annoyance in his chest, and a mouthful of blood surged his throat. To maintain his aloof image, Su Yuntao forced himself to swallow the blood. Huh, that sounded like Dad's voice just now. Tang San felt that this authoritative voice seemed very familiar. It shouldn't be, right? The old man sounded like he had more breath than a living person, and there was no way he could have such strong energy. Tang Jiu quickly provided cover. Tang Hao's identity could not be casually exposed, as he had killed the previous pope. Tang Jiu did not want to be chased by a group of titled dualityof before he even had a chance to make a name for himself in this world. Su Yuntao now understood that there were powerful individuals in this village. The person just now had used soul power to make him spit blood, which was terrifying. He just wanted to leave quickly. Picking up the crystal ball, he tested Tang Jiu's soul power, although he was already prepared by Tang San. When the crystal ball lit up again, he was still shocked and his mouth dropped open. It was again full innate soul power. At that moment, Su Yuntao felt like his heart was collapsing. He would never say that his innate soul power was only level 2. This was truly infuriating, awakening something like that, and still having full innate soul power. How could this happen? After Su Yuntao walked out of the martial soul branch hall with a dark face, old Jack chased after him and asked. Su Yuntao, filled with jealousy, replied, "It's all full innate soul power." Really? Old Jack almost jumped up. What a pity that it's all useless martial souls. Such good talent wasted, Su Yuntao added. Old Jack almost choked on his breath, sighed in despair. And after sending Su Yuntao away, he specifically took Tang Jiu and the others back home, complaining to Tang Hao. "You messy guy. It's all your fault for not passing on a good martial soul to them." "What did they awaken?" Tang Hao asked. "Blue silver grass." Tang Hao stiffened upon hearing this, a bitter expression appearing on his face. Old Jack, seeing this, snorted and said, "Look, you know shame now, right? Even awakening is a big deal." Tang Hao's face was extremely dark as he pointed to the door and said, "Get out. What a waste of good talent." Old Jack shot a glare at Tang Hao and then walked out slowly. "Dad, actually I didn't awaken anything at all," Tang San said. Tang Hao's expression became even more unpleasant. Just as he was about to scold him, he was stunned when he saw the hammer martial soul in Tang San's left hand. It turned out to be a twin martial soul. He hugged Tang San tightly, tears streaming down his face, and said, "Son, my good son." At this moment, Tang San finally felt like he was truly his father's son. However, he didn't understand why his father was crying so sadly. "Dad, I have awakened my twin martial souls too," Tang Jiu said as he immediately activated his martial soul, wanting to show the knowledgeable Hao Qiandao what this was. "Is this an egg?" Tang Hao looked at it and was a bit speechless, then turned to Tang Jiu and asked, "Xiao Jiu, what about the other martial soul?" "Dad, can't you see it? It's right on my right hand. It's a transparent halo." "Halo?" Tang Hao was even more confused. He had a vague guess about that egg and knew a little, but what was this halo? What does this halo look like? Can you describe it? Tang Hao asked. "I found that it looks exactly like a soul ring, just without color. Do you think it could be a soul ring?" Tang Jiu asked hopefully. "A martial soul is a soul ring? How is that possible?" Tang Hao was stunned by such speculation. If a soul ring were a martial soul, that would be too outrageous. After all, the essence of a martial soul has functions. For example, a food martial soul can eat, and a sword martial soul can slay enemies. Wouldn't a soul ring martial soul mean that one instantly has one more ring than others? For it really is a soul ring. "Come on, Xiao Jiu. Let's go to the house." Tang Hao instructed Tang San to guard the door outside, then pulled Tang Jiu into the bedroom and said seriously, "What you said today is right. There are some things I can't accomplish, and that's because my strength is insufficient. But it doesn't mean that some things are truly dead ends that can never be achieved." "Dad, what are you referring to?" Tang Jiu already had a guess in her heart. "For example, I want to pose a powerful force, take revenge for Xiao San's mother, or even resurrect." Tang Hao said. A fierce battle intent erupted from his entire body. The look of being dispirited and unkempt completely vanished, replaced by a sharp determination. "All right, let's not talk about this for now. I will first test your martial soul. In fact, you and Xiao San don't know this, but I am also a soul master." Tang Hao smiled self-deprecatingly. and suddenly 9 soul rings appeared on his body. I'm a title Douluo. At this moment, Tang Hao's eyes were sharp and his aura unmatched. Although Tang Jiu had known this for a long time, he was still shocked by Tang Hao's imposing presence. This person was no longer the old man waiting for death and despair, but an unparalleled powerhouse standing at the pinnacle of this world, the Hao Yan Douluo. Gulme, channel your soul power, just like throwing something, and put your halo martial soul on me. Tang Hao Gongman. Okay, under Tang Hao's guidance, Tang Jiu placed the halo in his hand onto Tang Hao's body. In the next moment, the lightest yellow soul ring among Tang Hao's 9 soul rings suddenly dimmed, showing signs of turning white. Tang Hao's body trembled involuntarily. He had never been this astonished before, even when he learned that Yin was blue silvergrass. He hadn't lost his composure like this, because Tang Jiu's martial soul was indeed a soul ring. It could actually restrict his own soul ring. When Tang Hao attempted to use his first soul skill, he felt an incredibly sluggish sensation, and it seemed like his soul power was also being restricted. Restricting soul rings, restricting soul skills, restricting soul power. Tang Jiu's martial soul was undoubtedly a soul ring. Dad, I can't hold on any longer. At that moment, Tang Jiu felt like he was trying to stop a speeding truck with a rope. His whole body felt like it was about to be crushed. Hurry and put it away. After Tang Hao said this, he dispersed the soul ring and immediately embraced Tang Jiu, excitedly saying, I can finally live up to your parents. Your martial soul is truly a soul ring. My parents? Do you know who they are? Tang Jiu asked. I don't know who they are. I don't even know your surname, which is why I'll let you take my surname. Your parents died because of me. Child, if you become a great soul master and want to avenge your parents, I will tell you what happened back then. If you don't want to bear all of this, Xiao San and I will help you take revenge, ensuring that you will never have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of your life. Tang Hao's eyes showed a hint of relief. The more outstanding Tang Jiu was, the lighter his guilt felt. Dad, just say it. I think revenge is best taken by oneself. Tang Jiu Godin, confident in his own talent. My martial soul is a soul ring. With such a powerful talent, how can I not seek death? How can I live up to this talent? Back then, my wife and I were being hunted by the Spear Hall. She was pregnant with Tang San and couldn't fight, so we hid in a mountain village. After Tang San was born, we hurriedly left, but we didn't expect the Spear Hall to catch up so quickly. In that battle, I injured the Pope, and in his rage, he slaughtered your village. By the time I arrived, I found you alive among the piles of corpses. Everyone else was dead. Tang Hao spoke of the past with endless hatred on his face. It was in that battle that the woman he loved most died. It was in that battle that he bore the guilt in his heart, feeling hopeless and despondent, which led him to prepare for the end of his life here. However, Tang Jiu's words ignited his fighting spirit, and he saw the terrifying talents of Tang San and Tang Jiu, which gave him the determination to confront the Spear Hall. If he himself could not do it, then his son, Tang Hao's son, surely could. One day, when the Hao Qian Dao with 910,000 years spirit rings appears, he will surely smash the Spirit Hall to pieces. I will definitely flatten the Spirit Hall and kill those scoundrels from back then. Tang Jiu clenched his fists. The parents he had never met gave him a second life, and he had to do something for them. He couldn't let their sacrifice be in vain. The Spirit Hall's trash couldn't defeat Tang Hao, so they vented their anger on ordinary people. How despicable. Don't tell Xiao San about my title Douluo for now, and don't rely on me. The improvement of a soul master's strength must come from oneself. Only through countless trials and battles can one truly become strong. Tang Hao instructed. Don't worry, Dad. Tang Jiu doesn't want to hide under Tang Hao's wings. Besides, Tang Hao himself is in danger. If he shows up, the Spirit Hall members from the Qian Douluo lineage will surely hunt him down relentlessly. The death of the previous pope is a bad debt. Qian Douluo certainly won't seek trouble with Bibi Dong, as that would only drain the Spear Hall's resources. He can only blame Tang Hao and the Hao Yin sect. If it weren't for Tang Hao injuring his son, Bibi Dong wouldn't have had the strength to kill the Pope back then. After Tang Hao took Tang Jiu out of the house, he reverted to his previous dejected appearance. Tang Jiu couldn't help but secretly complain that if Tang Hao were to start live streaming with his acting skills, he would definitely become a sensation. Little San, Little Jiu. The village chief said that there's only one spot for a work-study student in Shenghun village, which means that only one of you can go to Notting Academy, and the other must study on their own. You decide among yourselves. I'm the older brother, so I'll give the opportunity to Little Jiu. Although Tang San really wanted to go, he had the Tang sect's ultimate skills and felt that self-study wouldn't necessarily be worse. Moreover, he truly cherished family ties. In his previous life, he was an orphan. Although Tang Jiu wasn't his biological brother, he was no different from one. Tang Hao patted Tang San's head with satisfaction, feeling very pleased. I can earn money and handle the school matters myself. So this spot should go to Brother San. By the way, I also want to pay respects to my biological parents, said Tang Jiu. Little Jiu, I'm your brother. It's my duty to take care of you. Tang San was also very touched, feeling that this younger brother was worth all the affection. All right, stop arguing. Xiao San will go to nodding school, and Xiao Jiu will figure it out on his own. I will think of a way too. Tang Hao waved his hand and made the decision. Then Tang Hao and Tang Jiu exchanged glances at Tang San, making him feel confused. Why are you looking at me? Go cook. Tang Hao and Tang Jiu said in unison. Me? Tang San just felt moved, but that feeling has completely disappeared. The idea that he is the biological one is just an illusion. Reality is still very cruel. Brother San, put in more rice, even without meat. We can't be too stingy. White rice should at least fill people up. Xiao Jiu, if there's no meat, isn't it because your appetite is big? You can eat enough for 10 days that I would eat in a day. Brother San, that's not right. Even if my appetite isn't big, we can't afford the meat. The money Dad earns in a day isn't enough to buy a pound of meat. Tang Hao's face couldn't hold on any longer. He should be considered the poorest title Douluo, with no exceptions. Hurry up and eat. Later I will teach you how to forge. 5. Soul Skill Rage. After finishing lunch, Tang Hao began to teach forging. Ding, ding, ding. Tang Hao swung the forging hammer, guiding as he demonstrated. A person's heart is not just one, but 3. The muscles in a person's 2 calves are the second and third hearts. If someone wants to unleash their full strength, it must be the result of all 3 hearts operating simultaneously. Therefore, the source of power is not the waist. The 3 hearts are the starting point. When the heart in your chest beats rapidly, you start generating force from your calves, transferring the power up to your thighs, through your waist and back to your arms, and finally releasing it. That is a full force strike. What Tang Hao taught was the chaos wind hammer technique. Tang Jiu listened very attentively, swinging the hammer as he contemplated the power technique that Tang Hao spoke of. Previously, he had relied solely on brute force, but after this correction from Tang Hao, he felt that his strength had increased by at least 30%. His body coiled like a bow, storing energy, and the recoil from each strike was stacked into the next hammer blow. With each accumulation, he could achieve an astonishing increase in power. Ding, ding, ding. Tang San was a master in his previous life, so he quickly grasped the techniques of exerting and storing power. Following Tang Hao's guidance, he was able to swing his hammer and accurately strike the same spot for the first time, delivering 4 consecutive blows. He was stronger than me. I could only manage 3 hits on my first try. Tang Hao nodded in satisfaction, but at that moment, they heard a series of clinking sounds. Tang Jiu wielded his large forging hammer, striking a piece of wrought iron with precision and continuity. Every extension of his body brought an extreme sense of comfort, like a bow drawn to its limit, and then he swung down heavily with a single blow. Ding! The iron block was smashed, leaving a deep dent. Next came a series of heavy strikes, each one heavier than the last, the power stacked to the extreme. Without any hesitation, he swung out 18 blows before missing on the 19th. How did you do that? Tang San was astonished. He was a master in his past life, yet he couldn't match an ordinary person. It's because I have great strength. I can perfectly control the power of 18 stacked blows. I didn't even use any techniques. This is what you call breaking through a myriad of techniques with sheer strength. Tang Jiu Godin, you really do deserve the food you've eaten. Tang San was completely speechless. Techniques are meant to enhance control, but this guy's strength is so great that he can fully control it without needing techniques at all. He only failed once when he tried to use them. However, this result was too hard to accept. The forging hammer he wielded was only 50 pounds, while Tang Jiu was swinging a 200-pound hammer. Xiao Jiu, you still need to master techniques. You have great talent. Don't waste it. Tang Hao slapped Tang Jiu hard on the shoulder, and Tang Jiu felt as if his bones were about to be crushed, gasping in pain. This old man is really bad. Am I not allowed to show off a little? Sure enough, I'm not his biological son. The next day, early morning, Tang San climbed to the top of the mountain to cultivate the purple extreme magic eyes, while Tang Jiu remained at the mountainside, not training, but pondering a question. Since the martial soul is a soul ring, can it be used as a true soul ring? This thought just emerged and then grew wildly. Without saying a word, Tang Jiu surged his soul power to activate his martial soul. A translucent egg-shaped phantom appeared, and a transparent soul ring appeared in his hand. Following Tang Hao's teachings, Tang Jiu urged his soul power to attach the soul ring martial soul to himself. In an instant, a miracle occurred. Tang Jiu's body revealed a white soul ring, which was surprisingly a 10-year soul ring. But this was not the end. The soul ring seemed to be testing the limits of Tang Jiu's body, gradually deepening in color. After a while, the color of the soul ring slowly turned yellow, eventually becoming a yellow 100-year soul ring. Not yet at the limit. Tang Jiu clearly felt the color of the soul ring deepening, and his body felt the amplification of the soul ring becoming stronger. When the age of the soul ring reached 200 years, Tang Jiu felt immense pressure in his body, as if he could not bear the soul ring, almost as if he were about to explode. At this moment, the soul ring finally stopped increasing in age and quietly floated on Tang Jiu's body. And at that moment, the soul power burst forth like a flood breaking through a dam, surpassing the 10th level bottleneck and reaching the 11th level. It was a success. The martial soul could indeed be used as a soul ring. Tang Jiu was completely immersed in ecstasy. After reaching level 11, he clearly felt a significant increase in his strength. Moreover, he even gained a soul skill, Berserk. It instantly increases his strength by 30 and can be enhanced by soul rings. For every additional ring, the strength gained from the Berserk skill increases by 10. If he obtains a second soul ring, the strength gained from the Berserk skill would be 40. The duration is 5 seconds. The boost in strength is truly astonishing, but the duration is a bit short. Activating the soul skill lasts only 5 seconds, which is somewhat frustrating. Clearly, it is a violent burst skill. Tang Jiu tested it out. If he didn't put a soul ring on his martial soul, then the soul skills and soul rings would disappear together. However, his soul power was still at level 11, and the growth of his soul power was no longer restricted. In other words, he could now continue to cultivate and increase his soul power level without any soul rings. This discovery made Tang Jiu reflect for an entire morning. When it was time to eat, Tang Jiu didn't carry the pot, but instead gathered around the table and mysteriously said, "Dad, third brother, do you think anyone has ever broken through to level 11 without a soul ring?" Impossible. Tang San immediately denied it, stating that the stagnation of the Shantian Gong was solid proof. "Little Jiu, although Dad is not a soul master, I know this is absolutely impossible." Tang Hao shot a displeased glance at Tang Jiu, thinking that he was always pondering nonsensical ideas. If it weren't for needing to hide his identity in front of Tang San, he would have long since used a soul ring to teach Tang Jiu a lesson. "But Dad, I really reached level 11, Tang Jiu said with a grin, then unleashed a surge of soul power towards Tang Hao and Tang San. Puff! As a titled Douluo, how could Tang Hao not sense the level 11 soul power? The mouthful of porridge he just drank was immediately spat out, nearly choking him to death. Tang San was also taken aback. He could sense that this soul power was slightly stronger than his own, which was unscientific. "Xiao Jiu, what on earth is going on?" Tang Hao felt that this directly overturned his worldview. "Don't you all forget, my martial soul is a soul ring." Tang Jiu directly activated his martial soul, putting on the soul ring and martial soul. The yellow soul ring was extremely eye-catching. Tang Jiu proudly pointed at himself and said, "I am the world's first level 0, 11 ring soul master." Tang Hao's mouth twitched. He had already thought of the terror of the soul ring and martial spirit, but he still underestimated it. "This is simply a perversion. I'm full." Tang San had completely lost his appetite. This was outright bragging, which was a blow to him as a master from his past life. Feeling frustrated, he picked up the forging hammer and began to craft his hidden weapons, feeling embarrassed that his younger brother had surpassed him. Seeing the reactions of Tang Hao and Tang San, Tang Jiu was happier than if he had just devoured a roasted suckling pig. Being able to show off in front of the Tang sect masters and the Haotian Douluo was simply exhilarating. "Moreover, I also have soul skills. Third brother, are you jealous?" Tang Jiu continued to boast. Tang San's face became even more unpleasant, and when he swung the hammer, he almost smashed himself. Bang! Tang Hao couldn't stand it any longer and slapped Tang Jiu's shoulder hard. "Xiao Jiu, you're so happy, then you can wash the dishes later. Look, even Tang Hao is starting to envy my talent." Tang Jiu grinned as he picked up the large iron pot and started to eat wildly. After wolfing down breakfast, he felt hungrier than ever. He was sweating all over, and his soul power was fluctuating. Tang Jiu panicked and looked at Tang Hao for help. "Dad, I think something is wrong with my body." Tang Hao immediately instructed Tang San to boil water while he carefully placed Tang Jiu on the bed. After a flip and a question, Tang Hao's expression darkened as he said, "You're hungry. The increase in your soul power is too fast, and your physical condition clearly can't keep up. For soul masters, especially strength-type soul masters, food intake is very important. Over the years, you two brothers have been eating things that lack nutrition. I see that Xiao San is doing fine, but you are obviously underdeveloped. Tang Jiu felt a wave of bitterness in his heart. His third brother had cultivated inner strength, which was said to allow one to go without food in the end. He could use inner strength to nourish his body. Of course, that was fine, but he was in a dire situation. Dad, I'm really feeling terrible. Why don't you go rob those heartless nobles in Notting City? Don't let me starve to death. How could I, a dignified titled Douluo, become a bandit? I can't afford to lose that reputation. Tang Hao but you're a dignified titled Douluo, and you're about to starve your son to death. Isn't that embarrassing? Tang Jiu look at how things are now, and you still can't keep your mouth shut. Tang Hao was almost infuriated, glaring fiercely at Tang Jiu. If it weren't for the fact that Tang Jiu was sick right now, he couldn't help but want to give that brat a good beating. But after a moment, his expression turned cold, and he said hatefully, I never expected that I, Tang Hao, would be forced into such a situation by the spirit hall, making it so my son can't even afford to eat meat. At that moment, he finally gave up some of his previous convictions and said solemnly, Xiao Jiu, don't be afraid. I'll find you something to eat. From today on, our family will have plenty of meat. Tang Hao stood up and instructed Tang San to take good care of Tang Jiu. He put on his cloak and disappeared into the forest, heading towards the direction of Notting City. After Tang Hao left, Tang Jiu lay on the bed for a whole day. No matter how much he ate, it was useless. He still felt extremely hungry. Meat. How can one live without meat? At night, Tang Hao finally returned, directly carrying a huge soul beast that resembled a wild boar. Over 10 meters long, its tusks were incredibly fierce, its mane was like spikes, and there were blood-red markings on its skin. Tang Jiu and Tang San were both stunned. Dad, what is this thing? It should be a violent thorn boar. Tang Hao said, a soul beast? It looks like a very powerful soul beast. Dad, where did you get it? Tang San was extremely surprised. I just went out for a stroll and accidentally picked it up. Tang Hao said without a hint of embarrassment. Picked it up? How is that possible? Tang San twitched the corner of his mouth, picking up a soul beast right outside the door. This soul beast clearly doesn't look easy to deal with. How could he pick it up, even if it's dead, without a soul ring? Wouldn't it be better to carry it back and eat pork? It is said that soul beast meat is a very high-quality ingredient. The higher the level of the soul beast, the more expensive it is. Selling it to a restaurant would also bring in a considerable income. Who would kill a soul beast and just throw it away? In fact, this is what Tang Hao went to the hunting forest in Notting City for, to catch a real 1,000-year soul beast. Third brother, let us not worry about how it came here. Let us focus on how to eat it. Hurry up and cook it. Now that I see pork, I want to go up and take a bite. Tang Jiu quickly helped Tang Hao out of the situation, as he just wanted to eat meat as soon as possible. Tang Hao picked up a knife and violently cut the pork, throwing the finest ribs directly into the pot. He added some salt and spices and started boiling it on high heat. 3 hours later, a whole pot of pork was ready. Tang Hao directly fished out a huge rib and handed it to Tang Jiu, saying, eat quickly, this meat is nutritious. Tang Jiu didn't waste any words. He picked up the rib and started to gnaw on it fiercely. It must be said, the meat of this soul beast was simply too delicious. Not only was Tang Jiu eating, but Tang San also started to enjoy this tasty pork. Since coming to this world, he hadn't eaten meat yet. The meat of the 1,000-year soul beast was rich in nutrients, and as Tang Jiu continued to consume it, the feeling of weakness in his body gradually eased, and he began to feel warm all over. Tang San also felt that the meat of soul beast was rich in energy. Although it couldn't help his Xiantian skill to break through, it was nourishing his body and continuously improving his physical quality. Tang Jiu and Tang San haven't done anything these past 2 days except for butchering pork, then cooking it and hanging it up to dry. They haven't finished the pig yet, and one night, Tang Hao brought back a soul beast resembling a cow. Tang San completely didn't want to ask anymore. After eating the meat of 1,000-year soul beasts for 10 consecutive days, which was plentiful and filling, Tang Jiu's body finally showed no signs of weakness. Moreover, with the intake of abundant nutrition during sleep, he felt that his previously frail body had become more robust. Finally, on the 11th day, while gnawing on a pig's trotter, Tang Jiu's soul power became unstable again. Tang Hao frowned and asked, what's wrong? Is your body having problems again? It shouldn't be. No, that. I feel like my soul power is about to break through to level 12. Tang Hao. Tang San. I'm going to forge. Tang San was extremely speechless. Even eating meat could increase soul power. This little Jiu is simply abnormal. Dad, what's going on? Tang Jiu looked at Tang Hao, seeking an answer. Tang Hao looked at Tang Jiu like a monster and sighed. I've heard people say that your body was too weak before, but now you're slowly recovering. As your body improves, the speed of cultivating soul power will naturally increase, which isn't surprising. Despite saying it wasn't surprising, the corner of Tang Hao's mouth twitched. Tang Jiu's physique was too abnormal. The key factor was still Tang Jiu's beast martial soul. Perhaps before long, he would give himself another big shock. As Tang Jiu's body gradually recovered, he began his daily training. Carrying a heavy hammer, he started frog jumps from the bottom of the mountain, jumping step by step up the mountain. When he reached a height of 100 meters, Tang Jiu was panting and exhausted. Keep going. I need to constantly challenge my limits. My body still has great potential to be developed. Tang Jiu gritted his teeth, carrying a large casting hammer as he continued to move up the mountain. With every leap, he felt immense pressure on his body. But along with that came a tingling sensation. Tang Jiu knew that the nutrients rich in the soul beast meat continued to nourish his body. Even without a soul ring, the energy contained in 1,000-year soul beast meat was terrifyingly powerful. He absorbed some of it, but the body has its limits for absorption. Only by making his body stronger could he absorb more of this energy to continuously refine his body. In the past, when his diet was inadequate, Tang Jiu didn't dare to train so hard for fear of damaging the foundation of his body. Now that he was well fed with soul beast meat, he decided to go all out and use these 3 months to push his body and soul power to the limit. After a day of training, when Tang Jiu was fiercely gnawing on a cooked pig's leg, he suddenly felt another change in his body, and his martial soul automatically attached itself. To his surprise, the white egg martial soul actually cracked open a small slit, as if it was about to hatch something. Xiao Jiu, your egg seems to be breaking. Tang San exclaimed in amazement. Tang Jiu rolled his eyes. He didn't even have the energy to speak now, because his body was undergoing terrifying changes. 7. Second martial soul. Bullet on trath, trath, trath. With the sounds, the egg martial soul on Tang Jiu's body had more and more cracks. Then, a pair of insect-like mandibles broke out of the egg. Tang Hao's gaze became sharp, and he couldn't help but feel astonished. Just as he had guessed, Tang Jiu's previous body could not withstand the martial soul. So this beast martial soul displayed its most primitive state, an egg. Once Tang Jiu's body could bear it, the true form of this beast martial soul would break out of the egg, a pair of sharp mandibles like iron pincers followed by 6 long legs, and a dark body that shone all over, perfectly proportioned and filled with explosive power. This is an ant. Tang San immediately recognized that in the previous world, this type of insect was everywhere. In some places, ants could swarm and devour everything. The Tang sect had even raised those ants. No, these weren't ordinary ants. Tang Jiu was startled and had a clear answer in his mind. Bullet ants. In his past life, this was the creature that had bitten him to death. The pain from the bites still lingered deep within his soul. After the bullet ant hatched, it immediately wielded a pair of sharp mandibles to consume the eggshell, finishing it off in no time. At that moment, the bullet ant's martial soul seemed to grow a size larger. Meanwhile, Tang Jiu's soul power was increasing at a terrifying speed. Level 1, Level 2, Level 3. It increased by a full 6 levels before finally stopping. At this moment, Tang Jiu's soul power reached Level 18. After the martial soul manifested, Tang Jiu felt his physical strength double, reaching 1,000 Jin. What is happening? Tang Jiu was confused himself. I don't know either. You'd have to ask a soul master. Tang Hao was stunned. He understood weapon martial souls. As soul power increased, weapon martial souls would also upgrade and evolve, like Tang San's current Haotian hammer, even a small hammer. And his own Haotian hammer could be as tall as a person and weighed dozens of times more than Tang San's, qualifying it as a divine artifact. Beast martial souls also continuously evolved and became stronger with the increase of soul power. Tang Jiu's martial soul was an insect. Many oviparous creatures would consume their eggshells as their first energy supplement for development. This eggshell was essentially energy, and for a soul master, it represented soul power. After the martial soul absorbed this energy, it was like consuming rare treasures or celestial herbs, leading to a significant increase in soul power. However, it was unexpected that Tang Jiu directly broke through to level 18, only 2 levels away from level 20, which means that Tang Jiu might reach level 20 without even having a soul ring. Just imagine how terrifying his first soul ring would be. Tang Jiu actually thought of this question as well. He looked at Tang Hao and asked, Dad, do you think it's possible for my first soul ring to be 1,000 years? Tang Hao glared at Tang Jiu and shouted angrily, don't seek death. Although I am ignorant, I have never heard that the first spirit ring is 1,000 years. Although Tang Hao is not as knowledgeable as the master and cannot accurately determine the maximum limit of each spirit ring, he is still from the Haotian school. Having a third spirit ring that can reach 1,000 years is already considered the best spirit ring configuration. He has traveled across the continent, and even in the records of the Haotian school, he has never seen a first spirit ring that is 1,000 years old. With both of my martial souls being so powerful, if I don't give a shot, it would be a disgrace to myself. Dad, I made up my mind. My first spirit ring has to be 1,000 years. If I can't achieve that, I will never eat meat for the rest of my life. When the time comes, you will realize how ignorant you are. Tang Hao was too lazy to argue with Tang Jiu and went straight into the house to sleep. By the time Tang Jiu arrived at Notting Academy and systematically learned about martial souls, he would dismiss this ridiculous idea. Third brother, do you think I could do it? Tang Jiu looked at Tang San, who was washing the pot. Little Jiu, I think you should be a bit more realistic. Tang San's mood at this moment was quite bad. He was definitely not showing off. Xiao Jiu was almost level 20, while he was still stuck at level 10. Unable to make any progress. Third brother, I know reality is harsh, but I am just reality. Tang Jiu grinned. Tang San. Tang San instantly didn't want to pay any more attention to this brother. Seeing that third brother seemed to be affected, Tang Jiu also felt very helpless. Outstanding people always bring endless pressure to those around them, making them doubt their lives. Isn't this very normal? Taking advantage of the night, Tang Jiu came to the courtyard, pondering how he could properly develop his martial soul. He couldn't just ask the master about everything. He needed to study it himself. After all, he was the master of his own martial soul. First, he wanted to see if there would be any changes as his soul power increased, and if the soul rings attached to his martial soul would evolve. Tang Jiu immediately summoned his martial soul, attaching the soul ring to his body. As the colorless soul ring became a part of him, Tang Jiu was astonished to find that the color of the soul ring was gradually deepening. It seems my guess was correct. This soul ring martial soul increases the soul ring as my strength grows, and its limit is the maximum my body can withstand. The age of the soul ring started at 200 years, slowly transforming to 300 years, and eventually reaching 500 years. The soul ring no longer changed, quietly pulsating on Tang Jiu's body. He had broken through the limit of the first soul ring. Tang Jiu's heart rejoiced, but then he frowned again. The limit of the first soul ring is the maximum that can be absorbed when the soul power reaches level 10. Now that his soul power has reached level 18, he should be able to absorb a 500-year soul ring, right? Tang Jiu's heart suddenly brightened. If his body could withstand a 700-year soul ring, then wouldn't it be perfect to absorb a 1,000-year soul ring after reaching level 20? At this moment, Tang Jiu's confidence in absorbing a 1,000-year soul ring surged. What he needed to do now was to cultivate his soul power and continue to toughen his body to increase its endurance. Let me see if there is any difference between a 500-year soul ring and a 200-year soul ring's soul skills. Tang Jiu was actually quite curious about this as well. It is said that the higher the year of the soul ring, the more powerful it is. But where is this specifically reflected? Isn't it just in the soul skills? He couldn't wait to check the soul skill attached to this soul ring. Berserk instantly increases strength by 35, which will be enhanced based on the soul ring. For each additional ring, the power increase of the Berserk skill will rise by 10. After obtaining the second soul ring, the power increase from the Berserk skill will be 45. Duration, 5 seconds. Tang Jiu clearly remembered that the first soul skill, Rage, instantly increased his strength by 30. Then, for each additional soul ring, it would increase by another 10. However, the duration had not changed. It was still 5 seconds. After finishing his cooking, Tang San saw the yellow soul ring floating around Tang Jiu in the courtyard and felt quite uncomfortable. Finally, he spoke up. Xiao Jiu, can you use the soul ring martial soul on me? Maybe I can also break through to level 11. 8. The terrifying nature of the soul ring martial soul. Putting the soul ring martial soul on you to make it your own soul ring. That possibility is quite low. Tang Jiu shook his head. Tang San looked at Tang Jiu with anticipation. Give it a try, what if it works? At this moment, he felt a surge of excitement in his heart. If he gained another soul ring, wouldn't he be able to continue cultivating the Xiantian skill to the second level? However, this soul ring should be suppressing and limiting when attached to someone else. Tang Jiu said, it's okay, let's give it a shot, there's nothing to lose. Just think about giving me more power and see if it works. Tang San replied, all right then, third brother, here I come. Tang Jiu couldn't resist Tang San, so he could only mobilize his soul power to the soul ring and put on Tang San. Tang San suddenly let out a muffled grunt and was almost pressed down, but fortunately his willpower was strong, and he immediately steadied himself with a firm horse stance. Third brother, are you okay? Tang Jiu quickly retracted and summoned his soul ring and martial soul back to his hand. Only then did Tang San, drenched in cold sweat, stand up, looking exhausted as if he had just gone through a fierce battle. After taking a few breaths, Tang San finally spoke. Your martial soul's soul ring is too terrifying. It directly suppressed all my soul power, making it impossible for me to use my strength. It probably limited my soul power to level 10. Tang Jiu was stunned upon hearing this. To deprive someone of 10 levels of soul power, that's terrifying. No, wait. When the soul ring was placed on Tang Hao, it clearly didn't have too much effect. Could it be that my soul ring and martial soul's limitation on soul power is determined by my own strength? The weaker I am, the stronger the restriction. It makes sense when I think about it. Tang San felt very disappointed. His beautiful wish had fallen through. It seemed that Tang Jiu's martial soul could not be controlled by his will. As long as it was used on someone else, it would restrict them. So, I really am a poison. Tang Jiu felt a wave of underestimation in his heart. He realized that he could no longer assist his teammates and could only give the opponent an additional debuff. He was curious about how to use the soul ring after it was added to the martial soul. However, one thing he could be sure of was that the soul skills of the soul ring martial soul must be very strange. Next, Tang Jiu entered a frenzied state of cultivation. In the past few days, he gained a deeper understanding of the importance of the body to soul masters. Since his bullet ant martial soul was a powerful beast martial soul with domineering strength, he needed to strengthen his body even more to unleash greater potential. The initial 200-pound hammer could no longer meet his weight-bearing requirements. This time, with his rapid increase in strength, he forged an 800-pound war hammer for himself using raw iron from home, completely imitating the design of the Haotian hammer. Tang Jiu filled his neck with dried cooked pork and hopped along with a heavy hammer. Starting from the village, he moved towards the mountain, leaving deep imprints in the soft soil with every jump. The weight was just at the limit of what his body could bear. Tang Jiu's gaze was determined, and his frog jumps were meticulous, with sweat gradually soaking his clothes. After 1,000 frog jumps, he finally reached the foot of the mountain. And then it was time to sprint uphill. Dragging the hammer with both hands, he charged up the mountain path at full speed, feeling as if his thighs and calves were filled with lead, his whole body starting to float. By the time he reached the halfway point, Tang Jiu felt his heart was about to leap out of his chest. Next, he rested his legs and did 1,000 push-ups. With the war hammer strapped to his back, he began doing push-ups to strengthen his arms. 1,000 punches. 1,000 kicks. He pushed every muscle in his body to its limit, feeling an incredible soreness and numbness all over. Only then did he remove the dried pork from his neck and begin to chew it heartily. Tang Jiu discovered that every time he broke through his physical limits and consumed the meat of these soul beasts, it would provide a deeper level of energy nourishment to his body, making him even stronger. Spirit possession. Every day after Tang Jiu finishes his training, he would summon his martial soul and put on his soul rings, then feel the changes in the soul rings. Each time he breaks through his physical limits, the soul rings become a bit stronger. Tang Jiu immerses himself in this tangible progress every day, enjoying it immensely. Before he knows it, the opening day of Nodding Academy is approaching, and Tang Hao brings back a 1,000-year spirit beast, a pig, in the middle of the night. When Tang San was cutting the pork, Tang Hao brought Tang Jiu into the room and said solemnly, Xiao Jiu, don't aim too high. It's already impressive to absorb a 500-year soul ring for the first one, and absorbing a 1,000-year soul ring for the second one is also very remarkable. Tang Jiu blinked and said, but, Dad, after more than 2 months of training, my soul power has already reached level 19. Most importantly, my first soul ring can now withstand 600 years. Tang Jiu spoke as he unleashed his martial soul, encircling himself with a soul ring. The yellow soul ring shone incredibly brightly. Tang Hao's eyes widened. His second spirit ring was only 700 years. Dad, why don't you activate your spirit ring and let me try out the power of my martial soul? Tang Jiu's gaze was filled with intense excitement. All right. Tang Hao activated his spirit rings. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 and finally, the last spirit ring was black with a hint of red. Tang Jiu activated his soul power, and the soul ring's spirit flew out, wrapping around Tang Hao's body. Huh? Tang Hao's expression changed dramatically as he suddenly realized that his first spirit ring had completely disappeared, and he could no longer feel it. Along with its disappearance, the spirit skill was gone as well. However, his spirit power level was still there, but it seemed to be suppressed by about 1 level. 8 rings. You have 1 ring, less than 9. Tang Jiu was truly ecstatic at this moment, humming with joy, as he had actually managed to restrict one of Tang Hao's soul rings. This meant that he had directly rendered one of Tang Hao's soul skills useless. Furthermore, Tang Jiu felt that if his body could withstand the limit of the soul ring, he should be able to restrict the opponent's maximum age limit. For example, if he could endure a 1,000-year soul ring, then the one he was currently restricting should be Tang Hao's 2nd soul ring, or at worst, the 3rd soul ring. Truly monstrous. Tang Hao was extremely shocked. If the martial soul's original form was already this abnormal without additional soul rings, then how terrifying would the soul skills be after adding soul rings? However, upon hearing Tang Jiu humming a song, Tang Hao shot him an annoyed glare and said, "When you go to Notting City, don't expose the secret of your martial soul. Don't let anyone know you're my son, and don't go against the spirit hall. As for revenge, I will handle it." Tang Hao gathered his martial souls and turned to leave the room. In front of Tang Jiu and Tang San, he took out a money pouch and handed it to Tang Jiu, saying, "The money inside is enough for your tuition. As for Xiao San, just consider him a work-study student and focus on studying well." Tang San was instantly speechless, once again doubting whether he was the biological child. Making his own son work hard and save money, while letting the adopted son live a carefree life, was simply too heart-wrenching. "Little San, Dad is doing this for your own good. You have to endure hardships to become a great person." Tang Hao battait Tang San sauto famille, believing that little San would eventually understand his good intentions. Everything must rely on oneself to become the strongest. "Third brother, look how good Dad is to you. I'm so jealous." Tang Jiu blinked and secretly tucked the money away with a smile. "How about we switch?" Tang San said irritably. Tang Jiu chuckled and said nothing. "Xiao San, you must not expose the secret of your twin martial souls. It's hard for others to notice Xiao Jiu's twin martial soul, so you must be especially careful. Remember, never attach a soul ring to the hammer martial soul." Tang Hao said seriously. "Yes, Dad." Tang San nodded solemnly, then looked at Tang Jiu and asked, "What about Xiao Jiu? My martial soul is the soul ring, so it can't be treated with common sense." Tang Jiu replied with a smile. Tang San. 9. The dog looks down on people. 3 days later, Old Jack took Tang San and Tang Jiu away from Holy Soul Village, heading towards Notting City. Tang San traveled light, while Tang Jiu carried a huge bundle filled with dried pork. He also held a large hammer. Old Jack laughed. "Going to school with so much meat? Meat is so expensive in the city. You should try it. It's really delicious." Tang Jiu had already begun to treat the meat of 1,000-year-soul beasts as snacks, and then handed a piece to Old Jack. As Old Jack ate the meat, he asked, "Do you have your tuition?" "Yeah, my dad gave it to me." Old Jack choked in disbelief. "You're paying tuition to go to school, and little San is going to be a work-study student? This Tang Hao is really something." Who was really picked up? Tang San really want to say, "I am." Along the way, Old Jack told Tang Jiu and the others everything he knew. The primary academy teaches only some basic things, and only accepts children who have just awakened their martial souls. It is a 6-year program, and upon reaching the age of 12, obtaining 1 soul ring allows for graduation, while obtaining 2 soul rings allows one to enter the Intermediate Soul Master Academy. Little San, Little Jiu, although both of you have innate full soul power, your martial souls are, one is blue silvergrass, and the other is an egg. Grandpa Jack doesn't ask for much from you. If you can cultivate to level 20 and obtain 2 soul rings, that would be a glory for our Holy Soul Village. As for entering the Advanced Soul Master Academy, it might be difficult for you. After all, there are only 2 major empires on the entire continent with Advanced Soul Master Academies, and the total number of students admitted each year is less than 100. Old Jack reminded them, the first 2 soul rings can be obtained with the help of other soul masters, but starting from the 3rd one, you have to rely on yourselves. In the future, be careful in your dealings and don't offend powerful people. Along the way, Old Jack shared his teachings, and soon, Tang Jiu and the others arrived at the entrance of the Notting Academy, preparing to enter, but they were stopped by a man at the door. "What do you want? This place isn't for country bumpkins like you." The doorman looked disdainfully at the 3, dressed in coarse linen clothes full of patches, clearly from the countryside. The most peculiar was Tang Jiu, bundled up and holding a war hammer, clearly not a good person. Old Jack smiled politely and said, "We come from Holy Soul Village, and this year our village has a quota for students, plus one more to come to school." The doorman glanced at the three with disdain and sarcastically said, "Can a grass nest produce a phoenix? A small village can actually produce two people with soul power? You guys aren't fakes, are you? And what's even more ridiculous is that someone dressed like this, looking like a poor blacksmith's son, wants to come here to enroll. Do you know the tuition for the school is enough for commoners to eat for 10 years? Hurry up and leave." Hearing the doorman's continuous derision, Old Jack felt angry. But being from the countryside and lacking status, he could only maintain a smile and handed over the proof. "This is a certificate issued by Master Su Yuntao of the Spirit Hall. Take a look." The doorman took the two certificates and immediately laughed. Blue silvergrass. Innate full soul power. And this, a martial soul that is an egg. Ha ha. The doorman burst into laughter, mocking, "I've been a doorman at the academy for 4 years. And I've never heard of innate full soul power, especially when one martial soul is blue silvergrass and the other is an egg. I think this certificate from the Spirit Hall is just forged by you." You. Old Jack, who valued face, was so humiliated that his face turned pale. But he still prepared to bend down to pick up the certificate from the ground. Tang Jiu took a step forward, helped up Old Jack, and looked at the doorman with an unfriendly expression. "You pick up the things. TCH, you look so poor and shabby. Do you think I'm afraid of you just because you're holding a big hammer? With all those bags, you look like a beggar. We might as well just change the name of Saint Soul Village to Beggar Village." The doorman saw a child challenging him, the doorman of the prestigious Nottingham Academy, and his words became more and more cutting, poking directly at Old Jack's heart. "What did you say?" Old Jack suddenly turned around. The doorman's words touched his greatest pride. Tang Hao had just been reprimanded for saying the village was no good, and now the village was being despised by this doorman. He immediately turned to argue with him. "Old man, you dare to attack me." The doorman wasn't too afraid of Old Jack at that moment. Seeing him charge over fiercely, he casually accused Old Jack. Then, without hesitation, pushed him, causing Old Jack to stagger a few steps. If Tang Jiu hadn't been quick to support him, he would have fallen directly. "You dare to hit Grandpa Jack? You're really asking for trouble." Tang Jiu stabilized Old Jack and, without any hesitation, punched the doorman in the stomach, causing him to smash through the front door and fly out. The doorman, who fell to the ground, was not afraid at all. Instead, with a fierce expression, he said, "Kneel down right now and compensate me with a gold soul coin, otherwise I will hand you over to the Spirit Hall's guard team," claiming that you caused a disturbance at Nottingham Academy and injured the doorman. "I want you to be unable to escape this. Tang Jiu's not gon li. Is the Spirit Hall opened by your family? Do you think they will believe whatever you say? I am the doorman of Nottingham Academy. The guards of the Spirit Hall don't listen to me. Do you think they will listen to you commoners?" The doorman looked angrily at Tang Jiu, thinking about how to deal with them. "Xiao Jiu, you are too impulsive," Old Jack said anxiously, leaning on his cane. "Don't worry, Grandpa Jack. The guards of the Spirit Hall definitely won't listen to a doorman. Tang Jiu Zipli, you are still too young." Old Jack shook his head. "Are you scared now? If you bow and apologize to me, I might let you off easy." The doorman sneered. "Oh really? Do you think your words carry the weight of a soul master?" Tang Jiu saw that Old Jack was frightened and no longer hid it. He immediately activated his soul ring martial soul, and the yellow soul ring floated quietly around him, leaving Old Jack dumbfounded. A soulless soul master, and it was 100 years soul ring. The doorman's eyes widened, his face pale. He was trembling in fear, thinking that the peasant from the countryside was actually a one-ring soul master. Moreover, his martial soul had a yellow 100-year soul ring. He knelt down with a thud, pleading, "Soul master, please spare me. I was wrong to look down on you." Tang Jiu snorted and said, "I told you to pick up the proof." "Yes, yes, my lord." The doorman quickly crawled over, picked up the Spirit Hall proof that he had thrown on the ground, carefully wiped it clean with his sleeve, and handed it to Old Jack with a face full of smiles. "You, my lord, have a great heart, so please don't hold it against me." "Umph." Old Jack snorted coldly as he took the proof, and a sense of pride suddenly rose in his heart. Look, this is the importance of soul masters. Who would dare to look down on Holy Soul Village in the future? Little Jiu, is there anything you need Grandpa to help with? At this moment, Old Jack looked at Tang Jiu as if he were his own grandson. When there's nothing going on, remind my dad more often to earn me some more money to send over, Tang Jiu said with a smile. Tang San was covered in cold sweat. Sure enough, the most beloved sons are often the most ungrateful. Old Jack agreed wholeheartedly, patting his chest and saying, "If your father dares to slack off, just wait until I scold him to death." "That's good." Tang Jiu smiled, feeling relieved. Old sir, could you show me the proof from the spirit hall? I am from this academy. The master, who had been observing for a while, spoke up at this moment. In his eyes, Tang Jiu's spirit rings were not ordinary. With his vast knowledge, he immediately recognized that these were definitely the colors of spirit rings above level 500. He had only one thought in his mind. How is that possible? 10. The strongest martial spirit in the master's eyes upon learning that the master was from the Nodding Academy. Old Jack readily handed over the proof in his hand to the master. Innate full spirit power. Blue silvergrass. Martial spirit egg. The master's gaze sharpened as he said to Old Jack, Old sir, please leave these two children to me. I will take them to handle the paperwork. All right, thank you. Teacher. Old Jack was very happy and reminded Tang San and Tang Jiu to take care of themselves before leaving. The master, along with Tang Jiu and Tang San, did not head to the academic affairs office to complete the paperwork, but instead went directly to his office. Teacher, what do you teach at the academy? Tang San asked curiously. I am not a teacher at this academy. Everyone calls me the master replied. To be called the master by everyone. It seems your identity must be quite extraordinary, Tang Jiu remarked. He once dreamed of having the world know who he was, but he had completely failed to achieve that. Have you ever considered becoming my disciple? The master, who had a face like a wandering monk, finally broke into a smile as he looked at Tang Jiu and Tang San. That depends on what benefits you can offer us, Tang Jiu said with a grin, while Tang San remained silent, though his eyes conveyed to the master, why should I become your disciple? Two clever children indeed. The master smiled happily, thinking how rare it was to encounter such talented and astute individuals. After arriving at the office and closing the door, the master finally looked at Tang San with piercing eyes and said, You are the third person in 100 years on the continent to possess twin martial spirits. Tang San was taken aback, not expecting his secret to be discovered so quickly. Just by looking at the proof from the spirit hall, this was too terrifying. The master then explained, I have investigated 647 people with a blue silvergrass spirit, and only 16 of them possess soul power, with none exceeding the first level. Yet you have innate full soul power, according to my research on one of the 10 core competencies of martial spirits. Soul power is proportional to the quality of the martial spirit. High soul power indicates a strong martial spirit, but your martial spirit is blue silvergrass, which means you must have another martial spirit, and it is likely extremely powerful, proportional to your innate full soul power. Tang San was immediately impressed by the master's profound knowledge, showing a look of respect on his face. The master was very pleased and turned to Tang Jiu, saying, Your egg spirit, in fact, is the initial form of a beast spirit belonging to oviparous creatures. It's just that your body is too weak, and when the spirit awakened, it took this form. Only when your body and soul power reach a level that can bear it will it break out of the shell. Moreover, I am confident that it is a power-type spirit. Why? Tang Jiu couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. To claim it is a power-type spirit based solely on an egg spirit seemed a bit frightening. Because of the hammer you are holding, if you were not a power-type spirit master, you wouldn't have such great strength. Furthermore, your soul ring obviously exceeds 400 years, so you must have another spirit that enhances your physical qualities, making it possible for you to endure such a high-level soul ring. You are also a twin spirit master, the master asserted confidently. Tang Jiu then realized that the master's observation and reasoning abilities were incredibly impressive. He truly was the most knowledgeable person in the Douluo Continent. Master, you made a mistake, Tang Jiu said with a smile. Oh, tell me, where did my judgment go wrong? The master immediately became interested. My soul ring did not come from hunting soul beasts. It is my other martial soul. My martial soul is the soul ring. Tang Jiu et lai. What? The master's pupils suddenly constricted, murmuring, How is that possible? He had seen countless strange martial souls and believed he would never be surprised by anything becoming a martial soul. But the idea of a martial soul being a soul ring had never occurred to him. You can activate your martial soul and feel it for yourself, Tang Jiu said. All right. The master immediately activated his soul rings, and 2 yellow soul rings quietly floated around him. At that moment, Tang Jiu threw out his soul ring martial soul, wrapping it around a master, and in an instant, the master's second yellow soul ring disappeared. This is too monstrous. Tang San had never seen Tang Jiu's ability to nullify Tang Hao's soul rings before. The first time he witnessed someone being able to erase another soul ring, he felt completely unsettled. A title Douluo has only 9 soul rings. Losing one during battle is a terrifying disaster. This is truly a soul ring martial soul. It directly severs my connection with the soul ring, rendering this soul ring's soul skill unusable, and I feel my soul power restricted by about 3 levels. The soul ring, soul skill, and soul power are all limited. It's too terrifying. Although he was mentally prepared, after experiencing the soul ring martial soul, the master was still deeply shocked by such test results. Xiao Jiu, do you know? Your martial soul can be said to be a powerful martial soul. I'm not just referring to land soul masters, but also including ocean soul masters. The master excitedly grabbed Tang Hau's shoulders and shook them vigorously. His heart felt like a volcano erupting, and he couldn't wait to let everyone know that although Xiao Jiu himself was not capable, he could teach the most powerful student. The strongest? Isn't that a bit absolute? Tang Hao actually didn't think so. Weren't there still some divine martial souls? But the master was incredibly certain. He said solemnly, Xiao Jiu, you don't understand the terror of your martial soul. The soul ring martial soul can limit opponents. If my guess is correct about the additional soul rings, they restrict the opponent's attributes, such as strength, speed, soul power, stamina, and even vitality. But that's not the most terrifying aspect of your martial soul. Do you know what the most frightening function of this martial soul is? The master's gaze held a hint of astonishment, as if he had envisioned something that shocked even him. Tang San couldn't help but click his tongue. Isn't this the most terrifying part? With the limitation of 9 soul ring skills, the opponent's abilities have been reduced by at least half. Tang San really couldn't think of anything else. Even Tang Jiu furrowed his brows in deep thought, wondering what ability could be more terrifying than the soul ring and martial soul restricting others. Do you know about martial soul fusion skills? The master took a deep breath and said. Tang Jiu's eyes suddenly lit up. How could he have forgotten this? There's a very small probability that martial souls can fuse and produce a martial soul fusion skill, which is simply a monstrous existence. The master had a hint of shock in his gaze as he slowly said, the most terrifying aspect of soul ring martial souls is not their ability to limit soul power, but that soul rings can fuse with any martial soul and will definitely possess a martial soul fusion skill. What is truly frightening is the martial soul fusion skill. Martial soul fusion skills are not simply a matter of 1 + 1 = 2. Even 2 completely identical martial souls may not necessarily possess a martial soul fusion skill, because this requires complementarity and a perfect match. When a martial soul fusion skill is born, the power it manifests is not merely the levels of the 2 soul masters, but something that transcends that. The master explained the martial soul fusion skill to Tang Jiu and the others, which left Tang San immensely shocked. Xiao Jiu was simply a genius. The master continued, Xiao San, although you also have twin martial souls, the probability of your 2 martial souls being able to fuse is essentially 0. This is because there are very few martial souls in this world that can fuse, and even fewer that are twin martial souls. However, Xiao Jiu's soul ring martial soul can fuse with any martial soul. Therefore, his greatest trump card is actually the fusion of his 2 martial souls, which brings about the martial soul fusion skill. With 2 martial souls and 18 soul rings perfectly fused together, think about how terrifying that power would be. After the master finished speaking, he was even more shocked by the incredible scene in his mind. Tang Jiu gasped in surprise. The master truly lived up to his title. He had never thought about the fusion of martial spirits, but it was definitely feasible. Soul rings could fuse with any martial spirit, and that was beyond doubt. Xiao Jiu, regardless of whether you want to be my student or not, I must warn you, never use martial spirit fusion techniques recklessly, because when 2 soul masters use martial spirit fusion techniques, they combine their powers, but it is the 2 of them who have to bear that power. If you fuse 2 martial spirits and use the martial spirit fusion technique, then you alone will have to endure all the energy from the 2 martial spirits. Although it can grant you immense power, it can also cause extremely serious harm to your body. The master solemnly advised, I am willing to be your student. At that moment, Tang Jiu realized that even though he had watched Douluo Continent in terms of knowledge about martial spirits, he was still no match for the master. If he wanted to gain immense power and become the strongest soul master, he needed the master's guidance. Tang San also bowed to the master to pay his respects as a disciple. Good. I didn't expect to receive 2 talented disciples at once. Xiao Jiu, can you help your teacher with something? At this moment, the master's expression was particularly excited. What do you need, teacher? Tang Jiu, not understanding the situation, still nodded. Teacher, my soul power is stuck at level 29, and I can't make any progress. I thought I would never break through to level 30 in this lifetime and become a soul master. But after seeing your soul ring and martial soul, I know that one of my lifelong wishes is about to be fulfilled, and only you can help me. Help you break through to level 30? How is that possible? My soul ring martial soul actually restricts the opponent's soul ring. How can I help you? Tang Hao felt lost trying to keep up with the master's thoughts. Looking completely confused, and then saw Tang San was also puzzled. The master excitedly tapped the table, organized his thoughts, and said excitedly, restricting the soul ring. I am at level 29 with 2 soul rings. If you restrict one of my soul rings, I would only have one left, then I could absorb another soul ring. You should know that soul rings possess energy. After successfully absorbing a soul ring, my soul power will definitely increase. And wouldn't that easily allow me to break through to level 30 and directly have a 3rd soul ring? Tang Hao and Tang San were completely stunned. This is the master. The first time encountering soul rings and martial souls, he could utilize them to the fullest. No wonder he is a genius with unbeatable theory. The master deduced his own thoughts and found that it was so easy to implement, and he couldn't help but radiate joy. The monk-like aura around him was significantly diluted. Clearly, breaking through to level 30 was an obsession in his heart. Teacher, if you think it can be done, then it can be done. Just tell me what to do when the time comes. Tang Hao initially thought that after the master consumed the top-grade celestial herb, he seemed to break through to level 40, but for the master, he would have to wait painfully for another 7 or 8 levels. Moreover, after the breakthrough, consuming the celestial herb might yield even better results. So, Tang Hao didn't insist further and asked the master, Teacher, what direction should my martial soul develop in? With your power-type martial soul, I suggest you go for an extremely domineering, explosive style, with soul skills that greatly enhance your power for a short period. The master explained, this is because your soul ring martial soul has the ability to limit your opponent, but such limitations are certainly time-bound. So you need to focus on high explosive power and strive for one-hit kills. After the master finished speaking, he looked at Tang Hao and said, if you were a typical dual martial soul, I would suggest you focus on one martial soul and not add a soul ring to the other. However, you are too special, so I give you a choice. If you cultivate both soul rings simultaneously, you will definitely be incredibly powerful in the early stages, crushing your peers, and fighting above your level won't be difficult. But when you reach title Douluo, your combat power may not reach the theoretical limit. However, if you only cultivate one martial soul, you will only be invincible among peers in the early stage, and will find it difficult to fight above your level. But you will reach the theoretical maximum combat power when you become a title Douluo. The choice is yours. Tang Hao thought for a moment and immediately said, I want to cultivate 2 martial souls at the same time. It's not my style to develop slowly and hold back for the later stages. I want to crush everything continuously and enjoy it. After the master finished guiding Tang Hao, he turned to Tang San and said, let me see your 2nd martial soul. Do you mind? Of course not. In the Tongmen's general principles, it is stated that a teacher for a day is like a father for a lifetime. A master is the most trustworthy person, just like a parent. Tang San immediately urged his soul power, and a faint blue light blossomed, revealing a small hammer in his left hand. The master's pupils suddenly constricted. He had long anticipated that Tang San's 2nd martial soul would be extraordinary, but he never expected it to be the Haoyan hammer. You are from the Tang family. I should have realized it sooner. The master suppressed the excitement in his heart and said, this martial soul of yours must not be seen by others, and you must not attach any soul rings. The master's words surprised Tang San. My father said the same thing. Master, why is that? The master was actually more curious. Little San, what does your father do? My father is a blacksmith. Upon hearing this, the master understood. It seems little San does not know his father's true identity, so now he cannot tell him the detailed reason. The master said, it's not yet time to tell you. You just need to know that I and your father are asking this for your own good. Tang San nodded and did not ask any more questions. All right, I will take you to register for school. After the opening ceremony tomorrow, I will take you to find suitable soul rings. Tonight, I will start thinking about what kind of soul rings are more suitable for you. And also consider what soul rings are more suitable for me. The master clenched his fist. Tang San felt a bit excited. He would soon obtain a soul ring. And perhaps his Xintian skill would also break through as he became a soul master, definitely catching up to Xiao Jiu. After the master finished speaking, he took the 2 of them to the academic affairs office to register. He rarely went there because people there loved to gossip, but today, having taken in 2 good disciples, he felt much happier. 12. Help the master vent his anger. Tang Hao placed the jerky he was carrying in the master's office, and then followed the master to the academic affairs office with a hammer in hand. The academic affairs office was on the first floor of the main teaching building, and it was headed by Director Su, who was in his 60s and had 2 assistants who looked to be no more than 30. The master placed the certificate on the desk and said to Director Su, "This is the work-study student sent from Shenghun Village this year, and there's another student who registered voluntarily. Please take care of the registration." Director Su, with a beaming smile, replied, "Master, it's a rare visit. Why not stay a bit longer?" The master shook his head in refusal, turned to leave, and said, "Xiao Jiu, Xiao San, you register first. I'll go ahead and prepare some things." "Okay, teacher." Tang Hao knew that at this moment, the master must be preoccupied with choosing spirit beasts, looking for a suitable century-old spirit ring for third brother, as well as selecting a 1,000-year spirit ring for himself. Just as the master turned around, Director Su smiled and said, "You call the master teacher? He is not a teacher at the academy." Tang Hao nodded. "I know. We have already become apprentices." Director Su and the 2 men were slightly taken aback, their faces showing an uncontrollable smirk. Director Su reminded Tang Hao and the others, "Any soul master can only recognize one master. Otherwise, they will be rejected by the world. Shouldn't you consider again?" Tang Hao said seriously, "Except for the master, no one is qualified to be my teacher." The 2 men beside him couldn't help but laugh. "It seems you have also been fooled by the master's reputation. Let me tell you, that's all a scam. Ignorance. Tang Hao not." The expressions of the 2 men immediately turned unfriendly, and Director Su quickly coughed. Tang Hao was a paying student, 60 gold soul coins, and he was counting them. This kind of troublesome student could be dealt with later. What a waste of his innate, full soul power talent. Actually, it wasn't entirely a waste. One was a blue silvergrass, and the other was an egg, both useless martial souls. Having a useless martial soul and then finding a useless teacher. A perfect match. The 2 men began to mock the master and Tang Hao in unison. Director Su was signing documents and reminded them, "The master is a friend of the principal. You cannot make baseless judgments." Although the master's theories have never been proven, no one can prove them wrong either. In terms of martial soul theory, the master is invincible. The 2 men had no concerns. They were used to mocking the master. It was just about the top 10 core competencies of martial souls, which was ridiculous and had never been verified. Following such a teacher could only lead to being a waste. At that moment, the master had just walked to the window and heard their scornful remarks about him, shaking with anger. His life had been difficult. He could accept others ridiculing him, but he absolutely couldn't let those around him be implicated. The master suddenly turned and pushed the door open, angrily saying, "Although my strength is not strong, my disciple will definitely be the strongest soul master on the continent in the future." Haha, how funny. The 2 men laughed even harder upon hearing this. Director Su coughed again, reminding them, "You 2 should stop. The master is a well-known figure in the martial soul world." One of the men felt that mocking the master in front of him was a bit excessive, so he shut up, but the other arrogant man showed no restraint. He wasn't afraid at all. His brother was the city lord's guard. Seeing the master, who had been silent, actually glare at him, he sneered, "Director, what well-known figure? I see a well-known clown instead. You." The master's face turned extremely ugly, his fists clenched tightly. He really wanted to punch this bastard in the face. But he truly couldn't overpower him. "Haha, I hit the nail on the head, right?" The arrogant man laughed. Just then, Tang Hao jumped up and slapped him hard across the face, causing his head to turn 90 degrees and then sending his body spinning out, crashing heavily against the wall, making him scream in pain. "Deserves it. How dare you insult my teacher?" Tang Hao scoffed, feeling very satisfied with the slap. He had wanted to hit him for a long time. "How can you hit a teacher at school?" Director Su said with a very unfriendly tone, standing up to scold him. "He insulted my teacher. Can't I, as his disciple, hit him?" "But you are a student of the school, and he is a teacher. What you are doing is disrespectful." "That's true." Tang Hao walked over to Director Su, took the tuition he had just taught from his hands, put it in his pocket, and then said, "Now I am no longer a student of Nodding Academy. So hitting him is fine, right?" Director Su was immediately stunned. "What kind of operation is this? Kid, if you dare to hit me, I will challenge you to a soul duel today." The arrogant man, who had just gotten up, looked ugly. He had been slapped in the face by a child. How could he endure that? Instead of rushing to hit Tang Hao, he initiated a soul duel challenge. Once the opponent agreed, it would be a matter of life and death, and he wouldn't take responsibility. That's the rule in this world. A soul duel is a soul duel. Am I afraid of you? Tang Jiu snorted. The master's expression changed. Xiao Jiu. A soul duel determines victory or defeat, and it can also determine life or death. You are only 6 years old, and the other party is almost 30. Teacher, you haven't seen my martial soul yet. Today is just right to show you how I deal with this waste. Tang Jiu raised his war hammer and stepped forward, facing the arrogant man directly. Today, I'm going to make you die. The arrogant man didn't waste any words and immediately unleashed his martial soul. 2 soul rings, one white and one yellow, rose up, and his body began to swell, his hair becoming thick and wild, as a wolf shadow appeared behind him. Zhang Feng, a level 27 powerful attack system soul master. Martial soul, wild wolf. Tang Jizui revealed a hint of disdain at the corner of his mouth. Zhang Feng's wild wolf martial soul was clearly of a lower grade compared to Su Yuntao's lone wolf martial soul, although his soul power was higher. He looked several years older than Su Yuntao. In summary, he was just a greater waste than Su Yuntao. Martial sous manifestation. Tang Jiu awakened his martial soul, and a black ant appeared behind him, with a dazzling yellow soul ring materializing around its body. Tang Jiu, a level 19 attack type soul master. Martial soul, bullet ant. What? 6 years old, level 19, and a yellow 100-year soul ring. Director Su's eyes were almost popping out. This was simply unheard of. Isn't your martial soul an egg? Another male teacher thought of a question. This bullet ant martial soul doesn't seem to be a useless martial soul. With innate full soul power and such a martial soul, he truly is a genius among geniuses. Zhang Feng was also shocked, and his gaze turned even colder. Kid, you are indeed overly talented, but I have one more soul ring than you. You can never defeat me. Now, kneel and apologize to me and your teacher, and I might just break your bones and leave you alive. Tang Jiu sneered. If you kneel down and apologize to my teacher right now, I might spare your life. Killing you only requires one hammer. What a presumptuous little brat. It seems like you're tired of living, so I'll send you on your way. Upon hearing Tang Jiu's words, Zhang Feng's killing intent grew even stronger. Asking him to kneel and apologize to that useless master? Wasn't he worse than useless? Wild Wolf Claw. Zhang Feng directly activated his first soul skill. The blue claws of his martial soul immediately appeared on his hands, and his aura strengthened at that moment. Skills of attack-type soul masters would additionally enhance their physical attributes. However, Zhang Feng did not let his guard down, as his opponent had a yellow 100-year soul ring, while his first soul skill only had a white 10-year soul ring. He did not dare to underestimate Tang Jiu. Wild Wolf Beast Transformation. With the incantation of his soul skill, the second yellow 100-year soul ring lit up, causing his body to swell slightly, and his aura increased once again. Zhang Feng was actually going all out. Both of his skills could amplify his strength and speed. Something big was about to happen. Director Su looked at Tang Jiu with pity and gently shook his head. A genius only becomes a genius when they grow up. After all, he is just a child, completely unaware of the heights of heaven and the depths of the earth. He thinks he has great talent and attempts to challenge those beyond his level. This is not bravery, it's courting death. Tang San also felt immense pressure. He believed he was not a match for Zhang Feng, but if he wanted to kill Zhang Feng, he still had a 50-50 chance. He held onto the hidden weapon with one hand, while the other was ready to shoot the wrist crossbow at any moment. As long as Xiao Jiu was at a disadvantage and the opponent dared to strike hard, he would intervene to rescue her at the first opportunity. Zhang Feng exerted force with his legs, his body sprinting and leaping like a wolf, and his claws reached out to strike down towards Tang Jiu's head. Tang Jiu did not dodge or evade, lightly raised the hammer in his hand, and softly uttered 2 words. Rampage. The yellow soul ring lit up, and Tang Jiu felt a surge of power throughout his body. 2 months ago, when his soul power was at level 18, he already possessed a strength of 1,000 pounds. Over the past 2 months, he had been consuming the flesh of 1,000-year soul beasts, honing his body and continuously breaking through limits. With his soul power increased by 1 level, his strength had reached 300 pounds. The Rampage skill could instantly increase his power by 35, bringing his strength directly to 700 pounds. Swinging the hammer. The immense power created a howling wind. Tang Jiu's favorite opponents are strong attack-type soul masters because they fight in the same way he does, head-on. Tang Jiu accurately anticipated the trajectory of the opponent's attack, swinging the hammer in a sweeping motion, and the hammer collided with the opponent's claw without any suspense. Crack! Bang! Zhang Feng let out a miserable howl. The moment his arm made contact with the hammer, it was shattered, and he was struck by the hammer, spiraling backward and crashing heavily into the wall, shattering the window glass. How is this possible? Director Su couldn't believe it. One ring defeating two rings. And it was still a one-hit kill. The master wore a satisfied smile and said, Zhang Feng's martial soul, Wild Wolf, is an attack type. But the quality of his soul rings is too low, totaling less than 500 years. Moreover, his skill enhances not just strength but also speed and physical constitution, with pure strength not exceeding 800 gene. But Xiao Jiu has a pure strength-type martial soul. I estimate his base strength is no less than 1,000 gene. Not to mention the enhancement from his soul ring skills. Zhang Feng actually tried to compete in strength with a pure strength-type soul master. Attacking the enemy's strength with his own weaknesses. Isn't that seeking death? The master's words enlightened Director Su, making him more convinced of the master's theories. However, he was still amazed by Tang Jiu's strength and couldn't help but ask, Tang Jiu, what is your first soul skill? Fury. Instantly increases strength by 35 and improves with the number of soul rings. Tang Jiu replied, while holding the hammer with a smile. What? How is that possible? The first soul skill can increase strength by 35, and it can continue to improve. Doesn't that mean that in the future, just activating the first soul skill could double the strength? Director Su looked shocked. Such a soul skill could only be described as monstrous. This is only the first soul skill. It's no less than others' third soul skills. Director Su. It is a taboo to inquire about someone else's soul skills without permission. The master's expression turned serious as he coldly reprimanded. Sorry, master, I was just too curious. Director Su quickly apologized. Xiao Jiu, in the future, do not reveal your secrets to others to avoid being targeted. The master said sternly. I understand, teacher. Tang Jiu note that. In fact, he just wanted to show off. And this data would soon become inaccurate. He had an additional Millennium Soul Ring, and his berserk skill would continue to improve. Zhang Feng, stop playing dead. Kneel and apologize to my teacher. Tang Jiu walked toward Zhang Feng with a hammer in hand. Zhang Feng was in a particularly miserable state, with both arms broken and several ribs fractured, sweating in pain. If it weren't for another male teacher supporting him, he probably wouldn't even be able to stand. Seeing the fierce Tang Jiu, he looked to Director Su for help. Director Su hurriedly played the mediator, saying, Master, Zhang Feng is also a teacher at the school. We are all colleagues. I think it's enough for him to bow and apologize. No way. He must kneel and apologize. Otherwise, I'll hammer him to death. Tang Jiu stated firmly, believing that such a person must receive a profound lesson to learn to respect others. Zhang Feng watched as Tang Jiu's war hammer swayed above his head, terrified and sweating profusely. In the end, his legs went weak, and he knelt on the ground, saying to the master, I'm sorry, master. I spoke recklessly. The master felt a sense of satisfaction seeing someone who mocked and ridiculed him every day kneeling in front of him to apologize, a feeling of evil getting its comeuppance. And his eyes couldn't help but become moist. Good boy. The master patted Tang Jiu's head, his hand trembling. He was truly excited. He originally thought he would have to wait 10 years for these two disciples to bring him glory, but unexpectedly, on the very first day of apprenticeship, he received such a great gift. Master, can we let Zhang Feng go now? Director sugerirle esquiv. Of course not. Before the master could speak, Tang Jiu shook his head and said, kneeling and apologizing is because he spoke carelessly, but whether I spare his life or not depends on his performance. Performance? Director Su was confused. Of course, it's about buying his life with money. In our soul fighting, life and death are intertwined. If you want me to let him go, there must be benefits. I won't ask for much. His life is worth at least 500 gold soul coins. Tang Jiu calculated and felt that the other party should be able to afford this amount. Director Su looked at Zhang Feng. 500 gold soul coins is not a small sum. Fine, I'll pay. Zhang Feng gritted his teeth and had his male teacher take out the card, transferring the money to the master, and then was supported out of the office. After leaving the academic affairs office, he cast a resentful glance at Tang Jiu's back and said to the male teacher, take me to the city lord's mansion. I want to see my brother. At this moment, Tang Jiu had completed his enrollment procedures and was heading to his dormitory with a hammer. As soon as he entered the door, his roommates lined up in 2 rows, arms crossed, each giving him unfriendly glares. The only student sitting on a chair spoke arrogantly. Who among you will teach this junior a lesson? Let him know the rules of Nodding Academy. 14. Scaring the dorm leader to tear his boss. I'll do it. A 6th-year student stepped forward, holding his head high and pointing to himself. My name is Zhu Feng. My martial soul is a wild boar. and I'm an 11th level assault system battle soul master. Kid, come over and bow to our boss. From now on, if the boss tells you to go east, you can't go west. Zhu Feng, the pig is indeed crazy. I can't even afford pork. Tang Jiu wanted to complain about the name, thinking that if Tang Hao didn't send over some pork soon, he really wouldn't be able to afford a 1,000-year soul beast. At least 1 gold soul coin per pound. Kid, do you dare to insult me? It seems I must establish some rules for you. Zhu Feng was furious. His surname was Jiu, and his martial soul was a wild boar, often ridiculed by others. He couldn't stand being associated with pigs. He was not a pig, but a wild boar. He had tusks, okay? Without hesitation, he directly used his martial soul. A white soul ring appeared, and his body grew bristles and tusks, looking just like a miniature wild boar. Kid, do you know I have deep resentment towards pigs? I was once so poor I couldn't afford to eat pork. Tang Jiu waved at Zhu Feng, signaling him to make him move quickly. So arrogant. Teach him a lesson. The others in the dormitory were all watching with a sense of amusement. After all, who hadn't been bullied by upperclassmen when they first moved into the dorm? This is the rule at Notting Academy, preparing them to adapt to the martial soul world where the strong are respected. Barbaric charge. The white soul ring lit up, amplifying speed and strength, and Zhu Feng really charged at Tang Jiu like a wild boar. The newcomers would definitely be lying in bed for 3 days. The others in the dorm secretly shook their heads, recalling their own painful experiences. Just when everyone thought Tang Jiu was about to fall, he simply raised his war hammer lightly, and then there was a loud clang as Zhu Feng collided head-on with the hammer, rolling his eyes and fainting. You're cheating, using a weapon. The others in the dorm were quite dissatisfied. It was supposed to be a fair contest. How could you use a weapon? Tang Jiu shrugged and said, since you won't let me use the hammer, I'll put it down. He let go of the war hammer in his hand, and with a loud crash, a large stone tile on the ground cracked in a spiderweb pattern. The people in the dormitory all shuddered in fright. How heavy is this hammer? Not much. Just about 800 pounds. Tang Jiu smacked his lips. An 800-pound war hammer wouldn't be easy to handle for long. Next time, he would probably need to forge one around 500 pounds. Fortunately, after being hammered, cast iron shrinks in size and increases in density. So no matter how heavy it is, the hammer size can still remain unchanged. 800 pounds. Is this still human? At this moment, everyone in the dormitory was amazed, completely stunned by Tang Jiu's display, and they all turned their eyes toward the leader of the dormitory. A pure power-type soul master? What's the use of having great strength if you're completely controlled? The dormitory leader stood up proudly, looking down at Tang Jiu, and said, Power-type soul masters are precisely restrained by control-type soul masters. Unfortunately for you, I am a control-type soul master. As he spoke, he opened his hand, and a green vine appeared, with a yellow soul ring manifesting around his body. Lian Te, martial soul, green vine, level 12 control-type weapon soul master. Yellow soul ring. When Lian Te announced his martial soul, he deliberately revealed his soul ring to show off, as this was something his family had spent a lot of money to obtain for him in the soul hunting forest. The yellow soul ring not only represented talent, but also status. Without a powerful family backing, how could he possibly have a yellow fur soul ring just from the academy's teachers? Kid, activate your martial soul. No need to activate my martial soul. I'm afraid that if I do, I'll scare you to tears. Tang Jiu shook his head and laughed. Kid, you're too arrogant. Loy intivosh furious. He flicked his hand, and the yellow soul ring lit up. The green vine quickly grew, and the first soul skill, bind, was activated. A green vine as thick as a thumb tightly wrapped around Tang Jiu. The boss is mighty. Many teachers still have white 10-year soul rings. Everyone saw Lian Te's 100-year soul ring appear and immediately praised him, as he managed to bind Tang Jiu before he could even react. Lian Te immediately felt proud, saying this green vine is originally a high-ranking existence among plant-type martial souls. When adding soul rings, I specifically chose the 100-year iron bamboo to increase its toughness. If you're bound by my green vine, you won't break free without at least 1,000 pounds of strength. Just as Lian Te was boasting about his martial soul and soul ring, there was a loud crack, and the green vine that had been binding Tang Jiu was completely snapped. Lian Te's proud face instantly froze, and everyone around gasped. The strength exceeded 1,000 pounds. Lian Te, quickly call me boss. Tang Jiu said lazily. I haven't lost yet. You breaking free from my green vine must have taken all your strength, right? But I'm a plant-type martial soul, and it consumes little soul power. I don't believe you can break free from my next attack. After a brief moment of shock, Lai Ente quickly reignited his fighting spirit, conjuring another green vine to prepare for a war of attrition. Sigh, I didn't want to hit you, but since you insist on seeking your own suffering, I'll oblige, Tang Jiu said with a smile at the corner of his mouth. He wondered how the opponent would react when using a soul ring martial soul for the first time. He directed his soul ring martial soul at Lai Ente, and the next moment, a pig-like scream was heard. Oh, my soul ring is gone. At the moment the martial soul was applied, Lai Ente realized that his yellow soul ring had completely disappeared. At first, he didn't quite believe it, but when he activated his soul skill and received no response, he fell apart. He slumped to the ground, pinched his thigh hard to check if he was dreaming, and when he realized it wasn't, he cried, "My soul ring. It's gone. Oh my God. What should I do?" Losing a soul ring for a soul master is like an athlete losing their legs. Lai Ente's entire belief system collapsed. After all, he was only a child under 12 years old and couldn't remain calm like Tang Hao or the master. When he lost his soul ring, he couldn't even realize that his soul power was suppressed, and even so, it dealt a severe blow to his young heart. Lai Ente clutched the chair, crying uncontrollably. "If you acknowledge me as your boss, I'll make you run errands and buy food for me, and I'll give your soul ring back." Tang Jiu couldn't bear to watch any longer. He felt like he was bullying a child. "Really? Boss?" Lai Ente quickly got up and respectfully bowed to Tang Jiu. "All right, not bad." Tang Jiu nodded and immediately retracted his soul ring martial soul. Lai Ente then sensed the restricted soul ring, becoming even more respectful towards Tang Jiu and increasingly curious about his strength. "Boss, what is your martial soul? What level of soul power do you have?" Tang Jiu lifted the hammer onto his shoulder and said lightly, "Tang Jiu, Wuhuan Bullet Ant, level 19 attack system soul master. Strength, 1,300 pounds. Gulp, everyone swallowed hard. A level 19 soul master. Doesn't that mean he can graduate soon? And this strength, it's simply monstrous. Boss." At that moment, the people in the dormitory lined up neatly and spoke in unison to salute Tang Jiu, each face filled with shock and admiration. In the future, who would dare to provoke their dormitory? "All right, Riante, go buy me 2 bed sheets. I'll give you the money in a couple of days." Tang Jiu Gongman. He had to send a bed sheet to his third brother and couldn't let Xiao Wu bully him. 15. Battling Xiao Wu boss. "I'll take you to the 7th dormitory." Riante, holding a bed sheet, led Tang Jiu to the 7th dormitory, where the door was open and a match was underway inside. Tang Jiu raised a finger to signal Riante to be quiet, then hid behind the door, watching with interest. The match was between Tang San and Xiao Wu. Despite Xiao Wu's adorable appearance, she was exceptionally fierce when it came to fighting. In just a few rounds, she had Tang San pinned down, kicking him in the stomach and forcing his face to the ground. This made Tang Jiu think of a phrase, a rabbit kicking an eagle. Then, he saw his poor third brother being constantly bullied by Xiao Wu, directing Tang San to merge 2 beds together and laying the bedsheet sent by the master in the middle. "Third brother, I didn't expect you to be bullied so badly. Do you want me, your brother, to help you get back at them?" Tang Jiu said with a smile as he walked in. Tang San saw Tang Jiu looking quite gloomy, having been beaten by a girl, and his younger brother witnessed it. As the older brother, he felt a bit embarrassed, especially since Tang Jiu was clearly gloating over it. Xiao Wu appeared very curious and scrutinized Tang Jiu, saying, "Are you also from a 7th dorm? Do you want to fight me? Come on." Tang Jiu couldn't help but break into a sweat. Xiao Wu was really competitive. He smiled and said, "Sister-in-law, hello. What is a sister-in-law? Can it be eaten?" Xiao Wu blinked her big eyes in confusion. But seeing that everyone around seemed to understand while she was the only one who didn't, she angrily glared at Tang San and said, "Tang San, hurry up and explain." Tang San had a black line on his forehead and said, "Sister-in-law, it means sister. This is my younger brother Tang Jiu." "Oh, is that so? You don't have to call me sister-in-law. Just call me Xiao Wu Jia." Xiao Wu thought Tang Jiu was very cute, immediately calling her sister. "That won't do. You have to call me Jiuge." Tang Jiu shook his head. "Oomph." Xiao Wu stomped her foot, very angry. Then her eyes turned and said, "Isn't it? If I defeat you, you have to call me Xiao Wu Jia. If you can defeat me, you can call me whatever you want." "Tang Jiu not that? Then let's go." Xiao Wu giggled, raised her foot, and kicked towards Tang Jiu's neck with incredible speed. Tang Jiu crossed her arms to block the kick, then forcefully flipped, sending Xiao Wu flying 3 to 4 meters into the air with tremendous strength. What great power! However, compared to my brother Erming, you're still far behind, Xiao Jiu. Xiao Wu smiled, rolled in the air a few times, and then hit the wall, but with a strong push off the wall. She actually used Tang Jiu's strength to jump over with even greater speed, delivering another kick in midair and launching an even fiercer offensive. Xiao Jiu is in trouble. Tang San shook his head. His skills couldn't gain an advantage over Xiao Wu's, and Tang Jiu was even less capable. Tang Jiu was not skilled in techniques and could not match Xiao Wu's speed, essentially only able to defend passively. However, Xiao Wu moved like she had no bones, twisting her body to evade all of Tang Jiu's attacks, then firmly locking onto Tang Jiu's wrist and delivering a heavy kick to his stomach. Just like the move that defeated Tang San. Tang San's brother was about to lose. Just now, the leader used this very move to defeat Tang San. The members of the 7th Division all raised their fists, ready to cheer for Xiao Wu. However, Tang Jiu's body and strength were not comparable to Tang San's. He withstood the blow and did not get sent flying like Tang San did. Instead, he stood firm as a mountain, leveraging the momentum to grip Xiao Wu's wrist tightly and forcefully fling her forward. This was bad. Xiao Jiu's strength was too great, and Xiao Wu was going to get hurt. Tang San immediately noticed that Xiao Wu's body had lost its balance, and it was difficult for her to regain her footing. As she was about to crash into the wall, he had no choice but to rush over and hold her, helping her dissipate the impact. However, Tang Jiu's strength was simply too great, and in the end he could only act as a cushion for Xiao Wu, crashing heavily into the wall. And then they both fell together, rolling into a heap. Wow, Tang San's brother is so amazing. He actually defeated our boss. The others from the 7th dormitory were all incredibly shocked. Are all the newcomers this year monsters? Xiao Wu pushed Tang San away and stood up, stamping her foot in annoyance, pointing at Tang Jiu and huffing. I don't accept that. Let's fight again. No more fighting. A bet is a bet. Call a brother Jiu. But no cheating. Tang Jiu shook his head. Oomph. Xiao Wu puffed up her cheeks in anger. She had never lost a fight in the Stardow Forest. However, humans seem to have to keep their promises. Yet, she still felt unconvinced. Suddenly, her eyes lit up as if she thought of something, and she laughed. You're Little San's brother, and I'm Little San's boss, so... Xiao Wu turned to Tang San and said, Little San, quickly tell your brother to call me sister-in-law. Tang San. I wonder if it's still too late to tell Xiao Wu the true meaning of sister-in-law? With a laugh, Tang Jiu almost burst out laughing, and the others in the dormitory were also sneaking smiles, teasingly looking at Tang San. Is there a problem? Isn't sister-in-law just another way of saying sister? Xiao Wu asked in confusion. Yes, yes. Tang Jiu suppressed his laughter. You call me Jiu first, and I'll call you sister-in-law. We'll each have our own titles. Humph. Xiao Jiu. Yeah. Xiao Wu reluctantly called out, then smiled at Tang Jiu and said, Hurry up. It's your turn to call me. Tang San really couldn't hold it in anymore and helplessly looked at Tang Jiu. You should still call her sister Xiao Wu. I also think calling her sister-in-law is a bit early. Tang Jiu chuckled and then called out, Sister Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu was extremely happy and patted Tang Jiu's shoulder, indicating that anyone who bullied him should come to her. Third brother, do you want this quilt? Tang Jiu teased Tang San with a wink. No, no, I'll just share one with Xiao San. Xiao Wu waved her hand. At this moment, Tang San's face turned even redder. He always felt that this guy Tang Jiu was here to see him make a fool of himself. Hey Xiao San, what level of soul power does your little brother have? Xiao was very curious. Before Tang San could answer, the blanket-hugging Raint raised his head and said to everyone, Our dorm's boss, Martial Soul, Bullet Ant, level 19 assault type, Soul Master. Wow, level 19. Xiao San, your brother is way stronger than you. Xiao Wu exclaimed. Shouldn't it be that the older brother is stronger than the younger brother? Xiao Wu was a bit confused. In soul beasts, the older they were, the stronger they became. Humans are such a strange species. Level 19, oh my, doesn't that mean he'll soon become a two-ringed soul master? Wang Sheng was surprised, his mouth agape. Compared to Tang Jiu, Tang San's innate, full soul power seemed inadequate. All right, I'll treat Sister Xiao Wu to a meal, and everyone else can join. There is plenty of food. Wow, that's great. I'm so hungry. Xiao San, your brother is quite cute. Xiao was very happy. They all marched to the dining hall, and the group that usually liked to bully the work-study students saw Raint serving as someone else's sidekick, and they all fell silent, not daring to provoke Wang Sheng. Come on, Xiao Wu, the roasted rabbit here is really delicious. Try it. Tang Jiu tore off a piece of rabbit meat and handed it to Xiao Wu. Xiao Jiu. Xiao Wu stomped her foot in anger, wanting to fight Tang Jiu again. What's wrong, Xiao Wu? Tang San asked in confusion. From now on, you're not allowed to eat rabbits. Little rabbits are so cute. How can you bear to eat them? Xiao Wu said angrily. If we don't eat, then we don't eat. Why get so worked up about it? Tang San felt perplexed. Just as everyone was happily eating, The master walked over and said to Tang Jiu, "Come to my office later. I'll guide you on soul power training methods." "Teacher, is it just me? Does third brother not need to go?" Tang Jiu asked in confusion. "No need. He has a weapon martial soul. And what I'm going to teach you is the top-level beast martial soul power training method." Tang Jiu's eyes lit up instantly. The inheritance of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. With the soul guide in hand, Tang Jiu sat cross-legged on the floor of the master's office, while the master patiently taught him a self-created soul power cultivation method. This method was primarily based on the blue electric Tyrannosaurus soul power cultivation technique, combined with improvements from the techniques passed down by other beast martial soul families, resulting in a comprehensive soul power technique. This technique not only accelerates the cultivation speed of soul power, but most importantly, it can nourish the body with soul power, enhancing physical quality, and is particularly beneficial for increasing a soul master's capacity to absorb soul rings. As the master taught Tang Jiu, he reminisced about his past, recalling how he had researched these things extensively to break through his own soul power, only to ultimately find that he couldn't use them at all. Subsequently, the master taught this upgraded version of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family's soul power cultivation technique to Tang Jiu. Under the guidance of the master's soul power, Tang Jiu's soul power began to circulate within his body along a special path, continuously drawing energy into his body. Just after starting to cultivate, he felt a warm and indescribably comfortable sensation. Suddenly, the originally gentle soul power absorption transformed into a massive tidal wave of soul power, surging into Tang Jiu's body like a violent tsunami. The master's face changed dramatically, and he urgently shouted, "Stop! Xiao Jiu!" Tang Jiu heard the master's voice and immediately stopped, asking in confusion, "Master, what's wrong?" The master looked troubled and said, "Your cultivation speed just now was too fast. There might be a problem somewhere. Perhaps there are significant flaws in the modified technique I provided." Tang Jiu thought for a moment and felt no discomfort. So he shook his head and said, "Teacher, it's fine. I feel warm all over. How could this be possible? According to my reasoning, the speed of soul power cultivation shouldn't be this fast." The master said solemnly, "It's better not to cultivate this anymore. I'm afraid something might go wrong. After all, I haven't cultivated this technique myself." Tang Jiu scratched his head and said, "Teacher, could it be that this problem is caused by the fact that it's my first time cultivating soul power?" "What? You're saying you've never actively cultivated soul power before?" The master looked astonished. Tang Jiu nodded honestly. "No one taught me." "Then how did your soul power reach level 19? The master asked. "I usually just train my body and eat meat. That's all." Tang Jiu thought for a moment and added, "Tang San can also cultivate the Xintian skill. He really relies on his talent. Fortunately, my talent is not bad." The corners of the master's mouth twitched. He had exhausted all means to break through level 30, while Tang Jiu just needed to eat meat. The master, feeling frustrated, took a piece of jerky from Tang Jiu's offering, sniffed it, and felt it wasn't the usual pork. So he asked, "What kind of pork is this?" "It's from a rampaging spike boar. It's about 7 or 8 meters long," Tang Jiu recalled. "This is actually the meat of a Millennium Soul beast." The master couldn't help but marvel, as expected of the Haotian law. Even a meat given to the child was from a Millennium Soul beast. Truly extravagant. "Master, this method of cultivating soul power is amazing. I feel like I can quickly break through to level 20. When that happens, can I get a soul ring of about 1,500 years for my first soul ring? A 1,000-year soul ring seems too wasteful for my talent." Tang Jiu looked earnestly at the master. The master felt his heart twitch violently. Comparing people really makes one feel inferior. His third soul ring couldn't even compare to Xiao Jiu's first soul ring. "Then let's set off tomorrow to the soul hunting forest. First to help Xiao San hunt for a soul ring, and then wait for my helper there to help us hunt for a Millennium Soul ring." The master immediately decided to set off right away. The next morning, they didn't even attend the opening ceremony. The master directly hired a carriage and took Tang Jiu and Tang San to the soul hunting forest in Notting City. "Master, didn't you say that my soul ring should at least be from a 300-year soul beast, and it's best to wait for help before going?" Tang San asked in confusion. The master had previously made it clear that he was not good at fighting. "I have new research findings on Xiao Jiu's martial soul. If my hypothesis is correct, hunting soul beasts below 500 years will be a piece of cake." The master said, "What research findings?" Tang San asked curiously, and Tang Jiu also looked at the master. "Xiao Jiu's martial soul can restrict the soul rings of soul masters. Haven't you thought that it can also restrict the cultivation of soul masters?" Restricting a 100-year soul ring corresponds to 100 years of cultivation. And if my guess is right, the limit of Xiao Jiu's restriction on soul rings should be the maximum years of soul rings he can bear. For example, if Xiao Jiu's body can bear a 500-year soul ring, then he can restrict others to no more than a 500-year soul ring. If a soul master's third soul ring is only 500 years, then Xiao Jiu can directly restrict that soul master's third soul ring. The master spoke about his research findings, his eyes shining with an unusual confidence for his temperament. I didn't expect my martial soul to be so powerful. I didn't even know. Tang Hao was also shocked. Wouldn't hunting soul beasts be as easy as killing chickens in the future? Directly suppressing the soul bee's cultivation was simply too powerful. That's really abnormal. Tang San felt a bit bitter in his mouth, feeling that the distance between him and Xiao Jiu was getting wider. The master sensed the tone in Tang San's voice, feeling a bit discouraged, but who wouldn't feel that way under Tang Jiu's talent? Xiao San, you are also very strong. You will definitely become a great soul master in the future. The master encouraged as he patted Tang San's head. Tang San's unbalanced mindset immediately improved a lot. After all, he was a master in his previous life, so he had some mental resilience. If he couldn't compete in the early stages, could he not compete in the later stages? He, Tang San, was also a twin martial soul. Third brother, don't be discouraged. In the future, when you go all out, maybe you can still match me. Tang Jiu also comforted him. And just as Tang San was about to be modest, Tang Jiu added, provided that I only activate one martial soul. Tang San. At this moment, he really wanted to say, this is definitely not my brother. I really don't want to know him. The master was amused by Tang Jiu. It turns out he is still young and loves to compete. He took out 2 belts from his pocket and said, the teacher gives each of you a soul guide device. This was originally a belt with 24 gemstones on it. Each gemstone has a cubic meter of storage space. I've split it in half, so each of you gets one. You can give a new name. The master then explained to the 2 how to use the soul guide device, simply injecting soul power to take out and store items. Tang Jiu finally saw the legendary storage belt and happily started to play with it. This is an essential item for survival in the wild, as it can carry many things without appearing cumbersome. I will call it the 12 Beauties of Jinling. Tang Jiu immediately named his belt, and thus 24 bridges on a bright moonlit night was split. 17 double sword spirit masters with the martial soul of a fire gun, capable of defense, offense, and support, have been hunting souls for 11 years. Only 10 gold soul coins. Pass by and don't miss out. We are sincerely recruiting healing-type soul masters for 7 gold soul coins. Once we have enough people, we will enter the soul hunting forest with a complete team configuration. Absolutely safe. Just as Tang Jiu was engrossed in the spatial soul guide, he was startled awake by the noise outside the vehicle. He immediately lifted the curtain and saw a bustling market. This was the last supply station before heading to the soul hunting forest, a gathering place for soul masters. Some wanted to be hired for money, while others sought to form groups to hunt soul beasts. Xiao San, Xiao Jiu, let us get off and buy some things. Then prepare to enter the soul hunting forest. After the master explained, he got off to buy white radishes. After buying more than 50 pounds of white radishes, Tang Jiu went straight to the grocery stall. Boss, give me a big iron pot and gather all kinds of spices, oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar for me. Tang Jiu happily picked out items. All right, please wait a moment. The boss squinted his eyes with joy. This was a big customer. Xiao Jiu, what are you buying all this for? The master asked in confusion. For a picnic. Teacher, we're going to hunt 1,000-year soul beasts. And aren't we still waiting for helpers? We might as well stay in the soul hunting forest. After killing the soul beasts, we can directly stew the meat. Tang Jiu couldn't help but drool at the thought of those strange soul beasts. There is some reasoning in that. The master thought for a moment and felt it seemed feasible, so he didn't stop him. What reasoning? You want to have a picnic in the soul hunting forest? You childish little brat. And you, as a teacher, are really brainless. No wonder so many people die in the soul hunting forest every year. At that moment, a mocking voice came over. Tang Jiu looked up and saw the 2-person team, with one proud man in his 30s speaking. Where did this dog come from, barking here? Is there no one to manage it? Tang Jiu's good mood was instantly ruined, and he coldly retorted back. Kid, I see you're tired of living. The proud man's expression darkened when he saw Tang Jiu daring to retort him and immediately walked over. The grocery stall owner was also a soul master, and he hurriedly acted as a peacemaker, blocking the proud man. Brother Kai, calm down. The kid, doesn't he understand? The owner then turned to the master and said, These 2 are 3rd ring soul masters, the strongest soul masters here. often helping people hunt thousand-year soul beasts. The older one is called Chun Kai, and the other is called Arthur, both with sword martial souls. They are known as the double sword soul masters. Soul masters. The master's heart sank, and his expression became a bit grim. If it was one soul master, perhaps with Tang Jiu's martial soul, they could take him down. But two would be difficult. The proud man, Chun Kai, upon hearing the grocery store owner boast about him, arrogantly lifted his head and glanced at the master out of the corner of his eye, sneering, "I kindly remind you, but I didn't expect this blind student to insult me. If a student makes a mistake, the teacher should apologize. You kneel and bow to us, and then pay us 20 gold soul coins as compensation for our honor, and I will let you go." Surrounding people immediately started to discuss. What? 20 gold soul coins? This is too much. We risk our lives hunting soul beasts for only 7 gold soul coins. Yeah, and they want the teacher to kneel. It's simply bullying. Clearly trying to extort. There's no way around it. Who told them they're soul masters? It's also that kid's fault. Why did he talk back? Letting them scold us wouldn't kill him, but he had to bring trouble to the teacher. The master's face was very grim at this moment. If Flinder were here, he would have slapped these two bastards to death. But he could only suppress the anger in his heart and said, "You are being too excessive. You were the ones who insulted first." Excessive? Are you stupid? We are teaching you how to be a person. Arthur disdainfully curled his lips, then walked up to the master and unexpectedly slammed his strong body against him, causing the master to stagger. What a waste. Arthur laughed triumphantly. Tang San's arm slightly lifted, aiming at Arthur's throat, ready to strike at any moment. However, he felt even less confident than last time. Last time, Tang Jiu had provoked a 2-ring soul master. But this time, it was a 3-ring soul venerable, and he wasn't sure if the hidden arrow would be effective. "All right, old man, hurry up and bow to apologize. Then pay up. Otherwise, we won't mind breaking your legs first." Chun Kai impatiently pointed at the master. "It's you who should bow and apologize. Otherwise, I will break your legs," Tang Jiu said coldly. Tang Jiu finished speaking, and the surroundings fell into a dead silence, all looking at Tang Jiu as if he were a fool. "You want to break our legs? Do you know who we are? Twin Sword Soul Masters." Chun Kai was so amused by Tang Jiu that he secretly thought this kid was indeed an idiot. Twin Cheap Soul Masters, indeed very cheap. Tang Jiu raised an eyebrow and said, "You're really asking for death. Activate your martial souls. It seems we need to teach him a lesson today." Chun Kai's expression turned cold, his soul power surged, and a long, narrow sword appeared in his hand, rising with 3 soul rings, 1 white, 1 yellow, and 1 purple. Arthur also shouted loudly, brandishing a 2-handed great sword, with 3 soul rings as well, 1 white, 1 yellow, and 1 purple. Although it wasn't the best soul ring configuration, the emergence of the purple 1,000-year soul ring immediately changed the expressions of those around them, who silently mourned for Tang Jiu and his companions. Why provoke anyone? But they had a mess with these two. Seeing the opponent activate their martial souls, the master also activated his. A cute little creature appeared, looking like a dog but as fat as a pig, with big ears and short legs, waddling as it walked, particularly silly and adorable. It turns out to be a useless martial soul. Beast martial souls are all attached, and the more ferocious they look, the stronger they are. But this one clearly has no attack power. Although they saw the master's 2 yellow soul rings, they looked down on him even more. A man nearly 50 years old with only 2 soul rings. Wasn't he a waste? "Xiao Jiu, you're too impulsive. As soul masters, sometimes when you encounter an unbeatable opponent, you have to endure. Now, I'll cover your escape." The master had no intention of blaming Tang Jiu, only passing on his life experience. "Escape? No, teacher. I want to beat them until they don't even recognize their own mother." Tang Jiu shook his head, showing no intention of escaping at all. The people around him, upon hearing Tang Jiu's words, immediately shook their heads in disbelief, questioning whether something was wrong with Tang Jiu's mind. Not only the onlookers. Even the master furrowed his brow and scolded, "Xiao Jiu, you are usually quite smart. What's wrong with you today?" "Master, believe it or not, I can make these 2 scoundrels submit without lifting a finger." Xiao Jiu, just as the master was about to scold him, he saw Tang Jiu take out a card and calmly say, "I will hire all of you soul masters, regardless of your soul power level. Each will receive 5 gold soul coins, as long as you help me beat these 2 bastards until they don't even recognize their own mothers." The once noisy market fell into silence, followed by waves of cheers, and one voice after another echoed out, "Activate martial spirits. Activate martial spirits." Nearly 100 people collectively activated their martial spirits, creating an incredibly dazzling scene. The grocery store owner took the lead, raising his frying pan, martial spirit, and roaring. First soul skill, throw the pot. What the hell? The dual sword soul master turned pale. Kill these two bastards. My brother was crippled by them. Let's go together. Those with grudges take revenge. In an instant, the eyes of nearly 100 soul masters turned red. These two guys often bullied others because of their high strength. And usually, they dared not speak out in anger. But today, with so many people ready to fight, what were they afraid of? The only fear was not being able to personally teach these two a lesson. First soul skill, bind. First soul skill, flame burst. First soul skill, beast trap. Although many of them were first-ring soul masters, nearly 100 first soul skills attacking two people was not something mere soul sovereigns could withstand. At least level 50 was needed. Moreover, the two were not defensive soul masters, and they were directly injured and fell to the ground spitting blood in the first wave of attacks. The two curled up holding their heads, adopting the best position to take a beating, their eyes fixed on Tang Hao and his group through the gaps in the crowd, like beasts ready to devour. The master, witnessing the sudden turn of events, was momentarily stunned, then chuckled, Xiao Jiu, I have focused all my energy on how to deal with martial spirits, forgetting that money can also be a powerful tool. Your approach is quite similar to a friend of mine who also loves money and has a personality like yours. But Xiao Jiu, how did you know these people would definitely take action? These two guys have high strength, but no one likes to team up with them, which shows their poor character. Plus, their arrogant demeanor must have offended many people. I just needed to slightly leverage people's herd mentality. Tang Hao chuckled and said he often engages in such things as leading the rhythm. The master nodded in satisfaction. Then his expression turned cold and said, Now, let me teach you one more thing to root out the problem. Keeping these two individuals will bring great disaster. Tang Hao had long wanted to kill these two guys. He made a throat-cutting gesture towards Tang San and said, Third brother, it's up to you. Okay, Tang San nodded. Only he could kill these two soul lords unnoticed in the crowd. Now, with the two soul lords on the brink of death and their soul power completely exhausted, Tang San suddenly raised his hand and shook it. Two flying needles shot through the gaps in the crowd, accurately piercing the hearts of the two individuals. The double-sword soul lords' eyes widened in anger, and then they both fell dead. Tang Hao pulled the grocery store owner aside, paid him 500 gold soul coins, and asked him to distribute the money to others. Then, taking advantage of the fact that no one had reacted yet, he hurried to the soul-hunting forest. Stop! Hand order! At the entrance of the soul-hunting forest stood a grand and towering gate, over 20 meters high, entwined with green vines, looking quite spectacular. Soldiers were guarding the entrance, clad in full steel armor, holding long spears, disciplined and imposing, giving off an air of seriousness. The master explained to Tang Hao, This is a soul beast forest raised by the country, and entry is not allowed without a hand order. Obtaining a hand order is not difficult. As long as one's strength reaches the required level for hunting soul beasts, they can apply at the martial soul hall. The master took out a dark token and showed it to Tang Hao and Tang San. Tang Jiu looked at the token in the master's hand, which had a sword and a hammer on it, along with a dragon-shaped mark. The master introduced, remember this symbol, is the exclusive mark of the Spear Hall. There are 6 types of marks: sword, hammer, dragon, ghost, star, and chrysanthemum. They represent the 6 top-ranked titled dualityofs on the continent. The number of marks on the token indicates the level it represents and the rights associated with that level. I heard that the Spirit Hall seems to be divided into levels. Is this related? Tang Jiu's eyes lit up. Yes. The Spirit Hall is divided into 6 levels: Spirit Sub-Hall, Main Hall, Holy Hall, Pope Hall, and the highest, the Offering Hall. Therefore, the tokens of the Spirit Hall are also divided into 6 levels. Holding a token of the corresponding level grants you the privileges of that level. The master pointed to his own token and said, This token of mine is a 3rd level token. With this token, I can enter most of the soul beast forests in the Tiando Empire, and after hunting soul beasts, this token does not need to be returned to the Spirit Hall like other lower level tokens. I can hold this for life. Tang Jiu note that? No wonder he saw only a sword symbol on the Wuhuan Temple branch in Nodding City earlier. It represented the status of the Wuhuan Temple. The master handed the token to the guard, who immediately returned it with great respect and then opened the door to invite the master and the others inside. Master, with this token, can't we come here all day to hunt soul beasts? Tang Jiu thought to himself, this is a business opportunity. He had just lost 500 gold soul coins and needed to earn it back quickly. Xiao Jiu, the Wuhuan Temple, does not allow people to recklessly hunt domesticated soul beasts. After all, One less beast means one less soul beast. There's an enforcement team from the Wuhuan Temple in the soul hunting forest, the master reminded. Then how strong are they? Tang Hao asked, not giving up. Nodding City is a small city, and the Wuhuan Temple here is just a branch. The enforcement team is affiliated with the Wuhuan branch, and the member soul power should not exceed level 40, the master recalled from the information in his mind. All right, enough of that. Now that we have entered the soul hunting forest, we must be cautious from here on out. Saying this, the master summoned his beast Wuhuan, Luo Sanpao. As soon as the small, short-legged, big-eared, chubby dog resembling Mengqi appeared, Tang Hao couldn't help but exclaim. No wonder the master could attract the attention of two top beauties from Douluo Continent. It must be thanks to this Wuhuan. This Luo Sanpao is simply a girl killer. Any girl who sees it would probably want to hug it. It's just too adorable. Sanpao, scout ahead. Luo Sanpao ran quite fast on its short legs. And being a dog, its sense of smell was very keen, constantly reporting back to the master about the species and numbers of soul beasts ahead. The master also took this opportunity to teach Tang Hao and the others how to identify the age, strength, and attack methods of soul beasts, as well as what kind of soul beasts are suitable for which type of Wuhuan soul rings. Tang Hao and Tang San were once again impressed by the master's extensive knowledge. Along the way, the master knew about all the soul beasts, even being able to point out their weaknesses. As night fell, Tang Hao and his group entered the area of century-old soul beasts. However, not long after they started moving, Luo Sanpao quickly ran back, making urgent sounds. Luo, 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 Luo. The master's expression tightened, realizing that a powerful soul beast had appeared. In the distance, the rustling sound continued, and a faint green, poisonous mist spread towards them. In the darkness, a pair of flickering dark green diamond-shaped eyes rose high, sending chills down their spines. The master lit a firecracker to illuminate the area and gasped. A giant triangular snake head stood upright, opening its massive jaws, treating Tang Hao and his group as prey, ready to hunt them down. The crimson snake tongue flicked out, making a hissing sound, and its body was as thick as a python, with scales that were extraordinarily eerie. The master's face was extremely serious. It was a mandala snake, whose venom was extremely potent, not only causing paralysis but also damaging the nervous system, making it one of the most terrifying existences among poison attributes. Most importantly, it was incredibly fast. Teacher, I sense a dangerous aura. Tang San had a strong premonition of toxins and danger. He felt that this snake was not easy to deal with. The master replied calmly. The mandala snake's age is determined by its body length. It grows 1 meter for every 100 years. This mandala snake is 4 meters long, which means it is 400 years old. A 400-year-old soul beast. Can you handle it, teacher? Tang San asked. Of course I can't. Normally, if I encountered it, I would run as far as I could. But since we have Xiao Jiu here, the situation is different. This mandala snake is just within your absorption limit and will provide a powerful boost to your blue silvergrass. It's the perfect target. The master appeared very relaxed and pointed at Luo Sanpao. Sanpao, go lure it over. Luo Luo. Luo Sanpao, feeling a bit empowered, walked up to the mandala snake, provocatively called out twice, and even humanized by wagging its tail. The mandala snake was angered. How dare this little thing provoke it? The triangular snake head lifted, and the snake tongue flicked, producing a chilling hissing sound towards Sanpao. Whoosh! Suddenly, the mandala snake moved with incredible speed, its head lunging down to bite Luo Sanpao. Xiao Jiu, ensnare the soul ring. The master commanded calmly. Okay, teacher. Tang Hao unhesitatingly threw out his soul ring martial soul, ensnaring it around the mandala snake. In the next moment, the mandala snake's body seemed to be drained, experiencing a sudden change. It couldn't react in time and fell to the ground with a thud. Sanpao, attack. Fart like thunder. Shake the heavens and earth. Luo Sanpao. The master immediately launched the attack. With a loud poof, like the sound of thunder, a powerful shockwave erupted, perfectly timed to slam the mandala snake against a big tree, leaving it dazed. Xiao Jiu, use the hammer to smash its abdomen. Don't get too close. Be careful of the poison. Throw the hammer. The master commanded. Tang Hao nodded, swinging the war hammer fiercely and smashing it down, directly breaking the mandala's bones and flattening its body in half, rendering its hindquarters paralyzed. The master was very satisfied, as the mandala snake was heavily injured and had basically lost its ability to resist. Only then did he take out a short sword and hand it to Tang San, saying, kill it. Absorb the soul ring. Luo Luo, Luo Sanpao walked up to the mandala snake with his short legs, feeling quite pleased with himself. But the mandala snake could only look at him in anger, powerless to do anything. It felt like it didn't even have the strength to open its mouth. And in the end, it was pierced to death by Tang San's sword. Master, this is too easy. Tang San couldn't help but shake his head. He had hardly been involved at all. The master nodded. Sometimes, battles for soul masters are this simple. Utilize your strengths to attack the enemy's weaknesses. Life and death can be decided in an instant. However, this requires strong judgment. The reason it seems so easy is that we coordinated well. Xiao Jiu's initial control allows Sanpao's attacks to cause maximum damage, followed by Xiao Jiu unleashing full power, using every skill to its fullest. This is the essence of control-type soul masters, and it's the path you will take in the future. Tang San nodded thoughtfully, then began to absorb the soul ring according to the master's teachings. He used his soul power to draw in the yellow soul ring that appeared after the death of the mantis snake, which immediately flew into his body. While Tang San was absorbing the soul ring, the master asked, Xiao Jiu, how long can you suppress the soul beast? Master, I can control it for at least 3 minutes. Although 3 minutes may not seem long, every second in battle is incredibly precious. That's right. From what I observed just now, you completely suppressed it, which means you have deprived it of its abilities, not only including speed and defense, but perhaps also special skills. Your soul ring and martial soul are simply the nemesis of soul beasts. The master exclaimed in admiration. Tang Jiu was also very excited, and then quickly took out a large pot and started boiling water. What are you doing? Xiao Jiu, although most soul beasts fear fire, there are some powerful soul beasts that actually like flames. The master frowned and said, I'm cooking snake meat to eat. Besides, this is the 100-year soul beast area, so it won't attract any strong soul beasts, Tang Jiu replied, pulling out a short sword from the mandala snake's mouth and starting to cut the meat, tossing piece after piece into the large pot. He added spices and salt, then boiled it vigorously over high heat. Before long, the aroma of the meat spread out, and the master suddenly found it hard to swallow the dry food he was chewing. Here, master, try my cooking. Tang Jiu took out a bowl, put a piece of snake meat in it, sprinkled some coriander and scallions, then poured the hot snake soup over it and handed it to the master. The master couldn't help but be tempted, and at that moment, he stopped worrying about the issue of not being able to make a fire in the wild. With Tang Jiu's spirit ring martial soul in the 100-year soul beast area, what was there to fear? Moreover, the dead mandala snake was also a deterrent. Many soul beasts would detour upon seeing it. He realized for the first time that life in the wild could be so pleasant, sipping hot soup that warmed the heart, and savoring the fragrant snake meat. Xiaogong, is this what you meant when you said hunting soul beasts is dangerous and that I should come help? I really don't see any danger here. You're just here cooking meat. Suddenly, an unhappy voice came from the forest, and a figure appeared on a tree branch. He had tea-colored eyes, wore a tailcoat, and looked like a falcon perched on the tree. It was Flander from the Golden Iron Triangle. Isn't this my good student? The master said to himself, not even lifting his eyes. Xiao Gang, you didn't think to let me in on this? Flander was very unhappy, lightly floating down from the tree like a feather. After adjusting his glasses, he directly snatched the bowl and chopsticks from the master's hands, took a piece of snake meat for himself, took a slow bite, then squinted and said, not bad, this flavor is really good. If sold in Soto City, it could definitely make a lot of money. Kid, is this your secret recipe? How about we collaborate to make some money? We'll split it 90-10. Flander patted Tang Jiu's shoulder. 90 for you, 10 for me? Tang Jiu asked. How could that be? I'm a dignified soul sage. Many people are eager to collaborate with me. Why don't you appreciate it at all? Flander said discontentedly. The master could no longer listen, pointing at Flander and saying, this is the helper I found, Flander, a level 76 agility type soul sage, martial soul cat eagle. The master then pointed at Tang Jiu. Tang Jiu, 6 years old. Martial soul bullet ant, level 19 assault type, soul master. Flander immediately spat out the snake soup. Level 19, 6 years old. Is this a monster? The master smiled faintly. So this surprised you? You will see even more unbelievable things. What could possibly be more surprising than this? Flander didn't believe it. For example, I'm not even level 30, yet I can directly absorb a third soul ring to become a soul emperor. Actually, the main reason I brought you here is to help me hunt for a 1,000-year soul ring. Xiao Gang, are you out of your mind? What do you think? The master's eyes were deep, showing a seriousness he had never had before. Then I must be crazy. Am I dreaming? Flander felt his brain was completely overwhelmed. 20 red fire scorpions soon. After Tang San absorbed the soul ring, Flander hurriedly asked, just now, I heard your teacher say you are also a little monster. Let's see just how powerful you really are. Tang San stood up and said to everyone, first soul skill. Fine, please give me your guidance. As he spoke, the blue-silver grass in his hand began to grow, wrapping around a small tree. With a strong pull, the small tree bent, and the color of the bark where the blue-silver grass was wrapped deepened at a visible speed. It was incredibly resilient and poisonous. Flinder adjusted his glasses and couldn't help but exclaim, what a little monster. I've never seen such bizarre blue-silver grass before. Xiao Gang has quite the sharp eyes. Third brother, try the snake meat I made. Let's recover our strength, and then head to the area of the 1,000-year soul beasts. Tang Jiu was already a bit impatient to validate the master's theory. Tang San didn't waste any time. After quickly eating meat and drinking soup, the four of them headed towards the area of the 1,000-year soul beasts. Flander didn't run with them on the ground, but instead activated his martial soul to fly in the sky for reconnaissance, which was more efficient. Xiao Jiu, what kind of soul beast are you looking for? My martial soul can only assist in controlling direction, so it's best to have skills that can control the field. Since Luo Sanpao's attacks can only be considered as flatulence, I'm mainly considering elements and poison. 1,000-year soul beasts of ice, fire, and poison are all acceptable, preferably not exceeding 1,100 years, as that's my maximum absorption limit. The master had long determined his direction. Ice, fire, and poison. Luo Sanpao's flatulence is indeed extraordinary. Flander couldn't help but laugh, thinking about that chubby Luo Sanpao farting and having such an effect. Regardless of the control effect, just the image itself was quite amusing. Tang Jiu couldn't help but chuckle at Flander's teasing. The master shot a fierce glare at Flander and angrily said, stop talking nonsense and be serious. Why so serious? You should learn to enjoy life. Seeing that the master was quite sensitive, Flander seemed to find it even more amusing and kept talking nonstop along the way, to the point where the master eventually couldn't be bothered to respond. Suddenly, Flander exclaimed, Xiao Gang, you're in luck. You've discovered a fire scorpion. It's about 1 meter long. Tang Jiu's field of vision suddenly opened up, as if a part of the forest was missing. Before him appeared a clearing of more than 200 meters in diameter. The ground was no longer moist soil, but rather rocks and sand, and the surrounding temperature seemed to have risen a few degrees. In the center of the sandy area, a scorpion with a shell as fiery as flames suddenly crawled up. It was 1 meter long, its pincers waving angrily, and its tail spike raised high, shining with a crimson light, its body resembling a magnificent ruby. The fire scorpion, exactly 1,000 years old. The master's gaze was intensely hot. Xiao Gong, let me injure it first. Flander descended with a smile. All right, the fire scorpion is a soul beast with both fire and poison attributes, and its shell is particularly hard. So it indeed requires your help, the master nodded. Flander stepped forward to make a move, but Tang Jiu suddenly blocked his way and said, Teacher, I want to try it alone first. You? Don't joke with your own life. This is a 1,000-year soul beast. Even a level 30 soul master would need a 5-person team to take down this fire scorpion, which is both offense and defense. Flander scoffed, feeling that Tang Jiu was too arrogant. Xiao Jiu, do you really want to try? This is very dangerous. The master's expression was serious. With you guiding me and a soul sage backing me up, if I don't dare to risk my life, how can I claim to be invincible at higher levels? Tang Jiu directly took out his war hammer and held it in his hand. Invincible at higher levels? You should first achieve invincibility at the same level. Flander said, Kid, don't waste your life. Even the best talent won't help you then. Flander felt it was necessary to give Tang Jiu a warning. How about a bet? I could take down this fire scorpion by myself. I have 1,000 gold soul coins, and I'm just looking for a place to spend them. Tang Jiu smiled at Flander. 1,000 gold soul coins. Your family is really generous. It's a waste for you to spend them. I might as well help you keep them safe. Flander's eyes lit up, and he happily patted Tang Jiu's shoulder, saying, Kid, I actually have high hopes for you. Go for it. Young people should be bold and unrestrained. That's what brings vitality. Money lover. The master rolled his eyes, but the corner of his mouth curled up in a smile. He glanced at Flander with pity, then began to instruct Tang Jiu. The fire scorpion, like a strong attack-type soul master, is least skilled in speed. You must be careful of its tail, spike, and pincers. Especially the tail spike, which can shoot flames and carries a neurotoxin. If you get stung by it, you can only wait to die. Understood? Tang Jiu immediately understood. In other words, as long as he figured out a way to break the fire scorpion's tail spike first, it would be like turning the fire scorpion into a turtle without teeth. Tang Jiu immediately activated his martial soul. and his physical strength surged as he charged towards the red fire scorpion with his warhammer. I can't be mistaken. Not a single soul ring. Flinder was so shocked that he took off his glasses, rubbed his eyes in disbelief, and could only see the bullet ant with its martial soul activated. Without a soul ring in sight. Indeed, strictly speaking, Xiao Jiu is a zero-ring, level 19 soul master. The master's lips curled into a smile when he learned this information. He was not much better off than Flinder and almost doubted his life as well. Flinder swallowed hard, unable to understand how someone could reach level 11 without a soul ring. Tang San's mouth curled up slightly, feeling much more balanced in his heart, realizing that an 87th level soul saint wasn't much better than himself. At that moment, a sharp insect sound rang out, and the red fire scorpion was extremely angry. Although it feared Flinder's immense soul power, it could not tolerate a mere Tang Jiu daring to invade its territory. Its massive claws, resembling rubies, swung towards Tang Jiu. Tang Jiu did not rush to use his soul ring and martial soul. Instead, he swung his hammer to strike at the red fire scorpion's claws, wanting to test the opponent's strength. Clang! The hammer collided with the claws, producing a sound like metal striking metal. Tang Jiu was also sent flying 3 to 4 meters by the immense force of the red fire scorpion, performing a beautiful flip before finally stabilizing his stance. Tang Jiu roughly calculated that the strength of the red fire scorpion was around 2,000 pounds, which was not enough to crush him. However, the red fire scorpion did not think so. With one claw, it sent Tang Jiu flying, and its confidence soared instantly as it relied not on strength, but on fire and poison. After landing a successful blow, the red fire scorpion immediately charged towards Tang Jiu at full speed, its tail stinger raised and swaying, ready to deliver a fatal strike at any moment. Can you handle it, kid? If you can't take it, just say it quickly. Don't worry about that 1,000 gold soul coins. Flinder laughed heartily, having never seen anyone so willing to give away money. Although he was surprised by Tang Jiu's strength, he truly could not see where Tang Jiu had a chance of winning. You should be the one not to worry about money. Tang Jiu saw the Crimson Fire Scorpion and launched an all-out attack, advancing instead of retreating, as the soul ring of his martial soul enveloped the charging Crimson Fire Scorpion. He flaunted recklessly, never being low-key. A sharp insect chirp sounded, and the charging Crimson Fire Scorpion was suddenly suppressed by 600 years of cultivation, nearly falling over, which made it extremely anxious and irritable. What was going on? How could the aura of the Crimson Fire Scorpion drop so much? It felt similar to a 400-year-old soul beast. Flinder was taken aback. Was this a ghost? The master smiled without speaking, but was slightly startled inside. It seemed that his estimate of 500 years was not Tang Jiu's limit of endurance. This was at least at 600 years. Tang Jiu felt the Crimson Fire Scorpion struggling desperately, trying to break free from the restraints of the soul ring martial soul. He estimated that in less than 2 minutes, his soul ring martial soul would no longer be able to suppress the Crimson Fire Scorpion. He had to end the battle quickly. Tang Jiu swung his warhammer and smashed it down towards the head of the Crimson Fire Scorpion. The scorpion immediately waved its pincers, remembering how it had sent Tang Jiu flying with just one strike. However, when its crystal red pincers collided with Tang Jiu's warhammer, it felt itself being thrown back by a tremendous force. Bang, bang, bang. The Crimson Fire Scorpion rolled on the ground, kicking up countless grains of sand, and after a struggle, it finally stabilized its posture. Its body slightly bent forward, the tail spike raised high, and fiery red energy flowed throughout its body, eventually gathering at the tail, unleashing a scorching high-temperature flame towards Tang Jiu. Tang Jiu had long been on guard against the tail sting. As soon as he saw the flame-throwing skill, he quickly started to run in circles around the Crimson Fire Scorpion. The flames from the scorpion's tail moved in a circular motion, drawing a charged circle in the sand like a compass. However, it didn't last long. The flames from the Crimson Fire Scorpion stopped, like a flamethrower that had run out of gas. How could this be? A millennium-old Crimson Fire Scorpion's soul power, with such a flame release intensity, should last at least twice as long before running out of soul power. Flinder gaped in disbelief, feeling as if heaven was helping Tang Jiu. He even started to suspect that this Crimson Fire Scorpion had caught a cold. Just wait to pay up. The master snorted. Even without flames, its strength and shell defense are not easy to deal with. Flinder pursed his lips, still looking calm. Tang Jiu saw that the red fire scorpion was temporarily incapacitated and immediately swung his war hammer towards it. However, the red fire scorpion was clearly not foolish. After being knocked away, It felt the threat and no longer engaged in a head-on confrontation with Tang Jiu. Instead, it raised its tail spike and fiercely stabbed towards him. The tail spike was poisonous, and just one hit could instantly render Tang Jiu unable to resist. Fortunately, the red fire scorpion's attributes were suppressed, and its attacks, which were not originally fast, became stiff and slow, allowing Tang Jiu to easily dodge the continuous stabs of the tail spike. No, I must deal with that tail spike first. Tang Jiu knew he couldn't drag things out with the crimson fire scorpion. When the scorpion lunged at him again, Tang Jiu grabbed its stinger and swung it like a meteor hammer, slamming it down onto the ground repeatedly. Bang, bang, bang. Dust and sand flew everywhere. The crimson fire scorpion tried to turn around and attack Tang Jiu with its pincers, but it wasn't a snake after all, and after several failed attempts, it was left disoriented from being thrown around by Tang Jiu. Tang Jiu accurately spotted a gap, stepped on the scorpion's tail spike, and then swung his hammer with all his might at the midsection of the scorpion's tail. With a crack, the long scorpion tail was smashed in half, hanging down like a broken branch. Tang Jiu yanked it with his hand and directly pulled that section off. Vivid red blood sprayed out, and the crimson scorpion let out a frantic screech, its large pincers wildly digging into the sand, trying to bury its body in the grains. Come out. Tang Jiu is no longer afraid of the red fire scorpion without its stinger. It has lost its ability to threaten Tang Jiu with fire and poison. Tang Jiu directly grabbed its tail and dragged it out, placing the war hammer on the ground, the long handle standing upright like an iron rod. He swung the red fire scorpion and slammed it against the hammer handle. With a soft thud, the handle pierced through the scorpion's abdomen like a needle. Such a breach of defense is truly ingenious. It perfectly avoided the hard shell of the red fire scorpion. The master's eyes lit up. Under the tremendous force of the impact, the hammer handle was no less effective than a long spear. Although it couldn't penetrate the shell, it easily pierced through the relatively soft abdomen. At this moment, the red fire scorpion, with its stinger removed and its abdomen punctured, was losing blood rapidly and was on the brink of death. Under the pressure of the spirit ring and martial spirit, it couldn't even lift its pincers anymore, becoming increasingly weak, lacking even the strength to self-destruct. Did we win? Flinder's mouth dropped open, his eyes lost in disbelief. He was not only shocked by Tang Jiu's terror, but also paying for his 1,000 gold soul coins. How could this be possible? Little gang, this red fire scorpion must be a 100-year soul beast, right? You're colluding with the students to trick me. Flinder absolutely couldn't believe that a 1,000-year soul beast could be so easily suppressed by Tang Jiu, who was at level 19 without a spirit ring. The master did not respond, but instead looked at Tang Jiu, as this was related to Tang Jiu's secret. Tang Jiu sias my. His martial soul was not like third brothers, who practiced one while hiding the other. Since he decided to cultivate both, it would eventually be guessed with the frequent use of his martial soul. He never intended to conceal it deliberately, because it couldn't be hidden at all. He then said to Flinder, "This is a 1,000-year soul beast. The reason you see its strength as so weak is that it is suppressed by my martial soul." Suppressing strength with a martial soul? Your bullet ant martial soul, while strange, definitely shouldn't have that effect. Even a dragon-type martial soul wouldn't exert such a strong suppression on a soul beast. Flinder shook his head. Actually, it's not a big deal. It's not because I have a twin martial soul, but because my other martial soul is a soul ring. It's nothing to worry about. After all, we have good talent, Tang Jiu said modestly. Upon hearing Tang Jiu's tone, Tang San could only secretly give a thumbs up. This display of ability was definitely higher than Tang Jiu's talent. What do you mean it's just a martial soul? Tang San felt a tightness in his heart, and there was a moment when he really wanted to punch Tang Jiu to make him shut up. What? A twin martial soul? A martial soul is a soul ring? How can a soul ring possibly be a martial soul? Flander thought this was simply absurd. He could accept anything as a martial soul, but he could not accept that a martial soul was a soul ring, because that was impossible. If my martial soul is not a soul ring, how can it suppress the cultivation of soul beasts? Tang Jiu smiled as he activated his martial soul, instantly revealing a yellow soul ring. Look, putting on an extra ring on myself means throwing one less at the enemy. This soul ring martial soul can not only restrict the cultivation of soul beasts, but most importantly, it can also limit the soul rings, soul skills, and soul power of soul masters. Gulp! Flander swallowed hard, his eyes fixed on Tang Jiu's yellow soul ring, murmuring, "Truly, it is a soul ring martial soul. I've gained some insight today. Could this be the secret of your zero ring breakthrough to level 19? That's right. This bit of ability isn't much, just basic functionality. Tang Jiu said nonchalantly. Basic functionality, and nothing more. Flander looked at Tang Jiu's smug expression and really wanted to grab his neck and shout. Do you know how monstrous you are? Do you have to flaunt it so blatantly? Why do all the good things fall to this rabbit of a Tang Jiu? A soul ring martial soul is already perverse enough, and he even has a twin martial soul. At that moment, Flander felt an impulse to strangle Tang Jiu. Seeing Flander's dejected look, Tang Jiu was overjoyed. Showing off in front of Soul Sage was simply exhilarating. Master's 1,000-year soul ring, little brat. Flander cursed under his breath and turned to see the master plunging a dagger into the mouth parts of the crimson fire scorpion, then forcefully smashing its brain, causing a purple soul ring to float out from the scorpion's corpse. And the master actually sat down on the ground to absorb the soul ring. Xiao Jiu, you're being useless like this. Flander reminded him. Flander, let me show you something today. The master said confidently, shouting, Xiao Jiu, start. Coming teacher. Tang Jiu waved his hand, and the yellow soul rings on his body disappeared. Then, it seemed as if the master was wrapped in something, as his soul power rapidly decreased. And the second yellow soul ring on his body vanished completely. It really was one less ring. Flander rubbed his eyes, and his mouth twitched fiercely. Seeing and hearing were two different things. Then, he witnessed the most unbelievable scene. The originally unabsorbable purple soul ring instantly entered the master's body. This was simply against all logic. How could someone below level 30 directly absorb a third soul ring? Flander was stunned. He was not only shocked by the soul ring and martial soul, but also by the master's ability to come up with such a method. It required a profound understanding of martial souls to conceive such an idea of seizing the power of heaven and earth. Yes, it could only be described as seizing the power of heaven and earth. Teacher, hurry up. Tang Jiu was not feeling well at the moment. Continuous battles had caused significant depletion of his soul power, and restricting the master soul ring was also a drain on him. However, he could not stop. If he did, the master might encounter unforeseen dangers. No one knew whether the soul rings absorbed by the body would be rejected again, potentially leading to an explosion of the body. Time passed second by second, and the master was desperately absorbing the 1,000-year soul ring, while Tang Jiu was also holding on. He was currently experiencing immense soul power depletion. But fortunately, he had 1,000-year soul beast jerky to keep eating. Otherwise, he would have collapsed from exhaustion long ago, when his body reached the limit of fatigue. The jerky quickly transformed into energy to nourish his body, allowing him to repeatedly push his limits. Gradually, the energy replenishment and consumption within Tang Jiu's body reached a balance, creating a subtle equilibrium. The warm energy continuously expanded the meridians in his body, enabling him to accommodate more soul power and unleash even greater strength. After a long time, the master suddenly opened his eyes and said in a deep voice, Xiao Jiu, withdraw your martial soul. Tang Jiu felt a surge of joy upon hearing this. It seemed that the master had completed his absorption. He immediately withdrew his soul ring and looked at the master with a mix of anticipation and nervousness. As soon as Tang Jiu released the master's restrictions, he saw the master's body suddenly swell with soul power, as if it were about to burst through his flesh. The master's body bulged out for a moment before slowly returning to its original shape. He then spat out a mouthful of blood, which finally calmed the raging soul power. Xiao Gong! Flander exclaimed, his face changing dramatically as he hurriedly supported the master. He secretly resented the master for not informing him in advance about this action. Otherwise, he would have brought a food-type soul master to assist in the treatment. However, the master pushed Flander away, his face filled with ecstatic joy. He didn't even wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, instead opening his arms and shouting, I have finally broken through to level 30. I did it. Ha! Man can indeed conquer heaven. The master laughed heartily, and as he laughed, tears began to flow down his face. He then grabbed Tang Jiu's shoulders and repeatedly said, I have taken in a good disciple. Xiao Jiu, do you know? You helped me untie a knot in my heart. You're too kind, master. I didn't really do much. It's just that my talent is a bit better, Tang Jiu replied with a smile. The master's theory had succeeded. Xiao Gang, what level is your soul power now? Flander excitedly asked. After absorbing a 1,000-year soul ring, I feel my soul power jumped directly from level 29 to level 31. The master's eyes were filled with joy, not just because of his soul power breakthrough, but because he had discovered a way to break through his bottleneck. Can soul rings and soul masters be used in this way? This is simply cheating. Flander instantly thought of the terrifying implications of breaking through bottlenecks. It might not be obvious at lower levels, but what about higher levels? What about a soul dualityof breaking through to a title dualityof, or a title dualityof breaking through to level 99? That's why it's called seizing the creation of heaven and earth. Xiao Jiu's martial soul is definitely the strongest. Without a doubt, the master's tone was exceptionally certain. Tang Hao said happily, I think this is just the basic function of the soul, ring martial soul. Not worth getting all worked up about. Flander twitched the corner of his mouth. Why did he feel like hitting Tang Hao when he spoke? He pushed Tang Hao aside and said to the master, let me see your soul ring and soul skills. The master immediately activated his martial soul and summoned Luo San Pao. At this moment, Luo San Pao had slightly changed. A fiery red mark appeared on its body. The master also had 3 soul rings appear on him. Yellow, yellow, and purple. 1,000-year soul ring. Xiao Jiu, I'm really happy for you. Flander's face was filled with joy. Having 1 more soul ring for the master was a qualitative leap for the golden iron triangle combination. The Trinity martial soul fusion skill would reach a new level. Come on, release your soul skill and let us see. Flander urged. All right, fart like flames. Burn the river and boil the sea. Luo San Pao. Tang Hao's mouth twitched. The master's Luo San Pao was no good. But this soul spell was more powerful than the last, shattering the heavens and splitting the earth, burning rivers and boiling seas. Just listening to it was impressive. Luo San Pao leaped high into the air and then let out a fart that spewed a wave of scorching flames, instantly creating a sea of fire. It turned out to be another area attack skill. Great. In the future, our martial soul fusion skill, Golden Holy Dragon, can spit fire too. This is a real dragon. Flander's eyes sparkled. The master's soul power weakness had come up, and he was even confident enough to challenge a title dualityof. Let's take a break and head back. This time we've truly gained a lot. Flander laughed heartily. Did you forget something? Tang Hao reminded him kindly. Forget what? Flander pretended to be clueless. Money. 1,000 gold soul coins. Hurry and give it to me. Tang Hao stretched out his hand. Little kid, what do you need that much money for? I'll keep it safe for you. Flander replied. You've really become something, even owing a child's money. The master snorted. I really have no money. Flander turned out his pockets, saying, if you can find a single gold soul coin, I'll admit defeat. The master shook his head. Flander really hadn't changed. No money, and certainly no life. Once the cat-eagle martial soul was activated, he ran faster than anyone. Is this how you run the academy? Do you still want to recruit students? The master's reminder instantly jolted Flander awake. Right, with Tang Hao's monstrous talent. Not recruiting him in a Shrek Academy would be a huge loss. Flander immediately said, Little Hao, here's the deal. Once you reach level 20, I'll give you the money. Not only 1,000 gold soul coins, but also an extra 10 gold soul coins as a gift. Flander thought to himself. Once you reach level 20, it'll be a miracle if you can find me. Really? Tang Hao's lips curled into a teasing smile. I'm about to break through to level 20 very soon. How soon is very soon? Flander scoffed. From level 19 to level 20. How could that happen so quickly? 10, 9, 8, 7. What is the countdown for? Flander was puzzled, but then his pupils suddenly shrank. Could it be 0? Now, sorry, I just broke through to level 20. Pay up. Tang Jiu. Having fought continuously, his body had once again broken through its limits, and his soul power had just reached a new level. Flander nearly choked to death. 23. The terror of the rampaging boar. Flander definitely wouldn't give Tang Hao any money, let alone 1,000 gold soul coins. He didn't even plan to give him 10. You little brat, you're level 20 now. Do you want to help you hunt for a soul ring? Looking at you, you'll need at least an 800-year soul ring. Tang Hao chuckled. 800 years isn't enough? My soul power has increased, and my body has broken through its limits. The soul rings I set for myself have already surpassed 700 years. The first soul ring should at least be 500 years, right? With a 500-year first soul ring, aren't you afraid of bursting? Flander snorted unhappy. Silgong. Hurry up and tell him some common knowledge about soul ring absorption. The master calculated for a moment and said, Xiao Jiu's current first soul ring absorption limit is 700 years. So the limit for the second soul ring should be similar to that of an ordinary third soul ring, around 700 years. The one without common sense is you. Flandra's mouth twitched. Absorbing a soul ring over 1,000 years for the first soul ring was simply too abnormal. Then he chuckled again. A 500-year soul beast. You won't be able to handle it, right? I'll help you hunt the soul beast. Friendship price, 1,000 gold soul coins. How about that? Tang Jiu rolled his eyes. Why don't you go and grab it? Flander wasn't in a hurry anyway. After all, he was the only one here capable of hunting a 1,500-year soul beast. Soon, this kid would have to beg him. Xiao Gang, what kind of soul beast does this kid need? I'll help him find it. Flander seemed very enthusiastic. A power-type soul beast with explosive capabilities, like the rampaging spike boar, frenzy blood bowl, or evil power demon ape. The master had already thought of that for Tang Jiu. All right, let's set off. Flander activated his martial soul, soaring into the sky and heading deeper into the forest. Soon, he discovered these 3 types of 1,000-year soul beasts. But he also kept an eye out to choose the most difficult one to deal with for Tang Jiu, so that this kid would have to plead with him. Found the rampaging spike boar. Flander immediately led everyone forward. Flander, are you doing this on purpose? Among the 3 soul beasts I mentioned, only the rampaging spike boar has area damage skills. The master's expression wasn't too good. The spikes on the rampaging spike boar were as hard as needles, extremely sharp, and had barbs. It could use its soul power to shoot these spikes, just like a porcupine. Since we haven't seen the others, let's settle for this one. You little brat, go for it. Flander leaned against a tree with his arms crossed, looking like he was just there to watch the fun. When Tang Jiu saw the raging boar, he felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity. With a body length of over 8 meters, it resembled a small meat mountain, covered in hard black and white spikes. Its massive tusks jutted out from its mouth, and its eyes shone with a violent and fierce light, resembling volleyballs. According to the master's judgment, it was at least a 1,600-year-old raging boar. The moment the raging boar spotted Tang Jiu, it suddenly let out a howl and charged towards him with all 4 hooves flying. Tang Jiu quickly dodged to the side as the crazed boar charged wildly, showing no signs of stopping. It crashed headfirst into a large tree with a diameter of 1 meter, and with a loud crack, the tree fell. Only then did it shake its head, its eyes slightly reddened, fixating on Tang Jiu, baring its fangs, and letting out a frenzied howl before charging again. Kid, it seems to recognize you. What kind of grudge do you have? Flanders watched the commotion with great interest. The master suddenly realized, Xiao Jiu, you just ate a lot of dried pork, didn't you? It must be its mate. It caught the scent. Tang Jiu suddenly stole. It turned out that Tang Hao had killed the other half of this pig, eating the meat of a Millennium Soul Beast as rations. You are really wasteful. It's not too late to beg me now, but don't get gored by the pig later. I'll give you a discount, 1,200 gold soul coins. Flanders thought that Tang Jiu would definitely come to him for help now. This pig had already identified Tang Jiu. It was out for revenge. Without you, I can still kill this pig. Tang Jiu rolled his eyes. Flander was indeed raising the price on the spot. Too greedy. Do as you please. Flander shrugged. Third brother, help! Tang Jiu shouted, then activated his martial soul, placing the soul ring on the furious boar. The furious boar's cultivation was immediately restricted to 900 years, and its momentum weakened considerably. What a monstrous martial soul. Flanders' lips twitched, but he wasn't worried. The furious boar wasn't the red fire scorpion. It still had 900 years of cultivation left, which was something that Master and the others couldn't handle. More importantly, the furious boar could go berserk, greatly increasing its strength and speed, fully compensating for the suppressed cultivation, and it had area damage skills. That was the most terrifying aspect of the furious boar. With a howl, the furious boar let out a piercing cry, its eyes blood red, and its body swelled up even more, clearly entering a berserk state. Its speed suddenly surged, and Tang San felt as if he was trying to stop a heavily impacted truck with his martial soul. He immediately withdrew his soul ring martial soul, as the energy consumption was too great. However, as soon as he released the pressure on the furious boar, its speed nearly doubled again. Third brother, shift. Tang Jiu realized he couldn't dodge directly and immediately called for help. First soul skill bind. At that moment, Tang San finally moved. His blue-silver grass wrapped around Tang Jiu's waist, and with a strong pull, Tang Jiu easily dodged the furious boar's charge. Boom! Another tree was directly smashed by the furious boar, which seemed exceptionally furious, turning its head towards Tang Jiu, ready to attack again. At this moment, Tang Jiu took out a piece of dried pork and threw it directly at Flander. It was dozens of times more flavorful than the pork he had eaten. The furious boar, smelling this familiar scent, became even crazier and charged towards Flander. You little brat, you're playing tricks on me. Flander was frustrated and kicked the furious boar on the head, knocking it over. He then threw the dried meat back to Tang Jiu, while he himself activated his martial soul and flew up into the tree. Third brother, it's up to you now. Tang Jiu winked at Tang San. Tang San immediately understood, swinging the blue-silver grass in his hand, striking it against the jerky. The jerky was then used by Tang San as a hidden weapon, flying towards Flander. The furious, rampaging boar was enraged. It clearly wouldn't climb trees, but could root around them. After gaining speed, it charged into the large tree where Flander was located, making Flander grit his teeth in frustration. He shot a fierce glare at Tang San before reluctantly taking to the sky. You little brat, let us see how else you can trick me. This is enough. Thank for the help. Tang Jiu's lips curled into a smile. Just now, he had used Flanders to delay the frenzied boar for almost a minute. The frenzied boar's frenzy skill definitely has a time limit. It can't continuously enhance its physical strength and speed like this. The master nodded in satisfaction. Tang Jiu and Tang San's intelligence truly caught his attention. He also wanted to see what other methods Tang Jiu had to deal with the frenzied boar, and then said, Xiao Jiu, you take the lead next. 24 upgraded version of the first soul skill. Tang Jiu heard the master ask him to command, and he didn't hold back. Commanding the team could help him develop various abilities. He had actually already formulated a plan in his mind and said to the two, Third brother, you go to the back and help me and the master with the displacement later. Master, use your soul power to create a sea of fire to force out the range attack skill of the rampaging stabbing pig. As long as the rampaging stabbing pig no longer has its spikes, then it can fight head-on with the opponent. The master immediately released his third soul skill. Fart like flames, scorching river and boiling sea. Luo San Pao. Luo San Pao leaped high and launched a powerful fart towards the rampaging stabbing pig, instantly igniting the surroundings with scorching flames. The high-temperature flames, fueled by soul power, quickly ignited the trees, creating a sea of fire within a radius of more than 20 meters around a rampaging stabbing pig. As the master released the third soul skill, Tang San quickly used blue-silver grass to pull the master and Tang Jiu up into the trees, standing at a distance to observe the battlefield. At this moment, black smoke was billowing, and the rampaging stabbing pig was disoriented by the smoke, with the smell of burning everywhere, making it impossible for the rampaging stabbing pig to locate Tang Jiu and the others by scent. It was like a headless fly, crashing around in the sea of fire. Fortunately, its skin armor was thick enough. Otherwise, it would have been burned into a roast pig long ago. Tang Jiu saw the raging spiked boar had not yet shot its spikes and immediately took out some dried pork from his soul tool belt, tossing it into the sea of flames. The smell of the dried pork wafted through the air as it was roasted by the flames, and under this intense stimulation, the raging spiked boar furiously unleashed its ultimate skill, spike shooting. The raging spiked boar used its tusks to brace against the ground, its body surging with soul power, muscles bulging and spikes standing erect, then indiscriminately shot out in all directions. The sharp spikes rained down, piercing through 3 large trees before its power was exhausted, embedding themselves into the trunks with dull thuds. What a perverse ability! Tang Jiu secretly clicked his tongue. If such a skill hit a person, they would definitely be turned into a porcupine. When the flames gradually extinguished without the master's soul power to support them, Tang Jiu noticed the raging spiked boar was now completely bald, not a single hair left, and he then picked up his hammer and jumped down from the big tree. Kid, although you forced out the spikes from the raging spiked boar, you still don't have the ability to kill it. Even if you use your soul ring to restrict the raging spiked boar, your strength is still not enough to smash it to death. After being surprised, Fran pointed out Tang Jiu's shortcomings. Is that so? Then you better open your eyes and watch. Tang Jiu did not throw the soul ring martial spirit to the raging spiked boar, but directly put it on himself. At this moment, he swung the hammer and began to strike the trees, one blow after another, his body bending like a bow, crazily stacking his strength. This is chaotic wind? The master's eyes brightened. Chaotic wind is useless. That little brat can only stack up to about 20 strikes at most. His strength is no match for the raging spiked boar. Fran scoffed. Killing soul beasts requires brains. Tang Jiu confidently swung the hammer, still stacking his strength, 19 strikes. 23 strikes. 31 strikes. Roar. After the flames extinguished, the raging spiked boar finally saw Tang Jiu, who was 40 meters away, clearly with its vision. It let out a piercing howl, its eyes blood-red like a demon, unleashing all its soul power and muscle strength, charging towards Tang Jiu like a war chariot. At this moment, Tang Jiu had already stacked up to 36 strikes, which was the limit of his strength and skill accumulation. Tang Hao revealed a cruel smile as the 700-year spirit rings on his body shone brightly. First spirit skill, Fury. In an instant, his strength surged by 35, and Tang Hao aimed at the rampaging boar and hurled the warhammer in his hand. Such terrifying power caused the warhammer to fly at a speed that surpassed that of a 3-ring agility system spirit master, producing a sharp whistling sound. Boom! A tremendous collision echoed, and then Flinder was shocked to discover that the rampaging boar's head tilted, deviating from its charging path, and crashed through 6 1-meter-thick trees before finally coming to a stop. What he found most unbelievable was that Tang Hao's warhammer was embedded in the rampaging boar's head, with the handle twisted and the hammerhead driven into the boar's skull, clearly indicating that the rampaging boar was dead beyond any doubt. How could this be possible? Even with the power boost from your first spirit skill, you shouldn't be able to smash the rampaging boar's skull with one blow. That's its hardest part. Flinder simply couldn't believe what he was seeing. Don't you know that pigs die stupidly? Tang Jiu. Yes, he couldn't deal with the raging, but he could make the crash itself. He had learned in high school physics that mass times velocity equals kinetic energy. Just like a high-speed passenger plane can be destroyed by a bird flying towards it, when speed reaches a certain point, it can generate terrifying destructive power. In order to maximize the speed of the raging and his own flying hammer, he chose not to use his soul ring to suppress this cultivation, but instead to enhance his own strength. At this moment, Tang Hao truly felt that knowledge is power. Looking at the war hammer embedded in the skull of the raging boar, he was filled with a sense of dread. Fortunately, he didn't foolishly smash it with a hammer. Instead, he chose to throw the hammer. Otherwise, the recoil alone could have shattered all the bones in his body. Tang Hao didn't waste any time and quickly sat down to start absorbing the soul ring, with the foundation of a 700-year yellow soul ring. Absorbing this 1,600-year purple soul ring wasn't that difficult. The terrifying power within the soul ring continuously washed over Tang Hao's body, but it couldn't inflict any substantial harm on him. Instead, through repeated cleansing, it tempered Tang Hao's body, allowing him to break through his limits time and time again. Tang Hao felt that his physical qualities were continuously enhanced under the nourishment of soul power, especially his strength, which was growing wildly. However, in addition to the violent soul power, a furious, angry, and bloodthirsty mental force was also invading Tang Hao's mind, which was the deep resentment of the frenzied. Not good. This resentment is so strong. Will it give me an external soul bone? Oh my god, I don't want that. Tang Hao remembered that Tang San obtained the external spirit bone, the 8 spider lances, because he had killed the man-faced demon spider at a higher level, which generated a huge resentment and allowed him to acquire the external spirit bone when absorbing the spirit ring. It wasn't that Tang Hao didn't want an external spirit bone, but what kind of external spirit bone could a pig produce? Tusks? Pig hair? Or several pig tails? If these things appeared on him, wouldn't he just turn into a pig? Just thinking about it gave him a chill, as he kept praying that he wouldn't get an external spirit bone. He finished absorbing his first spirit ring, and, as expected, the spirit skill was still berserk. However, the 1,600-year-old spirit beast had upgraded the berserk skill. The power increase from the berserk spirit skill surged from the original 35 to an astonishing 45, but the duration remained at 5 seconds. The most terrifying part was the permanent increase in power, since this was his first spirit ring. It provided a permanent boost rather than a temporary one like a spirit ring martial spirit. Just when Tang Hao wanted to roughly calculate how much his power had increased, Flinder's loud shout almost scared him to death. Spirit bone. This is so unreasonable. 25 spirit bone skill, frenzy. I don't want an external spirit bone. Tang Hao was so scared that he jumped up and quickly checked his body to see if he had any extra pig-like parts. Great, if you don't want it. Then that soul bone is mine. Upon hearing this, Flander reached down and picked up a shining soul bone from the ground, ready to tuck it into his arms. Flander, the master glared angrily. Put that soul bone down. That's for Xiao Jiu. You didn't even lift a finger to hunt the soul beast. How can you take the spoils? But this brat said he didn't want it. Flander muttered, regretting it deeply now. The drop rate for soul bones is only 1 in 10,000, and he didn't expect that the frenzied would drop one directly after being provoked. If he had acted earlier, Tang Hao would have taken the soul ring, and he would have taken the soul bone, and the master wouldn't have said anything. But now he really felt embarrassed to take it. He wanted to slap himself twice for losing a soul bone just for 1,000 gold soul coins. He really suffered a huge loss this time. So it was a soul bone. Tang Jiu then understood that it was actually a soul bone dropped by the rampaging boar, not an external soul bone. He seized the soul bone from Flinder's hand and took a closer look, It was a leg bone. Flinder was quite unhappy and huffed. Little brat, have you finished absorbing the soul ring? What is the soul skill? Could it be a useless soul skill? Tang Jiu detected the sourness in Flander's tone and cleared his throat, saying, it's just an ordinary skill, Berserk. It instantly increases strength by 45 and can be enhanced by soul rings. For each additional ring, the strength increase from the Berserk skill will go up by 10. So with a second soul ring, the strength increase from Berserk will be 55. The duration is 5 seconds. The corner of Flander's mouth twitched. This level of enhancement was almost comparable to his third soul ring. However, he still disdainfully curled his lips and said, 5 seconds. That's a bit short, isn't it? Tang Jiu's face darkened as he snorted. Although the duration of the soul skill is short, I can use it continuously. It just wastes a bit of soul power. Oof. It won't tire you out. Flinder scoffed. If soul power could be used infinitely, then soul skills wouldn't be so precious. For example, if there were a teleportation soul skill, and you had enough soul power to support it, you could release it once every second, and that would be invincible. However, the master didn't dwell on this issue. Soul skills depend on who uses them. Just now, Tang Jiu first used the chaotic cloak to stack power, and then released the soul skill for enhancement. Executing the hammer throw, one could say he had pushed the explosive type of soul skill to its limits. Xiao Jiu, now that you've absorbed a 1,000-year soul ring, your power should have a permanent enhancement. How much has your strength increased? How much can it be? Originally, his base strength was 1,300 gene, and an increase to 2,000 gene would be the limit. Flinder snorted, thinking that this was already an overestimation. Tang Jiu chuckled and said, sorry, my strength has increased to 3,000 gene. What? That's equivalent to a 3 times increase. Flander gasped in surprise. When has he ever heard of attributes like speed, strength, and defense being able to grow exponentially? Tang Jiu did not regard his strength highly. What surprised him was Tang Jiu's potential for growth. If every time he obtained a soul ring, his strength increased exponentially, that would be terrifying. Don't believe it? Tang Jiu pulled out the severely deformed war hammer from the skull of the raging wild boar and then let out a roar. First soul skill, raging. As the purple soul ring lit up, Tang Jiu's strength instantly surged to 300 gene. He swung the hammer from the book, and with a loud crash, the hammer smashed through a tree trunk that was 1 meter thick, embedding itself into the larger tree behind it like a nail. Flinder was completely stunned. This was an irregular hammer, not a spear that was more suited for piercing objects. Tang San opened his mouth, ultimately letting out a wry smile and shaking his head. His first soul ring was only 400 years old. How could it compare to a 1,600-year-old soul ring skill? Only the master had a beaming smile. This is not even the limit. What? Tang San looked at the master in surprise. Isn't this already Tang Jiu's limit? The master pointed to the soul bone in Tang Jiu's hand and said, this soul bone is also power type. After fusion, it will enhance physical strength and will also come with a terrifying soul skill. I hope it can retain the most valuable skill from the Berserk boar. Tang San then realized, right, there are soul bones too. Third brother, it's okay. I'll make sure the next soul beast I defeat drops a soul bone. And I'll definitely give it to you first, Tang Jiu said with a grin. Tang San rolled his eyes. This little Jiu was clearly showing off. Do you really think that every time you hunt a soul beast, you can get soul bone? Isn't that just heartbreaking? This soul bone was a left leg bone. Following the master's guidance, Tang Jiu used his soul power to draw the soul bone and merge it with his body. As the soul bone entered his left leg, he felt another immense power transforming his body. Not only that, but the bones in his left leg seemed to become even sturdier. When Tang Jiu completed the merging and opened his eyes, the master and the others looked at him nervously and asked, how is it? Tang Jiu smiled and said, not bad. The strength has directly increased by 30, reaching 4,000 gene. It's also a percentage increase. You kid got lucky. Flinder's mouth twitched. Percentage increase? Tang San was puzzled. The master explained. For soul rings and soul bones, the increase in physical attributes is divided into 2 types. One is fixed increase. The other is percentage increase. The difference between the two is that a fixed increase is constant and does not change with the growth of the soul master. However, a percentage increase varies with the growth of the soul master. Now, the 30 increase from Xiao Jiu soul bone corresponds to a strength of 1,000 gene. But when his base strength reaches 10,000 gene, then the strength increase from this soul bone will be 3,000 gene. Therefore, a percentage increase is the growth method that soul masters dream of the most. And for Xiao Jiu, both his soul skill and soul bone provide percentage increases. And when combined, it's not simply 1+1. The growth rate can be described as monstrous. Tang San realized why Flander was so out of control. If Tang Jiu's every soul skill and soul bone could be enhanced like this, he would be even more monstrous than a freak. Director Flander, do you want to know what skill my soul bone has? Tang Jiu smiled at Flander. Don't tell me you got the most suitable skill for you, Berserk. From the rampaging boar, Flander huffed unkindly. The soul bone with the Berserk skill is something every powerful attack type soul master dreams of. I don't believe your luck is that good. Then you'll be disappointed. It is Berserk. Tang Jiu Wien Ge. Flander covered his chest and walked away. I need some time alone. Aren't you going to listen to what my Berserk skill actually is? Tang Jiu Saotet. I don't want to hear it. Flander hastily walked further away, feeling frustrated. He was afraid of being struck again. This soul bone originally belonged to him. 1,000-year soul bone with a Berserk skill could sell for a lot at an auction. 500,000 or 1,000,000. Berserk instantly increases speed and power by 30 for 1 minute. Sorry, it's another percentage increase skill. How can I be in a good mood? Fortunately, you didn't make a move earlier. Otherwise, this soul bone would definitely be yours. I feel sorry for you. Tang Jiu shouted at Flander. Puffed. Flander felt like he was about to spit out a mouthful of old blood. This soul bone is definitely worth 2 million gold soul coins. You little brat, I want to strangle you. Flander thought about digging the soul bone out of Tang Jiu. This kid was too infuriating. As a soul sage, he was made to feel this way. I still need a soul ring. Help me hunt it down, and the soul bone will be yours while the soul ring will be mine. Seeing Flander's furious expression, Tang Jiu continued. Flander's nose was crooked with anger. Do you think soul bones are cabbages that can just be had whenever you want? Tang Jiu chuckled. Don't you think my luck is extraordinary? I've encountered all the good things today. If I were to drop another soul bone, would you be so angry that you'd spit blood if you didn't get it? Flander didn't need to think to know the answer would definitely be yes. His heart was bleeding at the moment. With 2 million gold soul coins, he could instantly solve the financial crisis of Shrek Academy. The funding for Shrek was too tight now, and, as the dignified dean, he was worrying about money every day. What a tragic situation. All right, let's do it. Flander thought for a moment and finally agreed. Tang Jiu's luck today was truly uncanny. Maybe he would really get another soul bone. What else does this kid need for soul rings? Flander looked at the master. The master smiled and said around 2,000 years worth of agility-type soul beasts. The phoenix tail, chicken crown snake, the white featherwind swallow, or the golden wing mantis. Agility type. Isn't he a power type? Flander frowned. It's not for his bullet ant martial soul. It's for his soul ring martial soul. The master explained. He has the strength now. What he lacks most is speed and agility. Flander was taken aback. Shouldn't a twin martial soul focus on cultivating one martial soul to the limit? Who said our martial soul must follow the conventional path? I'm not going the usual route. Tang Jiu Ge. Flander's face darkened. Here comes the boasting again. I shouldn't have asked. It would be better if he ruined his martial soul. Flander didn't waste any words and activated his martial soul to search in the forest. There really weren't many 2,000-year-old soul beasts. After all, this wasn't the Stardow Forest, just a forest where humans raise soul beasts. They didn't find the phoenix tail, chicken crown snake, but they did find the white feather wind swallow, which was exactly 2 meters long and just the right age of 2,000 years. This was a purely speed-type soul beast, with white feathers that had no impurities and an incredibly sharp beak. It could penetrate the body of its prey in an instant with its speed, and with just a few strikes, it could sever its prey. In terms of flying speed, it was faster than the phoenix tail, chicken crown snake, and the golden wing mantis. As it was a flying-type soul beast, this one will do. Hopefully, it will drop a soul bone. Flander nodded excitedly and dashed forward, slashing fiercely at the back of the white feather wind swallow. A sharp bird cry sounded, and a hint of fear appeared in the blue eyes of the white feather wind swallow. It rolled its wings, unleashing a tornado toward Flander. Flander disdainfully crushed the tornado with a single claw. He wasn't in a hurry to kill the white feather wind swallow. Instead, he wanted it to feel extreme fear, as that would increase the probability of dropping a soul bone, just like how Tang Jiu enraged the rampaging boar. Flander played with it like a cat catching a mouse, each attack not seriously injuring the white feather wind swallow, but continuously adding wounds to it and decreasing its speed. 10 minutes later, with its wings severely injured, its speed had dropped to less than 1/10 of its original. Flander then shouted to Tang Jiu, "Now it's your turn. Aim for the soul bone." Tang Jiu knew it was time for him to take action. He swiftly attached the soul ring and martial spirit to the white featherwind swallow. Having absorbed the soul ring and soul bone, his maximum capacity for soul rings was now close to 2,000 years. As soon as the soul ring martial spirit was attached, the white featherwind swallow let out a mournful cry and plummeted diagonally from the sky into the depths of the forest. Tang Hao ran wildly towards the place where the white featherwind swallow had fallen, holding a deformed hammer. Flander followed him, circling in the sky, waiting for Tang Hao to find the fallen white featherwind swallow. When he brought down the hammer, Flander muttered, "Explode the soul bone, explode, explode." Bang! The white featherwind swallow's head was smashed flat, its green eyes filled with unwillingness. "Where's the soul bone?" Flander quickly picked up the white featherwind swallow but saw no shining soul bone, only a ground full of feathers, and his face instantly turned extremely ugly. "Damn kid, where's your luck?" Flander looked at Tang Hao. "My luck is good, but who told you your luck is bad? Since the soul bone is yours, it naturally won't drop." Tang Hao didn't forget to strike back, saying, "Next time, I can't hunt soul beasts with you. Have you ever dropped a soul bone in your life while hunting soul beasts? I can't let your bad luck infect me. You little brat, do you believe I can beat you to death?" Flinder was so angry that he was jumping up and down. This bastard was too malicious and loved to hit people's hearts. He had never dropped a soul bone. The most important thing was that this time it seemed like he was helping for free. What a huge loss. Tang Hao ignored Flander, thinking that the master was present, and he couldn't possibly go to heaven. He sat cross-legged and quickly used his soul power to draw the purple soul ring of the white featherwind swallow into his body. This time he retracted the bullet ant's martial soul and activated the soul ring martial soul instead. The 2,000-year soul ring posed no pressure on Tang Hao. He had already absorbed a 1,600-year soul ring, and with the addition of a 1,000-year soul bone, his body was more than capable of handling it. After the soul ring energy provided another boost to Tang Hao's body, he clearly felt a significant increase in agility. 3 minutes later, after absorbing the soul ring, a purple soul ring appeared around Tang Hao's body. "You little brat, don't tell me your soul skill this time is another percentage increase." Flander huffed unhappily. Tang Hao's expression was strange as he said, "My soul skill this time is very special. Is it particularly useless?" Flander's expression improved significantly, but upon seeing the master's murderous gaze, he could only awkwardly touch his nose and remain silent. However, the delight in his eyes could still be seen. The first soul skill, Ring of Speed. Tang Hao spoke as he activated his soul skill, and his body seemed to be enveloped by a gust of wind, resulting in a noticeable increase in speed. The speed ring instantly increased his speed by 5, which could be enhanced based on the soul ring. For each additional ring, speed would increase by another 5. The duration was 1 minute. With a puff, Flander burst into laughter, patting Tang Hao on the shoulder and saying, "Serves you right. It seems the heavens are watching. This 1,000-year soul skill is the most useless I've ever seen. Not bad, not bad. Keep it up." Flander's expression darkened, and if looks could kill, he would have skinned Flander alive. Compared to Tang San's bullet, Ant Martial Soul's first soul skill, Rampage, this speed ring was truly pathetic. Although it was also a percentage increase, the boost was too small, and its growth potential was lacking. Such a 1,000-year soul skill was even inferior to a 100-year soul skill. I hope you can still laugh when you see the second use of my soul skill. Tang Hao's expression grew even stranger. "Second use? How do you use it?" Flander was taken aback. "My soul ring martial soul can be applied to myself, but it can also be applied to enemies." Tang Hao grinned proudly, directly placing the soul ring onto Flander's body. First soul skill, Speed, Evil Ring. Suddenly, a bizarre purple light shone from Flander's body, and he felt as if his speed was being siphoned away. His pupils constricted in shock, because at that moment, Tang Hao's speed skyrocketed, leaving behind a series of afterimages as he moved. Tang Hao laughed heartily. "My soul ring martial soul has 1 ring and 2 abilities. When applied to myself, it becomes the ring of speed, enhancing my speed. When applied to others, it becomes the evil ring of speed, devouring speed and using it for myself." Flander's eyes widened in shock. 1 ring and 2 abilities. Isn't this something that only a 100,000-year soul ring can possess? The heavens are unfair. The first soul skill, Evil Ring of Speed. The master also had a look of astonishment. Devouring speed and using it for oneself means that during a battle, wouldn't it be borrowing the enemy's abilities to deal with the enemy? "Xiao Jiu, how much speed can your Evil Ring of Speed devour, and how much does it increase for yourself?" Not only was the master concerned about this question, but Tang San and Flinder were also worried about it. Tang Jiu grinned and said, "Speed Evil Ring. Instantly devour the enemy's speed of 5. And the devoured speed can fully replenish me. It can also be enhanced based on the number of soul rings. For each additional ring, the devoured speed increases by 5. Duration is 1 minute. With a gulp, even a master couldn't help but swallow his saliva. The speed evil ring is simply a heaven-defying skill. Devouring an enemy's speed of 5 while replenishing the same speed for oneself is terrifying. The stronger the enemy, the greater the amplification Tang Jiu gets from using his soul skills. Although it's just 5 now, when he reaches title Daw, he'll directly devour 45 of the opponent's speed. If every soul ring skill is like this, then he can steal almost half of the enemy's strength. Who would still be a match for Tang Jiu? 1 ring, 2 skills, the speed ring and the speed evil ring. This ability is not much worse than a 100,000-year soul ring. Flinder's eyes were twitching. Such talent is too heaven-defying to exist. Living just to crush others, he even felt an impulse to annihilate Tang Jiu. You little brat, no matter how good your soul skills are, your soul power is low, and it won't be of much use if you can't develop. At most, you're just a 20th level great soul master. Flinder pointed at his own soul rings. Yellow, yellow, purple, black, black, black. He snorted a couple of times, seeking a sense of superiority, trying to strike at Tang Jiu, who was too cocky. Tang Jiu blinked and honestly said, I just absorbed 2,000-year soul rings, and I feel like my soul power has broken through. Breakthrough? To how much? Level 21 or 22? Not too high, just level 26. I'm about to reach level 30, Tang Jiu said modestly. Flander almost choked. No way, that's impossible. You're not trying to fool me, are you? At this moment, the master chimed in. At level 20, one should absorb a 100-year soul ring, but Xiao Jiu absorbed 2,000-year soul rings, both over 1,500 years old. Each soul ring at least increases his soul power by 2 levels. Xiao San absorbed a 400-year soul ring, so I think it would also increase his soul power by 2 to 3 levels. So the most he could reach is level 24. How did he get to level 26? Flander's eyes widened. Isn't there also a 1,000-year soul bone? The master reminded. Heaven is unfair. Flander pounded his chest in anger. That soul bone should have been mine. The more he looked at Tang Jiu, the angrier he became. Teacher, I don't need to rush to add soul rings to my martial soul. I can wait until I reach level 30. I might even absorb a 10,000-year soul ring directly. How impressive would that be? Compared to someone's 5th soul ring being just 10,000 years. I seem to be doing much better. Tang Jiu smiled, smacking his lips. You little brat, just keep boasting. A 1,000-year second ring won't kill you. I have things to do at the academy. I'm leaving. Flander was so angry he felt pain in his liver. This little brat was only a level 26 soul master, yet dared to look down on him. A level 78 soul sage? How arrogant. People like this should be beaten to death outside. Hey, Big Owl, you still owe me 1,000 gold soul coins. Tang Jiu hurriedly demanded. Big Owl. Flander felt his head buzzing. Even Xiao Jiu wouldn't dare to call him that. Yeah. Aren't you a cat, Owl Martial Soul? What should I call you if not Big Owl? I'm the creditor, Tang Jiu said confidently. I even dare to call Tang Hao old man. So what is wrong with calling you Big Owl? The debt collector's attitude doesn't work with me. I'm the creditor. Who am I afraid of? 1,000 gold soul coins are gone. You little brat, if it weren't for your teacher being here, do you believe I'd break your legs? Flander's hair was standing on end with anger. Ha! If you break my legs, someone will twist your neck. Tang Jiu rolled his eyes. What are you boasting about? Big Owl? Tang Hao could smash you with 1 hit. Dare you try to touch even a finger of mine? I don't believe it. Flander rolled up his sleeves, determined to teach Tang Jiu a lesson to vent his anger. Flander, Xiao Jiu is right. The master also found it hard to bear, seeing a big swindler and a reckless kid together. Then he whispered 4 words into Flander's ear. Hao Qian Douluo, Dang, Dang, Dang Jiu. Flander's pupils suddenly shrank. No wonder this kid eats meat from 1,000-year soul beasts. He seems really not to be provoked. Flander immediately switched to a smiling face, nodded, and said, You little brat, I hold a grudge against you, a little soul master. It would be too damaging to my identity as a soul sage. Considering your good talent, congratulations on being admitted to Shrek Academy as an exception. The 1,000 gold soul coins can be considered tuition, and I'll give you a 50% discount on food and lodging. You can come to school anytime. Once Tang Jiu became a student of his academy, he could find opportunities to deal with him under the guise of teaching. After all, the Haoqian law would have to praise himself for being responsible, right? You little brat, you're still too young to compete with me. Thinking of this, Flander smiled even more brightly, pretending to give a few instructions. then flew away directly. Tang Jiu's face darkened as he looked at the master and asked, "Teacher, I seem to have heard someone say that the accommodation and meals at Shrek Academy are completely free, and the tuition can't be that high, right?" The master shook his head and said, "Flander didn't lie to you. The fees are charged according to the wealth of the students. The richer you are, the higher the fees. Talents." Tang Jiu couldn't help but admire that if Flander were to travel to Earth, he might just become the richest man. He should be the most unbusinesslike soul master. "All right, we should head back now. This time we all gained a lot." The master smiled. He finally broke through to level 30 and became a 3-ring soul master. Moreover, each of his disciples was more outstanding than the last, especially Tang Jiu, who started with a 1,000-year soul ring and also obtained a soul bone. The most frightening thing was the soul skills from the soul ring, which could be described as extraordinary. Tang Jiu cut the meat of the white featherwind swallow and put it into the 12 golden hairpins, then followed the master back to Nodding City. Passing by the Soul Division Hall, the master said, "Soul masters need to register for easier study and travel on the continent. And there are monthly subsidies as well." Tang San heard so many benefits and wanted to take Tang Jiu along. Tang Jiu shook his head and said, "Third brother, I'm not going. At 6 years old, being at level 26, I would definitely be captured for research." His soul power growth was too conspicuous, and he didn't want to attract the attention of the Spear Hall. "Very good, Xiao Jiu, I didn't expect you to understand the importance of this." The master nodded. If Tang Jiu really wanted to go, he would stop him, as the Spirit Hall was not a good place. "Then I'll go to the blacksmith shop to forge a new war hammer, and I'll return to school by myself later." Tang Jiu greeted the master and then headed to the largest blacksmith shop. "I need to replace my war hammer with a heavier one. Little brother, are you looking to forge something?" Tang Jiu arrived at the largest blacksmith shop, and the blacksmith greeted him. They, who worked hard, were straightforward people, unlike other merchants who were so shrewd. "I want to forge a war hammer, 80 centimeters long, weighing." Tang Jiu calculated that after absorbing the soul ring and soul bone of the rampaging stabbing pig, his strength reached 4,000 jin. Although the soul ring of the white featherwind swallow provided a speed boost, it also enhanced his body to some extent. Additionally, with his soul power breaking through from level 20 to level 26, he gained another 500 jin of strength. This means that Tang Jiu's base strength reached 4,500 jin. "The weight of the hammer I need is 3,500 jin." Bang! The blacksmith's hand trembled, nearly throwing the hammer away. 3,500 jin. Can this be lifted? Of course I can. I'm a strength-type soul master. Dang Jiu Ge. The blacksmith looked at him with admiration. Soul masters are indeed impressive. However, his brows furrowed. With a length of 80 centimeters and a weight of 3,500 jin, this is tricky. If made entirely of Iron Mother, it would be overweight. But if not using Iron Mother, the weight wouldn't be enough. How about using ordinary iron mixed with Iron Mother? Tang Jiu shook his head in denial, saying that mixing iron from the Iron Mother with ordinary iron would result in an uneven density of the hammer, making it prone to breaking. What I want is to repeatedly forge the ordinary iron to increase its density and make it uniform until it meets my required weight. A true expert. Little brother. Upon hearing this, the master immediately gave a thumbs up, then thought for a moment and said, "According to your requirements, it will take 10 gold soul coins and half a month to complete. In fact, the materials are not expensive. The costly part is the labor. This is all crafted hammer by hammer." The master set this price, fearing that Tang Jiu might think he was overcharging, so he specially explained it. Tang Jiu certainly knew how much effort this would take. He boldly said, "Money is not an issue. What I want is speed. The faster, the better." The master glanced at the other blacksmiths, calculated the labor costs, gritted his teeth, and said, 100 gold soul coins. "If I mobilize everyone to forge, I can have it ready for you by tomorrow." Tang Jiu nodded in satisfaction, then drew the design of the Haotian hammer and kept his own severely deformed hammer as a reference. He then took out the master's card and directly transferred 100 gold soul coins to the other party. "Xiao Jiu, you really don't hold back when spending money." Tang San, who had just registered as a soul master, felt uncomfortable thinking that he only received 1 gold soul coin as a subsidy per month, while Tang Jiu spent 100 gold soul coins just to get a hammer. He thought to himself, while I'm still cleaning the playground at school, "You really have no idea how much I suffer. With this money, you might as well give me some tuition. Anyway, this money isn't mine, so spending it doesn't hurt. Dang Jiu Ge. That's mine." The master was speechless. Even though he wasn't as greedy as Flander, he was still angered by Tang Jiu's actions. He wondered if asking this brat for his card now would lead to him directly severing their master-apprentice relationship before the three of them could enter the Nodding Academy. They heard a group of people discussing. I heard that Senior Xiao is bringing a group of people to teach the working students a lesson on the back mountain. Why teach them a lesson? To let the working students know the rules of the academy? It must be because they think that the girl from dormitory 7 is pretty. Tang San became anxious upon hearing this. Third brother, are you really that concerned about Xiao Wu? Is she really my sister-in-law? Tang Jiu Xiao Jiu, don't talk nonsense. Tang San glared at Tang Jiu with annoyance, then greeted Master before heading towards the back mountain. The back mountain of Notting Junior College is actually just a small hill. When Tang Jiu and Tang San arrived, Boss Xiao was leading more than 30 people, arrogantly provoking the work-study students. Wang Sheng, the former dorm leader of the 7th dorm, was knocked to the ground by Lu Long, one of Zhao's subordinates. Boss Xiao's real name was Xiao Jiu, and seeing the work-study students so easily defeated, he looked at them with disdain and then turned to Xiao Wu. Little girl, you should just prepare to be my pet. Your martial soul is a rabbit, right? Xiao Wu was furious and wanted to fight back. But then she suddenly saw Tang San and Tang Jiu, her eyes lighting up. Xiao San, Xiao Jiu, you're here. Xiao Wu, call me Brother Jiu. You lost. Are you trying to be unreasonable? I even brought you a gift from the soul-hunting forest. Tang Jiu said with dissatisfaction. Humph. Xiao Jiu, brother. Xiao Wu pouted, clearly reluctant, and then said unhappily, we agreed before. I call you Brother Jiu, and you have to call me sister-in-law. That's not really good, is it? Tang Jiu stifled a laugh. Xiao San, hurry up and make your brother call me sister-in-law. Xiao Wu huffed. Tang San felt extremely embarrassed. How could he possibly say that? It seemed he had to find some time to explain to Xiao Wu the difference between a sister-in-law and an older sister. Seeing that Tang San refused to respond to her, Xiao Wu angrily said, Little San, you've learned bad habits from Xiao Jiu too. Daring to let him not call me sister-in-law. Tang San underestimated and said, if he calls you that, then he really has learned badly. I feel it's so difficult. Puffed. The originally serious competitors suddenly burst into laughter. Xiao Wu, don't get hung up on the title. I've caught a very cute rabbit that I want to give to you. Tang Jiu said with a chuckle. Where is it? Xiao Wu asked, feeling quite happy. It wasn't very obedient on the way back, so I roasted it directly and saved a little bit just for you. Xiao Wu stomped her feet in anger upon hearing this, then pointed angrily at Tang Jiu and said, Little San, quickly manage your brother. He always makes me mad. Tang San was very confused. Isn't it just a rabbit? It's just roasted. Do you prefer it steamed? Xiao San. Xiao Wu was so angry that she was about to go crazy, stomping her feet and waving her fists. I really want to eat your blue silvergrass. Your martial soul is a rabbit, but you're not a rabbit. Why do you want to eat my blue silvergrass? Tang San scratched his head, really not understanding. You're driving me crazy. Xiao Wu's face was flushed with anger, and she huffed at Tang San. Tonight, I'm not letting you have any blankets. I want to sleep separately from you. Tang San was immediately taken aback, then looked at Tang Jiu and sighed. Little Jiu, I feel like you're setting me up, but I just can't find any evidence. Seeing San Ji's confused expression, Tang Jiu couldn't help but laugh. He was curious about how Xiao Wu would tease Tang San later. He was really worried about Sangge, but he didn't dare to interfere or ask. After all, it was his sister-in-law who was going to deal with Sangge. All he could do was watch the fun. Sangge, I still have your blanket saved for you. Do you want me to send someone to bring it to you later? Be careful not to catch a cold tonight. Tang Jiu nudged Sangge and asked. Tang Jiu looked speechless. Should he take this blanket or not? It felt like a trap. Damn it. Do you all think I don't exist? Xiao Yuchen was so angry his teeth itched. When did he become invisible? Lu Long, go teach this kid a lesson. 29-1 against all. Lu Long, who had just beaten up Wang Sheng, arrogantly stepped out from behind Xiao Yuchen, beckoned to Tang Jiu, and snorted, Kid, come here, let me give you a beating so you know the rules. Tang Jiu chuckled and said, All right, then let me show you my rules. Your rules? Lu Long was taken aback. Yes, since you guys like to bully work-study students from now on, all the cleaning duties of the work-study students will be your responsibility. You have to win against us first. Lu Long snorted coldly, feeling that Tang Jiu was too arrogant, daring to challenge him even though he wasn't the head of the 7th dormitory. Tang Jiu is Tang San's brother. Tang San is a work-study student, and Lu Long naturally assumes that Tang Jiu is also a work-study student. His logical reasoning ability is quite strong. Soul power surged around Lu Long, and a 1.5-meter silver-white long stick appeared in his hand, along with a white soul ring on his body. His martial soul is the silver stick, an 11th level strong attack system weapon soul master. Tang Jiu almost laughed out loud. What a silver rod indeed. Damn it. Lu Long's black hair turned dark as he angrily said, Quickly unleash your martial soul. I want to beat you into a pig's head. Tang Jiu smiled and shook his head. Do I need to use my martial soul to deal with you worthless ones? Come on. Tang Jiu's attitude infuriated Lu Long, who swung his stick and charged over. The first soul skill, Shattered Sky Stick. A faint pattern resembling a tiger appeared on the silver-white, long stick. And as it slammed down, it carried immense force, even producing a faint sound of breaking through the air. Soul skill. He hadn't used it against Wang Sheng just now. It seemed like Brother Jiu was going to suffer. The people from the 7th Division immediately looked grim when Wang Sheng was fighting earlier. Lu Long hadn't even used his soul skill and was knocked down in 3 hits. He deserved to be beaten by Brother Lu for being so arrogant and not even unleashing his martial soul. Indeed, Brother Lu's first soul skill had hunted a 70-year-old tiger, and the power boost from this soul skill was terrifying. Last time, Brother Lu snapped a tree as thick as a bowl with 1 hit. If that hit someone, their bones would definitely break. Xiao Jiu saw that Tang Jiu hadn't even released his martial soul and knew there was no problem this time. Lu Long was going all out to deal with a little minion. He was truly steady. If you use a soul skill, then I will use a soul skill too. 0 soul skill, normal attack. Tang Jiu chuckled and punched the silver staff. Bang! A muffled collision sound rang out, and Lu Long's face changed dramatically as he saw the weapon spirit, the silver staff, in his hand being shattered by Tang Jiu's punch, dissipating into raw soul power. Tang Jiu's fist didn't stop. It slammed into Lu Long's nose, causing blood and tears to flow as Lu Long crouched down, holding his nose and crying. The crowd was instantly dumbfounded. They had seen people defeated, but never had they seen a weapon spirit shattered with a single punch. How much strength did this require? Ha! He really cried like a withered flower. Xiao Wu jumped up and down happily, finding it amusing that a 12-year-old had been beaten to tears, and casually gave Lu Long a nickname. Brother Jiu is so powerful. He can defeat the opponent even with a 0 soul skill. Are you stupid? The 0 soul skill just means using no soul skills, right? Brother Jiu is mocking them. The people from the 7th dormitory immediately started to banter, taunting their opponents. Bastard. Ling Feng, you're up. Xiao Qinyu's face was devoid of color. Tang Jiu shook his wrist and said, no need to go one by one. Let's all go together. I'm in a hurry to eat. Xiao Jiu, can you handle it alone? Don't embarrass your sister-in-law. Xiao Wu warned Tang Jiu, feeling dissatisfied with his arrogance. However, as soon as she spoke, the expressions of those around them turned strange. Xiao Qinyu's face darkened even more. He had his eye on such a beautiful girl like Xiao Wu as a potential girlfriend. Since this guy was looking for a fight, everyone decided to join in and use their martial spirits to take him down. Hearing Xiao Laoda say that, more than 30 people activated their martial spirits. The beast martial spirits were mainly pigs, cows, and donkeys, with the best one being Xiao Qinyu's wolf. The weapon martial spirits were mostly sticks and vines, not very impressive. However, the sight of over 30 people activating their martial spirits was still quite shocking. Tang Jiu felt like he had entered a zoo. Gray Donkey, provide support for everyone. After Xiao Jinyu merged with his blue wolf, he turned to shout at the student with the gray donkey martial spirit. A donkey can provide support? Tang Jiu was puzzled, and Xiao Wu's eyes widened in curiosity. The student with the gray donkey martial spirit's face turned red, a bit embarrassed, but he still activated his soul skill. First soul skill, Stubborn Donkey's Call. He opened his donkey mouth and let out a few high-pitched brays. The sound waves spread out, and everyone, including Xiao Jinyu, felt invigorated, the battle spirit igniting. Does this make everyone turn into stubborn donkeys? Ha ha, I can't take it anymore. I'm going to laugh to death. Xiao Wu realized the purpose of this soul skill was to boost morale, making them as foolish as donkeys. She laughed so hard she could barely stand up. The great donkey soul master was now blushing, realizing that this was the effect of his martial spirit. How embarrassing. Charge. First soul skill, Binding. First soul skill, Rampaging Bull Charge. First soul skill, Wild Boar Tread. Those with soul skills use their abilities, while those without directly use their martial spirits to enhance their bodies for support or attack. In an instant, dazzling lights flashed as more than 30 people charged towards Tang Jiu. Tang Jiu disdainfully struck a military boxing pose and threw a punch at the first charging Blue Bull Soul Master, sending him flying 3 to 4 meters. Then with a kick, he sent the rampaging Earth Pig Soul Master flying 2 meters. At this moment, 5 or 6 vines had firmly wrapped around his hands and feet. Tang Jiu unleashed his 4,500 gene strength, yanking the vines and swinging them like a meteor hammer at others. Instantly, cries of surprise erupted as he knocked over a dozen people. causing them to tumble into a heap. Xiao Jiu hid in the back of the crowd, waiting for the right moment to launch a surprise attack. At this moment, Tang Hao had just broken free from the vines, making it the perfect opportunity for him to strike. First soul skill, Blood Wolf Claw. His hands turned blood red as he transformed into a wolf and lunged fiercely at Tang Hao's neck. Xiao Jiu, be careful, Tang San warned. Tang Jiu didn't respond, swinging his arm back to throw a punch. With a crack, Xiao Jiu let out a terrible scream, clutching his arm and wailing on the ground. Tang Jiu didn't hold back at all. This guy actually dared to ambush him and deserved to have his arm broken. With more than 30 people, only a mere 5 could still stand, including the great Donkey Soul Master, all of whom looked at Tang Jiu in terror, shaking in fear. More than 30 against 1. Yet they were crushed by Tang Jiu, and the most important thing was that the opponent's martial souls hadn't even been activated. Relying purely on physical strength, he knocked them all down. Even the ambush by Xiao Laoda resulted in a broken arm, leaving them without the courage to fight back. Boss. The great Donkey Soul Master wasn't stubborn and was the first to flatter Tang Jiu. Boss. The others immediately lined up and bowed to Tang Jiu. They had finally acknowledged him. Don't call me boss, just call me Brother Jiu, Tang Jiu replied. Remember, from now on at Notting Academy, no bullying of freshmen, especially work-study students. Anyone who dares to use force to oppress the weak, I will break their legs first. And you are all punished to help the work-study students clean for a year. The faces of the senior students turned ugly, but no one dared to refute him. Tang Jiu ordered someone to carry Xiao Jiu back to the school for treatment, and he headed back to the school with Xiao Wu and the others. Xiao Jiu, you should be careful. Someone has been looking for you these past few days, and I heard they want to take you down, Xiao Wu said gleefully. Who? Tang Jiu's eyebrows twitched. The school teacher, Zhang Feng. Didn't you enter the school? Tang Jiu really didn't enter the school, but it seems he remembered that Zhang Feng mentioned having an older brother. Is he here to take revenge on himself? 30 versus level 35 Soul Master. Tang Jiu was leisurely walking on the road when his roommate, Ryan, hurriedly ran over, looking flustered. Brother Jiu, it's bad. The master is going to be killed. What happened? Tang Jiu was startled and quickly asked. Zhang Feng's brother, Zhang Hong, the captain of the City Lord's Guard, came to school to cause trouble for you. He directly blocked the master and wants to duel him. Ryan explained the situation. It turned out that after Zhang Feng's injuries were treated, he brought his brother Zhang Hong to find Tang Jiu for revenge. Since Tang Jiu didn't return to school, they went directly to trouble the master. Zhang Hong is a level 35 strong attack soul warrior, and the master initially didn't want to fight, but Zhang Hong said some very insulting things, calling the master useless and saying that if he didn't dare to fight, he should crawl under his legs, not deserving to be a man. In a fit of anger, the master agreed to the duel. Ryan said, let's go. The teacher's martial soul can only unleash 3 attacks, and even if it's 1,000-year soul skill, it won't last long. Tang Jiu immediately activated his soul bone skill, Frenzy, and ran towards the school. At Notting Academy, in the square, the master assumed a fighting stance, with Luo Sanpao by his side, fiercely baring his teeth at the opponent. Opposite him stood a middle-aged man with the martial soul of a blue wolf, his eyes gleaming with ferocity. He had 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, and was none other than Zhang Feng's older brother, Zhang Hong. I didn't expect you, this waste, to also have a 1,000-year soul ring. After activating his martial soul, Zhang Hong's muscles bulged, resembling a werewolf, significantly increasing his speed. He didn't even use a soul skill against a waste like the master. He could rely solely on speed. His body suddenly accelerated, and he struck a claw towards the master's head. The master dared not let the opponent get close and directly activated his 1,000-year soul skill. Third soul skill, Fart like breathing fire, burning river boiling sea, Luo Sanpao. Luo Sanpao leaped high and let out a fart towards Zhang Hong, the scorching flames igniting into a sea of fire. Zhang Hong's body, which had lunged forward, abruptly changed direction, dodging the area attack. He then circled behind the master and attacked again, still without using a soul skill. The master had no choice but to use his third soul skill once more. Luo Sanpao jumped again, releasing another fart that created another sea of fire. What a waste. Having a 1,000-year soul ring on you is just a waste. Zhang Hong sneered. Then his first soul ring lit up. He didn't want to waste any more time with the master. First soul skill, Ghost Wolf Bloodline. Zhang Hong's body transformed again, almost becoming a true blue wolf. His speed and power increasing by 30. Before the master could launch a third attack, he circled behind him again, his claws striking fiercely against the master's back. With a tearing sound, the master's clothes were sliced open, and deep claw marks, as if cut by a blade, appeared on his back, exposing the bone. Theoretical invincibility is useless. In the soul-fighting arena, you're just a weak chicken. Zhang Hong mockingly stomped on the master's chest from above. Stop! Tang Hao finally arrived, his face pale as he witnessed the scene. If he hadn't gone to join Sangu earlier, the teacher wouldn't have been humiliated. Stop me? Losing in soul fighting means life and death are irrelevant. A cruel glint flashed in Zhang Hong's eyes as he viciously aimed a foot at the master's neck. If that foot landed, the master would surely die. These guards from the city lord's mansion were all brutish. They normally bullied others, and who would dare provoke them? Tang Hao's eyes turned cold as he kicked towards Zhang Hong's groin. Hearing the whoosh of the kick, Zhang Hong cursed silently at the shamelessness and quickly stepped back to avoid it. Tang Jiu then helped the master up and asked, Teacher, how could you agree to duel with him? You're not a battle-type spirit master. The master let out a bitter laugh and said, I know he will definitely cause you trouble. I want to see his soul skills so that you can be prepared. Unfortunately, I'm too useless and only forced him to use a century-old soul skill. The master endured the pain and introduced Zhang Hong's situation. A level 35 attack-type spirit master. His martial spirit is the blue wolf, with strong power and speed. His first soul skill can enhance both speed and power. Although this information is useless to Tang Hao, he was deeply moved by the master's intentions. After all, the master is someone who can endure so much. Despite being mocked by many, he has never fought anyone. This time, he clearly knew he was not the opponent's match, yet he still wanted a duel. He was worried that Tang Hao might not be a match for the opponent. Although Tang Hao is very strong, the master still believed that knowing both oneself and the enemy is the key to victory. This thoughtfulness truly touched Tang Hao. Tang Hao stood up, coldly looking at Zhang Hong, and shouted, Today, you will definitely die. His brother was injured by him, so if he wanted to find someone, he should come to him. Yet he insisted on bullying the weak. Zhang Hong also wished he could kill Tang Hao. It was a trivial matter that his brother was beaten, but the fact that he had to kneel and bow to a waist made both brothers the laughingstock of the city lord's mansion. He sneered and said, You dare to hit my brother? Today, no matter who you are, anyone who offends the city lord's mansion must die. Unleash your martial soul. If it were in the wild, Zhang Hong would never allow Tang Jiu to unleash his martial soul, but now they were at Nuoding Academy, under the watchful eyes of everyone. Not allowing the opponent to unleash their martial soul and directly resorting to foul play would mean breaking the rules, leading to endless trouble in the future. In his opinion, it didn't matter whether Tang Jiu unleashed his martial soul or not. He could easily claw him to death. Martial soul manifestation. Tang Jiu wore a grim expression and directly activated his bullet ant martial soul. A magnificent purple 1,000-year spirit ring appeared around him, so dazzling compared to Zhang Hong's yellow spirit ring. What? The first ring of 1,000 years? Director Su exclaimed in shock, his eyes wide open. At this moment, the other students also looked dumbfounded. In the small nodding academy, a 100-year first ring could be considered a genius. But a 1,000-year first ring was something they had never heard of. Xiao Jiu is surprisingly powerful. Xiao Wu was also shocked. This completely exceeded her understanding. She could never reach a 1,000-year first ring. Zhang Hong's expression darkened even further. Tang Jiu's first ring was actually 1,000 years. What incredible talent. No wonder he could defeat his brother. However, since he had already offended him, he really intended to go all out this time. Someone like him would inevitably bring disaster if left alive. Taking advantage of the lingering effect of his first spirit skill, Zhang Hong immediately launched an attack on Tang Jiu, his hands clawing like a wolf's paw, fiercely aiming for Tang Jiu's heart. First spirit skill, Berserk. Tang Jiu didn't intend to hide his strength, after all. The opponent had 3 soul rings and was a level 35 battle spirit master. He wanted to finish the fight quickly and avoid revealing his martial soul's soul rings. He also didn't want anyone to know that his soul power had reached level 26. The violent skill instantly increased his strength by 45, raising his original base strength of 4,500 to 6,500 Gene. Tang Jiu used the military boxing technique, directly colliding hard against Zhang Hong's claws. The onlookers held their breath, eyes wide open, not wanting to miss any detail. A hint of mockery flashed in Zhang Hong's eyes. He was baiting Tang Jiu to use the Millennium Soul skill. Tang Jiu was so young, his soul power at most barely reached the teens. Although he didn't understand how he had obtained the Millennium Soul skill, as long as it was used, wouldn't he just be waiting to be crushed? With his beast martial soul combined with his first soul skill, and the tempering of his body with level 35 soul power, he couldn't believe he couldn't withstand a child's soul skill. However, the moment their fists and claws collided, he regretted it. A terrifying force surged forth, even more ferocious than his full strength. With a crack, his arm was directly shattered, and the intense pain shot from his arm to his brain, causing him to scream in agony as his entire body was sent flying backward. The surrounding crowd was stunned. A single punch had sent a level 35 battle spirit master flying. Just how terrifying was Tang Jiu, even if he had a Millennium Soul Ring? Zhang Hong had one too. Moreover, he had 2 more soul rings than Tang Jiu. A level 35 battle spirit master was nothing to scoff at. Had he not eaten? Tang Jiu broke Zhang Hong's arm, but he didn't forget to add insult to injury. However, he didn't hold back. A broken bone could be healed by a healing soul master, and as long as Zhang Hong gritted his teeth, he could continue to fight. Soul masters were not martial artists. They relied more on soul rings and soul skills. As Tang Jiu punched Zhang Hong away, he accelerated and delivered a deadly whip kick to Zhang Hong's stomach. It wasn't that he didn't want to kick him in the face, but he was too short and didn't want to jump. Third soul skill, Spectral Wolf Gold Light Shield. This time, Zhang Hong dared not be careless. The 1,000-year soul ring lit up, and a layer of blue energy shield appeared around him. As long as he could block Tang Jiu's attack, he would immediately unleash his second soul skill to tear Tang Jiu to shreds. Tang Jiu was going to suffer this time. With the defensive capability of a 1,000-year soul skill and the support of his 35th level soul power, he simply couldn't break through the shield. Director Su shook his head. Tang Jiu smirked coldly as he activated his soul bone skill, going berserk. What he wanted was violence, to eliminate opponents in an instant. He absolutely wouldn't allow himself to fail after using a skill. He didn't even think about whether the enhancement from his first soul skill, Berserk, could break a shield. In battle, he aimed for violence and explosive output. His speed and strength surged simultaneously by 30, increasing his power from 500 gene to an astonishing 400 gene. The death whip leg created a howling wind as it struck. Bang! The whip leg hit the ghost wolf's golden shield, instantly shattering it, and then landed solidly on Zhang Hong's abdomen. Zhang Hong's body flew over 10 meters into the air, crashing directly into the wall of the teaching building. After landing, he spat out a mouthful of blood and struggled a few times but couldn't get back up. From the moment he started fighting until now. The 5-second amplification effect of Tang Jiu's first soul skill, Berserk, had just worn off, meaning he only needed 5 seconds to severely injure a level 35 battle soul master. At this moment, gasps filled the air around him. Tang Jiu was too ferocious. With a single punch and kick, he had incapacitated the battle soul master completely. Wait, the City Lord's mansion won't let you go. We need to leave. Zhang Hong felt his insides were ruptured and cast a venomous glance at Tang Jiu, urging his brother Zhang Feng to hurry and take him to find a healing soul master. Leave? That's impossible. I told you, you will die today. Tang Jiu walked step by step toward Zhang Hong. If someone like him was let go, he would definitely act like a venomous snake, waiting for the opportunity to strike. A petty person seeks revenge from dawn to dusk, and he didn't want to always be on guard against others. Tang Jiu, this is Nodding School, established jointly by the Nodding City Lord and the Wuhuan Hall. You can't kill people from the City Lord's mansion here. Seeing that Tang Jiu was relentless, Director Su immediately stepped in front of Zhang Hong and tried to mediate, saying, "How about this? Let him compensate you with some money." Director Su knew that Tang Jiu loved money, and he extended his hand, saying, "Let him give you 2,000 gold soul coins. How about that?" Tang Jiu took. He loved money, but he wanted it to cultivate better and buy more resources. Compared to his love for money, Tang Jiu loved his own life even more. If someone killed him, his money would belong to me. Tang Jiu smiled and continued walking towards Zhang Hong without stopping. Tang Jiu, if you go against the City Lord's mansion, I will expel you. Director Su said angrily. Expel me if you want. I just happen to be going to the Intermediate Soul Master Academy. Tang Jiu didn't care. If I get expelled, I'll go report to the Big Owl immediately. Am I supposed to stay here and play house with these kids? Director Su was completely at a loss. He had said everything he needed to say, and he had made arrangements with the Lord's mansion, so he might as well step aside. Zhang Hong, I know you wish you could kill me, but unfortunately, I won't give you the chance. Tang Jiu lifted his leg and stomped hard on Zhang Hong's chest. With a crack, Zhang Hong's sternum shattered, and he died instantly. Tang Jiu smiled at Zhang Feng and said, "Do you want to take revenge for your brother? A Millennium Soul skill has already drained my soul power. Do you want to take the opportunity to kill me? Once this chance is gone, it won't come again." Zhang Feng actually had this thought in mind. This fierce and domineering Millennium Soul skill would definitely consume a lot of soul power after using it, and he really wanted to take this opportunity to kill Tang Jiu. However, Tang Jiu had severely injured his brother in just 5 seconds, which was simply inhuman. Deep down, he still feared death. His body instinctively shrank back. Tang Jiu thought to himself that it was a pity. Although his soul skill had a short duration, it didn't consume that much soul power, and he could use it 10 more times without any problem. He really wanted to take care of Zhang Feng as well and eliminate the root of the problem. However, this guy was too timid. He bent down and took a card from Zhang Hong, inputting soul power to check it, finding it had 2,300 gold soul coins. He happily tucked it into his pocket. Zhang Feng didn't even bother with his brother's corpse and was so scared that he ran away, rushing straight towards the city lord mansion. At this moment, the surrounding students looked at Tang Jiu with fear. They had never seen someone kill before. Tang Jiu, you are no longer a student of the school. Leave immediately. Director Su huffed. Fine. Refund my tuition first. I haven't even stayed at the school for a full day. Tang Jiu reached out. Director Su was so angry that he almost spat blood. This bastard had just taken all of Zhang Hong's possessions, and now he was still quibbling over these dozens of gold soul coins. How stingy. He casually took out a money bag and immediately refunded the tuition to Tang Jiu, making it clear that he wanted to distance himself from him. Tang Jiu took the golden soul coin and took out the master's card, saying to Tang San, Third brother, you find a healing soul master for the teacher. I think I need to leave Nodding City immediately. Although I don't believe the city lord will stand up for a guard captain, I still have to be cautious. Besides, there's really no need to stay at Nodding Academy any longer. Tang Jiu found an inn to stay in, and tomorrow he would pick up his war hammer and head straight to Shrek Academy. At the same time, the lord of Nodding City received the news and, upon hearing his subordinate's report, cursed under his breath, calling him an idiot. Although not many people knew about the master's identity as the lord, he had some understanding of the situation. Although the master had a strained relationship with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, anyone who dared to kill the master would have to face the wrath of that family. As for Tang Jiu, the lord was actually interested in recruiting him. The first ring in 1,000 years was a sign of genius. If he could bring Tang Jiu under his wing, he might have a chance to go from lord to duke and have his own principality. However, upon hearing Zhang Feng's lament, his eyes suddenly narrowed. Could it be that Tang Jiu had a twin martial soul? The other martial soul was a hammer? What kind of hammer? Zhang Feng quickly took out paper and pen, sketching the appearance and patterns of Tang Jiu's warhammer. The lord's pupils suddenly contracted. It was the Haotian hammer. The highest level bounty from the Spirit Hall immediately appeared in his mind. Provide information about Haotian Tang Hao or his son, and receive a soul bone. Killing any of them would grant a principality or a position as the Grand Cardinal of the Spirit Hall. The bounty was issued by the Grand Elder of the Spirit Hall, Qian Daolu. Surrounded and killed Sox. The Lord shouted, and immediately a man in his 40s walked in. Saluting, subordinate reporting in. Zhang Feng felt a surge of joy. Sox, a rank 38 soul master with a martial soul of a mad bear, was the commander of the Nodding City Guard and more capable than his brother Zhang Hong, a trusted aide of the Lord. Do you think it's possible that this Tang Jiu is Tang Hao's son? The Lord handed the sketch of the Haotian hammer to Sox, who narrowed his eyes and pondered for a moment, saying with the twin martial souls and the first ring in 1,000 years, I could be certain it is. Oh, the Lord's eyes brightened. He was merely suspicious, yet Sox was so certain. Sox was indeed his right-hand man, skilled in battle and strong himself. The Lord was eager to hear Sox's reasoning, encouraging him to share his thoughts. Sox spoke confidently. According to Zhang Feng's description, Tang Jiu has twin martial souls. His beast martial soul, the bullet ant, should also be a top-tier martial soul, and it's a power type. The Haotian hammer is already the highest level martial soul, and with this beast martial soul, Tang Jiu's body must be extremely powerful. Therefore, adding a soul ring to the Haotian hammer and then another to the bullet ant reaching 1,000 years would not be surprising. After all, he is from the Haotian sect. Sox concluded. Hearing this, the Lord suddenly felt enlightened. Sox, as the commander of the guard, was indeed sharp-minded and had unraveled what had puzzled him about the first ring in 1,000 years. So what do you think we should do? The Lord asked. That depends on the Lord's intentions. If you want to play it safe, I suggest reporting to the Spirit Hall. We can win their favor and also receive a soul bone. Sox replied. The Lord stroked his chair, feeling a bit reluctant. The Spirit Hall had searched for 6 years without finding Tang Hao and his son, and now Tang Hao's son had appeared in Nodding City. Wasn't this a golden opportunity? I want to become a duke and have my own principality. A glint of greed flashed in the Lord's eyes. Then I'll take people to kill Tang Jiu. Sox said flatly, showing no surprise. People die for wealth. Birds die for food. The status of a lord and a duke is worlds apart. His status will rise accordingly. Good. Go now. Don't let this kid escape. The Lord suddenly stood up. Sox shook his head, saying, My lord, what we should do now is closely monitor him and safely send this kid out of Notting City. He must not have any accidents here. Why? Is the Lord afraid of a 6-year-old child? Zhang Feng asked, puzzled. Sox shot a cold glance at Zhang Feng and scoffed. Idiot. If we kill his son, won't we be afraid of his father seeking revenge? If Tang Hao comes, who in the Lord's mansion can withstand him? After we kill him, we can say it was the Spear Hall's doing and quietly amass our wealth. Understand? Upon hearing this, the Lord broke into a cold sweat. Tang Hao dared to kill even the Pope of the Spirit Hall. If he suspected that his son was killed by us, would he not be waiting to be killed himself? He admired Sox's insight. It was indeed those who led troops who thought more deeply. However, he quickly grew worried. This Tang Jiu kid is quite powerful. Are you confident? Sox laughed heartily, my lord. You have been deceived by Tang Jiu's achievements. Zhang Hong's death was due to his foolishness. He compared strength with the people of the Haotian sect and used a century-old soul skill against a 1,000-year soul skill. It was a miracle he didn't die. How could one compete in strength against a power-type soul master? His soul power is at most level 20, and without a soul skill to lock onto a target, a speed-type soul master could easily defeat him. I can handle him with Kasha. The Lord's eyes lit up. Kasha, a rank 33 speed-type soul master with a martial soul of a shadow swallow, was Sox's wife. The Lord smiled. The position of Duke was secured. The next day, early morning, Tang Jiu woke up in the inn and started his morning run around Nottingham. Without the weight, he felt that the exercise was not as satisfying. After practicing a set of combat skills he learned from special forces, he headed to the blacksmith shop. He immediately spotted a hammer that looked exactly like the Haotian hammer, picked it up, and swung it a few times. The 500-pound war hammer felt very comfortable to handle. Its size was just right to fit into the 12 gold hairpins. Little brother, you are a big customer. We repaired the original hammer for you. The master pointed to another hammer on the other side. Then thank you. Tang Jiu was very happy and thought of a great way to deal with the enemy, which was the flying hammer. He was holding one that was already in action and took another one from the 12 golden hairpins, just like the hidden weapon of the third brother, and hurled it out. The 800-pound hammer flew out with power comparable to a century-old soul technique. Tang Jiu put the war hammer into the 12 golden hairpins and walked out of Notting City while carrying the 500-pound hammer. He bought a map of the continent and drew a straight line from Notting City to Soto City on the map, then began to march along that line at a brisk pace. Carrying the hammer, he ran wildly, which was akin to training. After a day, Tang Jiu noticed a bird in the sky that seemed to be following him, but he didn't pay much attention to it. However, after leaving the influence of Notting City, he found that the bird suddenly landed and blocked his path. It was a blonde woman in her 30s who smiled and said, "Little guy, why are you running so fast?" Tang Jiu was shocked. Was he being followed? He turned around and saw two figures quickly approaching. One of them was Zhang Feng. The other two were unfamiliar to him, but they gave him a very dangerous feeling, especially one of them, who was Sykes. Sykes and his two companions surrounded Tang Jiu and coldly said, "Are you Tang Hao's son?" Tang Jiu quickly shook his head. "You have mistaken the wrong person. It's not me." "Not you?" Swokes frowned. "Yes. Are you looking for Tang Hao's son? I can guide you." He poured out his grievances. "You don't know. I was abused by Tang Hao since I was young. I almost starved to death." Swokes' face darkened, pointing at the war hammer in Tang Jiu's hand. "Do you think I'm stupid? I can't recognize the Haotian hammer?" "You can recognize a hammer." Tang Jiu couldn't help but roll his eyes. "If you want to find someone for revenge, go look for the third brother. He's the biological one. I'm just an adopted one." "Little guy, you're really not behaving well." Kasha snorted. "Lord Swokes, there's no need to waste time with him. Let's just attack." Zhang Feng immediately activated his martial soul, and two soul rings, one white and one yellow, appeared on him. "Idiot!" Swokes cursed angrily. This bastard actually called him by his real name. They were here to assassinate, not to duel. This brainless idiot would be dealt with directly to avoid any trouble. Swokes, a level 38 assault system battle spirit master, martial soul, Mad Bear. Since his name was exposed by Zhang Feng, he no longer hid it. The Mad Bear martial soul manifested, and 3 soul rings appeared on him. Yellow, yellow, purple. Kasha, a level 33 agility system battle spirit master, martial soul, shadow swallow. Kasha narrowed his eyes, and the martial soul manifested again, with 3 soul rings. Yellow, yellow, purple. Tang Jiu narrowed his eyes. It seems that today will be a fight to the death. Well then, he can finally reveal his martial soul. Tang Jiu, a level 26 assault system soul master. Martel soul bulletant. 33, a beautiful counterkill. Tang Jiu revealed his soul power level and equipped himself with soul rings and martial spirit, causing 2 purple soul rings to appear around his body. At that moment, it directly blinded the eyes of his opponents. What? A great soul master? Swoks and Kasha were both stunned. How could this be possible? Just yesterday, he had 1 soul ring, and today he had 2. How did this happen? Did he go to the soul hunting forest last night? That shouldn't be possible. They had been monitoring him. Zhang Feng's head was even more confused in a daze. A 6-year-old great soul master. Is there still any justice in this world? Tang Jiu squinted his eyes, aiming for that shocking effect. Don't think he's just showing off. He's actually creating a psychological gap for his opponent. Taking advantage of the 3 of them being stunned, Tang Jiu immediately activated his soul bone skill, Frenzy. As the saying goes, strike when the iron is hot. Furthermore, it's better to break 1 finger than to injure 10. He launched a surprise attack on the weakest one, Zhang Feng, swinging his hammer with brutal force. Quick dodge. Sox realized Tang Jiu was suddenly attacking and immediately shouted at Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng instinctively turned to flee, nearly in tears, wondering why he was always the one getting hurt. His brother had just been beaten to death, so he certainly didn't think he could be a match for Tang Jiu. Unfortunately, his physical fitness was already inferior to Tang Jiu's, and his speed was even lower, with Tang Jiu in frenzy mode, increasing his speed by 30. As soon as Zhang Feng turned around, Tang Jiu's hammer had already slammed heavily into his back. There was a crack, and Zhang Feng's entire spine was shattered, resulting in instant death. Damn it, first soul skill, Shadow Assault. Kasha, being a sensitive agility-type soul master, was much faster than Sox. She immediately activated her century-old soul skill, transforming her body into a shadow and charging towards Tang Jiu. Dad, you're here? That's great. Tang Jiu suddenly exclaimed in surprise. As Kasha rushed in front of Tang Jiu, her body recoiled like she had been electrocuted, retreating at an even faster speed, warily looking around, her face turning pale with fright. She circled high in the sky, not daring to come down, searching for Tang Hao's figure. But when she looked around, it nearly drove her to madness. There was no one else around. At this moment, Tang Jiu had already dashed forward for several dozen meters, turning back to taunt. Did I scare you to death? Such a coward? How dare you still want to kill me? Damn it, you little brat. I'll skin you alive later. Kasha clenched her silver teeth, her fury almost burning away her reason. They had come to assassinate Tang Jiu, and right at the start, they had lost 1 person in an instant. She was actually scared back by a single sentence. This made her lose all face. Chase, if he doesn't die today, we will definitely die. I am the destined genius. Trying to kill me will bring divine retribution. Tang Jiu shouted while fleeing, not forgetting to throw out insults. Divine retribution? If it really exists, then let us see it try. Kasha flew closer behind Tang Jiu. Is that so? Tang Jiu chuckled and said, I pray that you are punished by heaven, making you have 1 less soul ring than others. Nonsense. How could my soul ring possibly be less? Just as Kasha was speaking, her pupils suddenly contracted, and she froze in midair. Sox, who was behind her, was confused and hurriedly asked, Kasha, chase after her. My 1,000-year soul ring is gone. My soul skills are gone. Kasha's face turned pale. Could it really be that she was punished by heaven? This was too bizarre. Even more terrifying was that her soul power had dropped by 3 levels, directly falling to level 30. If it weren't for her strong mental fortitude, she would have collapsed by now. Sox took a closer look and indeed found that Kasha only had 2 soul rings left. He was shocked, but immediately comforted her. Baby, don't be afraid. It's probably a special soul ring skill. That 1,000-year soul ring that suddenly appeared with this guy is suspicious. Kasha immediately accepted this explanation. She had no choice but to believe it. Did she really want to think that she was deprived of soul ring? First soul skill, Shadow Strike. Kasha's speed suddenly increased, her body moving like a shadow, darting toward Tang Jiu. This time, even if the sky were to fall, she wouldn't stop. She had to entangle Tang Jiu and wait for Sox to come and deal with him. Go die. Watch my soul bone skill, Meteor Hammer. Tang Jiu had long taken out an 800-pound hammer from the 12 golden hairpins, using verbal tricks to confuse the enemy, and then suddenly threw a flying hammer towards Kasha. Do you have a soul bone? Ridiculous. You can't fool me this time. Kasha roared through gritted teeth, showing no signs of slowing down. However, a hammer suddenly appeared before her, causing her face to change dramatically. Just as she intended to change direction, she realized that her suppressed soul power and soul rings had returned. This led to a significant increase in her speed and severely distracted her. Oh no! By the time Kasha reacted, the war hammer was already flying towards her, and there was no time to dodge. She gritted her teeth and tried to push the hammer away to avoid being hit in the chest. But as soon as she made contact, she felt a tremendous force crush her arm. Kasha let out a terrible scream as she fell from the sky. Her arm was shattered, a level of injury that was unbearable for any ordinary person. Are you dumb? I told you I was going to throw the war hammer, but you didn't believe me. Tang Jiu laughed heartily, having tricked her twice. The third time he spoke the truth, and she really didn't believe it. Kasha was so furious she almost spat blood, her eyes bloodshot, wishing she could slice Tang Jiu into 1,000 pieces. I'm going to activate my soul bone skill again. Watch the meteor hammer, Tang Jiu shouted, turning back to make the hammer-throwing motion once more. Kasha was terrified at Tang Jiu's action, fearing that if she got hit by the hammer again, she could be killed. Third soul skill, Shadow Shift. Kasha immediately activated her 1,000-year soul skill, her body resembling a shadow as she landed on the ground. But at this moment, where was the hammer? Tang Jiu was just a feint. You fell for it again. This time I really threw the flying hammer. Tang Jiu unceremoniously threw the hammer in his hand towards Kasha, simultaneously using his soul ring to distract her and suppress her speed. The mix of reality and illusion left Kasha confused. Although she was highly focused, the distance between them was too close, only about 10 meters apart. There was no time to use her soul skills. As she watched the hammer flying towards her, there was no way to evade, and she could only use her other hand to block it. This time, she miscalculated again, thinking the two hammers weighed about the same, and that losing another arm wouldn't be too bad since she could still fight. However, this hammer weighed a staggering 500 jin. It was already difficult for her to lift, let alone with the additional ferocity and speed that Tang Jiu had given it. The hammer decisively smashed her arm, continuing its momentum to strike her ribs. Kasha let out a terrible scream and fell to the ground, several ribs broken, completely losing her combat ability. If the hammer had been aimed a bit more accurately, it could have directly taken her out in one blow. Tang Jiu silently sighed in regret, then turned to look at the clumsy bear running over, a victorious smile appearing on his lips. 3 people surrounded him, 1 dead and 1 injured, just in time to send this last one on his way. Level 34 Overkill. Swokes was indeed a person accustomed to life and death. He saw the tragic state of his wife, but did not go over to check. He simply comforted her, saying, "Don't worry, once I kill this little bastard, I'll take you back for treatment. You'll be fine. Be careful, he's too cunning." Cold sweat covered Kasha's delicate face, and her lips trembled in pain at that moment. Tang Jiu chuckled and said, "Are you preparing your last words? I can let you talk for a while longer. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. I'm going to smash your head." Swoke's eyes turned red. His beautiful blonde-haired, blue-eyed wife was almost beaten to death by Tang Jiu, and he didn't want to waste any more words with him. With a roar, a yellow soul ring shone brightly as he unleashed his first soul skill, Great Bear Paw. This was a soul skill from a 200-year-old soul beast, the black bear, which could increase strength by 35. However, it couldn't stack like Tang Jiu's soul rings. Nevertheless, the power boost it provided was still terrifying. As he swung his arm, a howling wind followed. Then let me show you the fear of my second martial soul. Soul ring restriction. Tang Jiu immediately placed the soul ring martial soul on his socks. At that moment, sock soul power dropped by 3 levels, and the 1,000-year soul ring disappeared. How is this possible? Sock's expression changed drastically, and there was something even more impossible. The first soul skill, Speed Evil Ring. Tang Jiu immediately activated the first soul skill of his soul ring, and a purple glow shone on Swoke's body, causing his speed to decrease slightly, while Tang Jiu's speed increased a notch. Tang Jiu's white Featherwind Swallow's soul ring originally had a speed enhancement, and with the speed drawn from Socks. His current speed had already surpassed Socks by a large margin. With an easy dodge, he avoided Socks' attack, raised his foot, and kicked Socks' thigh, sending him sprawling. Is your martial soul a soul ring? Socks was suddenly shocked. Limiting soul rings, limiting soul power, limiting soul skills, and even limiting physical attributes. This was beyond what a single soul ring skill could achieve. Moreover, at that moment, Tang Jiu only had 1 soul ring. Considering all the strange phenomena, Socks could only think of this possibility. You're quite clever, but it's too late. If the agility-type Soul Master hadn't been injured, you might have forced out my ultimate move. Unfortunately, now you can only be toyed with by me. My martial soul's first soul skill is to extract your speed and replenish it to myself. My current speed is almost on par with agility-type Soul Masters, and I also have a 1,000-year soul skill, while you only have 200-year soul skills. No matter how you calculate it, you're at an absolute disadvantage. At this moment, there were only the three of them, and Tang Jiu no longer concealed anything. He relished in the astonished expressions of Sox and Kasha, feeling immensely satisfied. I'm only at level 26, yet I defeated 3 people in an ambush and even counter-killed them. Most importantly, the opponents had 2 Soul Kings. This is just too exhilarating. Truly a battle beyond my level. After Tang Jiu finished speaking, he raised his leg and kicked at his opponent. The time limit for his spirit ring and martial soul against someone with a higher level than him was at most 2 minutes. Just now, when he was dealing with Yinkasha, he had already used up more than a minute. This means he could only limit Swokes for just over 30 seconds. First spirit skill. Rampage. Soul Bone skill, Frenzy. Tang Jiu unleashed his full power without reservation. His strength surged dramatically, and his speed instantly increased by 30. The force of this kick increased geometrically. Second soul skill, Fierce Bear Transformation. Sox is no longer held back, unleashing all his strength. Under the enhancement of the soul skill, his body became even more formidable, like an explosive bear. The powerful bear paw slammed down hard on Tang Jiu's leg as he attacked. Bang! Sox's felt a force coming from a distance. His paw nearly shattered from the kick. The opponent's power was too great. The key point was that without the enhancement of a Millennium Soul skill, he was at a severe disadvantage. Tang Jiu struck successfully, accelerating forward and delivering a punch to Sox's stomach. Sox, with considerable combat experience, contracted his abdomen and brought both bear paws down toward Tang Jiu's head, as if trying to smash a watermelon. However, Tang Jiu was not foolish enough to engage in a mutual destruction. His speed, enhanced by the Berserk skill, far surpassed Sox's. He sidestepped the attack with a quick move and unleashed the most brutal combat technique for military boxing, the reverse joint lock. Using his speed, he seized Sox's wrist and twisted it forcefully, resulting in a loud crack as he broke Sox's forearm. Then, he delivered a whip kick to Sox's waist. With a force of 8,400 pounds and terrifying speed, the kick landed solidly on Sox's waist. Despite his beast martial spirit, such damage exceeded his tolerance. Sox's body flew backward 7 or 8 meters and crashed heavily to the ground, spitting out blood, clearly with his internal organs shattered. And it was evident he wouldn't survive much longer. A level 26 Great Soul Master against a level 38 Soul Honor. Complete victory. Time taken, 3 seconds. Tang Jiu was very impressed with himself. Kasha, seeing Sox's miserable state, felt extreme fear in her heart and bit her teeth, pleadingly looking at Tang Jiu. Spare me. I'll tell you everything. Do you want to know that you are from the Lord's mansion? Or that you are under the orders of the Lord of Notting City? The moment I saw Zhang Feng, I had already guessed. Tang Jiu walked to a distance and set up his own hammer, sarcastically saying. Kasha was obviously taken aback. She didn't expect Tang Jiu to guess this as well. She hurriedly said, "Do you want to take revenge? I can take you there and help you deal with the City Lord. The City Lord is a level 42 Soul Master. You can't handle it alone. Moreover, he has a good relationship with the Spirit Hall, and the enforcement team of the Soul Hunting Forest is stationed at the City Lord's mansion." Kasha revealed information about the City Lord's mansion, constantly increasing her bargaining chips for survival. With Sox dead, she wished for Tang Jiu to die as well. Thinking of luring him into seeking revenge, then teaming up with the people from the City Lord's mansion to kill Tang Jiu. I'm going to cause trouble for the City Lord. Otherwise, I won't even dare to show myself in public anymore. Tang Jiu felt he had to go. Otherwise, with the identity of Tang Hao's son, he would always be hunted down wherever he went. You agreed? Kasha said with a face full of joy, but in her heart, she was planning how to make Tang Jiu suffer 1,000 cuts. Tang Jiu smiled and nodded, "But I don't believe you." Tang Jiu swung the hammer and didn't approach Kasha, fearing she might have some killing move. He directly threw the hammer over. "No," Kasha shouted, not understanding why Tang Jiu would refuse. But before she could say anything more, the hammer struck her abdomen, causing her to lose her life completely. Tang Jiu gave Sox a hammer blow and was finally satisfied before starting to search for valuables on the two of them, only to be greatly disappointed. The two had gone out without any money, probably thinking that it would be too easy to kill themselves, so they would just return after the deed. Or perhaps they didn't want to leave more clues for Tang Hao to find out. Tang Jiu cursed his luck and headed back to Notting City with a hammer in hand. I never hold grudges. I take revenge on the spot. Anyone who wants to die will die. 35. Self-martial soul fusion skill. Evil ring devouring sky ant. To kill the Lord of Nodding City, a proper plan is necessary. Tang Jiu would not be foolish enough to swagger in wielding a hammer. He must first understand the opponent's strength. A level 42 soul master is not comparable to a level 30 soul elder. The key to my victory over the soul elder lies in my soul rings and martial soul. By restricting one of the opponent's soul rings, it essentially means that their soul power is only slightly higher than mine, but their soul skills are the same as mine. No, they are not the same. I have 2,000-year soul skills and 1,000-year soul bone ability, while the opponent only has 200-year soul skills. This is the fundamental reason why I can crush them. Tang Jiu pondered that the reason he could crush his opponents was definitely due to his talent. His soul ring and martial soul were too strong. However, if the opponent was at level 42 and had 4 soul skills, with 1 skill restricted and 3 remaining, if he couldn't end the battle within 2 minutes, he would just be waiting to be counter-killed. If the Spirit Hall's enforcement team was still around, it would basically be a death sentence. Tang Jiu took out some dried pork to gnaw on, and then turned back to sneak into Nodding City. He blended into Nodding Academy and found the master, telling him all about his experiences. You want to kill the city lord? That's too dangerous. The master's expression changed. He also thought the city lord deserved to die, but he didn't want Tang Jiu to take the risk. I must kill him, or I won't be able to show my face on the continent again. Tang Jiu didn't want to be like Tang Hao, who had to hide his face and avoid the light when going out. There were so many cute girls waiting for him to save them. His wonderful life was just beginning, and he didn't want to live in the shadows. The master saw the determined look in Tang Jiu's eyes and sighed with a bitter smile. It seems you came to ask me about the martial soul fusion technique. Yes, master. With my soul ring and martial soul, I can crush my opponents with over level 10 soul power. So, after obtaining the martial soul fusion technique, I should be even more powerful, right? Tang Jiu's eyes were full of anticipation. Previously, the master had said he would explain this knowledge to him after he got the soul ring, and now the time was ripe. The master's expression also became serious. His gaze was even hotter than Tang Jiu's. Taking a deep breath, he said, your fusion of your 2 martial souls is different from other martial soul fusion techniques. I have given it a name, self-martial soul fusion technique. Tang Jiu's eyes lit up. It really is fitting. The martial soul fusion technique requires the martial souls to have the same attributes or to complement each other to create a new martial soul, which can be 2 or more. I, along with Flandra and another person, are called the Golden Iron Triangle because the 3 of us have martial souls that, when fused, form a new martial soul, the Golden Sacred Dragon. As the master said this, a deep pain appeared on his face, and he continued. During martial soul fusion, one martial soul must be the main martial soul, while the others compensate for and enhance the deficiencies or increase the power of the fusion. Based on your 2 martial souls, your main martial soul should be the bullet ant martial soul. Tang Jiu thought it made a lot of sense. Although he knew the plot, such detailed theory had not been mentioned before. He then asked, Teacher, how do we proceed with the martial soul fusion? The master replied, the process of fusion is actually about the martial souls attracting and transforming each other. During the fusion, you need to think of it as the bullet ant absorbing the soul, ring martial soul, and that will be enough. However, it's not just the martial souls that are merging. The soul rings and soul power are also involved, which puts a huge burden on the body. If you're not careful, you could explode and die. After all, you're a person bearing the enhancement from 2 martial souls and 2 soul skills. The master's tone was serious. It was very dangerous. When they tried martial soul fusion back then, it wasn't easy at all, and it took many attempts before they succeeded. Tang Jiu's self-martial soul fusion was even more perilous. Teacher, I believe my current physical condition can fully handle it. Tang Jiu immediately activated his martial soul, the bullet ant martial soul, while dragging a soul ring martial soul in his hand. This time, he didn't just attach the soul ring martial soul to his body. Instead, he directly stuffed the soul ring martial soul into his mouth. When it comes to fusion, Tang Jiu felt that there was nothing more thorough than swallowing it. The master's mouth twitched. What he actually meant was for the bullet ant to slowly absorb the soul ring martial soul, rather than this violent devouring, which was too barbaric and dangerous. It was either a successful fusion or a fatal explosion, with no room for retreat. However, since Tang Jiu had already swallowed it, the master didn't say more and instead watched nervously as Tang Jiu's martial soul changed. After Tang Jiu swallowed the soul ring martial soul, the The bullet ant martial soul suddenly began to expand, and at that moment, Tang Hau's face contorted as if he were suffering immense pain. The original bullet ant's mandibles became thicker, its body elongated, its legs doubled in thickness, and they resembled spider legs, sharp as spears, glinting coldly. After the shape change of the bullet ant was complete, a pair of wings resembling cicada wings extended from its back. Tang Hao wasn't surprised. After all, this bullet ant was male, and it was not uncommon for male ants to have wings. However, this indicated that he had gained the ability to fly, with a significant increase in speed. Once the wings grew, a blood-red mark appeared on the forehead of the bullet ant, consisting of 3 swirling commas. Tang Hao found it oddly familiar, but for a moment, he couldn't recall where he had seen it before. After all this, a soul ring rose. A purple soul ring deeper in color than before, shimmering with white and yellow light spots, making it look extraordinarily brilliant. 3-colored soul ring. The master murmured to himself, as if discovering a new continent, and couldn't help but speculate whether this soul ring could evolve into 5 or even 7 colors as his strength increased. Moreover, those 3 blood-red comma marks felt significant as well. At this moment, Tang Hao finally felt the pain in his body dissipate. He was drenched all over, yet his eyes were filled with excitement, feeling immensely powerful at that moment. Although his strength hadn't increased much, his speed had dramatically surged. Evidently, during the martial soul fusion process, the soul ring of the white featherwind swallow had completely enhanced the bullet ant martial soul. Xiao Jiu, what is the name of your self-martial soul fusion skill? The master asked as he saw Tang Hao complete the martial soul fusion effortlessly for the first time. Teacher, my self-martial soul fusion skill is called Evil Ring Devouring Ant. This name didn't come from Tang Hao himself, but appeared automatically in his mind the moment the martial soul fusion was completed. Upon hearing this name, the master felt a chilling sensation. Evil represents wickedness, and devouring signifies consumption, meaning that this martial soul fusion skill could potentially develop in these 2 special directions, possessing unique abilities. However, the master couldn't guess what the specific abilities were, but the power of this martial soul fusion skill was undoubtedly formidable. Xiao Jiu, since your self-martial soul fusion skill has been completed, I must remind you of its drawbacks. The master saw that Tang Hao was caught up in a frenzy of imagination, his mouth twitching, and immediately warned him seriously. What are the drawbacks of the 36 Heavenly Curse seal? Tang Hao immediately became serious. It's normal for powerful skills to have drawbacks, and he certainly needed to listen to the advice of professionals. When it comes to the theoretical knowledge of martial souls, the master is unmatched in the world. The most likely consequence of using the self-martial soul fusion technique is body explosion. This is due to the body being unable to withstand the immense power, especially for someone like you who possesses devouring skills, as what you are devouring is energy. If you can't handle the energy, it becomes a big problem. The master seriously advised. Therefore, when devouring, do it in moderation. Tang Hao immediately nodded to show that he understood. It's just like the saying that you can die from overeating. When the master saw that Tang Hao was absorbing this, a hint of a smile appeared on his serious face. However, you don't need to be afraid. When your body reaches a certain limit, you will feel that something is wrong yourself. At that time, just stop in time. However, besides the risk of exploding your body, there are many side effects. For example, your soul ring may become dim or even missing. Tang Hao couldn't help but give a thumbs up to the master after hearing this. The dimming of the soul ring is just the after effect of Tang Hao using the explosive ring, right? As for the missing soul ring, didn't Tang San sacrifice a soul ring to save Xiao Wu? Truly impressive of the master. Who would dare to have such a guess without seeing it in person? But the master deduced that there would definitely be a missing soul ring just based on the dimming of the soul ring, which is simply amazing. Master, are there any other drawbacks? Tang Hao quickly asked. The master pondered for a moment and said, as for other drawbacks, I can't think of any for now. Let's test your body-soul fusion skill. After the master finished speaking, he directly summoned his martial soul, and the silly Luo San Pao appeared. Upon seeing Tang Hao's evil ring devouring ant, it suddenly shivered and quickly hid behind the master, continuously making chirping sounds to indicate that it was very scared. Seeing this, the master smiled and said, it seems that your evil ring devouring ant is a very powerful beast martial soul, which has a suppressive effect on ordinary beast martial souls. Xiao Jiu, now let's test its soul power and abilities. Tang Jiu immediately activated his soul power, and the three-colored soul rings lit up, causing a soul skill to flash in his mind. The first fusion soul skill, speed deprivation. The three-colored light spread towards Tang Jiu, but he didn't dare to attack the master with force. He just lightly tapped the master on the shoulder. Just that one tap changed the master's expression. It wasn't that Tang Jiu had used much strength. In fact, he hadn't used any force at all, yet the master clearly felt his speed decrease. Little Jiu continue. A glint flashed in the master's eyes, and he had a terrifying guess in his heart. Tang Jiu followed with a powerful slap. At that moment, Tang Jiu couldn't help but curse. Damn. Tang Jiu was stunned. With every attack, he was able to steal the opponent's speed and replenish it to himself. The magnitude was as high as 5. This was obviously the first soul skill of the soul ring martial soul, an upgraded version of the speed evil ring. Tang Jiu attacked 3 more times, and each time the speed of deprivation was actually 5. At this moment, it was obvious that the master's speed had significantly decreased. What a terrifying self-martial soul fusion skill. No wonder it's called the evil ring devouring sky ant. The master was envious and then asked, Little Jiu, this skill of yours should have a time limit, right? If I'm not mistaken, the time shouldn't be long, right? It's really short. The duration is only 1 minute. Tang Jiu couldn't help but complain about why every one of his skills had a time limit and never exceeded a minute. However, after feeling frustrated, Tang Jiu proudly stated, within a minute, as long as I attack the enemy, I can continuously stack the speed of devouring the enemy. The master's pupils suddenly constricted. This could only be described as a divine skill. However, this skill has a significant limitation. It can only be used once a month. Moreover, the speed devoured from the enemy will be returned to them after 3 minutes, meaning I can only temporarily possess the enemy's speed for 4 minutes. Tang Jiu was extremely speechless. This skill even has a cooldown. The most frustrating part is that the cooldown is calculated on a monthly basis. Upon hearing this, the master seemed to look much better, as it should be. If this skill had no limitations, it would truly be invincible. It seems that your own martial soul fusion technique also cannot be used frequently. Perhaps this is a form of protection for you. The master thought this was very normal. Those soul skills that could dim the soul rings, if they could be used continuously, would simply be against the laws of nature. Anything beyond the norm comes with a price. The master then pointed to the 3 blood-red commas on Tang Jiu's evil ring, the devouring sky ant, and asked, Have you discovered any special abilities of this blood-red mark? None. Tang Jiu did not feel any special abilities and decisively shook his head. But suddenly his eyes brightened. Imprint. Why does that sound so familiar? Imprint. Cell. Spell cell. Tang Jiu felt a shock in his heart. No wonder this thing looked so familiar. 3 commas, growing in the pupil. That is the symbol of the Uchiha clan for Naruto, the Sharingan. Only that one is black commas. If it were on the skin, that would be Orochimaru's cursed seal. The heavenly cursed seal. Tang Jiu didn't recognize it because the curse mark is 3 black commas. And when the curse mark is activated, it's covered by black clouds on the skin. But this comma is blood-colored. The heavenly curse mark can greatly enhance all of the body's powers and is divided into curse mark state 1 and curse mark state 2. Sasuke's dark curse mark state 2 was impressive when it first appeared, and its power was simply monstrous. But how is this curse mark activated? Does it require special energy? For example, hatred? Tang Jiu tried it out, for example. He hated Tang Hao for not giving him meat, but it had no effect at all. He tried using his soul power, but there was even less of a reaction, which left Tang Jiu a bit puzzled. However, with this thing, he would definitely find a way to use it in the future. He wasn't in a hurry. With the abilities he currently possessed, he was fully confident that he could go in and out of the Lord's mansion 7 times. Teacher, a month later, after my skills cool down. Oh no, after my skill can be reused, I'll go to the Lord's mansion and take care of that bastard. Tang Jiu confidently waved his fist. Can you handle it alone? Now, does your own martial soul fusion skill have any other drawbacks? The only way to find out is through actual combat. If something unexpected happens during the battle, you will surely die. The master said bluntly, You're right. I need to find a helper. Tang Jiu automatically excluded the master from consideration, thinking that if the master was just a hindrance, he would be of no use otherwise. Teacher, how about I write a letter to the big owl and ask him to come help? The master chuckled. Flander wouldn't be foolish enough to go with you to the city lord's mansion to kill someone, especially since there are spirit hall members there. Unless he no longer cares about Shrek Academy. That's true. Then I'll write a letter saying my dad is planning to hammer the city lord of Notting to death, and ask him to come help deal with the city lord's property. He wouldn't refuse to come for something like counting money, would he? The corner of the master's mouth twitched. He could guarantee that Flander would run away faster than a rabbit. 37 Flander, who was being tricked. Tang Jiu did not rush to call Flander over, but instead settled down in the master's dormitory to diligently cultivate his soul power. The master also devoted himself to teaching Tang Jiu various theoretical knowledge. Tang Jiu was studying very seriously and pondering the method of using the heavenly curse seal. This heavenly curse seal had surprisingly moved from the forehead of the evil ring, devouring ant to Tang Jiu's left shoulder. However, the 3 blood-red commas showed no special reaction. Regardless of whether it was soul power stimulation or other emotional triggers, there was no response at all. He tried to use soul power cultivation to replace sleep. The master also shared a little tip with Tang Jiu to accelerate the cultivation of soul power. Tang Jiu is constantly trying. Now he needs 8 hours of sleep. And if he replaces 1 hour with soul power cultivation, he feels fully energized. However, if he replaces 1.5 hours with soul power, he starts to feel a bit fatigued. After 28 days of cultivation, Tang Jiu can now replace 1.5 hours of sleep with soul power cultivation. His soul power cultivation is much faster than Tang San's. After all, he has better physical quality. He has finally broken through from level 26 to level 27. Tang Jiu was overjoyed. Everything was ready except for the muscle. So he picked up his pen and quickly wrote a letter to Flander. The content was very simple. It said that the Lord of Nodding wanted to kill him to collect the bounty from the Spirit Hall. He was still alive and had already informed his father, Tang Hao, who decided to take the head of the Lord of Nodding in 3 days. The Lord of Nodding had so much wealth, many things were too valuable, and Tang Jiu himself didn't understand them. Tang Hao needed money, but it was useless. He needed someone with insight to appraise the items and convert them into cash. When Flander received the letter, his eyes were like an owl's, glowing green. He entrusted the school's matters to Xiao Jiu and flew over directly after activating his martial spirit. Upon entering the master's room, he immediately laughed heartily. Little Jiu, I miss you so much. You must be thinking about money. Tang Jiu not? Same. Flander was unconcerned, looking at Tang Jiu as if he were a moving vault, rubbing his hands and saying, "What does your father want to do? If you need my cooperation, I will definitely not refuse. But we need to clarify the profit-sharing ratio. How about 8 for me and 2 for you? 50-50 or forget it." Tang Jiu snorted again. Flander felt relieved. If this cunning kid didn't bargain with him, that would be a big problem. Deal. Flander happily poured himself a cup of tea and savored a sip. It was really fragrant. The master shook his head gently, remaining silent. Tang Jiu saw that Flander agreed, and then said, "This time, my father took action mainly to conceal my identity. So I must lure out all those who know my identity. What does that mean?" Flander's eyebrows raised, feeling that it sounded a bit dangerous. "It means that I must break into the Lord's mansion alone, let them come to kill me, and I called you here to prevent me from being killed instantly. Once all those in the Lord's mansion who are in the know are lured out, my father will make a grand appearance and smash them to death with a hammer." Tang Jiu was talking about his plan, and Flander understood that it meant he had to confront the people from the City Lord's mansion directly. "I won't do it." Flander shook his head vigorously. "Are you scared?" Tang Jiu scoffed. "It's not about being scared or not. The Spirit Hall's enforcement team is at the City Lord's mansion in Nodding City. That's an open secret. If I take action, I'm essentially going against the Spirit Hall. If things were to get exposed, I could only run away, but my Shrek Academy would be finished." Flander's mind was clear, and he was not swayed by Tang Jiu. Moreover, do you know, after taking action, the people from a Spirit Hall will analyze the battle traces and deduce the approximate soul skills and soul power levels. This is no joke. Is the Spirit Hall that powerful? Tang Jiu didn't believe it. Experienced individuals can do this. The Spirit Hall is not lacking in such talents. The master admitted that he could do it. Tang Jiu's eyes turned, and he smiled. "Don't worry, by then, my father will smash the City Lord's mansion to pieces, and then write a few big characters. The murderer, Tang Hao of the Haotian sect. The people from the Spirit Hall 1T need to investigate. They'll directly chase after my father." Flander's eyes lit up. This idea was still worth considering. The master twitched the corner of his mouth. What a bunch of nonsense about Tang Hao. Tang Jiu doesn't even know where Tang Hao is. However, the master didn't remind Flander, because Tang Jiu was determined to kill the City Lord. If he died, it would scare Flander away, and little Jiu would be in great danger. Whether to go or not would depend on Flander's own choice. Tang Jiu looked at Flander's conflicted expression, then raised his fingers to start counting. Each guard of the City Lord is worth at least 2,000 gold soul coins. And Notting City also has a soul-hunting forest. The tax revenue from this year, along with the income from the soul beasts in the soul-hunting forest. The city lord's wealth must be at least 1 million gold soul coins. Flinder slammed the table and shouted angrily, "Let's do it." 3 days later, at night, Tang Jiu and Flander, wearing masks, strode confidently through the main gate of the Lord's mansion, fighting their way in and beating anyone they encountered. "I'm here to seek revenge on Lord Notting. Anyone who doesn't want to die, get lost." Flander exuded a powerful soul pressure, causing the soldiers of the Lord's mansion to be unable to rise from the ground. Once Flander released the pressure, the weaker soldiers all retreated. They did not want to die for nothing. Oof. Such audacity to intrude upon the Lord's mansion. The voice of Lord Notting echoed within the luxurious residence. And then he shot out of the room, followed by 4 others, all in their 40s and wearing the emblem of the Spirit Hall, their expressions arrogant. The moment Lord Notting saw Tang Jiu, his pupils suddenly constricted. He had already discovered the bodies of Socks and the others. Initially, he was worried and feared it was Tang Hao's doing, but upon investigation, he realized it was not Tang Hao. One blow was all it would have taken. The greedy Lord Notting did not report this matter to the Spirit Hall, as the reward for a soul bone was not enough to satisfy him. He wanted to continue tracking Tang Jiu's whereabouts and attempt to assassinate him again. He never expected that Tang Jiu would come knocking on his door. Although he was accompanied by a soul master, he could tell from age that this was not Tang Hao, so he immediately led the Spirit Hall enforcement team to hunt down Tang Jiu. "You little brat, 5 soul masters around level 40 should be the limit. There are no others. I can notify your father to come." Flander felt that this task was too easy and couldn't help but laugh. Soon he would be counting money. Once he got the money, he would definitely make Shrek Academy bigger and stronger. "What? My father? I don't even know where he is. It's just the 2 of us tonight. Let's take them down. You go first." Tang Jiu pretended to be clueless, exuding an air of someone who was ready to unleash the dogs. He faced the 5 people in front of him and spoke to Flander. Flander looked as if he had been struck by lightning, completely dazed. "Who am I? Where am I? What am I going to do?" Countless questions flashed through Flander's mind, leaving him feeling disoriented, his face twisted beneath the mask. As smart as he was, he had been outwitted by a little brat. Flander felt as if his intelligence had been rubbed into the ground, all because of his greed. He looked around in confusion and then said, "Sorry, I took the wrong door." After saying that, he dashed out of the Lord's mansion, leaving the Lord of Nottingham and a few others staring at each other in shock. "Damn brat, your helper has run away." After a moment of daze, a look of wild joy appeared on the Lord of Nottingham's face. It seemed that the helper Tang Jiu found was afraid of the Spirit Hall, which meant that Tang Jiu was essentially walking into a trap. "He left, but I can still crush you." Tang Jiu seemed indifferent. He was not surprised that Flander was fleeing at the critical moment. After all, Flander had family to take care of and wouldn't confront the Spirit Hall head-on. However, even if Flander had 100 times the courage, he wouldn't dare to leave now. If Tang Jiu died here, he wouldn't have a good outcome either. Therefore, at this moment, Flander must be watching the battlefield from somewhere, waiting for a chance to rescue himself when he gets severely injured. That's enough. He was ready to fight hard. "Activate spirit," the Lord of Notting City shouted, then activated his spirit. A level 42 control system tool, Spirit Master. His spirit was blood-sucking vine. A blood-red vine appeared in his hand, and 4 spirit rings emerged around him, 2 yellow and 2 purple. To deal with a little kid, he actually had to go all out. Wasn't he afraid of scaring him to death? The members of the Spirit Hall's law enforcement team sneered arrogantly. They then activated their spirits, not to deal with Tang Jiu, but to guard against Flander coming back. A level 41 agility attack system battle Spirit Master. His spirit was Lightning Leopard, 2 yellow and 2 purple spirit rings. A level 43 support system tool Spirit Master. His spirit was 5-leaf clover, 2 yellow and 2 purple spirit rings. A level 42 assault system battle Spirit Master. His spirit was Flamebird, 2 yellow and 2 purple spirit rings. The 3 of them unleashed their spirits, their bodies glowing with brilliant spirit rings, and then turned their attention to the last person. A smile appeared on his lips, and a purple gem appeared in his hand. A level 44 assault system tool, Spirit Master. His spirit was Amethyst, 2 yellow and 2 purple spirit rings. dualityof thou win. According to the Master's theory, gemstone-type martial souls are mostly spiritual attack martial souls. Tang Jiu quickly activated his martial soul, the bullet ant martial soul, and held the soul ring in his hand, revealing a purple soul ring, the first ring of 1,000 years. The 4 members of the Spirit Hall's law enforcement team couldn't help but exclaim. No wonder he dared to cause trouble at the city lord's mansion. They finally understood Tang Jiu's confidence, but even with the first ring of 1,000 years, it was still not enough compared to a level 42 soul master. The city lord of Nodding said to the Spirit Hall's law enforcement team, "I'll handle this brat. You all hold the line and prevent his accomplices from ambushing. Afterwards, I will definitely reward you generously." The city lord didn't want these people to intervene. If Tang Jiu died at their hands, how would the bounty be calculated? "Please go ahead, city lord." The Spirit Hall's law enforcement team didn't take it seriously. Nodding with a smile, Tang Jiu, a strong attack-type soul master, was clearly being suppressed by the city lord's control-type martial soul, so they were too lazy to intervene. Tang Jiu pulled out a 500-pound warhammer from the 12 golden hairpins and took up a combat stance. Weapon spirit? Twin martial spirits? No. The soul power fluctuation is very small. It's just an ordinary hammer. That belt is a spatial soul guide. The hammer was taken out from there. The members of the Martial Soul Hall's law enforcement team brightened their eyes when they saw Tang Jiu's warhammer, thinking it was the Haotian hammer. But soon they realized something was off. However, there was a glimmer of greed in each of their eyes. Spatial soul guides are also treasures. The Lord of Nodding City recognized the soul guide as well, and secretly thought it was a pity that this thing couldn't be monopolized. "Die, you little brat. First soul skill, bind." The Lord of Nodding City didn't want to prolong the night and used his soul skill directly. The blood-sucking vine rapidly grew and twisted towards Tang Jiu. Frenzy. Tang Jiu directly activated his soul bone skill, causing a surge in strength and speed as he swung the warhammer in his hand fiercely at the blood-sucking vine. With a loud bang, the blood-sucking vine that had wrapped around him was smashed to pieces by a single blow, dissipating into pure soul power. "What a violent force!" the Firebird Soul Master exclaimed. Second soul skill, blood-sucking vine cage. The Lord of Nodding City didn't want to waste time when dealing with a strong attack-type soul master. Controlling the opponent meant the battle was essentially over. Suddenly, a cluster of blood-sucking vines grew under Tang Jiu's feet, forming a cage that tightly trapped him in the middle. Break free. Tang Jiu swung the warhammer and struck hard. The blood-sucking vine cage shook but did not shatter. This is the soul ring absorbed from the bitter bamboo soul beast. Exceptionally tough. You can't possibly break it. Lord of Nodding City scoffed coldly. Then, a purple light glowed from his body. Third soul skill, Thorn Blood Spike. This is the signature skill of the blood-sucking vine, where long wooden thorns sprout from the vines. Once they pierce the enemy's body, they can drain blood. The blood-sucking vine is a rare carnivorous plant. As the wooden thorns extended, the cage trapping Tang Jiu began to constrict, each thorn stabbing towards his body like daggers. This kid is finished. The Lord's blood-sucking vine is not something he can easily break. The clover, being a plant type as well, clearly understood the situation and did not believe that a strong assault-type soul master could break the blood-sucking cage relying solely on strength with just one soul ring. But the next second, his mouth dropped open in shock. First soul skill, Frenzy. Tang Jiu's 1,000-year soul skill has finally been unleashed, reaching a peak power of 8,400 gene. With a single strike, it shattered the blood-sucking vine cage and rendered the third soul skill of the Lord of Nodding ineffective. After Tang Jiu broke free from the cage, he charged towards the Lord of Nodding. Fourth spirit ability, 10 Vine Frenzy. The Lord of Nodding saw Tang Jiu's speed increase sharply as he rushed towards him. Gritting his teeth, he immediately prepared to activate his fourth spirit ability, which could increase the number of blood-sucking vines from 1 to 10. Although it consumed soul power, both his attack and defense would be greatly enhanced. But at that moment, Tang Jiu's previously unused spirit ring finally came into play, wrapping around the Lord of Nodding. The Lord of Nodding's fourth spirit ring quietly disappeared. Although the soul curse was recited, the soul ability did not activate. First spirit ability, Speed, Evil Ring. Tang Jiu immediately activated the speed of the Lord of Nodding City. A purple halo flashed around the Lord, and Tang Jiu's speed increased again, while the Lord felt his speed decrease. In this delay, Tang Jiu had already pounced in front of the Lord, leaping high into the air, and a giant hammer came crashing down towards the Lord's head. This kid truly has impressive battle talent. Flanders, who was watching from above, couldn't help but feel secretly alarmed. Tang Jiu had been holding back the skills of his soul, Ring Martial Soul, choosing not to compete in soul power with his opponent, but instead leveraging his explosive advantage for this thunderous strike. He struck with a killing move. Second soul skill, Blood-Sucking Vine Cage. As a Vine Martial Soul, it could both attack and defend, and it was no pushover when it came to defense. The Lord of Nodding City immediately encased himself in a blood-sucking vine cage. Worried that one wouldn't be enough, he spent soul power to set up a second cage just as the hammer was descending. Frenzy. Tang Jiu's eyes flashed with madness as he used his first soul skill again, channeling all his power and smashing down fiercely. Boom! The two-layered blood-sucking vine cage couldn't withstand this violent blow and was shattered in an instant. The Lord of Nodding City leaned back. Although he managed to dodge with his head, his chest was solidly struck, and his body flew back like a broken kite. How is this possible? The members of the Spirit Hall's enforcement team were all extremely shocked. Unable to believe what they were seeing, a one-ring soul master had actually defeated a four-ring soul sect in just a few seconds. The Lord of Nodding City, who was sent flying, coughed up blood. His eyes brimmed with fear and unwillingness. He had been defeated, no, killed by a one-ring soul master. He felt it hard to breathe and struggled to look at the five-leaf clover soul master. The five-leaf clover soul master finally reacted and immediately used his soul skill. Fourth soul ring, one leaf healing. As the soul incantation was spoken, a leaf flew out from the five-leaf clover soul and floated onto the Lord of Nodding City. His collapsed chest slowly began to recover, and his pale face regained a bit of color. But at that moment, Tang Jiu suddenly pulled out a hammer from the 12 gold hairpins and threw it fiercely at the Lord of Nodding City. So ruthless. Tang Hao's son, the Lord of Nodding City, couldn't dodge at all, his crimson eyes glaring at Tang Jiu, using his last ounce of strength to uncover Tang Jiu's identity, only to feel a sharp pain in his chest as Tang Jiu's hammer shattered his heart. The Lord of Nodding City is dead. Such brutal methods. The lightning leopard soul master snorted coldly, but he didn't look at the Lord of Nodding City again. Instead, he exchanged surprised glances with the others. Killing Tang Hao. We can earn merit and go on to become the bishop of the Spirit Hall's main hall. What a stroke of luck. It came without any effort. Killing him would be a pity. Breaking his limbs and capturing him alive would yield even greater rewards from Lord Douluo. The Amethyst Soul Master said coldly. My big brother is really thoughtful. The other three praised in unison. You really regard me as a dish. Call me however you want. I dare to come today, just to send you to your deaths. Dang Judy Daifun Snot. You're being shameless. You killed the Lord of Nodding City using special means, restricting soul skills and soul rings. I don't know how you did it, but you can only restrict one person at most. And we are a complete team. 4 soul ancestors. The Amethyst Soul Master, confident of victory, signaled the Flame Bird Soul Master and the Lightning Leopard Soul Master to attack. The two did not use soul skills. Instead, they took advantage of their martial souls and charged at Tang Jiu. This is bad. That kid is in trouble. It seems we can only take him away first. Flender felt that Tang Jiu had reached his limit in killing the Lord of Nodding City. Based on his understanding of Tang Jiu's situation, he believed there was no way Tang Jiu could win, so he also rushed towards Tang Jiu, ready to take him away. As for whether Tang Jiu's identity was exposed, it had nothing to do with him. But at that moment, as the three moved, the people present were once again shocked. Tang Jiu's martial soul underwent a strange change once again. The bullet ant grew 3 more points in size. Its body was shiny black, its legs like spears, and it even sprouted transparent wings, all of which showcased the terror of this beast martial soul. Even more shocking was the 3 colored soul rings of purple, white, and yellow floating around Tang Jiu. Tang Jiu's wings behind him shook, easily dodging the attacks of the 2 soul masters. At this moment, everyone was stunned. What on earth is this? Could it be the legendary martial soul fusion skill? The Amethyst Soul Master looked horrified. But what is that 3-colored soul ring? A mutated soul ring? Not only were they astonished, but even Flanders widened his eyes, realizing that this was Tang Jiu's trump card. Xiao Jiu didn't even believe him. How could he not mention something so important? Tang Jiu looked at the 4 members of the Spirit Hall's enforcement team with a cold and fierce gaze, and coldly said, Today, I will use your blood to prove the power of my self-created spirit fusion skill. The first fusion skill, Speed Deprivation. The 3-colored spirit rings shone with brilliant light. Merging into Tang Jiu's evil ring devouring sky, Ant Tang Jiu felt a surge of evil power erupting within his divine body, as if it were about to devour everything. Tang Jiu placed the war hammer into the 12 golden hairpins, and his speed surged once again. His body left behind a residual shadow as he charged towards the Clover Spirit Master. The Master taught that in team battles, the first target must be the support-type Spirit Master, especially those with healing abilities. First Spirit Skill, 1 Leaf Acceleration. Second Spirit Skill, 1 Leaf Strength. Third Spirit Skill, 1 Leaf Defense. The Clover Spirit Master was also a team battle expert and immediately amplified himself and his teammates, increasing their speed, strength, and defense. First spirit skill, Flame Ray. The Firebird Spirit Master shot a line of flames, launching a strong attack at Tang Hao. First spirit skill, Lightning Strike. The agile Lightning Leopard Spirit Master, after receiving the speed boost, also activated his first spirit skill, with his speed nearly reaching its peak. He charged towards Tang Hao and, upon getting close, unleashed his second spirit skill, Lightning Leopard Claw. The Lightning Leopard Claw is a point-to-surface spirit skill, with sharp claws that can break through defenses and slice through bodies. Tang Hao would certainly not use his body to resist. Instead, he thrust like a spear towards the Lightning Leopard Soul Master. With a sound resembling metal clashing, the Lightning Leopard Soul Master was directly sent flying by Tang Hao's immense power, but his expression was unusually grave, and his speed decreased by 5. Tang Hao felt an evil power growing within his divine body, increasing his speed. With a flap of his wings, he dodged the flames of the Firebird Soul Master and charged towards him in the sky. Zulfust. The Firebird Soul Master was a strong, attack-type Soul Master, not a speed type. Although he could fly, his speed was far inferior to Tang Hao, who was enhanced by a Soul Bone and a 2,000-year speed Soul Ring. In just 2 seconds, Tang Hao caught up to him. Second soul skill, Fiery Magic Bird. The Firebird, seeing that he couldn't escape, had no choice but to activate his second skill, engulfing himself in raging flames, hoping to intimidate Tang Hao into retreating. Tang Hao saw the blazing flames and, of course, did not use his fist to strike, but instead used his ant-like legs, resembling spears, to stab at the Firebird Soul Master. With a puff, the Firebird Soul Master's arm was slashed. By stealing another 5 of the opponent's speed, Tang Hao's speed increased further, and at that moment, a fierce wind approached from behind. It was the Lightning Leopard Soul Master. Tang Hao used his leg to block, clashing with him and knocking the Lightning Leopard Spirit Master to the ground. A new wave of evil power surged within Tang Hao, further increasing his speed. He relentlessly pursued the Flame Bird Spirit Master, throwing a punch at his face. Tang Hao continuously devoured speed, and now his speed was almost ghost-like, leaving the Flame Bird Spirit Master unable to react and forced to block with his hand. With a crack, the Flame Bird Spirit Master's arm was broken, and his body fell from the sky. The 5-leaf clover Spirit Master quickly provided him with healing, and a leaf flew in, restoring the Flame Bird Spirit Master's arm. His expression turned extremely grim. My speed has decreased by about 10. The Lightning Leopard Spirit Master exclaimed in shock. My speed has also decreased by 10. They both shouted in unison. Not only that, but the devoured speed could also replenish him. As a support-type Spirit Master, the 5-leaf clover Spirit Master was more keenly observant of the battlefield. When he said this, everyone gasped in shock. What a monster! Flinder's lips twitched. It was as if he was cheating. Calm down. Devouring speed must have a limit. Everyone stay calm. The Amethyst Spirit Master said calmly, not believing that there could be a soul skill that could infinitely devour speed. 40 mental piercing limit? Tang Jiu let out a cold laugh. His evil ring, the devouring ant, has an insatiable speed. His current speed has already surpassed that of the Lightning Leopard Soul Master. But he chose not to attack the Lightning Leopard Soul Master. Instead, he charged towards the auxiliary 5-leaf Clover Soul Master. Fast, too fast. This was the only thought in the mind of the 5-leaf Clover Soul Master. 2 seconds later, Tang Jiu was already in front of him, lifting his leg to strike fiercely at his waist. The 5-leaf Clover Soul Master had no choice but to boost his defense and block with his arm. With a crack, his hand broke. At that moment, he finally understood the terrifying power of Tang Jiu. His whole body was sent flying. However, before he could hit the ground, Tang Jiu's speed increased again, and with a swift movement, he appeared behind him. The spear-like ant leg pierced through his body directly. The 5-leaf Clover Soul Master was filled with disbelief, his pupils dilated, losing all vitality. 15 seconds into the team battle, the 43rd level Auxiliary Soul Master, the 5-leaf Clover Soul Master, was dead. Fran gasped in shock. Tang Jiu's speed was increasing with each attack. Just now, he had attacked the 5-leaf Clover Soul Master twice, and his speed had surged twice. At this moment, Tang Jiu was already far ahead of the Lightning Leopard Soul Master in terms of speed. In a martial world, speed is unbeatable. Tang Jiu is now a perfect embodiment of this point, shaking off the already deceased 5-leaf Clover Spirit Master and pouncing towards the Flame Bird Spirit Master. First soul skill, Flame Ray. The Flame Bird Spirit Master attempted to use flames to delay Tang Jiu's attack rhythm, but as the flames passed, only Tang Jiu's afterimage remained. Tang Jiu's speed was too fast. Not only did he evade the flame ray with his speed, but he also shook off the Lightning Leopard Spirit Master who was chasing from behind. After 18 seconds of combat, Tang Jiu reappeared in front of the Flame Bird Spirit Master, grinning. This time, no one will help you heal. He raised his hand like a knife and plunged it fiercely into the heart of the Flame Bird Spirit Master. The Flame Spirit Master turned pale with fear. If he got hit this time, he would end up like the Five-Leaf Clover Spirit Master. A fierce look flashed in his eyes as he activated his strongest soul skill. Third soul skill, Flame Amplification. Fourth soul skill, Flame Tornado. Flame Amplification can increase the attack damage of flames by 30. The fourth soul skill is an area of effect killing skill that can create a flame tornado with a diameter of 5 meters. This fiery impact can stun the opponent for a moment and cause terrifying burning damage. Tang Jiu felt a massive wave of soul power beneath his feet. A terrifying heat wave surged towards him. He immediately flapped his transparent wings, his body cutting through a shadow as he quickly dodged, narrowly evading this soul skill. A hint of regret flashed in the eyes of the Flame Bird Soul Master, but the next moment, it turned into fear. Tang Jiu's evasion was not a retreat. He flew diagonally to the left, and then rapidly charged forward. This time, the Flame Bird Soul Master was utterly desperate. He had just used his first, third, and fourth soul skills, which took a heavy toll on him, making it difficult to use the fourth skill again in a short time. Apart from the fourth soul skill, the other skills were hard to stop Tang Jiu's advance, and he could only watch helplessly as Tang Jiu's fist slammed into his chest. A second later, a sharp ant leg precisely pierced into his back heart. After 24 seconds of battle, the level 42 Assault-type Battle Soul Master, the Flame Bird Soul Master, was dead. Meanwhile, Tang Jiu had already absorbed the speed of the Flame Bird at level 10, and now he had absorbed the speed of the Lightning Leopard at level 10, the Flame Bird Soul Master at level 15, and the Five-Leaf Clover Soul Master at level 10. At this moment, his speed had far surpassed that of the Lightning Leopard Soul Master, to the point where he couldn't keep up. How is this possible? How is he not exploding from within? The Lightning Leopard Soul Master was already feeling the urge to retreat. In just over 20 seconds, half of the four had died, which made him lose confidence in victory. Don't be afraid. Hold on. The Amethyst Soul Master shouted in a deep voice. Aren't you going to make a move? The Lightning Leopard Soul Master asked sharply as he saw Tang Jiu charging towards him. Do you want to monopolize the bounty? The Amethyst Soul Master remained expressionless, only coldly saying, not yet. The main reason he didn't make a move was that he only had one soul skill. His special gemstone-type martial soul had only one soul skill regardless of the number of soul rings, so he certainly had to choose the best moment to strike. When he did strike, it would be a guaranteed kill. He didn't believe that one person could endlessly absorb speed. Absorbing speed also meant absorbing energy. And when the energy became too powerful for the body to handle, it would surely explode. Tang Jiu also chose not to attack the Amethyst Soul Master because this Soul Master skill was too strange. He would deal with him once he was the last one remaining. Fourth soul skill, Ghost Tiger Clone. The Lightning Leopard Soul Master did not dare to clash with Tang Jiu directly. His fourth soul skill was derived from the Ghost Tiger's cloning ability, allowing him to split into 3 identical energy clones to attack the enemy simultaneously. But now he was only using this soul skill to buy time while quickly retreating. With a tearing sound, Tang Jiu's ant leg directly shredded one clone. This time he was unable to absorb the opponent's speed, and the shredded clone dissipated into raw soul power. Tang Jiu's heart stirred. It seemed he must attack the main body to absorb speed. After 2 more moves, he shredded the remaining 2 clones. Tang Jiu's first soul skill, Speed Absorption, now had less than 20 seconds left. Tang Jiu no longer held back and launched a full-scale attack. Bang, bang, bang. After a series of more than 10 attacks, Tang Jiu continuously deprived the opponent of speed. The scene before him left Flanders astonished, his jaw nearly hitting the ground. The Lightning Leopard Soul Master had 90 of his speed stripped away. Now, when he moved, it was like slow motion, as if his body were filled with lead, even though his expression showed that he was giving it his all. It was terrifying. It's over. Tang Jiu finished the test and no longer held back, as his ant leg fiercely pierced the heart of the Lightning Leopard Spirit Master. After 53 seconds of battle, the level 41 Agility Attack-type Spirit Master, the Lightning Leopard Spirit Master, was dead. Just as Tang Jiu wanted to shake off the Lightning Leopard Spirit Master from his ant leg, another wave of evil energy entered his body. This time, Tang Jiu's aura suddenly went into chaos. He felt the evil energy wildly impacting the meridians throughout his body, which was about to reach its breaking point. This is bad. My body has reached its limit, Tang Jiu thought to himself, and at that moment he saw the cold smile of the amethyst crystal spirit master. Mental piercing. The 4 spirit rings on the amethyst crystal spirit master lit up simultaneously. Although he only had 1 spirit ability, what is lost must be gained. His 4 identical spirit abilities could be released at the same time, stacking their power. A strange red light flashed in the amethyst crystal spirit master's eyes, then shot directly at Tang Jiu's eyes. Tang Jiu suddenly felt his head explode. He had never practiced the spiritual realm, and this mental attack was too strange. He felt as if a blade was about to slice his soul, and everything went black in front of him. This was his soul skill, not an illusion, but a direct soul slashing, which is why he was a strong attack-type soul master and not a control-type soul master. Flinder was also shocked, not expecting the change to come so suddenly. He really wanted to slap himself. If Tang Jiu died, it would cause him big trouble. My mental attack can easily slay a soul master-level opponent. Without the protection of a head-soul bone, death is certain. The amethyst soul master laughed heartily, as if he could already see himself becoming the white-robed archbishop of the spirit hall, with supreme power, beautiful women, and wealth beckoning to him. However, he did not notice that the 3 blood-red commas on Tang Jiu's evil rings devouring ant forehead had strangely lit up, as if greedily absorbing something. At the moment of distraction, Tang Jiu's pupils became incredibly excited. The bizarre mental attack, the moment it entered Tang Jiu's eyes, seemed to awaken the blood-colored heavenly curse seal, which immediately began to devour this unusual energy. At that moment, Tang Jiu's soul became clear. The heavenly curse seal actually absorbed spiritual energy. This meant that all spiritual attacks would be absorbed by the heavenly curse seal and stored as energy to activate it. After a moment, one of the 3 blood-red commas seemed to be infused with a radiant glow, and Tang Jiu understood that the energy of his comma was fully charged. Additionally, he gained some insights in his mind. Once a comma was fully charged, he could use the curse seal 1 state. When all 3 commas were charged, he could use the curse seal 2 state. Understanding all of this, Tang Jiu finally looked up at the wildly laughing amethyst soul master, only to find that he had fallen into a frenzied imagination, foolishly lost in his joy. So he asked, "What is making you so happy? You look like a fool. I'm about to become the white-robed archbishop by personally killing Tang Hao's son. Don't you think I should be happy?" The amethyst soul master immediately shared his joy without hesitation upon hearing a question. But the next second he reacted, his expression turning ghostly as he pointed at Tang Jiu. "How are you still alive?" "Impossible. This is a spiritual attack." "Yes, how is that possible?" Spiritual attacks have always been mysterious. Even Flandre has seen very few people who can use them. He had encountered those who create illusions, but those who directly attack the soul are exceedingly rare. "What can I say? My talent is just too good. I'm immune to spiritual attacks." "What? Immune to spiritual attacks?" The amethyst soul master was nearly spitting blood from shock. He had heard of fire immunity and ice immunity, but never had he heard of immunity to spiritual attacks. Was there no justice in this world? However, he had no time to think further, as Tang Jiu flapped his wings and lunged at him. "No!" The amethyst soul master shouted, having no time to react. He suddenly felt a pain in his body. Tang Jiu had already appeared before him, and the sharp legs of the ant pierced into his kidney. As a spirit type, the amethyst soul master possessed exceptionally strong spiritual power and did not die immediately. He suddenly grabbed Tang Jiu's ant leg and grinned viciously. "You dare to kill me like this? Your devouring speed has already reached the limit of your body's endurance. Don't you feel like you're about to explode? Let us die together, fool." The amethyst soul master laughed maniacally, coughing up blood. At this moment, Tang Jiu indeed felt a surge of evil energy entering him. This energy was like the last straw that broke the camel's back, causing his meridians, which had reached their breaking point, to completely shatter. Tang Jiu's skin cracked, blood seeping out, his soul power fluctuating erratically, and his muscles alternated between swelling and contracting, which were signs of impending explosion. "You little brat, you're asking for death." Flinder's face turned pale with fright, cursing Tang Jiu in his heart for being so foolish. Knowing that his body had reached its limit, he still chose to attack with his ant legs instead of smashing the enemy with a hammer. He quickly descended, anxiously circling around Tang Jiu, and finally slapped his thigh and shouted, "Hold on a bit longer, I'll go find your teacher." With that, he no longer hid his strength, activated his martial soul. And 7 soul rings lit up as he flew towards the nodding academy. Soul Sage. The Amethyst Soul Master's pupils constricted, startled by Flinder's power. He never expected that the seemingly spineless person at the beginning was actually a soul sage, and had been watching the battlefield all along. Immediately, he laughed maniacally. You are the dumbest person I have ever seen. With a soul sage backing you up, you end up killing yourself. Huh, is that so? What a pity. Who said I would die from explosion? Let me show you my special fusion skill. Heaven's Curse Seal 1. Activate. Tang Hao immediately activated the Curse Seal 1 state. The 3 blood-red commas on the forehead of the evil ring, devouring ants spread across Tang Hao's body like red clouds, staining half of his face with blood-colored marks, exuding an exceptionally evil aura. A colder and darker aura began to spread, and Tang Hao's soul power and physical attributes instantly surged, with his soul power directly skyrocketing to level 30. His body's strength also increased significantly, and the previously broken meridians began to repair in a peculiar way. At this moment, Tang Hao resembled a Dark Lord, his cold gaze mockingly fixed on the Amethyst Soul Master. I should thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to activate this special skill. So, I will mercifully send you to your death. You. The Amethyst Soul Master stared wide-eyed, filled with fear, anger, and sorrow. He thought others were fools, but it turned out he was the one as foolish as a pig. He spat out another mouthful of blood. The Amethyst Soul Master's head tilted, and he died completely. After 67 seconds of battle, the 44th level attack system Weapon Soul Master, the Amethyst Soul Master, was defeated. Thus, Tang Hao single-handedly annihilated the law enforcement team of the Spirit Hall. Tang Hao couldn't help but let out a long howl towards the sky, feeling exhilarated after the battle. After laughing, he began to rummage through the corpses, scavenging their valuables, which were truly abundant. The 4 members of the Spirit Hall's law enforcement team contributed 100 gold soul coins to him, while the Lord of Nodding City contributed 800 gold soul coins. Hurry, hurry, Flinder. In the sky, the Master's voice was filled with urgency as he was dragged by Flinder and flew over directly. However, upon seeing the situation below, the Master expressed his displeasure. Flinder, you have the cat eagle martial soul. Your eyesight can't be that bad, can it? Does it look like little Jiu is about to explode? Tang Hao heard the Master's voice and grinned, saying, the big owl is so inexperienced. Killing these people is as easy as killing chickens. You little brat, just keep being smug. Flinder sneered. Though he was shocked beyond measure, he pretended to be indifferent. When he saw the corpses all over the ground, his eyes lit up, and he quickly ran over to search the bodies with incredible speed and skill. Moments later, he let out a shriek, saying, Tang Hao, you bastard, I kindly want to find Xiao Gang to save you, and you didn't leave a single hair behind. Who told you not to act? I left you a hammer. Tang Hao crossed his arms. You little brat, do you believe I'll smash you? Flinder was so furious that he felt like he might explode. At least leave me something. The Master ignored the frantic Flinder and said seriously, Xiao Jiu, quickly. Tang Hao heard the Master's serious tone and did not hesitate, immediately dissolving the martial soul fusion skill. However, just as he returned to normal, he felt as weak as a deflated balloon, his body stumbling and nearly falling. At that moment, his soul power level was surprisingly declining continuously. 27, 26, 21, 20. Even when it reached level 20, it didn't stop, going down to 19. What was going on? Tang Hao was stunned. He had never heard of soul power levels being able to decrease. Ultimately, Tang Hao's soul power dropped to level 17 before the downward trend finally halted. But his soul power had decreased by 10 levels in just 1 minute. Haha, it must be fate. After doing so many bad things, this is karma. Flinder watched with a delighted expression, thinking, let you show off. Meanwhile, the Master looked grave. He didn't believe in karma. A glint of wisdom flashed in his eyes as he grabbed Tang Hao's arm and urgently asked, has your physical condition increased or decreased? What is your basic strength? 42. The decline in soul power is a good thing? Xiao Gang, what do you mean? Flinder, who was secretly enjoying the moment, couldn't help but frown upon hearing the Master's words. Tang Hao's eyes suddenly brightened as he realized that a decrease of 10 levels in soul power was quite a blow to him. For what the Master said, it seemed there was more to the story. So he carefully experienced it. His speed and endurance had significantly increased, and even his basic strength had risen from 4,500 gene to 5,500 gene. This is a good thing, the Master said decisively. What? A good thing? How can a decrease of 10 levels in soul power be good? Flender scoffed. The master, with wise eyes, said, "Soul power is energy. Energy does not disappear for no reason. It has been used to transform Xiao Jiu's body. The self-spirit fusion technique has very strict requirements for the body. This is clearly using soul power to forcibly temper the body. It makes the body stronger to adapt to the increasingly powerful self-spirit fusion technique. The reason for the sudden loss of 10 levels of soul power is that Xiao Jiu's body is not strong enough. In the future, although using the self-spirit fusion technique will still reduce soul power to gradually transform the body, it won't be as domineering as this time." The master's theory seemed quite reasonable. Tang Jiu's heart was ablaze with excitement. His body was growing stronger, which meant his strength was increasing. As for the lost soul power level, he could slowly cultivate it back. Wasn't this just another way to toughen his body? Flander twitched his lips. How could this kid always stumble upon good fortune? It was simply outrageous. "You brat, how much did you actually scavenge?" "Not much, just 8 million gold soul coins." Tang Jiu deliberately revealed his gains to provoke Flander. What? Flander didn't even have 30,000 gold soul coins in his hands. Hearing that such a large sum of money slipped away right in front of him made him regret deeply, wishing he could slap himself. Why'd he go looking for the master? He should have checked the corpse first. "My money." Flander grabbed Tang Jiu by the neck and said, "You must give me half. We agreed on a 50-50 split." "Hee hee, Big Owl, did you take action? Why is your face so big?" Tang Jiu sarcastically remarked without any reservation. Flander really wanted to rob Tang Jiu right then and there. The master coldly reprimanded Flander, saying this was too uncouth. After Flander let go, Tang Jiu deliberately took out a card and hummed a little tune. I have money. I don't know how to spend it. I buy a soul bone and throw one away. I throw one and buy another." Flander was so angry that his nose twisted. Buying one and throwing one away was simply showing off. It was like stabbing a knife into his heart. Did he not know how much Flander was lacking money? "You little brat, I'm going to teach you a good lesson today." Flander was ready to discipline Tang Jiu and then talk to him about the profit-sharing issue. "Dad, someone wants to discipline me in your place. Do you think he deserves a beating?" Tang Jiu laughed and shouted loudly. Flander was taken aback, cautiously glancing around, then snorted. Since Tang Hao hadn't tea come out, it was clear he wasn't tea around. "You little brat, still trying to use your dad to pressure me? Let me tell you, even if your dad comes, I'll still beat you up." Flander, convinced that Tang Hao was not present, spoke very rudely. "Oh really?" A deep, imposing voice echoed, and a figure slowly emerged from the darkness, cloaked in a black robe, emanating a terrifying aura. With each step, a soul ring appeared around his body. Yellow, yellow, purple, black, 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 black. The 9 soul rings were exceptionally eye-catching, especially the last one, where a strange red light shone within the black soul ring, sending chills down one's spine. How Ian? Flander's face turned pale. Tang Jiu let out a strange laugh and gave Flander a look that said good luck, which made Flander feel a pang of frustration. "Didn't you say that even if I came, you would still be my son?" Tang Hao said coldly. "It's a misunderstanding, really a misunderstanding." Flander was so scared that cold sweat broke out on his forehead. "I won't bully you. I won't use my martial soul. You can go ahead," Tang Hao said, domineeringly. Flander gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, "I can't beat him, but can I not run away?" With his martial soul activated, 7 soul rings shone brightly as he flapped his wings and immediately flew away into the distance. "Let me show you what true power looks like." Tang Hao let out a cold shout, forcefully stomped the ground, and his powerful legs suddenly pushed against the earth, causing a massive pit to form instantly. From the center of the pit, spiderweb-like cracks spread across the bluestone surface for a full 10 meters. Driven by such terrifying power, Tang Hao's body appeared in front of Flander in the blink of an eye, extending a fist to strike down. With a loud bang, Flander let out a miserable cry and fell to the ground, only to be pounded by Tang Hao's fist again and again, unable to fight back at all. Tang Hao was beating up while not forgetting to teach Tang Jiu. Strength can sometimes transform into speed. The concept of strength is profound. A single force can break through myriad laws. Tang Jiu nodded happily. Seeing Flander's miserable state, it felt really good. Tang Hao was not polite either. He had arrived early and had been protecting Tang San and Tang Jiu. He was somewhat displeased with Flander for fleeing at the critical moment. But what made him angrier was that Flander was actually thinking of taking his son's money. How could he let someone else take what belonged to his family? He couldn't tolerate it. Flander felt extremely unfortunate. He thought everything was planned by Tang Jiu. This kid was so cunning. Tang Jiu couldn't feel Tang Hao's presence. but he was 100% sure that Tang Hao was right beside him. After all, he had just entered Notting City with his third brother, and he definitely wouldn't be at ease. After all, Tang Hao was very protective. In the original work, Tang San had beaten Xiao Jiu, and when he turned around, he didn't hold back and hit him again, which shows Tang Hao's temper. Your Majesty Hao Yin. The master slightly bowed, excitedly looking at his idol, also reminding Tang Hao that it was time to let Flender go. If he kept hitting him, Flender would end up looking like a pig's head. Tang Hao dared not neglect the master. After all, he was his son's teacher, so he let Flender go. Thank you, Xiao Jiu and Xiao San, for your guidance. Tang Hao took out a token from his pocket and handed it to the master, saying, "This is for you. It will help you solve a lot of troubles." The master took it, and, upon closer inspection, his expression changed dramatically. It was actually the highest level token of the Spirit Hall, and the mark on it was unmistakably 6. Tang Hao then turned to Tang Jiu, coldly reprimanding, reckless, arrogant, and conceited. Do you know what kind of trouble you have caused? Tang Jiu originally thought that Tang Hao would praise him, but unexpectedly, he was met with a barrage of insults. So he retorted without holding back. You're still a bit lacking compared to me. I'm taking the blame for you. When people hear I'm Tang Hao's son, their eyes turn red and they rush at me. And I say, Dad, you didn't end up harming the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall, did you? Upon hearing this, the master widened his eyes, and Flender looked at Tang Jiu as if he had seen a ghost, thinking to himself that this brat really had guts to tease even his own father. Xiao Jiu, I see you're itching for a beating. Tang Hao almost died of anger. The one who harmed the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall is Qian Douluo's bear son. So he raised his hand. Sigh, a gentleman uses words, not fists. Dad, you are feeling guilty. 43 next skill, Drain Blue. Tang Hao ultimately couldn't bring himself to hit Tang Jiu. Right now, Tang Jiu had just gone through a fierce battle, and he was afraid that if he struck, he might accidentally hurt Tang Jiu. In the end, he darkened his face and coldly huffed, "Hand over the money, and I'll help you keep it safe. Your third brother doesn't even have money for tuition and is still a work-study student. Don't you feel guilty spending this money?" Tang Jiu rolled his eyes. "I'm really not your biological son. You're so biased." Damn it. Tang Hao almost got mad. How can you still say that? Isn't everything done to accommodate you? Even the mistress often doubts whether he is your biological son. Tang Hao grabbed Tang Jiu's neck and rudely searched through Tang Jiu's belongings. Then he left a card with 2,000 gold soul coins on it and handed it to Tang Jiu, saying, "This should be enough for you." That old man is really wicked. Tang Jiu knew it was hopeless to get the money back. Parents often keep the money with no chance of return. So he took a hammer and struck the blue stone on the ground, carving out several big characters. The murderer, the first genius of Hao Yin sect. Tang Hao's mouth twitched as he snorted. What do you want to do? Isn't this just shifting the blame? The Spirit Hall won't come looking for trouble with me. I still want to continue enjoying my leisurely academy life. Tang Jiu go Ving. Tang Hao really wanted to hammer this brat to death. The bastard who brought disaster to his own sect. If this were his own son, Tang Hao would want to break his legs. Xiao Jiu, if you still want to stay in the academy, stop dreaming. Don't you love to stir things up? Go to the Stardo Forest to train. And you're not allowed to come back until you're 11. Why? I'm not going. Tang Jiu shook his head. Although he liked outdoor adventures, there were so many girls in this world waiting for him to save them. Only a fool would want to be Tarzan all by himself. Who told you to make such a big deal out of it? You don't know how to hide your strengths and are being ostentatious. If you continue to stay in the crowd, the Spirit Hall will soon discover your uniqueness. There is only 1,000 days of being a thief, but no 1,000 days of guarding against thieves. If your identity is exposed with your strength, you will quickly be assassinated. You must disappear for 5 years to divert the Spirit Hall's attention. You have no calmness or composure at all. This is all self-inflicted. Tang Hao said coldly. Tang Jiu was completely out of patience. He couldn't possibly let Tang Hao be his personal bodyguard. Even if he did, the Spirit Hall could easily mobilize forces to wipe them out. Fine. In the end, Tang Jiu still accepted Tang Hao's suggestion and turned to Flander, saying, "Give me a ride. No, take me to the Stardo Forest." Flander rolled his eyes. "You've put me in such a situation. And you want me to take you? No way. A trip costs 2,000 gold soul coins, and the money you owe me, I want to even ask for it." Tang Jiu shook the card in his hand. With a swoosh, the card was knocked into Flander's pocket. He cleared his throat. "If it weren't for the sake of the Hao Yin crown, I wouldn't agree to this." Seeing Flander being so greedy, the master couldn't help but twitch his mouth, really wanting to pretend he didn't know him. Tang Hao's mouth twitched as he thought about his son, wondering if he had been led astray by Flander. Watching Flander take Tang Jiu away, Tang Hao frowned at the big characters on the ground. In the end, he corrected it, changing it to murderer. Tang always sont tang easy. Yes, Tang Hao regretted naming Tang Jiu. He initially hoped that Tang Jiu could become a 9-ringed title Douluo, but now he felt that calling him Tang Haizi was better. It's a simple name and easy to support. Tang Jiutai is causing trouble. 6 months later, on the outskirts of the Douluo forest in a treehouse, Tang Jiu slowly opened his eyes. After 6 months of cultivation, his soul power had risen from level 17 to level 20. He found that after the enhancement of his body, the speed of soul power cultivation was faster than before. However, similarly, due to the enhancement of his body, the amount of soul power required to level up had also increased. Tang Jiu estimated that without the powerful energy of the soul rings, it would take at least 3 to 4 years to reach level 30 at the current speed. Forget it. I should focus on obtaining soul rings first. Initially, after absorbing 2,000-year soul rings, Tang Jiu's physical quality allowed him to absorb 3,000-year soul rings. After the battle at the Nodding City Lord's mansion, his body was strengthened, so absorbing soul rings around 7,000 years should be no problem. Finally, with the enhancement from the Heavenly Curse Seal, he would definitely be capable of absorbing 10,000-year soul rings. In the Douluo forest, he also found some soul beasts that excel in mental attacks, and had already filled the energy of the Heavenly Curse Seal. Obtaining a 10,000-year soul ring should directly raise my soul power to level 22, and with 2 10,000-year soul rings, it would be level 24. Wouldn't that make the cultivation speed even faster? Tang Jiu jumped down from the treehouse, tugged at his fur clothing, and then walked into the starry forest. He was going to choose a suitable soul beast to obtain the second soul ring for his 2 martial souls. The bullet ant martial soul speaks for itself, still focusing on explosive power. However, he had to think about the soul ring martial soul. There were actually many options to choose from. According to the amplification direction, they could be divided into strength type, soul power type, attack type, defense type, and even all attribute, as well as elemental and even mental types. Tang Jiu thought about the directions that needed enhancement and ultimately decided to enhance his second soul ring with a soul power type. It would not only amplify soul power, but according to the special nature of soul rings and martial souls, it could enhance his own soul power, and when applied to enemies, it could drain their soul power. In the context of online games from his previous life, there is a specific term for this, which is draining blue or depleting magic. Just imagine having a powerful soul skill in hand, but being unable to release it due to lack of soul power. There is no greater sorrow for a soul master than this. Tang Jiu actually knows that a soul beast is most suitable to become his second soul ring, called Azure Blue Engraved Demon Statue. This is a soul beast with skin similar to stone, and its whole body sparkles with blue fluorescence. This soul beast has a very special skill, which is soul power amplification, a favorite among support-type soul masters. Killing it guarantees a 100 chance of obtaining a soul skill that amplifies soul power. Tang Jiu had already picked out a millennium-level target for himself. Deep within the starry forest, he moved towards his destination like A. Soon, he discovered a towering 10-meter-tall, exceptionally annoying azure-patterned magic statue. It seemed that the creature had also noticed Tang Jiu, and a flash of anger crossed its blue eyes. As if to say, "What have I done to you? Why does everyone want to kill me?" The moment it saw Tang Jiu, it didn't hesitate at all and took off running, its soul power rippling like the sea, allowing it to use its skills without restraint as it fled into the distance. Damn it, the blue buff actually ran away on its own. Shouldn't it stand there and fight me to the death? After I take it down, shouldn't it give me a soul skill to restore my mana? Tang Jiu couldn't help but complain, thinking that this blue father wasn't playing by the rules. He swayed his body and chased after the opponent. The escape of the azure blue engraved magic statue caused quite a commotion, disturbing the surrounding soul beasts, who develop hostility towards Tang Jiu, making the pursuit quite difficult. At that moment, in the sky, a flying soul master witnessed this scene and descended directly to the ground. On the ground, a well-dressed, handsome young boy with cold eyes asked, "What have you discovered?" "Saintus." "Oh no, young master. I have discovered a 10,000-year azure blue engraved magic statue, which is perfect for becoming your first soul ring." The flying soul master was very respectful, not daring to show any negligence due to the boy's young age, for she was the daughter of the Pope, Qian Rinxue, the first innate 20-level soul-powered genius in history. Her martial soul was the legendary six-winged angel. Only with such exceptional talent, combined with the training from Lord Qian Douluo, could she dare to absorb a 10,000-year soul beast for her first ring. My martial soul is incredibly powerful, but it also consumes soul power. This azure blue engraved magic statue is just right for me. Go, injure this azure blue engraved magic statue severely. The flying soul master scouted. The control soul master restrained. The assault soul master attacked, and the support soul master boosted, while the healing soul master held the line. Qian Rinchue's cold voice rang out, carrying an undeniable authority. This time, not only was it about obtaining a soul ring, but it was also a trial from Qian Douluo, with all level 50 soul kings dispatched for her command. A level 50 soul king was just right to deal with a 10,000-year soul beast, and sending out a 5-person team was also to train Qian Rinchue's command abilities. Of course, Qian Rinchue was unaware that a titled Douluo was on the outskirts of the Stardow Forest, ready to provide support at any moment. He hadn't followed Qian Rinchue inside, believing that with this complete team, hunting a 10,000-year soul beast would be no problem. No audacious soul beast would dare to oppose the saintess of the Spirit Hall. The flying soul master spread his wings, guiding the direction in the sky, while the others protected Qian Rinchue as they advanced, quickly encountering Tang Hao. The azure blue engraved magic statue, caught in a pincer attack, instantly became furious, thinking, am I really that hated? Everyone wants to kill me. It couldn't take on the pursuing Tang Hao, as Tang Hao's soul ring had already placed a set on it, making the azure blue engraved magic statue feel weak, directly limiting its power by half. How abnormal. However, the people in front seemed even more formidable. All 5 of them had strong auras. The azure blue engraved magic statue immediately slumped to the ground, a look of resignation on its face, leaning against a big tree and unwilling to move. This wasn't because it was foolish, but because it was clever, wanting the 2 sides to fight first. In the Stardow Great Forest, when encountering 2 equally matched high-level soul beasts, it would often employ this tactic with good results. After one side was victorious, they would be full from eating the other, leaving it for the next meal. It was now hoping that the 2 sides would start fighting, allowing it to find an opportunity to escape. The Spirit Hall was conducting business. Bystanders should retreat. Before Qian Rinchue could speak, the control soul master in front of her took out a token marked with 2 symbols, a sword and a hammer. dualityof thou win. The master had once told him that in the Spirit Hall, each position must have matching martial power, with a minimum martial power requirement. Level 6, Enforcer, level 40. Level 5, Black Robe Steward, level 50. Level 4, White Robed Bishop, level 60. Level 3, Platinum Bishop, level 70. Level 2, Red Robed Sanctuary, level 80. Level 1, Elder, level 90. Holding 2 marked tokens means being a level 5 Black Robe Steward, which means a soul power level of at least level 50. What is the Spirit Hall? I've never heard of it, Tang Hao said, lazily while holding his warhammer. Bold. Several soul masters were furious. How dare someone disrespect the authority of the Spirit Hall in the Douluo Continent? It was simply intolerable. Just as they were about to take action, Qian Rinchue spoke up to stop them. Wait. She looked Tang Hao up and down and said with interest, look at him, dressed in animal skins. He clearly looks like a wild kid who might have lived here all his life, spending every day with soul beasts. Not knowing about the Spirit Hall is understandable. Young master, brilliant. Several soul masters' eyes lit up immediately, and except for one female soul master who was more reserved, the others began to flatter him. Flatterers. Anyone could guess that just by looking at me. Tang Hao scoffed. Qian Rinchue raised an eyebrow and said lightly, yes, it's not surprising to know this. So, what if I say you have twin martial souls? Tang Hao raised his eyebrows, thinking to himself, damn, how can everyone see it? The others were initially skeptical, but upon seeing Tang Hao's expression, they were suddenly startled and turned to look at Qian Rinchue. Young master, how did you figure it out? Qian Rinchue looked at Tang Hao with pride and calmly said, he is so young, yet he can chase after a 10,000-year soul beast, which indicates that he is very strong and can surpass this soul beast. To surpass a 10,000-year soul beast, he must at least be a level 50 soul king. But he is too young. He definitely cannot be a soul king. Therefore, there is only one possibility. He is a twin martial soul. Tang Hao's mouth twitched slightly, while the others still asked in confusion, young master, even with a twin martial soul, it's impossible to defeat a 10,000-year soul beast. Qian Rinchue smiled confidently and said, therefore, based on the top 10 core competencies of martial souls, his 2 martial souls must be extremely exceptional, and his soul power is at least level 20. The quality of his soul rings is particularly high. After finishing, Qian Rinchue looked at Tang Hao proudly, her eyes seeking approval. Tang Jiu's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. The kid opposite him was quite knowledgeable, even aware of the top 10 core competencies of martial souls. Young master, impressive. The other soul masters chimed in, but this time it was sincere. A glimmer of happiness flickered in Qian Rinchua's eyes. She preferred to impress others with her own strength and wisdom rather than relying on her status. Under the guidance of a 99th level peerless Duo Qian Douluo, she had a wealth of theoretical knowledge, as she had access to the entire library of the Spirit Hall and several titled dualityof to mentor her. Seeing that Tang Jiu was intimidated by her, Qian Rinchua spoke up, "I can give you this 10,000-year soul beast." Oh, Tang Jiu couldn't help but be taken aback for a moment. Then he smiled and said, "Do you feel that I'm a rare genius and want to curry favor with me? Don't worry, since you are so perceptive. I will look out for you from now on." Tang Jiu chuckled to himself, thinking that he would first get the soul ring in his hands before dealing with this pretty boy who was even more handsome than him. What an injustice. Qian Rinchua was amused by Tang Jiu's words. Did she want him to protect her? She didn't see him as a genius. In this continent, there was no one who could be considered a genius in front of her, who could start with a first ring that was a 10,000-year soul beast. Qian Rinchua found Tang Jiu too interesting and lightly shook her finger, saying, "Little brother, it's not you protecting me, but me protecting you. Become my guard, and I will give you this 10,000-year soul beast. Heh, you can be my guard instead." Tang Jiu Pao that bold. The 5 soul masters shouted in unison. Qian Rinchua raised an eyebrow and huffed. "You're drinking the wine of disrespect. It seems I need to let you know the might of my Spirit Hall." The might of the Spirit Hall? Do you know why the Spirit Hall is after the Hao in Douluo? It's not actually because he killed the previous pope, Tang Jiu said mysteriously. Then what is it? Upon hearing something related to her father's secret, Qian Rinchua became tense, her eyes fixed on Tang Jiu. It's because Tang Hao seduced the previous pope's wife and then eloped, which is quite a convoluted love story. I think your saintess might still have the surname Tang. Tang Jiu Bodhisattva Tang Hao. You bastard. Qian Rinchua felt as if she had been struck by lightning, her face pale. Could this be the reason her mother didn't favor her? Kill him for me. Qian Rinchua was furious. This bastard dared to slander her parents. The 2 generations of popes of the Spirit Hall. He truly deserved to die. 45 Heavenly Curse Seal, final form. The people of the Spirit Hall were indeed not good people. Tang Jiu cursed, then activated his martial soul, with the bullet ant possessing him, and a dazzling purple soul ring lit up. Qian Rinchua gritted her silver teeth and said, "You slander the Pope of the Spirit Hall and still shamelessly accuse us." She had never seen such a shameless person. Tang Jiu's expression turned cold as he said, "I hunt soul beasts, and you come to steal them. Do you think that makes you right? Do you even have any shame?" Qian Rinchua, being a girl, had not yet been tainted by Qian Douluo's supreme ideology of the Spirit Hall. After hearing Tang Jiu's words, her conscience was pricked. Indeed, he was just hunting soul beasts, and they were here to rob him. Qian Rinchua remained silent, but that didn't mean the others did. In the Spirit Hall, might makes right. Whoever's fist is bigger. That is the truth. Several soul masters shouted coldly and activated their martial souls. A 51-level agility attack, Soul King, Martial Soul Wind Eagle. Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 1 black. A 53-level strength attack, Soul King, Martial Soul Fire Tiger. Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 1 black. A 52-level control system, Soul King, Martial Soul Icebird. Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 1 black. A 54-level auxiliary system, Weapon Soul King, Martial Soul Treasure Pagoda. Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 1 black. A 56-level auxiliary system, Weapon Soul King, Martial Soul Healing Staff. Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 1 black. Brilliant lights instantly lit up as 5 soul masters collectively activated their martial souls, creating a shocking scene. They were not particularly surprised by Tang Jiu's purple soul rings. After all, their saintess could hunt for a 10,000-year first ring. They had already been awed by Qian Rinchua's talent. Now, looking at Tang Jiu, they all sneered, thinking to themselves, just the 1,000-year first ring. How dare he call himself a genius? Our saintess has a 10,000-year first ring. Kid, if you had been disrespectful to our holy emperor just now, we might have spared your life. Now, we can only personally end you. Crushing a genius is also a great pleasure in life. The 5 soul masters' eyes sparkled as they charged towards Tang Jiu, wanting to demonstrate their abilities to the current saintess and future holy emperor Qian Rinchua. declaring that those who offend the spirit hall shall be punished no matter how far they are. Among the 5 soul masters, except for the female healing soul master, the other 4 male soul masters even started to compete for achievements. The first soul skill, Ice Seal. The Icebird soul master instantly activated the locking soul skill, and light blue ice blocks immediately formed around Tang Jiu, freezing him completely. The others were momentarily stunned and angrily cursed. What a waste. He was so arrogant just now. Yet he was instantly frozen by a single soul skill. After all, it was an attack at the Soul King level. The first soul skill was not something a first-ring soul master could withstand. The instant locking skill was truly overpowered. Several of them turned back resentfully to look at the smug Icebird soul master. This wild brat is mine. The Icebird soul master laughed heartily, stepping forward, ready to use another skill to finish off Tang Jiu. Something felt off. Qian Rinxue suddenly furrowed her brows. Young master, is there a problem? The others were taken aback and looked at Qian Rinxue. His strength shouldn't be this weak. Young master, you're overestimating this wild brat. Under my Ice Seal skill, soul masters below level 30 can't possibly break free. As long as I shatter the ice blocks, he'll be turned into ice shards. The Icebird soul master was unconcerned and activated his second soul skill, Ice Slash. A blade of ice slashed towards the frozen Tang Jiu, and with this momentum, he aimed to shatter the ice block. This was his combination skill. At that moment, the ice block made a cracking sound, and Tang Jiu reached out a hand from within the ice block, crushing the incoming ice slash with ease. What? How is that possible? The several soul masters were immediately stunned, wondering how strong one had to be to catch an ice blade with bare hands. Then, they witnessed the most unbelievable scene. Tang Jiu's bullet ant martial soul rapidly transformed into the evil ring devouring ant. What is going on? How could this soul ring exist? Everyone was astonished, jaws dropping, especially upon seeing the 3-colored soul rings on Tang Jiu's body. Twin martial souls. Could this be a martial soul fusion skill? A look of shock flashed in Qian Rinxue's eyes. Twin martial souls could produce martial soul fusion skills, but they only existed theoretically. The person who proposed this hypothesis was none other than the master. However, Tang Jiu's transformation did not stop there. He grinned and said, "Today, let me show you the strongest martial soul in this world. Special fusion skill, Heavenly Curse Seal, final form, activate." The blood-red comma on the forehead of the evil ring devouring ant instantly ignited like a red cloud and surged into Tang Jiu's body. Activating the second form of the curse seal, Tang Jiu's aura began to surge, and his soul power directly increased from level 20 to level 30. But this was just the beginning. The ant legs behind him, sharp as spears, merged with the wings of the bullet ant, transforming into evil black flesh wings resembling bat wings. Tang Jiu's hair changed from black to silver, making him look exceptionally terrifying. When he opened his mouth, 2 long fangs protruded. Tang Jiu felt that he was the master of all flesh and blood life at this moment. What kind of monster is this? Several soul masters felt a tingling sensation on their scalps. Now, the countdown to death begins. 60. Tang Jiu lightly snapped his fingers, activating the first soul skill, Speed Deprivation. The 3-colored soul rings shone brightly, and the evil power spread into Tang Jiu's body. With a gentle flap of his black bat wings, he transformed into a shadow and charged towards several people. First soul skill, Ice Seal. Third soul skill, Ice Armor. Fifth soul skill, Blizzard. The Icebird soul master did not dare to be negligent. Seeing Tang Jiu at this moment sent chills down his spine. Those long fangs couldn't possibly be for drinking blood, could they? He immediately unleashed 3 skills. The Ice Seal skill locked on, the Ice Armor provided defense for everyone, and the Blizzard summoned a slowing, icy area. Ice crystals began to drift down from the sky, and upon landing on people, they would solidify into a layer of ice, freezing the ground. First soul skill, Speed. Fourth soul skill, Control. The Tower Soul Master quickly assisted everyone, increasing their speed and defense. But all of this was in vain. The moment the Ice Seal skill locked onto Tang Jiu, it was shattered. Tang Jiu's speed was incredibly swift as he flew towards the Icebird Soul Master, who had greedily advanced and stood at the front of the team, becoming the primary target of Tang Jiu's attack. Ice Seal, and again Ice Seal. The Icebird could only use the Ice Seal skill to buy time, but Tang Jiu's power was too terrifying. With a slight tremor, the ice block shattered. 58. Tang Jiu coldly spat out this number, and with a claw, he fiercely pierced the heart of the Icebird Soul Master. Then he violently threw him away and rushed towards the agility-type Soul Master without looking back. Tang Jiu's throw was intentional, aimed at the azure pattern magic statue, because he saw the healing-type Soul Master waving the healing staff. Healing light. The milky white light illuminated the iceberg Soul Master, ensuring that even though his heart was pierced, he wouldn't die and could continue to receive healing, possibly even participate in the battle. At that moment, the azure pattern magic statue extended its hand. Not killing those with low health would be a disservice to itself. With a clap of its hands, it swatted down like swatting a fly, and with a smack, first blood, the first kill was born. The angelic holy sword and healing staff Soul Masters were dumbfounded. This ancient soul beast was too good at stealing kills. After finishing off the opponent, it pretended to be innocent, scratching its head and continuing to sit down innocently. Qianruxue also raised her eyebrows. Her grandfather was right. Some soul beasts were quite intelligent. However, neither of them had time to ponder this, as the countdown, like a harbinger of death, continued. 53. Tang Jiu's claw tore apart the wings behind the Wind Eagle Soul Master. Fortunately, this was an illusion created by soul power, and it could be reconstituted by gathering soul power again. However, the Wind Eagle Soul Master already felt a deep-seated fear of Tang Jiu's speed. He needed to stall him and engage in a war of attrition. The martial soul fusion technique had a time limit, and even without a time limit, it could lead to his body collapsing. Qianruxue remained calm and directed the team. Wind Eagle Soul Master, Wind Surrounding. Wind Blade Dance. Fire Tiger Soul Master, Flame Shockwave. Multi-Treasure Pagoda, Soul Master, Soul Power Amplification. Healing Soul Master, Healing Light, on standby. Qianruxue didn't bother remembering the names of these Soul Masters, but she knew all their soul skills and immediately began to give commands. Originally, the team should have been directed by the control-type Iceberg Soul Master, but unfortunately, he had been taken out in an instant, leaving only her to command the team. Moreover, Qianruxue believed that her command ability was definitely stronger than that of the Iceberg Soul Master, first because of her rich theoretical knowledge, and second because these Soul Masters were absolutely obedient to her. Sure enough, as soon as Qianruxue gave the order, these Soul Masters executed it without hesitation. The third soul skill of the Multi-Treasure Pagoda Soul Master was to amplify soul power, but its amplification level was only equivalent to 70% of the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda, and he wouldn't be able to multitask effectively. However, despite the cost of consuming soul power, the Wind Eagle Soul Master and the Fire Tiger Soul Master still amplified their soul power. Second soul skill, Wind Surrounding. Fifth soul skill, Wind Blade Dance. Wind Surrounding created a stream of air, initially meant to increase one's own speed, but if this airflow was placed on a specific trajectory, it could serve to block enemies. Wind Blade Dance, on the other hand, was a lethal soul skill under the swipes of the Wind Eagle Soul Master's claws. It would generate numerous fast-moving wind blades that violently sliced through enemies. Tang Jiu encountered the swirling gusts of wind and, of course, had to dodge to avoid wasting time. As he dodged, he was attacked again by the incoming wind blades and had to evade once more, rushing through the gaps between the two attacks. But at that moment, a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of Qianruxue's mouth. Make your move. Third soul skill, Flame Shockwave. The Fire Tiger Soul Master opened his mouth and unleashed a scorching flame, charging through the gaps between the Wind Eagle Soul Master's two attacks, perfectly sealing off all of Tang Jiu's escape routes, leaving him no time to dodge. Tang Jiu's bat wings acted like a cloak, repelling the massive shockwave of flames and sending him back several dozen meters, crashing heavily into a tree. Young Master is really impressive. The four Soul Masters immediately flattered. However, Qianruxue frowned because Tang Jiu had fallen within the attack range of the azure-patterned demon statue, but this detestable soul beast seemed oblivious, focused on picking at its toes. What worried Qianruxue even more was that Tang Jiu gently spread his bat wings, and he was completely unharmed. The pair of wings, as thin as a cicada's, showed no signs of tearing, only emitting a little smoke that quickly extinguished as Tang Jiu flapped them casually. Not bad. This intelligence can match mine. Tang Jiu glanced at Qianruxue with appreciation. Oof. Don't be proud. I will slowly wear you down. I don't believe your skills can be used indefinitely. Your so-called countdown sounds quite imposing, but it actually indicates that this state of yours won't last long. Rinxue replied proudly. Quite clever, aren't you? You won't get the chance. Breaking through your siege is easy, Tang Jiu said calmly, stepping through the void, his bat wings spread behind him, exuding a sinister aura. Oh, really? Qian Rinxue didn't believe him at all. You seem very clever, yet you haven't noticed that you've exposed your biggest weakness. You're too important. At such a young age, you can make these people obey you so much. If I attack you, what do you think will happen? 21. Tang Jiu spat out a cold number and lunged towards Qian Rinxue. Don't mind me. Continue with the previous strategy. Qian Rinxue hurriedly commanded. But this time no one listened to her, because if anything went wrong, not only would these soul masters die, but their families would also incur the wrath of the spirit hall. Several people surrounded Qian Rinxue, unleashing soul skills at Tang Jiu without holding back. While Tang Jiu was not in a hurry to attack, circling and flying around Qian Rinxue to dodge these soul skills. After 10 seconds, the four soul masters who were frantically using their soul skills could no longer sustain such consumption and revealed their flaws. 10. Tang Jiu released the death countdown, causing several people to break out in cold sweat as they no longer had enough soul power to bombard wildly. With a swoosh, Tang Jiu's claw pierced the chest of the Duo Tower Soul Master and then swung towards the direction of the azure blue engraved demon statue. This time, the female Soul Master did not wave her healing staff to heal the Duo Tower Soul Master. Instead, she reserved her soul skills and soul power for emergencies. Qian Rinxue painfully closed her eyes. They had lost. The azure blue engraved demon statue saw another person flying in and unceremoniously extended its claws to deliver a heavy slap. Double kill. At that moment, Qian Rinxue surprisingly noticed that Tang Jiu's speed had increased significantly again, her pupils suddenly constricting. Can you even devour speed? Your soul skill, speed deprivation, actually has such an ability. 7. Tang Jiu did not respond, merely coldly counting down, and with increased speed, he lunged towards the Fire Tiger Soul Master. First soul skill, Flame Fist. Fifth soul skill, Fire Tiger Transformation. The Fire Tiger Soul Master's eyes turned blood red. He didn't even activate his second soul skill, Fire Ring Shield, and charged fiercely at Tang Jiu, ignoring Tang Jiu's outstretched hand, swinging both fists towards Tang Jiu's head, aiming to perish together with him. Tang Jiu certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to fight to the death with his opponent. He retracted his outstretched claws and kicked fiercely towards the Fire Tiger's fist. You, a soul master of the agility system, actually think you can compare with my attack power? The Fire Tiger Soul Master laughed maniacally as he swung a heavy punch towards Tang Jiu's leg. He wanted to see Tang Jiu being sent flying by his punch. But at the moment they made contact, he was instead sent flying backward at an even faster speed, crashing through 4 large trees before looking at Tang Jiu with disbelief. How can your strength be so strong? He would never know the answer, as at that moment, a large foot was already coming down, belonging to the azure blue engraved demon statue. Blow wave Q. Triple kill. The azure blue engraved demon statue was almost ready to roar in excitement. Who said humans were smart? They're as foolish as it is. 5. Tang Jiu coldly spat out this number, once again absorbing the speed of Fire Tiger Soul Master 5. His speed skyrocketed as he charged towards the Wind Eagle Soul Master. At this moment, Qian Rinxue showed no fear at all. She waved her hand over her ring, and a golden holy sword appeared in her hand. It was a divine weapon, just like the sea god's trident. The angelic holy sword, possessing divine power like the sun. It had the strongest ability to punish evil and darkness. 47 5 kills. The wild monsters that are best at finishing off. 3. The cold countdown to Tang Jiu's death began, and his body left a residual shadow. In the horrified gaze of the Wind Eagle Soul Master, a claw pierced through his chest. Young Master, strike! The Wind Eagle martial soul tightly held on a Tang Jiu, using its own life to buy a moment of opportunity for Qian Rinxue. Without hesitation, Qian Rinxue thrust the holy sword she had just drawn through the side of the Wind Eagle Soul Master, piercing into Tang Jiu's body. A golden light surged, and Tang Jiu felt the evil power within him seemingly evaporating under the influence of this sword. His strength was continuously fading, and it felt as if he was losing not only power, but also life. This was because the angelic holy sword embodied the power of light and holiness, perfectly suited to purify dark and evil forces. The power of Tang Jiu's evil ring and the devouring ant, as well as the heavenly curse seal, all possess attributes of evil and dark power, which are precisely affected by holy damage, pain, and destruction. Tang Jiu feels the threat of death. Tang Jiu sautet en vili, casually smashing the Wind Eagle martial soul towards the azure blue engraved demon statue. He then reached behind and grabbed Qian Rinxue by the neck, yelling at the last healing staff soul master, "Don't move, or I'll kill him." The healing staff soul master quickly waved his hand and said, "Don't be impulsive. Let's talk it out." The healing staff soul master was still thinking of giving the wind eagle soul master a wave of healing to save him. And then the three of them would work together to find a way to take down the already severely injured Tang Jiu. Tang Jiu had long anticipated her intentions, so he didn't even draw his sword. Instead, he took Qian Rinxue hostage, warning the healing soul master not to act rashly. Without healing support, the Wind Eagle Soul Master stood no chance against the 10,000-year soul beast after being heavily injured by Tang Jiu. A scream echoed as the Wind Eagle Soul Master was crushed to death by the azure-engraved demon statue's foot. AQ. Quad kill. The azure-engraved demon statue seemed to be reaching the peak of its beast life, its bright blue eyes scanning Tang Jiu and the others, seemingly contemplating a team wipe. However, upon sensing that the healing female soul master was in good condition, it quietly squatted down, curling its toes. "Let me go." Qian Rinxue felt incredibly frustrated as she struggled against Tang Jiu's hold. However, Tang Jiu paid her no mind and immediately drew the angelic holy sword. With a clang, the holy sword fell to the ground, but on the blade, Tang Jiu's blood seemed to be scorched by the holy sword, sizzling and quickly evaporating, leaving no trace behind. Sacred and pure. What on earth is this thing? Tang Jiu couldn't help but curse. Just at that moment, he felt as if his body was being emptied, and then he stared fiercely at the healing staff soul master, saying, "Hurry, heal me, or I'll crush your young master's neck." Tang Jiu exerted a little force to prove his determination, causing Qian Rinxue to be unable to breathe, her face turning red as she desperately hammered at Tang Jiu. "Let go, I'm healing, I'm healing." The female soul master's face was pale as she quickly waved her staff, sending a beam of moonlight into Tang Jiu's body, which made him feel incredibly warm. "Don't stop. Continue." First soul skill, Healing Light. The healing soul master continuously cast her healing skill on Tang Jiu without any cost, as she didn't have high-level soul skills and could only use her first soul skill, hoping to buy some time. However, with Qian Rinxue held hostage by Tang Jiu, she had no other choice but to keep healing. Time passed second by second, and Tang Jiu felt his pierced internal organs recovering quickly, and his martial soul fusion skill, the evil ring devouring sky ant. In this place, the only strong one was the healing soul master. Even if she was a level 56 soul king, her soul skills were all healing, and she would soon be chased and hammered to death by him. This group battle, he had already won. Suddenly, Tang Jiu raised his eyebrows. This time using the evil ring devouring sky ant didn't lower his soul power, still at level 20. Could it be because his body hadn't broken its limits? So, there was no need to consume soul power to repair his body? That made sense. The speed of devouring wasn't much, and there was no feeling of his body about to explode. No, wait. Tang Jiuxian clearly felt his physical fitness improve, with his basic strength rising from 500 gene to 800 gene. Although it wasn't much, it was indeed a breakthrough of physical limits, thanks to the side effects of the Heavenly Curse Seal. But why hadn't his soul power decreased? When a beam of healing light fell upon Tang Jiu's head, he instantly understood. Healing. Because a healing soul master was helping him repair his body, the energy used for the breakthrough wouldn't draw from his own soul power. At that moment, the azure-patterned demon statue suddenly roared to the sky, noticing that Tang Jiu's aura had weakened significantly, as had the aura of the healing soul master. It felt a sense of exhilaration, as if this beast was finally going to show its true power. Its azure glow intensified, and its aura surged as it swung its fist toward the healing soul master. The female soul master was terrified, knowing she was not a combat type. Her soul skills could only heal, and she couldn't even increase her speed or defense. Faced with a 10,000-year soul beast, she couldn't run away. She was struck by the punch, her body flying like a cannonball, with half of her bone shattered. Fifth soul skill, Healing Holy Spring. The female soul master dared not delay and immediately cast healing on herself. A stream of clear water, like the bright moon, flowed into her body, rapidly regenerating her shattered bones, but it was of no use. At that moment, a giant foot fell from the sky. The female soul master stopped her futile struggles, her gaze fixed on Tang Jiu, filled with anger, hatred, and ultimately transforming into a plea as she shouted, "You wild kid, run away with the young master. I'm begging you." She was undoubtedly doomed, but if Qian Rinxue died again, then the families of these guards would be slaughtered by the furious Lord Qian Daolu. Boom! The ground trembled slightly as the azure-patterned demon statue happily pounded its chest with its hands. Pentakill. At that moment, even the corners of Tang Jiu's mouth twitched. This was definitely the soul beast that was best at stealing kills. But the azure-patterned demon was clearly not satisfied with this achievement. It had become arrogant, its eyes mockingly staring at Tang Jiu, as if to say, "Is that all you've got? Are you still chasing me? Don't you know I can counterattack? Run." Qian Rinxue's face turned pale. She had no ability to deal with a 10,000-year soul beast, and she didn't believe that Tang Jiu, after the battle, had the capability to confront such a powerful 10,000-year soul beast. Meanwhile, Tang Jiu released Qian Rinxue, beckoning to the azure-patterned demon statue, saying, "Come here. I'll show you a magic trick. Make you land in a ring." Of course, the azure-patterned demon statue couldn't understand Tang Jiu's words, but it could sense that Tang Jiu was indeed provoking its authority. It roared and charged forward, its fist the size of a car hurtling towards Tang Jiu. Tang Jiu casually placed the soul ring on the body of the azure blue engraved demon statue, and in the next moment, the 10,000-year soul beast was stunned. This time, its 6,000-year cultivation was restricted. The azure blue engraved demon statue immediately hit the brakes and turned to run, thinking to itself, "Humans are too cunning. Their strength is even greater than before." Just now, Tang Jiu could only restrict its 5,000-year cultivation. First soul skill, speed, evil ring. 48, it turned out to be a girl. Under Qian Rinxue's astonished gaze, a purple light shone from the azure blue engraved demon statue, and then its speed slowed down. Qian Rinxue suddenly realized, "Your second martial soul devours speed." She was greatly shocked and secretly lamented that there was no way to escape this time. Then she saw Tang Jiu casually pick up the angel's sacred sword from the ground and chop down towards the head of the azure blue engraved demon statue. The corner of the statue's mouth curled in disdain, thinking, "This fool thinks that thin thing can chop me? It probably can't even break my scalp." It didn't dodge, just placed its hand on its head as if to protect itself. But in the next moment, it was dumbfounded. Its body felt a slight pain, and then it lost its balance with its legs running in two different directions, ultimately collapsing with a loud crash. Its body split in two. Before dying, it just wanted to ask, "Is there any justice in this world?" Wow, this sword is impressive. Tang Jiu was also stunned by the sharpness of the angel holy sword. "That's mine, give it back to me." Qian Rinxue reached out to snatch it, but was gently pushed by Tang Jiu and fell to the ground. Tang Jiu played with the angel holy sword for a moment, and then directly placed it into his storage belt. "Confiscated. You better behave, or I'll kill you." Tang Jiu kicked Qian Rinxue, and then sat cross-legged, drawing on the sacred black soul ring of the azure-patterned magic statue, absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring. He wasn't afraid of being overwhelmed. Qian Rinxue cursed Tang Jiu angrily, but in her heart, she was gnashing her teeth in hatred. If only she had the angelic sacred sword in hand, she would have snatched that soul ring from Tang Jiu. The angelic sacred sword is a divine artifact of the angel god, possessing powerful holy energy, which is very compatible with her six-winged angel martial soul. Holding the angelic sacred sword, she would gain tremendous amplification and could fully withstand the energy of the 10,000-year soul ring. However, without the angelic sacred sword, even if she had innate soul power at level 20, with the various means of the spirit hall, she could only absorb a soul ring of about 2,000 years, at most without bursting. Seeing Tang Jiu so arrogant, daring to absorb a soul ring in front of her, Qian Rinxue immediately pulled out a short sword from her storage soul guide and lunged at Tang Jiu. But just then, Tang Jiu suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Qian Rinxue with a smile that wasn't quite a smile, saying, "What's wrong? Do you want to kill me? Aren't you absorbing the soul ring?" Qian Rinxue asked in shock. "I've finished absorbing it." Tang Jiu Juke. His physical limit for soul rings was 6,000 years, but due to the existence of the heavenly curse seal, he had expanded his capacity, allowing him to absorb a 10,000-year soul ring in just 1 second. Impossible. Qian Rinxue couldn't believe that there was a talent in this world greater than her own. Tang Jiu shrugged his shoulders, then activated his soul ring martial soul, and 2 soul rings rose from his body, 1 purple and 1 black. Qian Rinxue widened her mouth in surprise. She really absorbed it. Has she never seen someone as talented as me before? Does she have any thoughts of bowing down to me? Tang Jiu was pleased with Qian Rinxue's astonished attitude. It felt great to show off. Qian Rinxue's face darkened, secretly cursing him as shameless, proudly lifting her head and sneering. "Dream on. You want me to bow to you, a wild brat? Not a chance. At that moment, Tang Jiu grabbed Qian Rinxue by the neck and lifted her up with one hand, saying word by word, "From today on, I am your young master. If it weren't for the fact that I was afraid of going crazy alone in the forest, I would have killed you already. Now, either call me young master and follow me, or I will feed you to a soul beast." After saying that, Tang Jiu forcefully threw Qian Rinxue to the ground. Qian Rinxue rubbed her sore bottom, glaring at Tang Jiu with a fierce look, wishing she could eat him alive. "You can hate me all you want, but you should know, if you dare to lay a hand on me again, I will break your legs." Tang Jiu coldly glared at Qian Rinxue, believing that this young master from a big family would definitely compromise, even fantasizing about someone coming to save her. However, this was the Stardo Forest. Without strength above Sol Douluo, one couldn't act recklessly here. Qian Rinxue wished she could stab Tang Jiu to death, but she also understood that she was no match for him right now. She didn't even have a soul skill, and the angelic sacred sword was not in hand. So any resistance would basically mean death. In the end, she could only reluctantly say to Tang Jiu, "Okay, I understand." "Understand what? Call me young master." Tang Jiu snorted. Qian Rinxue clenched her fists, trembling with anger, and finally could only call out, "Young master." "Very good. Quite obedient. Now let's change our clothes. I wear beast skin, and you wear luxurious garments. Does that make sense?" Tang Jiu casually started to take off the animal skin he was wearing, which was covered in blood from his injury, and tossed it to the kid to wear. How shameless. Qian Rinxue suddenly covered her eyes and turned around, not expecting Tang Jiu's thought process to be so bizarre. Thinking about changing clothes. Shameless? We're both guys. What's there to be afraid of? Do you want me to help you take it off? Tang Jiu said impatiently, already stripped to the waist and preparing to take off his pants. I'm a girl. Qian Rinxue could only confess, realizing that if she didn't come clean, it would be even more embarrassing. Tang Jiu stopped the action of taking off his pants, his eyes brightened, and he said, "Really? You're not kidding me, are you?" Qian Rinxue no longer suppressed her voice and spoke with a sound like silver bells. "I'm dressed as a boy. I'm actually a girl." Tang Jiu heard the voice that was no less than Xiao Wu's, and he immediately felt a sense of comfort, laughing heartily. "Great. I never expected that I would pick up I don't want to be your wife." Qian Rinxue quickly shook her head, her face full of fear. This wild kid must be looking for a wife to spend his life with here. Oh my god, how terrifying. You're overthinking it. At most, you could be my little maid. Tang Jiu laughed loudly, not expecting to find a girl. These 4 years would definitely be enjoyable. Maid. Qian Rinxue was completely stunned. She thought it was a luxury for this wild kid to want her as a wife, but she never expected he would want her to be a maid. After all, she was the saintess of the spirit hall, with a noble status that was even comparable to that of the emperor of the Heaven Do Empire. "Yes, you're starting now. Apply the medicine for me." Tang Jiu took out a leaf of the 1,000-year 5-leaf clover from his belt. The 5th leaf of the 5-leaf clover has healing properties. The healing soul master just now hadn't finished healing his own wounds before he died, and he had been pierced in the front and back. He could apply medicine to the front wound, but the back was difficult. How to apply it? Qian Rinxue asked. She also knew about the 5-leaf clover's leaves, but they needed to be crushed to be used, and there were no tools. How stupid. Just chew it up in your mouth and apply it to me. I won't. Qian Rinxue's eyes widened in disbelief. This was too shameless, but seeing Tang Jiu's fierce gaze, she quickly changed her tone. I'll crush it for you with a stone. No need to chew it. Little maid, you don't have the right to bargain. Hurry up, or I'll kill you. Crushing it with a stone is so unhygienic. Tang Jiu took out the angel sword and placed it against Qian Rinxue's neck, demonstrating that he could indeed harm a lovely girl. With a slight tremble of his hand, a line of blood appeared on Qian Rinxue's neck. You. Qian Rinxue was stunned. Tang Jiu really could go that far. Qian Rinxue tried to escape. Her silver teeth clenched in frustration, but she had no way out. In her heart, Tang Jiu was a great demon king who could kill without blinking. She picked a leaf from Tang Jiu's hand and began to chew on it. It had a sour taste. Once it turned to pulp, she spat it into her palm and walked behind Tang Jiu, evenly applying it to the wound on his back. Done. What about the sword wound in the front? You can't handle it yourself? Qian Rinxue was furious, her teeth itching. What do you need a little maid for? How could someone as noble as me do it myself? Qian Rinxue really wanted to perish together with Tang Jiu, but she knew the outcome would only lead to her being killed. She shot a killing glare at Tang Jiu and chewed another leaf to apply it to the sword wound on his chest. Wrap it up. Why are you so stupid? No bandigis? Then tear off your clothes, you fool. Soon, Qian Rinxue finished bandaging Tang Jiu. At that moment, she noticed that Tang Jiu also began to chew on the leaves. Just as she was confused, Tang Jiu applied the chewed leaves to her injured neck. At that moment, Qian Rinxue's face turned red. This saliva was so dirty. Aren't I a nice guy? Tang Jiu lao get? From now on, just honestly follow me, and we will dominate the forest together. Qian Rinxue shot Tang Jiu a glance. Only a monkey can dominate the forest, you wild brat. Just wait. The people from the Wuhuan temple will come back to find me soon, and then I will chop you into pieces to feed the dogs. The sun was setting. Tang Jiu brought Qian Rinxue back to his old nest, then lit a bonfire and began to cook soul beast meat. Little maid, what's your name? I'm called Xiao Jiu. Qian Rinxue casually mentioned a name. I'm still Fa Hai. Tang Jiu scoffed and said, honestly, who are you really? And what has to deal with that sword? That's a high-level weapon from the Spirit Hall, infused with divine power by the Grand Elder. As for me, my status in the Spirit Hall isn't low either. Qian Rinxue said, half-truthfully. How high is your status? Tang Jiu asked. My family's ancestor is a title Douluo. I advise you to release me quickly. Qian Rinxue threatened. A title Douluo? You scare me. Tell me who it is, and see if I want to crush him later. Tang Jiu said boldly, believing about 80% of Qian Rinxue's words, as only such a family background could allow a Soul King expert to act as a guard. Guess. Qian Rinxue huffed. It wouldn't be old Chrysanthemum, would it? I haven't seen other titled Douluos, but based on appearance, this one seems plausible. I've heard that old Chrysanthemum looks quite handsome. Old Chrysanthemum? Is that how you refer to our family's elder? Chrysanthemum Douluo? Qian Rinxue's eyes lit up. She had to go to Chrysanthemum Douluo to report this and let Tang Jiu know the consequences of offending her. So it turns out she is from the old Chrysanthemum family. Tang Jiu know that? At first, he had a bold guess in his mind, thinking that the girl in front of him might be Qian Rinxue. However, he quickly dismissed that idea. First, even without a title Douluo's protection, Qian Rinxue would at least need a soul Douluo to come to the Stardow Forest. Second, he felt that his luck couldn't be that outrageous to have Qian Rinxue as his maid. After confirming that the girl in front of him was a junior of Jiu Douluo, Tang Jiu leisurely said, hand over your storage soul guide. I'll keep it safe for you. What's soul guide? Qian Rinxue quickly tucked her hand behind her back, her face filled with fear. Without a storage soul guide, how can you take out a sword out of thin air? Tang Jiu grabbed Qian Rinxue's arm and noticed a simple and ancient-looking ring on her hand, which seemed completely out of place with her luxurious attire. If I'm not mistaken, this must be your soul guide. It's confiscated. Tang Jiu reached out to take the ring. Don't, you big bad guy. Qian Rinxue was both shy and angry. The ring contained many of her personal belongings, especially her female clothing. If Tang Jiu took it, how could she face anyone? After all, she was a saint above others and had never been bullied like this. Finally, her strong inner self could no longer maintain that noble and cold demeanor under the pressures of death, the unknown, and embarrassment, and she cried like an ordinary girl. Tang Jiu was confused by the crying and felt a bit embarrassed to take the girl's belongings. Anyway, she couldn't escape, and there would be plenty of opportunities in the future, so there was no need to rush. Tang Jiu released Qian Rinxue's hand and said, all right, I don't want your soul guide anymore, but you have to wear girl's clothes so I can see what my little maid looks like. Hearing that Tang Jiu was no longer trying to take her ring, Qian Rinxue felt much relieved. When she heard Tang Jiu wanted her to wear women's clothing, she cursed him secretly for being shameless and then huffed. Turn around. No peeking. There's nothing to see anyway. I wouldn't bother looking. Tang Jiu shrugged his shoulders and turned his head, only to hear the rustling sound of changing clothes. All right. A voice as sweet as a silver bell followed. And when Tang Jiu turned back, his eyes went wide. She stood there in a white dress adorned with golden patterns, wearing a pair of two-toned white and platinum boots. Her figure tall and perfectly proportioned. If Xiao Wu's beauty is cute, Zhu Zhuqing's beauty is wild. Ning Rongrong's beauty is pure, Huo Wu's beauty is alluring, and Shui Binger's beauty is cold. Then at this moment, Qian Rinxue's beauty is divine and noble. She seemed like a goddess descending to the mortal realm, making one feel unworthy in comparison. However, Tang Jiu was no ordinary person. After taking a deep breath, he said seriously, Xiao Qing, the young master has decided to upgrade you to a little wife. Oof, I don't want to be your little wife. If I'm going to do it, I'll be the big wife, right? You better work hard, and don't end up going astray. There's still a chance. Qian Rinxue huffed, shaking her fist in annoyance, not wanting to bother with this big bad guy. At that moment, her stomach let out a growl, instantly turning the little beauty's face red with embarrassment. How humiliating. Tang Jiu laughed heartily. With a beautiful girl accompanying him for 4 years, it shouldn't be boring. He fished a bone out of the pot and handed it to Qian Rinxue, saying, "Come, gnaw on this. It's so delicious." How barbaric. Qian Rinxue wanted to say that she was particular about her meals, but then realized she was in the forest and still a captive. So, with a look of disdain, she picked up the big bone and took a gentle bite. Instantly, Qian Rinxue's eyes widened. It was truly delicious. She was really hungry and began to gnaw on the big bone. She never expected that holding a bone and eating meat could be so tasty. She finished 6 bones in one go, and after hearing Tang Jiu's mischievous laughter, her neck flushed with embarrassment, and in anger, she threw the big bone at him. At night, the two of them slept in the treehouse. Qian Rinxue took out bedding from her ring, made herself a mat on the ground, and then ignored Tang Jiu, closing her eyes to sleep. In the middle of the night, she suddenly opened her eyes and stealthily left the treehouse. Spreading a pair of pure white wings behind her, she soared into the sky. Her martial soul was the 6-winged angel, but right now, she could only manifest 2 wings. As her strength continued to improve, she would eventually unlock the 6 wings, and, at her peak, those wings would turn from white to gold, becoming the most sacred martial soul. Just as she flew away, Tang Jiu suddenly opened his eyes and glanced at the sky. Dreaming of flying out of the Stardew Forest, huh? The Stardew Forest was vast, with mountains, rivers, and lakes. After Qian Rinxue took to the sky and determined her direction, she flew towards where she had come from. However, just as she had flown less than 1,000 meters, the sky filled with the sounds of birdsong. Suddenly, a giant golden eagle charged at her. Soul beasts especially hated human soul masters, particularly those who invaded their territory. The golden beak struck like a sharp arrow, fiercely pecking at Qian Rinxue. Her face turned pale with anger. If she had the angel's holy sword, she could have killed this 3,000-year-old soul beast with one strike. But now, without soul skills and without the holy sword, she was no match for this soul beast in the sky, and she noticed several more golden eagles approaching in the distance. With no choice, she had to dive towards the ground. The golden eagle saw Qian Rinxue surrendering and circled in the air for a while, but ultimately dared not enter the forest to chase her, as it was the territory of other soul beasts. Damn it! Qian Rinxue cursed silently, having to run through the woods. The night in the forest was not dark. Everywhere glimmered with the dazzling fluorescence emitted by soul beasts, colorful and enchanting, like a fairyland. However, Qian Rinxue only felt endless fear. Hiss! Suddenly, a 5-meter-long, entirely green snake coiled down from the tree trunk, its triangular head held high, and its yellow beast eyes fixed on Qian Rinxue. A 5,000-year-old green scale snake. Qian Rinxue's face turned pale, and she couldn't help but exclaim. The green scale snake was a very terrifying venomous snake. They hunted soul beasts relying on their horrific toxicity, so they weren't very large in size. However, a 5-meter-long snake was still frightening. It could easily swallow Qian Rinxue whole. Moreover, venomous snakes were incredibly fast, and their method of attack was through poison. The fact that this 5,000-year-old green scale snake dared to roam in the area of 10,000-year soul beast showed how terrifying its strength was. Qian Rinxue spread her wings, wanting to fly higher for low-altitude flying. But just as her body lifted off the ground, the green scale snake lunged at her, leaping to a height even higher than Qian Rinxue's. Its triangular head struck like lightning, aiming for her neck. Terrified, Qian Rinxue raised her hand to block, only to feel her arm go numb, and she fell from the sky. Hiss! The green scale snake wasn't in a hurry to eat. Snakes must wait for their prey to die before they could eat, or they risk bursting their stomachs. Its green body coiled around Qian Rinxue, its crimson tongue flicking out, waiting for her to succumb to the poison. So cold, so sleepy. Qian Rinxue felt her body gradually losing sensation, her entire arm beginning to turn green. She struggled to keep her eyes open, not wanting to fall asleep. Big bad guy, why aren't you here yet? At that moment, Qian Rinxue regretted coming out. She silently cursed Tang Jiu for being a lazy pig. She ran away, and he didn't even notice, just as her eyelids were about to close. She saw a flash of golden light piercing through the green scale snake's head with precision. It was the angel's holy sword. Little maid, luckily I arrived in time. Or, you would have been eaten. Qian Rinxue could no longer hold on and leaned against Tang Jiu's embrace, feeling so warm at that moment. Then, Qian Rinxue saw Tang Jiu lift her arm, cut a wound with a dagger, and then began to suck the poison out with his mouth. With just one sip, Tang Jiu's lips turned green. No, don't. Qian Rinxue struggled, feeling a bit shy. Don't move, I can't detoxify. This is the only primitive method. If you suck the poison like this, you'll get poisoned too. Oh, are you worried about me now? You're starting to look more like a maid. Tang Jiu was very pleased. Qian Rinxue huffed and said, I'm worried you'll die and nobody will protect me. Deep down, she wasn't sure if it was because she wanted Tang Jiu to protect her or if she was touched by his willingness to save her. Soon, the numbness faded, and a severe pain shot through her arm, clearly indicating that the toxin had been mostly cleared and the remaining bits needed to be suppressed by soul power. Tang Jiu had no good options left. He could only take out the leaves of the 5-leaf clover, then squeeze them hard in his hand, causing the powerful force to crush the leaves into mud, which he applied to Qian Rinxue's arm. You are so despicable. Qian Rinxue widened her eyes. This detestable guy, who could clearly crush the leaves this way, still had to chew them himself. She really wanted to smash this bad guy in front of her. But seeing his green face, she could only reluctantly stop. Will you still run away in the future? Tang Jiu carried the weak Qian Rinxue back to the treehouse and cooked a nourishing meat soup to feed her. Oomph. Qian Rinxue let out a proud snort, then sipped the soup one mouthful at a time. She dared not run around anymore. She would stay here for now, and her grandfather would soon send someone to rescue her. The soup smelled quite good. What is it made of? Qian Rinxue had never tasted such delicious meat soup before. She licked her cute little tongue and asked curiously. It was that green-scaled snake. Puffed. Qian Rinxue sprayed the soup directly onto Tang Jiu's face. How could she have eaten such disgusting food? Yes, I'm sorry. Then, Qian Rinxue realized she had rudely sprayed soup on Tang Jiu's face. Having received a good, noble education, she immediately felt incredibly ashamed and quickly took out a handkerchief to help wipe Tang Jiu's face. Tang Jiu saw that the girl had done this, so he decided to forgive her. Once her injury healed, he would have her wash his stinky socks. From now on, we will live together here. You have also seen the dangers of the starry forest, so you must listen to me in everything from now on, understand? Tang Jiu once again engaged in ideological education with the other party. Oh, Qian Rinxue nodded, still feeling a bit scared. She had barely run 2,000 meters before almost dying. She couldn't understand how this wild kid managed to live here. What's your name? I can't just call you Wild Kid. Qian Rinxue decided to coexist peacefully with Tang Jiu, treating it as a vacation to experience the life of a wild person. Call me Young Master. Forget it. I'll just call you Wild Kid. Tang Jiu thought for a moment. Unless it was the title Douluo, it would be difficult for anyone else to find him here, so he no longer concealed it. All right, my dad calls me Xiao Jiu. You can call me Xiao Jiu. Then I'll call you Xiao Jiu. Qian Rinxue snorted. Calling you Ge, what a joke. You don't have to call me Ge. Just cook for yourself tomorrow. Fine, I'll cook for myself. After a night's sleep, Qian Rinxue took out her prepared outdoor utensils and made a pot of black, murky stuff. Then, under Tang Jiu's playful gaze, she took a bite and almost poisoned herself. Looking at the pot of delicious bone soup that Tang Jiu had, especially the big bones he was gnawing on, her stomach betrayed her and growled again. With the snake venom still not cleared, and her soul power continuously suppressing and expelling the venom, her body needed a huge energy supplement. Qian Rinxue had never felt this much craving for meat before. Give me a piece. I'll buy it with money, she said, taking out a card. Money is useless here. Tang Jiu pouted. Then, with a wicked sense of humor, he picked up a big, meaty bone and held it in front of Qian Rinxue's nose to tempt her. Watching her instinctively lick her lips like a little greedy cat, Tang Jiu took a big bite and said, so fragrant. Qian Rinxue was furious and stamped her feet. Finally not caring about her dignity, she said pitifully, Xiao Jiu. Yeah, I am hungry. Come on, call me Jiu again. Tang Jiu fished out a big bone. Qian Rinxue, feeling both shy and angry, stamped her feet and directly reached out to grab it. After getting it, she took a big bite. No longer polite, Qian Rinxue finished eating and immediately went to take some for herself. Tang Jiu couldn't help but laugh when he saw Qian Rinxue's adorable appearance and said, eat more. We have to travel tomorrow. I've decided to migrate every 2 days. Qian Rinxue's heart sank to the bottom. So she turned her sadness and anger into appetite and started to eat heartily. 5 days later, under the sparse moonlight. Damn it, who dared to attack the holy maiden of my spirit hall? An angry roar echoed in the Stardow forest as a man dressed in golden armor, with golden hair and handsome features, had icy cold eyes. His body was surrounded by golden flying daggers shaped like chrysanthemum petals, shredding the surrounding trees and soul beasts to pieces. This man was Douluo Yuguan. He was the title Daw secretly assigned by Qian Daolu to protect Qian Rinxue. When Qian Rinxue did not emerge from the forest as scheduled, He sensed something was wrong and followed the markings left by the Spirit Hall Soul Masters to search, only to find 5 corpses. Douluo flew into the sky, searching in a suspicious direction, and finally discovered traces of human activity, as well as Tang Jiu's treehouse. But it was already deserted. Tang Jiu is now more cautious, leading Qian Rinxue to wander aimlessly in the Douluo forest, and he has successfully gotten himself lost. Just give up on going back. I don't even know where I am now. Qian Rinxue is completely exasperated, angrily waving her fist. She gradually feels that going back is hopeless, so she decides to enjoy the present moment. Tell me a story. Just tell the story of that monkey spirit beast. Are you sure it's not 100,000-year spirit beast? Tang Jiu corrected. That's Journey to the West. Sun Wukong is not a soul beast. He's a demon. How can a soul beast transform into human form? Qian Rinxue gave him a look that said he lacked common sense and rolled her eyes at Tang Jiu. Let me tell you about the havoc in the Heavenly Palace. Qian Rinxue imagined. Is the Heavenly Palace the divine realm? If you interrupt me again, you won't have any stories to listen to tonight. Tang Jiu warned. Qian Rinxue pouted, but was still very curious about how a soul beast could cause such an uproar in the divine realm. She snuggled closer to Tang Jiu under the blanket. When she heard about Sun Wukong eating the peaches of immortality, stealing the elixir of immortality, and battling the gods, her eyes sparkled with excitement. When she heard to be continued, she shook her fist in protest, clearly planning to give Tang Jiu a beating. Tang Jiu's eyes were filled with smiles. Sure enough, children all love listening to Journey to the West. Qian Rinxue quickly fell asleep. Tang Jiu pinched Qian Rinxue's little nose and then walked out of the treehouse to begin his cultivation. Activate Martial Soul. Tang Jiu's martial soul awakened and quickly fused into the evil ring, devouring Ant Heavenly Curse Seal. Activate. In the Douluo forest. Replenishing the energy of the Heavenly Curse Seal is not too difficult. Just casually look for some spirit beasts that specialize in mental attacks. After the Heavenly Curse Seal is activated, the ant legs and wings merge into black bat wings. Tang Jiu opened his large mouth, with fangs facing the moon, and began to devour. The black bat wings on his back started to crazily absorb the essence of the moon. The cool energy entered his body, transforming into a chilling and evil soul power. Tang Jiu realized that the speed of his cultivation was actually twice as fast as before. Why do I feel like I'm part of the vampire clan? Tang Jiu couldn't help but murmur to himself. His current state was almost akin to that of a vampire, able to absorb the essence of the moon with bat wings and fangs, all of which pointed toward the resemblance to the Blood Clan. If only he could possess the special abilities of the Blood Clan. Could this be the path to my ascension to godhood? Tang Jiu suddenly realized a problem. Although divine positions are inherited, such as Tang San's Sea God, Bibi Dong's Rakshasa God, and Qian Rinxue's Angel God, he didn't want to inherit those divine positions. Becoming a god through his own cultivation is the strongest. Tang Jiu believes that his current talent is sufficient for him to become a deity by himself. His combat power is simply extraordinary. Due to the suppression effect of the martial soul's soul rings and the simultaneous cultivation of his dual martial souls, he can fight 10 levels above his own. With his self-martial soul fusion technique, the evil ring devouring sky ant, he can fight another 10 levels above. When he activates the ultimate form of the Heavenly Curse Seal, becoming a being similar to a vampire, he can again fight 10 levels above. With his full power unleashed, he can at least battle 30 levels above. Therefore, he can kill a level 50 Soul King as a level 20 Great Soul Master. And he even shows an implicit trend of being invincible within level 50. After the essence of the moon entered his body, it surprisingly began to circulate autonomously through his meridians, forming a special soul power cultivation method. This is even more powerful than the master's improved version of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon technique, taking into account many fine meridians that were previously difficult to cultivate. Tang Jiu seriously noted down this set of soul power cultivation methods. When he couldn't activate the Angel's Curse Seal anymore, he practiced using this method. 2 months later, Tang Jiu's soul power broke through to level 23. What a monster! Qian Rinxue envied Tang Jiu's speed of cultivation. She was currently without a soul ring. Her soul power stuck at level 20. Every day was unproductive, and she could only follow Tang Jiu to experience wilderness survival. However, these 3 months were the happiest time of her life because she had found a true friend. Tang Jiu taught her how to build tree houses, fish, roast meat, stargaze with her, tell her stories, and accompany her while riding soul beasts in the forest. He even taught her how to climb trees and gather bird eggs. Qian Rinxue had never imagined that playing could be so much fun. In the past, She had no friends. She was the exalted saintess of the spirit hall, and everyone treated her with utmost respect. She felt like a little adult, studying knowledge, etiquette, and the ways of emperors, and the monotonous life completely suppressed her nature. She still remembered the joy and excitement of riding the armored beast with Tang Hao for the first time, galloping through the forest. Hey Xiao Jiu, can you tell me about your background? Why do you hate the spirit hall so much? Qianrenshue asked while fishing by the river, as this was the thing she was most curious about. Wasn't Tang Hao a wild man? My village was slaughtered by the last pope. Tang Jiu ziplit folati. Qianrenshue's face turned pale, and her hands trembled slightly. She never expected that her first friend would have a deep-seated grudge against her. So, are you planning to take revenge? Tang Hao thought for a moment and said, I have thought of 2 revenge plans. The first is to destroy the Wuhuan Hall and kill the entire family of the Pope. Qianrenshue bit her lip and nervously asked, what about the other plan? As the saying goes, it's better to resolve a feud than to escalate it. The previous Pope is already dead, and it's not fair to hold his daughter accountable. How about I suffer a loss and ruin his daughter, then have the Wuhuan Hall given to me as a dowry? I decide to be magnanimous and not hold grudges. Qianrenshue's eyes widened. She couldn't believe you could think of such a shameless thing. You tell me, should I choose the first plan or the second? Tang Hao smiled at Qianrenshue. Qianrenshue twisted her clothes nervously, lowered her head, and stammered, it's better not to choose the first one. I wonder what the Pope's daughter looks like. How about in the future, I make you the main wife and her the secondary wife? What do you think? Tang Hao smiled at Qianrenshue. Wild kid, I'm going to kill you. Qianrenshue's neck turned red from embarrassment. She felt that Tang Hao had probably guessed her identity and dared to tease her like this. She lunged at Tang Hao, determined to give him a beating today. This kid really needed to be dealt with. At that moment, a cold voice rang out, the biting chill and powerful aura causing Tang Hao's expression to change dramatically. This kind of pressure he had felt from Tang Hao. The person who came was a title Douluo Continent. Qianrenshue's expression first brightened, as the people from the spirit hall had finally arrived, but then her expression changed, and she spread her arms to block in front of Tang Hao. Let him go. Continent. Let him go. He killed someone from the spirit hall. And you want to let him go just like that? Is that appropriate? Title Douluo Jiu snorted, his eyes filled with killing intent. He saved me once and hasn't killed me yet. I owe him 2 lives. Qianrenshue said, that's because he didn't dare to kill you. Step aside. He is our enemy. Title Douluo Jiu said coldly, if you don't let him go, I will die here. Qianrenshuе knew she couldn't change Title Douluo Jiu's mind. So she directly drew a short sword and held it against her neck, then urgently said to Tang Hao, run. He is a Title Douluo, such an outgoing girl. Title Douluo Jiu glared at Tang Hao and said, kid, consider yourself lucky. Tang Hao took a deep look at Jiu Douluo, then gazed deeply at Qianrenshuе and said with a smile, what you're doing really puts me in a difficult position. I originally wanted to use you as a hostage. Get lost. Qianrenshue was nearly infuriated to death by Tang Hao. This bastard actually wanted to use her as a hostage, and she had thought of him as a friend. Tang Hao touched his nose and sighed. He really wanted to use Qianrenshue as a hostage, as it was much safer than fleeing by himself. However, considering how righteous the girl was, he found it hard to go through with it. He activated his martial soul, heavenly curse seal. Tang Hao dared not hide his strength and immediately fused into his strongest form, spreading his black bat wings and flying away into the distance. Jiu Douluo's pupils suddenly constricted, and he exclaimed, a martial soul fusion skill, and it's a variant. At this moment, Tang Hao's aura surged dramatically, even moving this Title Douluo. Jiu Douluo descended from the sky and said to Qianrenshuе with a smile, put down your sword, don't hurt yourself. Otherwise, I won't be able to explain to the Grand Elder. That kid has already flown away. Only then did Qianrenshue put down the short sword in her hand. But at that moment, Jiu Douluo pointed at her, knocking her unconscious. Still too young. How could I allow such a monster to grow? Jiu Douluo picked up Qianrenshue and chased after Tang Hao. Open martial soul, 5th soul skill, gathering of cold flowers. A brilliant golden chrysanthemum bloomed in the sky, with 9 soul rings floating around him. The golden soul power overshadowed the sunlight, and from the chrysanthemum petals, a golden, scythe-like flying knife condensed, spinning and flying towards Tang Hao at an incredible speed. Rip! The flying knife directly tore through Tang Hao's black bat wings, significantly reducing his speed. Little brat, thinking you can escape from me? Don't be delusional. I'm a nearly level 95 Title Douluo. Among titled Douluos, I'm considered a top-tier powerhouse. Douluo laughed coldly. And under the stimulation of his soul power, the flying knife continued to spin and cut. No matter how Tang Jiu dodged, the wounds on his body only increased. Damn it, at this rate, I'm going to die. Tang Jiu was greatly shocked, not expecting that it was a titled Douluo specializing in long-range attacks, which completely countered him. Tang Jiu gritted his teeth, took out the angelic holy sword from the 12 golden hairpins, and swung it towards the flying daggers. With a loud sound, the flying daggers were directly shattered. Huh, the holy sword is actually in your hands. How infuriating. Douluo immediately recognized that this was the first divine artifact of the Spirit Hall, the angelic holy sword. The black soul rings lit up consecutively, and the golden chrysanthemum bloomed. This time, 3 petals flew out, and 3 flying daggers, carrying immense soul power at strange angles, sliced towards Tang Jiu. Tang Jiu felt a chill in his heart. Dealing with 1 flying knife was already difficult. With 3 flying knives up close, he would surely be sliced into potato shreds. The holy sword is yours. Tang Jiu threw the angel holy sword to the left with all his might. The holy sword flew like a beam of golden light towards the distance. Douluo had no intention of killing Tang Jiu. He needed to get the angel holy sword first, as it was the most crucial treasure of the Spirit Hall. Besides, Tang Jiu couldn't escape. The 3 flying daggers that were uncontrolled were no longer a threat to Tang Jiu. After quickly shaking them off, he glanced at the forbidden area of the Douluo forest and gritted his teeth, flying towards it. Kid, you can't escape. Behind him, Douluo, having obtained the angel holy sword, shouted and quickly flew towards Tang Jiu. First fusion soul skill, speed deprivation. Tang Jiu took a risk and activated the speed deprivation ability, slapping a passing flying soul beast with a claw, stealing 10 speed. His body suddenly accelerated. Huh, what's going on? Douluo was taken aback. The throwing knife just now missed because of Tang Jiu's sudden acceleration. Then he saw that every time Tang Jiu attacked the soul beast, his speed shot up like he was on drugs. Is there a soul skill that can devour speed? You surprised me too much. Douluo had to admire Tang Jiu's talent, and he coldly snorted, be careful not to overdo it and get yourself killed by the speed you devour. You think you can kill me? Not even close. Old Jiu, if you want to kill me, you'll have to wait until your next life. Tang Jiu turned around and raised a middle finger at Douluo. Old chrysanthemum. Douluo's face instantly turned pale with anger. I will slice your flesh piece by piece. Even his rivals maintained the respect he deserved. After all, he was a noble titled Douluo. He had never been subjected to such a disgusting nickname. He vowed that today, Tang Jiu would experience the most painful torment. But at this moment, his speed couldn't catch up with Tang Jiu anymore. Tang Jiu had absorbed too much speed, fast enough to compare with flying-type soul saints. Douluo wasn't a flying soul master. His speed relied on soul power, and now he had been left far behind. But he wasn't anxious. Tang Jiu's speed would soon decrease. However, he quickly felt something was wrong. Tang Jiu had already flown into the forbidden area of the Douluo forest. You little brat, stop right now. Going in there is a certain death. Old chrysanthemum, are you too scared to chase? Have you given up? Tang Jiu stopped and beckoned at Douluo with a finger. I will kill you. Douluo's voice sharpened with anger, no longer daring to mention any forbidden zones. If he hadn't provoked the Titan giant ape and the heavenly blue bull python, these 200,000-year soul beasts probably wouldn't have sought him out for trouble. Tang Jiu's swallowing speed had already exceeded the limit, and he constantly felt the pain of his meridians breaking within his body. However, he couldn't stop. After diving in, he flew towards the largest lake in the forbidden zone. Soon, he discovered a Titan giant ape by the lake, its muscles bulging and harder than granite. The texture of its skin glowed with a yellow fluorescence, exceptionally dazzling. Tang Jiu took the war hammer from the 12 golden hairpins and swung it forcefully towards the head of the Titan giant ape without any hesitation. Roar! The Titan giant ape felt a pain in its head, as if it had been stung by a mosquito, and turned around fiercely to glare at the back. Seemingly saying, "Who the hell hit me?" It immediately locked its gaze on Tang Jiu, and in a fit of rage, it threw a punch at him. Tang Jiu was not afraid at all, and flew directly to the surface of the lake, shouting, "Damning! The title Douluo of the Spirit Hall is going to kill Xiao Jiu to seize her spirit ring and spirit bone." As soon as he finished speaking, the lake water surged violently, and a huge bull's head emerged from the water, roaring at the Titan great ape. The Titan great ape immediately changed its smashing attack into a grabbing one, tightly holding onto Tang Jiu. 53. The misfortunate Douluo's mouth twitched, secretly thinking that Tang Jiu really knows how to cause trouble. One wasn't enough, and now he brought two. Tang Jiu estimated that he was doomed, and Douluo only regretted not killing Tang Jiu himself. After taking a distant glance at the 200,000-year-soul beasts, he turned to leave. At that moment, a voice that made him furious rang out. "Old chrysanthemum, if you have the guts, don't run away." Douluo turned his head and was shocked to find that Tang Jiu was sitting on the shoulder of the Titan giant ape, as if commanding it. The Titan giant ape's crimson eyes were glaring fiercely at him, and then it charged towards him, swinging its fist without mercy. Douluo's mot tvithet. What was wrong with this Titan giant ape? He provoked it, but there was no time to think, as the massive petals of the chrysanthemum closed in, defending his entire body like a flower bud. Boom! The violent collision of soul power created a terrifying energy tide, causing the surrounding trees to tilt and fall. Tang Jiu quickly hid behind the Titan giant ape's head to avoid being affected. Douluo was no match for the power-type soul beast. This blow made him taste blood at the corner of his mouth. "Old chrysanthemum, come and hit me." Tang Jiu laughed heartily, making faces at Douluo. Douluo was almost enraged to death, but it wasn't the time to fight. He couldn't defeat the Titan great ape, and there was still a sky-blue bull python behind them. If they didn't leave soon, he would probably die there. Without looking back, he fled towards the outside of the Stardo forest. However, the Titan great ape was relentless. It was furious that Tang Jiu had dared to hit it with a hammer. But since Daming had said not to harm the little human, it could only vent its anger on another human soul master. The Titan great ape pounded its chest vigorously and then charged after Douluo, delivering a barrage of powerful blows. Boom! 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 The Stardo forest was in chaos, with soul beasts fleeing in all directions and trees being uprooted. But the one suffering the most was Douluo. He had to take care of Xiao while also resisting the Titan great ape's attacks, making it extremely difficult for him, and he was spitting out blood from the heavy blows. Finally, they reached the outside of the Stardo forest, and only then did the Titan great ape grudgingly stop, as Daming had said not to kill anyone, just to teach a lesson. After pounding its chest and roaring in defiance at Douluo, it finally let out a satisfied snort. "You little brat, just wait for me." Douluo had never suffered such a great loss before, nearly falling victim to a little child's trick. His face was pale, and his gaze was fixated on Tang Jiu. Tang Jiu stood on the shoulder of the Titan giant ape, laughing heartily. "Old chrysanthemum, I'll give you a song. Listen up. The chrysanthemum is withered. The ground is covered in wounds. Your smile has turned yellow." With a chuckle, Shui, who had already woken up, burst out laughing. Meanwhile, Douluo was momentarily stunned, thinking, "Are you seriously singing while insulting me? I swear, I'll tear you into pieces." Douluo felt blood rush to the top of his head, and he thought he might actually die of anger. "If you have guts, come at me. If not, you're a coward." Tang Jiu directly gave Douluo the finger. Douluo was provoked, but couldn't retaliate. He felt a wave of bitter sweetness rise in his throat and struggled to suppress it, his whole face turning as pale as gold leaf. At that moment, the Titan giant ape seemed to find it amusing, imitating Tang Jiu's gesture and giving Douluo the finger as well, which was devastating. The scene was so beautiful that Shui was left dumbfounded. Douluo's pupils suddenly constricted. He was actually being laughed at by a beast, and the key point was that he didn't dare to hit back. Douluo could no longer suppress the blood rising in his throat and spat it out. The Titan giant ape saw Douluo spitting blood and laughed proudly, then looked human-like at Tang Jiu, as if asking, "What other insults do you have?" Tang Jiu immediately started dancing on the shoulder of the Titan giant ape, shouting, check it out, come on, old chrysanthemum. The chrysanthemum is wilting. The ground is full of wounds. Your smile is turning yellow. Yeah, you're too timid." While jumping, he also provocatively imitated street dance gestures. The Titan giant ape found it particularly amusing, so it mimicked Tang Jiu and began dancing wildly, pointing its index finger down and excitedly howling. "Wow, this is too much." Douluo spat out another mouthful of blood, his clenched fist causing his fingers to pierce his palm. Xiao covered her mouth tightly, trying not to laugh out loud. Tang Jiu was simply too naughty, leading the Titan giant ape astray. However, the brightness in her eyes when she looked at Tang Jiu increased. Who could dodge Douluo's pursuit at over level 20? Even poisoned Douluo would probably be killed by Douluo in a one-on-one fight. But now, Douluo had nearly been killed and was also infuriated by two shameless guys. Elder Jiu, let's go. Xianren thought that if she didn't speak, Elder Jiu might really get hot-headed and pick a fight with the Titan giant ape, probably ending up getting hammered. Let's go. Douluo squeezed out a word from between his teeth and then flew off with Xianren. Xianren turned back to give Tang Hao a sweet smile and then covered her mouth again, her eyes filled with laughter. Roar. The Titan giant ape felt a bit unwilling, giving the sky the middle finger before happily returning to the restricted area, occasionally bouncing proudly and then bursting into laughter. When it arrived at the restricted area, it was so absorbed in its joy that the sky blue bull python almost thought it had gone crazy. Human, tell me now, where is Xiao Wu? The sky blue bull python flicked its tail, sending the frenzied Titan giant ape tumbling, then glared at Tang Hao and coldly asked, Xiao Wu, the soft-bone charm rabbit, soul beast transformation type, loves to wear pink clothes. She is currently studying at Notting Academy, and my third brother and teacher are taking care of her. She's fine, very safe. Tang Jiu. Human, the sky blue bull python really wants to whip this gasping guy to death. Just now, he said Xiao Wu was in danger and asked me to save him, but now he's saying Xiao Wu is fine. However, based on Tang Jiu's description, it can be confirmed that Tang Jiu has seen Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu even calls me Juga, so you should speak to me more politely. Daming, Xiao Wu said that if I'm in danger, I should look for you. Otherwise, you can also call me Juga, and I'll protect you from now on. Tang Jiu hope fet. Do you deserve it, little guy? The sky blue bull python really wanted to spray water to drown Tang Jiu, but then thought it was possible. After all, Xiao Wu needed to integrate into human society. And besides, knowing that his name was Daming could only have been told to Tang Jiu by Xiao Wu. Roar. At this moment, the Titan giant ape stood in front of Tang Jiu, roaring fiercely at the sky blue bull python, signaling not to harm Tang Jiu, as he was his friend. Daming rolled his huge eyes and snorted, not understanding who was just shouting about wanting to smash this little insect. Human, who exactly are you? Why did you provoke the spirit hall? The sky blue bull python asked, still a bit uneasy about Tang Jiu's identity. My name is Tang Jiu. My family was killed by the spirit hall. My adoptive father is Tang Hao, who loved 100,000 soul beasts back in the day and was hunted by the spirit hall. Recently, I kidnapped the holy maiden of the spirit hall. The one who wants to kill me is the spirit hall's Douluo. The sky blue bull python really wanted to say, you're more impressive than I am. You better take good care of Xiao Wu from now on. The sky blue bull python thought for a moment. Tang Jiu's identity seemed to indicate he was indeed a friend. He didn't reject soul beasts and was an enemy of the spirit hall. So it could only ask Tang Jiu to take care of Xiao Wu, especially since Tang Jiu's strength was truly abnormal, being able to escape from a tidal Douluo, indicating extraordinary potential. Seeing that it seemed to have reached an agreement, the Titan giant ape began to pull Tang Jiu to dance. Bang! The sky blue bull python whipped the Titan giant ape away, roaring, you are an ape, not a human. Don't mimic human ways. You must uphold your beastly nature. The Titan giant ape snorted, not wanting to bother with the sky blue bull python, and instead grabbed Tang Jiu and ran off to a distance, then started dancing. Being invincible is really lonely. The sky blue bull python couldn't play with it anymore. When Xiao Wu was around, they could still have fun together, as both had more combative and lively personalities. However, the sky blue bull python was more laid back, spending all day lying at the bottom of the lake sleeping, which was too boring. Come on, let me teach you the basic moves. 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 2, 3, 4, change positions and do it again. Tang Jiu felt that he must bring the Titan giant ape with him. Whenever trouble arose, he could just run over and let the Titan giant ape smash people. Roar. The Titan giant ape had completely fallen in love with dancing, especially enjoying making some provocative gestures. From then on, the soul beasts in the Douluo forest were out of luck. The Titan giant ape's dancing was deadly. The ground shook violently, making it hard for the soul beasts with sharp senses to get a good night's sleep. Even more unbearable for the soul beasts was that the Titan giant ape not only danced but also sang. And that voice could only be described as howling like a ghost, simply the loudest noise imaginable. Tang Jiu couldn't listen any longer. It was just too damn unpleasant. In the Hall of Elders of the Spirit Hall, the most authoritative place, Qian Daolu looked coldly at Xianren and angrily said, Schwerer, tell me, who exactly is that wild boy? Grandpa, please let him go. He is my only friend. Xianren clung to Qian Daolu's clothing, continuously acting cute. If you don't say, I'll personally go to the Douluo forest. With my unparalleled Douluo cultivation, I can easily crush that wild boy. Qian Daolu snorted coldly. Qian Rinxue was suddenly alarmed. If Grandpa took action and brought along a few titled Douluo, that little Jiu would definitely be doomed. Then I'll tell you. Can you not take action, Grandpa? Oomph. Let me take action. He is not worthy. Let the people under the Spirit Hall deal with it. I don't believe he will never leave the Stardow Forest. Qian Daolu was also a very proud person, thinking that only Tang San was worth his effort. Qian Rinxue actually knew that not having Qian Daolu take action didn't mean that others wouldn't. Once they left the Stardow Forest, without the support of Xiao Jiu, he wouldn't stand a chance against the Spirit Hall. She only knew that Tang Jiu was called Xiao Jiu and didn't know his other identity, because Tang Jiu had said that his parents were killed by the Spirit Hall, and she thought he was an orphan, so she didn't ask further. Qian Rinxue turned her mind and finally thought of a good way to divert the disaster. Recently, the Lord of Nodding City was killed, and the Spirit Hall's law enforcement team was wiped out. Why not frame that person? Grandpa, that wild boy is called Tang Hao. He's the one who massacred the Lord's mansion in Nodding City. According to speculation, he is Tang Hao's son, a member of the Haoqian sect. If you want to cause trouble, go find the Haoqian sect. Qian Oliu's eyes turned cold, and he angrily said, "Someone, pass my order, attack the Haoqian sect. I will make the Haoqian sect suffer." Qian Daolu also wanted to use this attack on the Haoqian sect to test the attitudes of several major sects, especially to see if Tang San had truly broken through to the limit. He certainly didn't believe that Tang San was dead. That was an existence he feared. Qian Rinxue waved her fist, secretly pleased. "Xiao Jiu, I will not let you down for your life-saving grace. I'm even willing to frame others for you. You must thank me properly in the future." Achoo! Tang Jiu sneezed inexplicably, not knowing who was cursing him. Time flies, and years pass like a shuttle. 4 years later, Tang Jiu is almost 11 years old now. Soul Masters develop relatively quickly due to their training, and he has changed significantly in the past 4 years. Now standing close to 7 meters tall. Back then, after battling Douluo, he absorbed more than his body's limit once again, causing his soul power to drop by 9 levels, bringing him down to level 13. However, ever since he was able to use the final form of the bat wings to absorb the essence of the moon, his soul power training has progressed terrifyingly fast. In just 4 years, he has directly advanced from level 13 to level 28. His base strength has also increased from 5,800 gene to 7,000 gene. And the soul rings he can bear have expanded from 10,000 years to 13,000 years. It's time to leave the Stardow Forest. Diming, I'm leaving now. Next time, I'll teach you the space step, Tang Jiu said as he performed a graceful slide on the ground, causing the Titan giant ape to watch with eager silence. Suddenly, it roared at the sky blue bull python. "I want to transform." Just after saying that, it was flipped to the ground by the sky blue bull python's tail. This time, the sky blue bull python was really angry, repeatedly roaring. "You can't even speak human words, and you're thinking about transforming? You're not even doing it right. I told you not to hang out with this bastard Tang Jiu, but you wouldn't listen. Stick to the beast path. Do you understand? Do you understand?" With each roar, the sky blue bull python lashed out with its tail, making the Titan giant ape scream in pain. Tang Jiu sensed that the situation was not good and quickly made a run for it, hoping not to get himself into trouble. The sky blue bull python looked at him as if it were looking at an enemy. It always thought that it was Tang Jiu who had corrupted the Titan giant ape, but puffed. It was obviously the Titan giant ape that had led him astray. It was time to choose a second soul ring for the bullet ant martial soul. Since he was in the Stardow Forest, he felt completely safe and wasn't in a hurry to attach his martial soul. But if he was going out, he needed to ensure that his soul rings were ready. Tang Jiu had long chosen his target, the Mad Blood Wild Bull. This was a soul beast similar to a rhinoceros, with dark red fluorescence on its blue horned armor, and a towering blue horn on its head, as if it were about to pierce the sky. Tang Jiu stealthily approached the lair of the frenzied blood bull, wielding a warhammer. He quickly threw out his soul ring and bound it to the bull, instantly sealing its 10,000 years of cultivation. Moo! The frenzied blood bull was enraged, its blood-colored soul power igniting as it activated its skill, Blood Burn. Blood Burn is the frenzied blood bull's signature skill, burning all its soul power to instantly boost all attributes by 100. However, the cost is that after using it, all its soul power is exhausted, requiring at least 2 months to recover the consumed soul power. At this moment, the frenzied blood bull was comparable to a soul beast over 20,000 years old. Its crimson eyes glaring angrily at Tang Jiu, it confirmed him as an enemy and charged forward, its single horn aimed directly at Tang Jiu. First soul skill, Rampage. First soul skill, Speed, Evil Ring. Soul bone skill, Frenzy. Tang Jiu was not afraid at all and directly unleashed full firepower, swinging his giant hammer towards the head of the frenzied blood bull. With a whoosh, the bull's single horn shone with a deep blue light, piercing through the warhammer with incredible sharpness, and with a strong flick, the hammer was thrown several hundred meters away. Tang Jiu only felt a burning pain in his tiger's mouth. After his strength was enhanced, it reached 14,000 gene. But he was still no match for the frenzied blood wild bull. He quickly rolled to the side to dodge the bull's charge. However, the frenzied blood wild bull suddenly hit the brakes, raised its front hooves, and stomped down. The ground began to shake under the weight of the hooves, and Tang Jiu was forced to jump around, completely at a loss, feeling utterly frustrated. Tang Jiu really didn't want to use the martial soul fusion skill. He couldn't always rely on it, and using it in future fights would make it too easy to expose his identity. I still have the heavenly curse seal. The blood-red cloud stained Tang Jiu's body, causing all his physical attributes to surge by 50. Tang Jiu swung his fist and fiercely smashed it down onto the hoof of the mad blood wild bull. Boom! Tang Jiu and the mad blood wild bull flew out simultaneously, rolling for dozens of meters. It's about time. We can fight hard now. Tang Jiu felt every bone in his body crying out in pain, yet the fighting spirit in his eyes was exceptionally high. With a roar, he charged at the frenzied blood bull, engaging in a fierce physical clash, landing punch after punch. The surrounding trees resonated with loud crashes as they were impacted, and even smaller trees were breaking. However, Tang Jiu's soul power reserves were no match for the frenzied blood bull. After over a dozen rounds of full-on combat, his soul power began to lag. Then came his second soul skill, Soul Power Devouring Ring. A black light flashed on the frenzied blood bull, causing it to feel a jolt of weakness, while Tang Jiu's soul power surged significantly. The Soul Power Devouring Ring instantly devoured 5 of the enemy's soul power, which could all be replenished to Tang Jiu. It also scaled with the number of soul rings. With each additional ring, the devouring speed increased by 5. The duration was 1 minute, with a cooldown of 1 minute. Similar to the speed devouring ring, the only difference was the cooldown period. He could only continue to absorb soul power once the previously absorbed soul power dissipated. Otherwise, it would be too easy to explode from the overload. Tang Jiu's soul ring now has 2 soul rings, and the one he directly plundered is the soul power of the mad blood barbarian bull at level 10. In an instant, his soul power was completely replenished. The mad blood barbarian bull's eyes widened in disbelief, clearly unable to understand why this was happening. Come on, watch me exhaust you to death. Tang Jiu laughed heartily, swinging his fist to strike. He was like a perpetual motion machine, his soul power seemingly never depleting, using soul skills without any cost, and there was no time for any gaps. Every move was the strongest burst of power. Moo! The frenzied blood bull was also getting agitated, feeling that Tang Jiu could easily be trampled to death, but the more they fought, the fiercer Tang Jiu became. A human soul master was actually matching it head-on, and the frenzied blood bull was clearly not convinced. Neither side was willing to back down, facing each other head-on. Tang Jiu began to accumulate numerous wounds, but he didn't care at all. He just wanted to smash this bull with his fists. In the distance, a 5-member soul master team noticed the huge commotion in the forest and the tragic roar of the bull. It was the frenzied blood bull. Tianheng, let's go take a look. If it has a cultivation of 12,000 years, it would be perfect for Brother Tianlei. The speaker was Yu Tianxin, a cousin of Yu Qianheng, the grandson of the second elder of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, 19 years old, level 36 Battle Soul Master. They had come to hunt souls for Yu Tianlei, who was 28 years old and a level 50 Battle Soul King. Knowing that his cousin Yu Qianheng's Tiando Royal Battle Team had a particularly strong healing type, the 9 Hearts Sea Buttercup Yellingling, they specifically formed a team to come in. But isn't this just robbing someone else's hunt? Yellingling clearly felt that this was not right. We're just going to take a look. Maybe he really needs your healing. Tianheng, what do you think? Yu Tianlei looked at Yu Qianheng. Before Yu Tianheng could respond, Dugi Yin beside him jokingly hooked her arm around Yellingling's shoulder, saying, "Come on, he might be a handsome guy. Just right for you to find a boyfriend." Yellingling shot a cold glance at Dugi Yin. "Yinzi, don't talk nonsense." At this moment, Yu Tianxin's face showed slight displeasure. He cared a lot about Yellingling and had been trying to please her along the way, but Dugu Yin clearly looked down on him, as his talent was not as good as Yu Tianheng's. However, he didn't dare to offend Dugu Yin. After all, her grandfather was the poison Douluo. While their blue lightning tyrant dragon clan only had one titled Douluo, he couldn't bring trouble to his family. The battle is over. Suddenly, Yu Tianlei frowned, and without waiting for everyone to reach a consensus, he rushed over first. Pulling aside the dense weeds, he saw the battered Tang Jiu, who was dazed. The soul ring is gone. Yu Tianlei's expression turned very ugly as he shouted, "You wild brat, who was hunting soul beasts here just now?" Tang Jiu was checking his soul skills. After defeating the frenzied Blood Bowl, he absorbed a 13,000 year black soul ring and obtained the Blood Ignition soul skill. The second soul skill, Blood Ignition, instantly boosts all physical attributes by 50 and can be enhanced based on the soul ring. For each additional ring, the enhancement increases by 10. The duration is 5 seconds. This means that when he activates the Blood Ignition soul skill now, he can directly increase his strength, speed, and defense by 50. Although it's not as exaggerated as the 100 increase from the Frenzy Blood Bowl, it comes without side effects. Just as he was enjoying this, he heard Yu Tianlei his unfriendly questioning, so he pointed at himself and said, "Are you blind? I'm the only one here. If I didn't kill it, then who did? You? What is your soul power level?" Yu Tianlei scoffed. "Just reached level 30. Tang Jiu chuckled, having just absorbed the 10,000 year soul ring that allowed him to break through from level 28 to level 30. Absolutely exhilarating. Level 30, and you want to hunt a 10,000 year soul beast alone? You should at least have some credibility when you boast." Before Yu Tianlei could respond, Du Yin immediately retorted. Tang Jiu's eyes lit up instantly. Du Yin was simply too recognizable because she had a pair of emerald green pupils, which was a sign of poisoning. So the girl beside her must be Yi Lingling, right? "I'm injured, can you treat me?" Tang Jiu didn't pay attention to Du Yin, but looked at Yi Lingling. "Sure." The gentle and innocent Yi Lingling nodded readily. At this moment, Tang Jiu looked too disheveled, making her, a healing soul master, feel a pang of sympathy. Lingling, people's hearts are treacherous. You can't just want to treat someone at first sight. Teacher Qinming wants us to go through these experiences to prepare you. You've always been treated like a treasure by your family, and that can't be the case. Isn't that right, Yu Tianheng? Du Yin quickly signaled Yu Tianheng with her eyes. As Yi Lingling's soul power couldn't be wasted, she was the only healing soul master. At a critical moment, a little soul power could mean a life. That's right. When encountering soul masters in the wild, try to avoid unnecessary contact if you're not familiar, Yu Tianheng said. "Oh." Yi Lingling looked apologetically at Tang Jiu, indicating that she was also helpless. After all, when they set out, Teacher Qinming had instructed them to listen to the captain in all matters. Tang Jiu was immediately frustrated. What was supposed to be a simple matter was ruined by Yu Tianheng. He huffed, "Yu Tianheng, we are still relatives? You're being too ungrateful." "Relatives?" Several people were taken aback, looking at Tang Jiu in confusion. "I am the direct disciple of Master Xiao Jiu, so by that logic, I am your senior brother. Tang Jiu, the disciple of my second uncle." Yu Tianheng was delighted at first, but then his expression darkened. "You should actually be my junior brother. So it turns out we are on the same side. Come call me sister." Du Yin was very fond of Yu Tianheng and immediately tried to establish a connection with Tang Jiu, then pulled Yi Lingling and said, "Let's treat our junior brother." Yi Lingling was just about to take action when Yu Tianxin sneered. "I was wondering who it was. Turns out it's the disgrace of our blue electric tyrant dragon sect. That waste Xiao Jiu. I remember he was expelled from the family back then. Where does this senior brother and junior brother talk come from?" Tang Jiu's expression darkened instantly. "Shut up. That's our second uncle," Yu Tianheng shouted angrily. The master had treated him quite well, and in Yu Tianheng's heart, he still valued this second uncle. Yu Tianxin chuckled and said, "That's your second uncle, not mine. I don't have a useless uncle. Besides, he has already been expelled from the family. Why should you acknowledge a useless person as your second uncle? Don't glare at me like that. If you have the ability, make the family revoke the punishment on Yu Xiaojiang." Seeing Yu Tianheng's defiant expression, Yu Tianxin snorted. Then he turned to Tang Jiu, whose face was extremely unfriendly, and said, "Kid, what are you staring at? Do you want to fight me? Let me tell you, my martial soul is not like your teacher's useless one. I am the real blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex, a level 36 battle spirit." Slap! Tang Jiu swung his hand and landed a heavy slap on Yu Tianxin's face. The immense force causing Yu Tianxin's face to rotate 180 degrees, which in turn made his body spin in midair before crashing heavily to the ground. Mouthfuls of dirt flying everywhere. "Well done." Du Yin, with her unruly personality, cheered on, clearly enjoying the spectacle. You dare to hit me? Yu Tianxin spat out a mouthful of blood, got up, and immediately activated his martial soul, the blue electric Tyrannosaurus, with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. Charging straight at Tang Jiu. Stop! Yu Tianheng shouted in anger, ready to intervene, but was grabbed by Yu Tianlei on the shoulder. Tianheng, he actually dares to provoke our blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. Let Tianxin teach him a lesson. Otherwise, where will our family's dignity be? You must know that anyone who provokes the family is our enemy. Yu Tianheng did not expect Yu Tianlei to use the family as leverage. If he intervened, it would be equivalent to helping an outsider against the family, especially since Yu Tianlei was the direct grandson of the Grand Elder. The Elder Council and the family head were already at odds. If Yu Tianlei went back and exaggerated the situation a bit, it could bring even more criticism to his father. Seeing that Yu Tianheng was blocked, a fierce glint flashed in Yu Tianxin's eyes. Third soul skill, Dragon's Fury. Yu Tianxin wanted to prevent anyone from saving Tang Jiu, directly unleashing his third soul skill, blue arcs of electricity flashing around him, entering a berserk state. With an attack power guaranteed at 60. First soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw. The yellow soul ring on Yu Tianxin flashed, his attack power surging by another 50. His hands transforming into dragon claws, striking fiercely at Tang Jiu. Berserk. Tang Jiu did not activate his martial soul, but merely activated the soul bone skill. Delivering a punch towards Yu Tianxin's dragon claw, Tang Jiu absorbed the soul ring of the frenzied blood bowl, causing his physical attributes to skyrocket, with his strength increasing from 7,000 gene to 8,000 gene. The soul ring of the frenzied blood bowl also reinforced Tang Jiu's bones and skin, significantly enhancing his defense. Crack! Bang! As their fists and claws collided, Yu Tianxin's hand bones shattered and his body flew out like a kite with a broken string. How is that possible? He defeated the blue lightning tyrant dragon soul master with a single punch without using his martial soul. Yu Tianlei was filled with shock. Yu Tianheng was equally astonished. He had planned to wait for Tang Jiu to be defeated before stepping in to protect him, and such an outcome was beyond his comprehension. Monster! Duguyan also gaped in disbelief. Tang Jiu did not stop his actions, quickly stepping forward and delivering a fierce whip kick to Yu Tianxin's chest, who was lying on the ground. Impudent! Yu Tianlei quickly stepped forward, blocking Tang Jiu's kick, and coldly said, "Don't go too far." Who's going too far? He insulted my teacher first. Do you want to stand up for him too? I don't mind giving you a beating as well. Tang Jiu had never had a good impression of the blue lightning tyrant dragon due to his master, and now he was eager to teach them a lesson. Then don't blame me for being unfair to the weak. Yu Tianlei immediately activated his martial soul, and 4 soul rings appeared around his body, 2 yellow and 2 purple. At this moment, Duguyan, who was watching the show, could no longer smile, her expression unusually serious. Just as Tang Jiu was about to activate his martial soul, Yu Tianheng stepped in front of him. Enough! This matter ends here. Tianxin insulted my second uncle. It's only right that my second uncle's student give him a slap. If Tianlei wants to continue fighting, then our team will disband right here. If Tianlei stops now, I will have Lingling heal everyone, and this matter will be considered over. Yu Tianlei shot Tang Jiu a cold glance, then retracted his martial soul and said, "Fine, for Tianheng's sake, let's let this go. Everyone should focus on hunting souls." Yu Tianxin was furious. I got beaten, and just like that it's over. Yu Tianlei gave Yu Tianxin a look, implying that he should wait until he got the 10,000-year soul ring first. Yi Lingling, seeing the conflict end, immediately went to heal Tang Jiu and Yu Tianxin. That junior brother, I could actually beat him. Tang Jiu poked Yu Tianheng's shoulder, feeling a bit unwilling as he had missed a great opportunity to deal with the opponent. However, if he continued to be ruthless, Yu Tianheng would probably stand against him. After all, they were from the same sect. "I am your senior brother," Yu Tianheng said irritably. "Little junior brother, you are not being very obedient. Just now, we saved your life. At level 30, you can handle that little rookie Yu Tianxin. But facing level 50 Yu Tianlei, you would be in great danger. Hurry up and thank your sister." Duguyan smiled at Tang Jiu with her emerald green eyes. "With my strength, I could wipe you all out easily." Tang Jiu rolled his eyes. Duguyan pouted, and even Yi Lingling shook her head, gently saying, "Little junior brother, boasting is not right." Tang Jiu saw that no one believed him, shrugged his shoulders, and stopped explaining. Then he said, "Let me lead the way. I've lived here for a while, so I'm quite familiar with it." "All right." Duguyan nodded, knowing from Tang Jiu's demeanor that he was reliable. After all, He was dressed in beast skins. What kind of soul beast are you looking for? Tang Hao asked. A powerful soul beast around 12,000 years old. Something like a frenzied blood bowl will do, Yu Qianheng replied. Okay, then I'll take you to find it. Tang Hao's eyes lit up, thinking about the frenzied blood savage bull. How about letting that kid Yu Tianlei get gored by the bull later? The frenzied blood savage bull is not something they can handle. You lead the way. Who knows if you'll take us to a dangerous place? I think we should let Brother Tianlei lead. He often goes into the Starry Forest to help people hunt soul beasts. Yu Qianxin always felt that Tang Hao had no good intentions. Whatever. Tang Hao shrugged. If this kid wants to mess around, let him. After climbing the big tree and checking things out professionally, Yu Tianlei pointed to the northeast and said, based on my experience, that's the safest place. Tang Hao chuckled, realizing that trouble only comes to those who seek it. That direction is the territory of plant-type soul beasts, and animal-type soul beasts are rare. On the surface, it seems safe, but any animal-type soul beasts living there are likely to be exceptionally powerful. If you take my advice, I suggest you don't go. 57 Illusion Demon Man-Eating Tree. Don't pretend to understand if you don't. Yu Tianlei snorted, just as Dugi Yin and the others were hesitating over whom to listen to. A furious roar of a monkey suddenly echoed from the depths of the forest, causing the surrounding soul beasts to stir, clearly frightened. What kind of sound is that? Dugi Yin felt a sense of fear deep down. I don't know. It should be a powerful soul beast in this forest. Yu Tianlei analyzed. Tang Hao heard the voice and couldn't help but laugh. That's the sound of the Titan giant ape. It's being beaten up. The reason is that it doesn't listen. Dugi Yin face-palmed. Junior, you really know how to brag. The Titan giant ape is being beaten? Did you see it with your own eyes? Often. Tang Jiu not that. At that moment, Yu Tianlei had a look of disdain on his face, and even Yi Lingling gently said, it's not good to boast. All right, come with me. This time, no one believed Tang Hao. It was simply that he was too unreliable. The group followed Yu Tianlei northeast. After about 3 hours of travel, they encountered fewer and fewer soul beasts. Suddenly, a strange fragrance wafted through the air, and Tang Hao felt the heavenly curse seal charging rapidly, his heart suddenly alarmed. He shouted, not good, and directly pulled Yi Lingling back. You little brat, let go of Lingling. Yu Qianxin saw Tang Hao's actions and immediately wanted to follow. But as soon as he took a step, a huge vine suddenly coiled up from the ground, wrapping around his ankle and hanging him upside down 10 meters off the ground. At that moment, the original vines on the ground began to wriggle and move toward the group. Yu Qianheng and the others were just about to defend themselves, but upon smelling the fragrance, they felt the scene before them become hazy. As they tried to dodge, they ended up colliding with the vines, which wrapped around their ankles and hung them up as well. At this moment, Yi Lingling was horrified to discover that this was a giant tree with vines, over 200 meters tall and more than 30 meters in diameter. The pitch-black vines were densely covered with the bodies of animals. Dugi Yin and the others were now being slowly bound up by the vines like Zhongzi. What is this thing? Yi Lingling stood in a place where the vines couldn't reach, her face full of shock. Illusion Demon Man-Eating Tree. Tang Hao was also apprehensive. He rarely came to the gathering place of plant-type soul beasts because it was too dangerous. Plant soul beasts could kill unexpectedly. What should we do now? Yi Lingling asked coldly. To save them, we must have Dugi Yin take action, but I need to first dispel the illusion on Dugi Yin. You will treat Dugi Yin later. After saying this, Tang Hao picked up a small stone from the ground and threw it at Dugi Yin's arm. Swish! The stone's power was so great that it pierced directly through Dugu Yan's arm, and the intense pain snapped her out of the illusion. At that moment, Yi Lingling also produced a 9-heart begonia, and the healing light shone on Dugu Yan, allowing her to finally see her situation clearly. She was hanging upside down from a vine, surrounded by the corpses of animals also hanging upside down, which made her break out in a cold sweat. Hurry! Use poison to corrode the vine, Tang Hao urged. Upon hearing this, Dugu Yan immediately understood, summoned her martial spirit, and the green scaled snake appeared. 3 soul rings lit up on her body, 2 yellow and 1 purple. 3rd soul skill, purple poison. The purple poison gas spread out, and the vines on her body visibly withered and became brittle, eventually breaking under her weight. Dugu Yan rolled in midair and landed, then urged her soul power to send the poison gas towards the vines binding Yu Qianheng. Once he fell dizzily, Dugu Yan grabbed his arm and quickly escaped the attack range of the illusion demon man-eating tree, wiping the cold sweat from her brow. After Dugu Yan woke up Yu Qianheng, he saw the trapped Yu Tianlei and the others and gritted his teeth. Yinzi, save them. He couldn't just stand by and watch as the sect members perished. As he spoke, He rushed over, and Yin, feeling reluctant to let Yu Tianheng venture alone, used her soul skill once more, creating a large area of poisonous mist that struck the vines, causing Yu Qianxin and Yu Tianlei to fall. Yu Qianheng punched each of them on the nose, causing tears and blood to flow, as he had no intention of being polite, partly because he had disapproved of their actions before, and partly because he was angry that their choices nearly led to their annihilation. Run! Yu Tianlei's nose was bleeding profusely, but his life was more important now. He shouted and activated his martial spirit, charging madly toward the outside as he sensed a greater danger. Suddenly, the gigantic illusion demon man-eating tree extended wooden spears from its massive canopy. This was the man-eating tree's sole skill. Ironwood spear. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dense spears fell from 200 meters in the air, and these hard wooden spears were completely unaffected by the poison mist, embedding a full meter into the ground. The three of them ran as if they were in a rain of arrows, each step filled with peril. Suddenly, Yu Tianxin let out a scream. His arm was pierced by a spear, and he stumbled to the ground. Looking up, he was terrified to see countless spears raining down, and he felt like he was about to be turned into a target. Save me! Yu Tianxin looked towards Yu Tianlei, but Yu Tianlei couldn't care less about his life. Just when he felt despair, Yu Qianheng activated his third soul skill, sweeping his hand to shatter all the spears aimed at Yu Tianxin, then grabbed his leg and ran wildly. However, an even denser barrage of spears was already raining down. Yu Tianlei shouted, "Fourth soul skill, Blue Lightning Divine Dragon Transformation." Yu Tianlei transformed into a blue electric dragon, sweeping his tail to clear the spears in front of him, then accelerating to escape the coverage of the spears. Tianheng. Yin saw Yu Tianlei use his soul skill to escape, but Yu Tianheng was still below level 39 and couldn't transform into a dragon. The countless ironwood spears rained down, and Yu Tianheng's speed was simply not enough to escape. She collapsed to the ground, pale and filled with despair. Tianheng, grab on. At that moment, Tang Hao pulled out a rope from the 12 gold hairpins and threw it towards Yu Tianheng. The already despondent Yu Tianheng was overjoyed to grab the rope, feeling a terrifying strength pulling him as he was yanked out like flying. Bang! At that moment, the dense ironwood spears crashed to the ground, shaking the earth. Yu Tianheng looked back, cold sweat pouring down his back, seeing that the area they had just been in was now filled with spears, like a forest of arrows. Tianheng. Yin rushed over in surprise to check, finding that a spear had skewered Yu Tianheng's arm at an angle, but he had no other major injuries, which relieved her. Then she turned back and patted Tang Hio's shoulder, saying, "Thank you so much this time. If you have any requests in the future, I will agree to them all." Tang Hio's eyes suddenly lit up, and he rubbed his hands together, saying, "I heard that your grandfather has a medicinal garden with a lot of good stuff. Can you take me in to broaden my horizons?" Tang Hao now feels it is necessary to improve his poison resistance. If he could achieve immunity to all poisons, that would be even better. The fierce battle begins. Regarding Tang Hio's request, Yin readily agrees to take him to see her grandfather's medicinal garden. There's nothing wrong with that. She certainly wouldn't think that Tang Hao is planning to steal medicinal materials. Isn't that asking for death? After thanking Tang Hao, it's time to settle accounts with Yu Tianlei. Yin raises her hand and sprays a cloud of poison mist towards Yu Tianlei, using her first soul skill. Green scale red poison. The red poisonous gas envelopes Yu Tianlei's face, instantly turning it black. "What are you doing?" Yu Tianlei roars angrily. "I saved you. Yet you fled on your own, disregarding the lives of your teammates. Then you should pay with your life." Yin sneers. Yu Tianlei curses Yin for being just like her grandfather, both having a capricious nature, turning hostile faster than flipping a book. However, he doesn't dare to confront Yin. Getting poisoned here would mean a quicker death. "Tianheng, that was a misunderstanding. My soul skill can only protect myself," Yu Tianlei explains. Tianheng gives Yu Tianlei a cold glance, thinking this is blatant lying. The soul skills of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family are quite similar. Although he is only at level 38, the time it takes for his fourth soul skill to transform into the Blue Electric Dragon is determined by soul power. It can't be so short. Yinzi, stop. Detoxify him and let him go. Our team is disbanded from now on. Hearing the first half of the sentence, Yu Tianlei is quite happy, but upon hearing the latter part, his expression changes and he angrily says, "We agreed to come here to hunt souls together. I haven't obtained my 5th soul ring yet. What do you mean by this? I will not team up with a petty person. I have to be responsible for my teammates." Tianheng coldly replies, "Very well. I will report this matter to my family. After Yu Tianlei and Yu Tianxin's injuries are treated, he leaves with a harsh remark. After the two leave, Tianheng turns to Tang Jiu and asks, "You haven't introduced yourself yet. What's your name?" "Tang Jiu. You can call me Xiao Jiu." "What a mischievous junior. E.M. Duguyan. And this beautiful lady is Yi Lingling. Do you want to pursue her? I can help you." Duguyan winks. "Yinzi." Yi Lingling's face instantly turns red. Giving Duguyan a white look, she always loves to joke around. "But I have a girlfriend. I'm a very faithful person. It's not my style to have feelings for someone else." Tang Jiu touches his nose, thinking Yi Lingling is so gentle. "Junior, you need to open your eyes. Our Lingling is the future sect master of the Nine-Heart Si Tang sect. You should break up with that girlfriend quickly." "Yinzi." Yi Lingling has truly had enough of Duguyan. All right, no more jokes. Since you seem a bit angry, I won't tease you anymore." Duguyan turns serious and looks at Tang Jiu, saying, "Junior, you're at level 30 now. Have you hunted for your soul ring yet? Since we have nothing else to do, why not help you hunt a soul beast?" "So, what soul beast do you want to hunt?" Tang Jiu thought seriously for a moment and said, "My third soul ring needs to be from a soul beast that is 16,000 years old." Clap. Duguyan directly slapped Tang Jiu's shoulder and said angrily, "You're bragging endlessly. Really, my talent is earth-shattering." Tang Jiu had a look of confusion on his face, which immediately made Yi Lingling cover her mouth and giggle. Just a moment ago, Tang Jiu had saved her, and she had a very good impression of him, viewing him as a mischievous little brother. The group was lively, chatting and joking around. However, just as they left the territory of the plant-type soul beasts, they heard Yu Tianlei's cries for help. Behind him was a giant lizard-like soul beast that was 6 meters long. "Tianheng, hurry up and help. I found a 10,000-year-old iron-armored giant lizard." Yu Tianlei was leading the soul beast towards Tang Jiu and the others. Du Guyan still didn't understand that Yu Tianlei was intentionally luring it over for them to help hunt it down. "Don't bother. Let it die." Du Guyan sneered. Tang Jiu nodded and said, "Yes, and this is not a steel-armored giant lizard at all, but a steel-armored dragon. A 6-meter steel-armored giant lizard has a cultivation age of around 12,000 years, but a 6-meter steel-armored dragon has 18,000 years. Moreover, the steel-armored dragon belongs to the subdragon category, and its strength is not something the steel-armored giant lizard can match." "Really? How can you tell?" Du Guyan asked curiously. "Look at the tail of the steel-armored dragon. Doesn't it look a bit like a meteor hammer? That's the biggest difference. Plus, the body of the steel-armored dragon is much more streamlined, and it moves much faster, unlike the steel-armored lizard, which is so sluggish." Tang Jiu continued to explain. 18,000 years of a steel-armored dragon? Then that Yu Tianlei is definitely doomed. A gleam of delight flashed in Du Guyan's emerald eyes, as she was eager to see how Yu Tianlei would be devoured. Boom! The steel-armored dragon charged and sent the last one, Yu Tianxin, flying, then fiercely bit down at Yu Tianlei. If that bite landed, it would definitely tear Yu Tianlei into 3 pieces. "Yu Tianheng, we are all from the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. Can you bear to watch us die without helping? You're supposed to be the sub-leader. How can you disregard the lives of your clan members like this? Even your father would be criticized." Yu Tianlei shouted. Yu Tianheng frowned. To be honest, he didn't want to get involved, but he was the heir of the family, and his father was still the clan leader. He had been educated since childhood to prioritize the family. Moreover, Yu Tianlei was the grandson of the Grand Elder, and Yu Tianxin was the grandson of the Second Elder. If he saved him this time, his father, as the clan leader, would gain more support from others. Thinking of this, Yu Tianheng no longer hesitated. He directly summoned his martial soul, and 3 soul rings appeared around him. Yellow, and purple. First soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw. Yu Tianheng's hands transformed into dragon claws, crackling with blue electricity as he lunged at the steel-armored dragon's eyes. The steel-armored dragon, eager for a feast, suddenly felt a sharp pain in its eyes as Yu Tianheng's dragon claw struck its wide-open eye. Roar! The steel-armored dragon screamed in pain. This blow directly blinded one of its eyes, and the intense pain pierced through its heart and lungs, causing it to immediately abandon Yu Tianlei and turn its hunting target to Yu Tianheng. With a flick of its tail, the meteor hammer-like tail struck fiercely towards Yu Tianheng's head. First soul skill, Emerald Scale, Red Poison. Du Guyan immediately used her poison attack, and red poisonous mist floated towards the steel-armored dragon. When it's injured, I came into contact with the poison mist. An even more painful sensation spread through the steel-armored dragon's nerves, causing its body to sway slightly, and to strike mist. Yu Tianheng narrowly dodged the swift blow, quickly rolled back, and stood in front of the retreating group, giving Du Guyan a look that signaled her to prepare for battle. You Qianxin, if you're not dead. Get up. And you Tianlei, you three hold the front. My poison won't kill it, but can only wear it down a bit. If anyone tries to play tricks again, be careful of being wiped out. Du Guyan commanded from the middle of the group. We're all fighting. What about that wild kid? Yu Qianxin said indignantly. He.s. protecting Lingling. Du Guyan huffed, and then gave Tang Jiu a look, signaling him to protect Yi Lingling well. Tang Jiudian not dead. He decided to let Yu Tianlei and Yu Qianxin be dealt with by the Iron Armor Dragon before making his move. 5-9, call me Little Nine Brother. Tang Jiu is not optimistic about this team being able to defeat the Iron Armor Dragon. After all, the spirit beast they are initially going to hunt is around 12,000 years of cultivation, while the Iron Armor Dragon's cultivation is nearly 20,000 years. Although they managed to blind one of the Iron Armor Dragon's eyes with a surprise attack, the gap in strength is too great. Moreover, the team's control-type Spirit Master is not like Tang San's hard control, but rather a soft control using poison to control the battlefield. Du Guyan's type of control is more effective against human Spirit Masters, but much less so against Spirit Beasts, as Spirit Beasts have much higher physical attributes than humans, resulting in higher poison resistance. Additionally, the size of Spirit Beasts is enormous, and Du Guyan's low-level poison can at most cause pain, slow them down, and deepen the damage, along with slight armor-piercing capabilities. However, these effects are practically negligible against the Iron Armor Dragon. The only effect is to increase the Iron Armor Dragon's ferocity. Roar. The Iron Armor Dragon roars furiously, wanting to eat all these little insects before it. After accelerating, it charges directly into Tang Jiu's team. Hold on. Du Guyan shouts. They must restrain the Iron Armor Dragon's speed to surround and kill it. If the Iron Armor Dragon keeps charging, even knocking down one person could result in severe injury. Third soul skill, Dragon's Fury. 3 purple soul rings light up. And Yu Qianheng and the others use their third soul skills to enter a berserk state, enhancing their strength and attack power. The 3 of them exert all their strength, charging toward the Iron Armor Dragon's chest. Boom! The dragon and the 3 of them collide violently, causing the Iron Armor Dragon to stagger. But Yu Qianheng and the others are all sent flying. Their strength is on a completely different level compared to the Iron Armor Dragon. After regaining its balance, the Iron Armor Dragon charges toward Du Guyan. If it hits her, it would certainly kill her. Yanzi, Yu Qianheng exclaims anxiously. But by the time he rolls over to rescue her, it's already too late. At that moment, Tang Jiu grabs Du Guyan and then turns to carry Yi Lingling, running away while activating the Soul Bone skill, Rampage. The Iron Armor Dragon pursues fiercely behind them, although it's faster than Tang Jiu. Tang Jiu's smaller body allows him to weave through the narrow gaps in the trees, while the Iron Armor Dragon charges straight through. Boom, boom, boom. Trees are continuously broken by its charge, but eventually, the Iron Armor Dragon encounters a hard obstacle, crashing into an ancient spirit beast Ironwood, which doesn't fall, leaving it dizzy instead. So fast. Could it be that Xiao Jiu is a speed-type Spirit Master? After being surprised, Yu Qianheng immediately organizes a counterattack. At this moment, Tang Jiu has found a safe place and takes the girls up a large tree. You brat, have you had enough of taking advantage? Put me down. Du Guyan ufkodidi. Meanwhile, Yi Lingling's face has long been flushed with embarrassment, and she gently pushes Tang Jiu. Only then does Tang Jiu place the 2 of them on a tree branch, smiling. Now you are safe. Xiao Jiu, I didn't expect you to be quite clever. Du Guyan notices that this tree is very thick, and the branch they are standing on is 15 meters above the ground. No matter how powerful the Iron Armor Dragon is, it can't attack them. After all, the Iron Armor Dragon can't climb trees. At this distance, they can freely use their soul skills without worrying about their safety. Yi Lingling holds out the 9-heart begonia and begins the first wave of group healing for the 3 who were injured earlier. She has never felt so safe while hunting spirit beasts. She looks at Tang Jiu with a hint of admiration. However, the battle below is not optimistic. Despite Du Guyan's poison mist, the Iron Armor Dragon remains vigorous, its combat power undiminished. Its tail swings like a meteor hammer, capable of smashing a large hole in the world of trees. On the ground and in the trees, one can't tell how many large holes have been smashed. Most importantly, the Iron Armor Dragon's defense is too strong. Their attacks can only break through its defenses, which is like a tickle to the Iron Armor Dragon. As a team facing such a ferocious spirit beast, if the frontline tank cannot hold up, there is basically no chance of victory. However, they are now facing another situation, which is that they cannot escape. The iron armor dragon is much faster than them, and if they turn to flee, one of them will definitely die. Fight! Yu Tianlei. Unleash your ultimate move. If we can blind its other eye, we still have a chance of winning. Yu Tianheng gasps and shouts. All right. Yu Tianlei realizes that they must take the risk now. Fourth soul skill, Blue Electric Dragon Transformation. The purple soul rings light up, and Yu Tianlei transforms into a winding blue electric dragon, opening its mouth and biting fiercely at the iron armor dragon's neck. With blue electric light flashing and soul power surging wildly, Yu Tianheng seizes the opportunity, activating his first soul skill, attacking the iron armor dragon's eyes with electric claw strikes. Just when he thinks he is certain to succeed, the iron armor dragon, having learned from its previous experience, immediately closes its eyes. Rip! Yu Tianheng's dragon claws tear long gashes across the iron armor dragon's face, but when the iron armor dragon opens its eyes, it gives him a mocking, cold glance. Yu Tianheng then realizes that he has not managed to penetrate the iron armor dragon's eyelid. It's over. Yu Tianheng's heart sinks. The iron armor dragon violently crashes into the tree, sending Yu Tianlei flying half dead, but does not deliver a follow-up blow. Instead, it turns to charge at Yu Tianheng, who had blinded one of its eyes. Yu Tianheng dodges left and right, but ultimately cannot escape the fate of being knocked away, flying several meters and spitting blood, while the iron armor dragon slowly approaches him. Tianheng. Du Guyan jumps down from the tree, carrying Yu Tianheng, her eyes filled with despair as she looks at the approaching iron armor dragon. Yi Lingling has been using healing soul skills, but even if she heals Yu Tianheng and the others, they cannot escape the fate of death. Xiao Jiu, take in Z and Lingling and run. Yu Tianheng pushes Du Guyan away and shouts at Tang Jiu. I won't leave. Du Guyan's eyes are glistening with tears as she stubbornly shakes her head. If Yu Tianheng dies, she doesn't know how she will live on. Du Guyan, who is in a sweet romance, has already contemplated the idea of dying with him. Tang Jiu was very frustrated. Yu Tianheng had filled the hatred to the brim, and the iron armor dragon now only wanted to kill Yu Tianheng first, completely ignoring Yu Tianlei and the others. If he didn't take action, not only would Yu Tianheng die, but Du Guyan would also die. Dang Zhu Sai. The trick of using a knife to kill someone couldn't be used anymore. He immediately jumped down from the tree and shouted, Brother, I'm coming to save you. Yu Tianheng was so angry that he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Yanzi, why don't you call me little Jiu, and I'll come to save him? Tang Jiu said with a smile, stepping towards the armor dragon. Du Guyan was about to curse, but the words stuck in her throat. At this moment, she opened her mouth wide, staring blankly at the incredible scene unfolding before her. Tang Jiu's martial soul has awakened, the bullet ant martial soul. With each step he takes, a soul ring appears around his body. The first soul ring, purple. Announcement for the book launch. This book will be launched tomorrow at noon. The current data is very poor, and I hope everyone can support me with a wave of subscriptions. Don't let me rely solely on love to generate energy. This book will be different from other Douluo fan fictions. It won't follow Tang San, won't support the Haotian sect, and won't help Tang San against the Spirit Hall. The protagonist has a lively personality, is protective, and believes in treating those who are good to him well, while he will crush those who are not. Do you want to see the protagonist versus Qian Dalu? Do you want to see the protagonist versus the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family? Do you want to see the protagonist versus the Haotian sect? Do you want to see the protagonist versus the Spear Hall? Do you want to see the protagonist versus Tang San? Do you want to see the protagonist versus the Shrek 7 monsters? Then subscribe. 60 Punching the Iron Armor Dragon. Seeking first subscription. Purple first ring. 1,000 years. Everyone's pupils suddenly constricted, doubting whether they were seeing incorrectly. Then, Tang Jiu's second soul ring appeared black. At that moment, Yi Lingling let out a gasp. The first ring being 1,000 years had already shocked her enough, but the second ring being 10,000 years was even more unbelievable. As a 10,000-year soul, ring only appears at the fifth ring. Could it be that the mad-blooded bull was truly hunted by him? Du Guyan's eyes were filled with tears as she seemed to see hope for Yu Tianheng's rescue. Her emerald eyes fixed firmly on Tang Jiu, her fists clenched tightly. Meanwhile, Yu Tianlei in the distance was filled with unwillingness and jealousy, his heart constantly roaring. Why couldn't such talent appear in him? Yu Tianheng's gaze was dazed. He was close to his second uncle, but he had never acknowledged Yu Xiaojiang's strength. Yet his second uncle's disciple was so monstrous. Roar. The iron armor dragon's furious roar interrupted everyone's thoughts. Its single eye was full of anger. Tang Jiu's aura made it extremely uneasy. With a roar, the iron armor dragon stomped its claws forcefully on the ground and charged furiously at Tang Jiu. First soul skill, Berserk. Second soul skill, Blood Ignite. Frenzy. Tang Jiu directly activated all three skills. With a base strength of 8,000 gene, a rage enhancement of 55, a blood burning enhancement of 60, and a frenzy enhancement of 30. After the three enhancements stacked, Tang Jiu's strength instantly reached 25,000 gene. Not only strength, but his body's defense and speed also experienced a significant increase. At this moment, Tang Jiu resembled a ferocious beast from the mortal realm. Tang Jiu stomped hard on the ground, and with a loud bang, a deep depression was created in the ground. Meanwhile, Tang Jiu's body accelerated to the extreme, appearing as a blurred black shadow in the eyes of the crowd. Boom! Tang Jiu collided with the iron armor dragon, and everyone heard the painful sound of cracking bones. Then they saw Tang Jiu's body being thrown away, while the iron armor dragon also rolled over and slid to the ground. The crowd watched in shock, unable to believe that one person could knock down the iron armor dragon. It was simply unbelievable, especially since Yu Tianheng and the others hadn't managed to do that just moments ago. Yi Lingling, relying on her experience as a healing soul master, quickly determined that Tang Jiu was injured with a fractured scapula. She held the 9-heart sea pearl in her hands and unleashed a healing soul skill onto Tang Jiu, instantly mending his broken bones. Refreshing. Tang Jiu laughed heartily, feeling great about treating the girl. Enough, Xiao Jiu, you should take Ling Ling and leave. You're no match for the iron armor dragon. Du Yin sighed. Even though Tang Jiu was impressive just now, the iron armor dragon's defense was too strong, and Tang Jiu had already suffered setback. With both soul skills activated, there was no chance of winning now. Don't worry, I won't lose. That was just a warm-up. Tang Jiu confidently patted his chest. He didn't activate his soul ring or martial soul, as winning that way would be too boring. He wanted to face the iron armor dragon head-on to sharpen his combat skills. Tang Jiu cannot rely too much on the soul ring martial soul and the fusion skills of his own martial soul. After all, these are trump cards. In regular battles, he still needs to enhance his basic combat abilities. The more solid the foundation, the greater the destructive power when using his ultimate moves. Tang Jiu charged again, but this time he wouldn't compete with the iron armor dragon in strength. He dashed in front of the iron armor dragon, executed a beautiful sidestep to evade its wild charge, and then kicked fiercely at the joint of its hind leg. This was a reverse joint technique from military boxing. With a crisp sound, the collision of bones echoed. The speeding iron armor dragon let out a cry and collapsed to the ground. Joints are the most vulnerable parts of the skeleton. Although Tang Jiu's kick didn't shatter the iron armor dragon's joint, it still caused it immense pain, leaving its joint area swollen. How is this possible? Yu Tianheng was stunned. In the first attack, Tang Jiu had been knocked down by the iron armor dragon, but now, in the second attack, it was the iron armor dragon that was on the ground. Even more unbelievable was that Tang Jiu was now punching the air, instead of taking the opportunity to attack the iron armor dragon. Little did he know, Tang Jiu was building up power using the chaotic cloak hammer technique, throwing one punch after another, stacking up to 18 punches by the time the iron armor dragon got back up. When the iron armor dragon charged again, opening its mouth to bite at Tang Jiu, he sidestepped and swung a charged punch, striking fiercely at the end of the iron armor dragon's jaw. This was a particularly vulnerable connection point between the upper and lower jaws. With a crack, the connection couldn't withstand such a tremendous force and shattered, causing the upper and lower jaws to misalign, similar to a human's jaw dropping. Half of its face became deformed. The iron armored dragon howled in pain, but the more it cried out, the more it hurt, and its tail, like a meteor hammer, slammed violently towards Tang Jiu. Tang Jiu used agile movements to evade the iron armor dragon's attacks, then launched a frenzied assault on its jaw. With one side of the jaw damaged, the other side would bear greater pressure, making it more prone to fractures due to misalignment. After Tang Jiu attacked with 5 punches, he finally succeeded in knocking off the iron armor dragon's jaw. The anguished howl of the iron armor dragon was barely audible, causing everyone to gasp in shock. They had never seen such a domineering way of fighting. Instantly, everyone instinctively touched their own jaws, feeling a twinge of toothache. It was clear to everyone that the iron armor dragon was finished. The intense pain caused its movements to become distorted, and Tang Jiu had completely treated the iron armor dragon as a sandbag to practice his joint techniques. In just 20 seconds, Tang Jiu landed 13 consecutive kicks, finally breaking the iron armor dragon's thick hind leg with a loud crack. The final blow. The iron armor dragon was now moving exceptionally slowly. Tang Jiu began to stack his chaotic cloak technique, once again, significantly enhancing his physical attributes. Coupled with years of diligent study, he was now able to skillfully execute the 81 hammer strikes. Using his hands as hammers, he struck out 81 times in the air, fully charging his power. Tang Jiu leaped high and smashed his fist down onto the iron armor dragon's head. Bang! The skull of the iron armor dragon shattered, and it ultimately fell heavily to the ground, unwilling to accept its fate. At this moment, Tang Jiu's hand bones were also completely shattered, but he stood proudly before the corpse of the iron armor dragon, exuding an overwhelming aura. Yu Tianheng's eyes were filled with admiration. This was the powerful assault-type soul master he revered, one who could confront soul beasts head-on, advancing courageously and emerging victorious. So strong. This was simply monstrous. Duguyan had previously thought she was quite powerful, but after witnessing Tang Jiu's strength, she felt how laughable her own pride was. Yu Tianlei's eyes were filled with jealousy as he clenched his fists, internally roaring that one day he would surpass Tang Jiu. He set himself a small goal, like becoming the leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect first. Meanwhile, the respected Tang Jiu, disregarding the injuries to his hands, sat cross-legged and began to absorb the soul ring. As the black soul ring floated into Tang Jiu's body, he felt an unbearable force that threatened to explode his body. Even a heavenly curse seal couldn't help. After all, this was an 18,000-year soul ring, and it belonged to a quasi-dragon. Quasi-dragons are already stronger than ordinary soul beasts, and the energy contained in its soul ring is at least 20 times more potent than that of an ordinary soul beast. Therefore, the difficulty of absorbing this soul ring was comparable to that of a 20,000-year soul ring. Tang Jiu's skin was cracking, and energy was in chaos. 61 soul bone-moving hearts, seeking initial subscription, seeking death. Yu Tianlei sneered in his heart. Tang Jiu was definitely about to explode. A flash of pleasure crossed his eyes, but the next second he was dumbfounded. A healing light fell upon Tang Jiu, and the skin that was about to explode stopped cracking. The one who acted was Yi Lingling, holding the 9 hearts begonia. What is going on? This is actually one of the results of the master's research. When absorbing soul rings, although one can only rely on oneself, if the absorbed soul rings do not exceed the limit by much. As long as the body does not explode instantly, then after waves of healing, the soul master's body will gradually adapt to the energy impact of the soul rings until finally breaking through the limit and perfectly absorbing them. However, this requires a powerful healing soul master. And of course, Tang Jiu's abnormal physical quality is also essential. Of course, the absorbed soul rings cannot be too strong. If Tang Jiu were to absorb a 30,000-year soul ring now, before Yi Lingling could heal him, he would have already exploded and died. This is completely playing with his life. Duguyan was completely convinced. No wonder Tang Jiu was so powerful. Every time he walked on the edge of life and death, taking such great risks, it was only natural to gain more rewards. Damn it! Yu Tianlei was extremely annoyed. He kicked the corpse of the iron-armored dragon heavily, secretly resenting that this old beast was really useless. How could it not kill Tang Jiu? But the next moment, a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. Beneath the iron armor dragon, there was actually a piece of shimmering, crystalline bone. Soul bone. Not only Yu Tianlei saw it, but everyone else also saw it and exclaimed in surprise. Yes, this is the leg soul bone of the iron armor dragon. It had also encountered bad luck. It was first provoked by Yu Tianlei and excitedly came over for a feast, only to be ambushed by Yu Qianheng and blinded. Just when it was about to unleash its might to take revenge, it was ruthlessly crushed by Tang Jiu. Most importantly, it thought Tang Jiu was weaker than it. The iron armor dragon's journey was too torturous, filled with grievances, and finally, it produced a soul bone. Without a second thought, Yu Tianlei claimed the soul bone for himself. Put down, that's for Xiao Jiu. Duguyan shouted sternly. We hunted the soul beast together. He absorbs the soul ring, and we take the soul bone. That is only fair. Yu Tianlei was not willing to give up the soul bone. After all, this was a soul bone from a 10,000-year soul beast. And it was from a subdragon. Its value was immeasurable, especially for their blue lightning tyrant dragon family. Shameless. If it weren't for Xiao Jiu, you would all be dead. Duguyan's temper flared up. She wanted to show off to her grandfather that she had teamed up to obtain a soul bone, but unexpectedly, Yu Tianlei wanted to snatch the soul bone that belonged to Tang Jiu. Without saying a word, she directly engaged in battle, third soul skill. Azure Scales Purple Poison. Yu Tianlei had no intention of fighting Dugu Yin. His most important task now was to escape with the soul bone. He turned and fled from the area where the poison mist was spreading. Dugu Yin was so angry that she stamped her feet. There was no way her speed could catch up to Yu Tianlei, who was a level 50 Soul King. At this moment, Dugu Yin felt a bit resentful towards Yi Lingling's healing ability. If that bastard hadn't been healed just now, she could have poisoned him to death. Yu Qianheng was also furious. Soul bones are extremely rare treasures, second only to 100,000 year soul rings. Put down the soul bone. Yu Qianheng ran a few steps, raising his hand to grab Yu Qianlei's back. As Yu Tianlei ran out of the poisonous mist range, he directly activated his fourth soul skill, transforming into a blue, winding electro dragon, fiercely whipping his tail against Yu Qianheng's chest. Poof! Yu Qianheng did not expect Yu Tianlei to strike so hard. He hadn't even used a soul skill and ended up heavily injured on the ground. If you dare to chase me again, I'll kill you. Yu Tianlei coldly glanced at him and waved at Yu Qianxin. The two quickly ran towards the outskirts of the Stardow Forest. With a soul bone, what more could they want from a soul ring? If he delivered the soul bone to his family, he might just become the next generation's family head. Damn it! Dugu Yan's face turned pale with anger. She knew it wasn't the time to chase after them. After all, Yu Tianheng was seriously injured. Tang Jiu could not move while absorbing the soul ring, and Yi Lingling was healing Tang Jiu. If she left, these people would be in danger in the Stardow Forest. Besides, even if she caught up, she wouldn't be able to beat them. She could only support Yu Qianheng against a tree. Anxiously watching Tang Jiu absorb the soul ring, Tang Jiu was currently testing the limits of his life recklessly, with the danger of exploding into pieces at any moment. Fortunately, Yi Lingling's healing was powerful enough, and thanks to his abnormal physique, he often broke through the limits of the human body. With waves of energy crashing over him, he could only ensure that his body wouldn't completely shatter. Tang Jiu's physique was extremely abnormal, especially with the heavenly curse seal, which allowed him to continuously surpass the limits of the human body. Whenever Tang Jiu's body could no longer endure, a warm healing light would always fall upon him, allowing him to continue pushing his physical limits. 1 hour later, Tang Jiu gradually adapted to the violent energy, removing the danger of exploding his body. However, the meridians within him had already been severely damaged by the impact of the violent energy. He could only slowly use his soul power to sort them out, and with the help of the heavenly curse seal, he rebuilt a stronger meridian circulation. This was a very slow process. At this moment, Yi Lingling was already exhausted to the point of near collapse. With her soul power almost depleted, she still gave Yu Tianheng one last healing, and then fell from the tree, caught by the quick-witted Dugu Yin. You're working so hard to help Xiao Jiu. I will definitely make him responsible for you. Dugu Yin teased. Yi Lingling shot Dugu Yin a glare and retorted, Get lost. Lingling, as a healing type, don't you just lack a powerful soul master to protect you? Look at the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Their martial souls aren't even as good as yours, but the world only knows the 7 Treasure Glazed Tower. Who knows about the 9 Heart Begonia? For the sake of the sect, go for Xiao Jiu. Yi Lingling was slightly moved by Dugu Yan's words. Gently biting her red lips, her gaze towards Tang Jiu changed a bit. Yes, she did lack a strong soul master to protect her, but besides a partner who could wholeheartedly protect her. Hee, feeling tempted, huh? Then act early. Dugu Yin laughed heartily, making faces. Yi Lingling was both shy and angry. Her pretty face flushed with embarrassment. This annoying Yinzi just loves to tease her. If she had known this would happen, she shouldn't have healed Yu Tianheng earlier, making her worry for a while longer. 12 hours later, Tang Jiu suddenly opened his eyes, and 3 soul rings appeared around his body, purple-black. Seeing the black soul ring, Dugu Yan's mouth twitched, and she immediately curiously asked, Xiao Jiu, what is your 3rd soul skill? Dragon Fury. It can instantly increase all of my basic attributes by 60. Dan Jiu Duke. Not that impressive. Feels a bit unworthy of a 10,000-year soul ring, Dugu Yin pouted. Tang Jiu's 3rd soul skill, Dragon Fury, is certainly not limited to just this. Dragon Fury instantly increases all of the body's attributes by 60 and can also be enhanced according to the soul ring. For each additional ring, the increase will grow by 10. The duration is 5 seconds. This means that now he has 3 soul rings, and after activating Dragon Fury, his attributes will directly increase by 80 after absorbing the 3rd soul ring, combined with his continuous breakthroughs of physical limits. Tang Jiu's base strength has grown from 800 gene to 10,000 gene, and now all his skills are activated. Berserk increase of 65, blood-burning increase of 70, dragon fury increase of 80, and frenzy increase of 30. 10,001, 65,1, 71, 81, 365,000. This means that Tang Jiu's peak strength has reached 65,000 Jin, which is enough to lift half of the Sea God's trident. This is the terror of percentage increased soul skills. Although it seems like a small increase, this percentage enhancement is equivalent to a geometric growth, calculated using multiplication, not addition. Yinzi, you don't understand. When I level up, my strength increases exponentially. I feel like I can soon overpower Title Douluo. Tang Jiu Zhuge. Just bragging. Duguyan really couldn't stand Tang Jiu's attitude and huffed. If you're so powerful, go fight the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. Your soul bone was taken away by them. Yinzi. Yu Qianheng quickly intervened, as he didn't want Tang Jiu to become enemies with the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. Isn't this kid quite arrogant? Let him go and get it back. Duguyan disregarded Yu Tianheng's obstruction and recounted what had just happened. Don't worry, Xiao Jiu. I will get my grandpa to help you get it back. Then we will go to the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family to settle the score together. Duguyan was like a little devil, inciting Tang Jiu to cause trouble. No need, I'll go get it back right now. Tang Jiu's gaze was icy. How dare they steal my things without knowing their place? I can understand your feelings, but they have already been running for 13 hours and are almost out of the starry forest. You can't catch up. You can't even fly. Fly. Duguyan started to speak, but found herself unable to continue. At that moment, Tang Jiu's body underwent an even more bizarre transformation. The bullet ant martial spirit became more terrifying and black, spear-like ant legs grew from his back. What left her speechless was the pair of transparent wings behind Tang Jiu. Even more terrifying was that 2 soul rings appeared on him, consisting of white, yellow, purple, and black colors. Doesn't that mean he can fly now? I'll be back soon. Tang Jiu grinned and then flapped his wings, flying into the sky. He had rich experience in jungle tracking, but at this moment he couldn't help but frown, because Yu Tianlei and Yu Tianxin had actually fled separately. One trail led southeast while the other led southwest. Splitting up was truly cunning. So I will chase the stronger one. Tang Jiu transformed into a black shadow and disappeared into the air, leaving the 3 of them staring at each other. 2 hours later, the fast-flying Tang Jiu finally spotted Yu Tianlei, diving down and kicking towards Yu Tianlei's face. Bang! Yu Tianlei was sent flying over 10 meters. Crashing heavily into a tree trunk, his nasal bone collapsed, and a clear shoe print appeared on his face. Enduring the excruciating pain, he finally saw the attacker, and his pupils shrank. How could it be you? How can you fly? Hand over the soul bone. Tang Jiu stood in the void, coldly staring at Yu Tianlei. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't sense any soul bone on Yu Tianlei, he would have already killed him to take the soul bone. Why would he waste words with him? Want to know where the soul bone is? Wait until I see Yu Tianheng to talk. Yu Tianlei's gaze shifted, and he snorted coldly, not believing that Tang Jiu could kill him in front of Yu Tianheng, as he was the beloved grandson of the elder of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family. Tang Jiu also knew that this guy was afraid that he would kill him after obtaining the soul bone. Quite cunning. However, Tang Jiu wouldn't let him off so easily. With a flap of his wings, his body shot through a streak of black light, and he kicked directly at Yu Tianlei's knee, breaking one of his legs with a crack. Yu Tianlei was in so much pain that cold sweat streamed down his face. Tang Jiu then dragged him back to Yu Tianheng, and directly threw Yu Tianlei to the ground. Now, can we talk? Where have you hidden the soul bone? Dan Jiu Guetstin Gun Li. Upon seeing Yu Tianheng, Yu Tianlei felt much more confident and gritted his teeth, saying, The soul bone, I had Tianxin take it away, and he has probably already left the Star Do Great Forest. I obtained a soul bone for the family. I am a hero of the family. If you dare to kill me, you will surely become an enemy of my blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. Now, unless you kill me and Yu Tianheng otherwise, the news of you killing me will definitely reach our family. Yu Tianlei laughed triumphantly. Just after Yu Tianlei laughed a couple of times, Duguyan kicked him in the mouth, and 2 of his teeth flew out. He still dared to deceive Yu Tianheng. Truly despicable. Yi Lingling also snorted, finding Yu Tianlei extremely shameless. Yu Tianlei. Yu Tianheng's face darkened, and he wanted to beat him up. Yu Tianheng, you should persuade your little junior brother well. As long as he lets me go, I will report to the family and share this credit with him. I believe the Elder Council will agree to let Yu Xiaojiang return to the family. After threatening, Yu Tianlei resorted to temptation. Upon hearing that his second uncle could return to the family, Yu Tianheng was immediately overjoyed and said to Tang Jiu, How about we let it go? After all, my second uncle is also your teacher, and you are considered part of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. If my second uncle can return to the family, he will definitely be very happy. Tang Jiu smiled and then shook his head, saying, absolutely impossible. No one can take my things away. As for my teacher returning to the family, he is my teacher. When I stand at the peak of this world, your family will definitely cry and beg him to come back. Saying this, Tang Jiu snatched Yu Tianlei from Yu Tianheng's hands. Since the soul bone was not with him, there was no need to keep him. Xiao Jiu, even if you don't think about your teacher, you should think about yourself. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon is one of the top 3 sections. If you kill the grandson of the Grand Elder, you'll be enemies with the entire Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. Yu Tianheng anxiously advised. Seeing that Tang Jiu was really going to kill someone, Douluo Yin hurriedly said, just beat him up, but if you really kill him, then it will be an endless feud. My grandfather is a titled Douluo, and I wouldn't dare to do that. That just shows your grandfather is not capable enough to defeat the titled Douluo of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. You can't afford to offend the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. To me, it's nothing. Douluo Yin glared at Tang Jiu angrily, then pulled Yu Tianheng, saying, let him go to his doom. We shouldn't interfere. Think it over. You really can't afford to provoke our family. Yu Tianlei was scared. No need to think it over. Remember to reincarnate in your next life and never provoke me. Tang Jiu launched Yu Tianlei into the air and then pulled out the last warhammer from the 12 golden hairpins. Yu Tianlei, your greatest value is to let me practice my aim with a flying hammer. Tang Jiu threw the hammer at Yu Tianlei. Boom! The hammer pierced through Yu Tianlei's chest and was nailed to the big tree behind him, causing the tree to shake violently. Xiao Jiu, you've caused a huge disaster. Yu Tianheng slammed his fist heavily against the tree. No, it's your blue electric Tyrannosaurus family that's in big trouble. I am the father that your family cannot afford to mess with. Tang Jiu, you are nothing but a disaster. I could randomly pick someone and they could flatten your blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. Yu Tianheng, you better make your family return my soul bone. Otherwise, Tang Jiu shook his fist and said, when I go back, I'll take the old man to settle the score with your family. I won't scare you to death. Unfortunately, Yu Tianheng, Douluo Yin, and Yi Lingling couldn't grasp Tang Jiu's overwhelming aura and looked at him with strange expressions. Douluo Yin even scoffed. Junior, you can't be telling me that you're a disciple of the #1 sect in the continent, the Haotian sect, or the son of the most powerful Haotian Douluo, right? You guessed that? Tang Jiu was utterly amazed. I'm not pretending anymore. I'm laying my cards on the table. That's right, I am Tang Hao's son, the most talented soul master in the history of Douluo Continent. I even made a titled Douluo flee in blood. Tang Jiu raised her head proudly, with an expression that seemed to say, come and worship me, so you know I'm someone you can't mess with. Douluo Yin burst out laughing and then pointed at the war hammer embedded in the tree trunk, saying, you won't tell sister that this is your martial soul. The Haotian hammer, will you? Tang Jiu was momentarily stunned, touching his nose. It's just a hammer. No more words, right? You're Tang Hao's son. Do you know what kind of trouble Tang Hao's son has caused? Douluo Yin looked at Tang Jiu as if he were an idiot. Trouble? Tang Jiu had a confused expression. I've already been exiled to the Douluo forest by my own old man. What trouble could I have caused? Tang Hao's son offended the Spirit Hall. For years ago, the Grand Elder of the Spirit Hall, Qian Daolu, led 5 titled Douluo to attack the Haotian sect, killing and injuring dozens of people from the Haotian sect, severely wounding the sect. In the end, they forced the sect leader to announce to the world the expulsion of Tang Hao from the Haotian sect and stripped him of his titled Douluo title, making Tang Hao the only titled Douluo in history without a title. From now on, he can only be called Douluo Tang Hao. Douluo Yin squinted and said, if you're Tang Hao's son, wouldn't you know? Aren't I in training? I'm not well informed. Tang Jiu was taken aback. Wow, such a big incident happened in the Haotian sect. He was clearly in the Douluo forest, with no place to cause trouble, so it must be his third brother. Third brother, what did you do to provoke the Wuhuan Palace? You even claimed to be Tang Hao's son. So tell me, how did you offend the Wuhuan Palace? Douluo Yin asked with a blink. Well, actually, Tang Hao has 2 sons. How could the troublemaker be me? Tang Jiu didn't want to take the blame. The issue of Tang Hao being expelled from the family wasn't a big deal. It had already happened before, just not announced to the world. However, stripping away the title of Haotian Douluo was a major issue. Haotian Douluo is the title given to the strongest titled Douluo of the Haotian sect in this era. The old man must be furious. The key point is, it seems that I haven't offended the Wuhuan Palace. Of course, the incident with Zhu Douluo doesn't count. Qian Rinxue would definitely not betray her own if she was willing to threaten herself for me. Yes, it must be the trouble caused by my third brother. It has to be. Since we are not biologically related, wouldn't we be killed? Yin pouted and said, Tang Hao has 2 sons? How come we didn't know? Then let me ask you, what is Tang Hao's son's name? My name is Tang Jiu. You can see the characteristic of Hao Tang. Hao names his children. It's easy to guess, Tang Jiu replied. Could it be Tang San, Tang Lu? 369? You're really clever. Tang Jiu gave a thumbs up. Oomph. Let me tell you, Tang Hao's son is called Tang Haizi. What the heck? Tang Jiu almost choked to death. Tang Haizi? The intelligence personnel of the Wuhuan Hall should really be fed to the dogs. Preferably a black dog. Now, do you still claim to be Tang Hao's son? Yin had an expression as if she had already exposed him, looking at Tang Jiu with interest. All right, actually, I'm not Tang Hao's biological son. Tang Jiu said. Oomph. The 3 of them simultaneously looked at him with disdain. Now you can't make up any more lies, can you? Tang Jiu was also speechless. If it weren't for the soul bone, would I be willing to expose my identity? But when I said it, no one actually believed me. Tang Jiu silently pulled the warhammer down from the tree, placed it among the 12 beauties of Jinling, and then took out a short sword to start cutting the meat of the iron armor dragon. This is a treasure. Junior, one must be honest. You just said that the title Douluo you fought spat out blood? Tell sister, which title Douluo was it? Yin asked with a smile. Just kidding. It's all a joke. Tang Jiu hurriedly wanted to distance himself from the situation. He absolutely could not let Tang Hao know that he had once kidnapped the holy maiden of the Wuhuan temple, or else Tang Hao would definitely seek justice against him. Xiao Jiu, boasting is not a good habit. Yi Lingling gently reminded. I'm not boasting. Tang Jiu was also exasperated. Let's go. We should head back to the Tiando Royal Academy first. Yu Qianheng called everyone, then supported Tang Jiu. Tang Jiu had already released the Wuhuan fusion skill, but his body's meridians had been seriously injured while absorbing soul power, and he had not fully recovered yet. Yi Lingling's soul power was depleted, and she couldn't treat the 2 of them, so they could only manage like this for now. Tang Jiu was supported by Yu Qianheng and couldn't help but frown, saying, You're also an injured person. Is it appropriate for you to support me? Yu Qianheng laughed cheerfully and replied, Of course it's appropriate. I want to take care of you. You're my second uncle's student. I really thank you so much. Tang Jiu rolled his eyes and huffed. Why don't you let Yanzi support you? Isn't she nice? How can we guys let a girl help us? Yu Qianheng shook his head. Yin giggled and even winked at Yi Lingling, saying, I've confirmed it, he's a bad guy, just perfect for a good girl like you. Yi Lingling's face turned red, and she pushed Yin lightly. I'm much older than him. What are you afraid of? A woman 3 years older can hold gold bricks. Tang Jiu repeatedly signaled with his eyes for Yu Qianheng to go find Yin, but Yu Qianheng insisted on supporting him. Tang Jiu was truly speechless and could only sigh. You are such a righteous gentleman. I'm very curious how you managed to pursue that demon girl Yin. Upon hearing Tang Jiu call her a demon girl, Yin shot him a hostile glare, ready to teach him a lesson, when Yu Qianheng, without a second thought, said, I didn't pursue her. She pursued me. So straightforward. Tang Jiu gasped in surprise, and then looked at Yu Qianheng with a sympathetic gaze, thinking, This is what you asked for. Yi Lingling glanced at Yin with a teasing look in her eyes. Wow, she's the one chasing you. That's different from what someone said. Yin's face instantly darkened, and she reached out to pinch Yu Qianheng's waist, spinning him around 3.5 times. Yu Qianheng, you better clarify your words. Who's chasing whom? Yu Qianheng gasped as he was twisted, thinking this hand is poisonous. It's really poisonous. Bilin poison. Yi Lingling covered her red lips, laughing so hard she was shaking, having never seen the captain so flustered before. What are you laughing at? Hurry up and support your little boyfriend. He saved you. Yin said with annoyance. Yin. Yi Lingling's face immediately turned crimson. It was fine for Yin to joke privately, but how could she say it in front of Tang Jiu? However, seeing Tang Jiu's weak condition, she still walked over and draped his arm over her shoulder. Yu Qianheng looked at the contented Tang Jiu and cursed inwardly. Tang Jiu, you are such a troublemaker. 64. Sweeping away Dugabo's lair. Xiao Jiu, what is up with your martial soul? Although it's a taboo for soul masters to inquire about each other's secrets, Yin couldn't help but be curious. Besides, Tang Jiu is the disciple of Yu Qianheng's second uncle, so they are basically family. As for Yi Lingling, Yin automatically considered her Tang Jiu's girlfriend, so there shouldn't be any taboos among them. Just remember, you have to keep this a secret from me. Nonsense. Hurry up and say it. If you don't even think about me taking you to my grandfather's herb garden. Yin huffed. Tang Jiu cleared his throat and said, That is my self-spirit fusion skill. Evil ring devouring ant. Self-spirit fusion skill? The three of them were taken aback, clearly unfamiliar with the term. It refers to the fusion of one's own two spirits, resulting in a spirit fusion skill. Even if I told you, you wouldn't understand, since you don't have twin spirits. Tang Hao sighed. You single-spirit users will never comprehend the pain of having twin spirits. I hunt soul beasts, and I have to deal with double the burden. It's so hard for me. Yu Qianheng's mouth twitched. This guy was really infuriating. Twin spirits. And he dares to say it's difficult? Everyone knows that twin spirits mean double the power, with a full 9 soul rings and soul skills more than others. Xiao Jiu, I really want to strangle you. Du Guyan's emerald eyes sparkled with a sinister light, green poisonous mist spreading from her hands, seemingly ready to poison Tang Hao. Bad guy. Yi Lingling felt frustrated. If only she could have twin spirits, one for healing and one for strong attacks. That would be amazing. This guy was clearly showing off, and speaking so heartlessly, even someone as good-tempered as her felt like hitting him. But at that moment, Tang Hao was stunned. Yi Lingling's soft scolding sounded both resentful and affectionate, almost deadly. Was she really scolding him, and not flirting? Xiao Jiu, I was originally planning to arrange for you to stay in Lingling's dormitory, letting her stay with me. But now that benefit is cancelled. You can stay with Yu Qianheng. Du Guyan glared at Tang Hao. Yanzi, should I thank you? Yi Lingling hoofed. No need to thank me. Who are we to each other? Du Guyan winked. The group playfully left the Star Doe forest, and immediately a luxurious carriage took the 4 of them to the Heaven Doe Royal Academy. After entering the academy, Tang Hao still appeared injured, and Yi Lingling felt awkward not helping him, so she continued to support him. From a main gate to the dormitory area, Tang Hao was shot down by countless murderous glares, feeling as if he had been killed 1,000,000 times over. This feeling was so good. This was definitely jealousy and envy. Are you sure you don't want to invite me to your dorm for some tea? Tang Hao looked at Yi Lingling. Yi Lingling bit her lip. She had never met someone so clingy. It wasn't that there weren't admirers, but they couldn't get past Du Guyan. It was clear that winning over the best friend was the way to go. 5 days later, Du Guyan finally brought good news. Prince Xueqing had business that required her grandfather's presence, and the medicine garden was empty. Then let's hurry up and go. Tang Hao's body had been healed by Yi Lingling, and he immediately pulled Yu Qianheng to rush towards the lair of the poisoned Douluo. Yu Qianheng hurriedly shook his head. He was very afraid of meeting Dugo. After all, he had run off with the old man's granddaughter. If he went there, wouldn't he get his legs broken? Besides, Tang Hao was too unreliable. Following him would definitely lead to trouble. Du Guyan also thought it wouldn't be good for Yu Qianheng to go. Her grandfather still didn't know about her romance. If they were caught in the act, there would definitely be no good outcome. So, she took Yi Lingling and Tang Hao to Dugobo's medicinal garden, with Du Guyan as an insider guiding them. Tang Hao quickly arrived at Dugobo's medicinal garden, which was located in a valley. In the center of the valley was a spring. The spring wasn't very large, but it was divided into 2 sections, with the colors of the spring water being milky white and crimson red. The milky white spring water was bone-chillingly cold, emitting a faint chill that seemed capable of freezing the air. The crimson spring water was extremely hot, bubbling with steam, looking like a pool of lava. These 2 completely different springs were perfectly contained within one pond. This was the legendary top-notch treasure land, the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Eye. The Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Eye refers to this uniquely blessed spring, with dual springs emerging a glance, where the 2 elements mutually restrain each other. It is a place of extraordinary beauty that may not be formed even after millions of years, and only here can immortal-grade medicinal herbs grow. How about that? Are you amazed? Ice and fire exist in one pond. Du Guyan proudly boasted to the bumpkin Tang Hao, completely unaware that this was leading the wolf into the house. It truly was breathtaking. Tang Hao's eyes turned green. Du Gubo had planted a large number of precious medicinal herbs and poisonous plants here, as well as immortal herbs that could change one's physique. He recognized all of them, like snow silkworm, wonderful mushroom, heavenly chrysanthemum, and fragrant chihuahua immortal products. However, Tang Hao didn't need to recognize them. Why choose when sneaking herbs? Only children choose. Of course, he wanted them all. Tang Hao instantly completed the martial soul fusion skill, devouring these poisonous herbs and immortal grasses. It is essential to have a powerful physique, and only in the form of the evil ring devouring sky and can he absorb them more effectively. Tang Hao took out his short sword and flew towards the medicinal herb garden, not daring to hesitate, and immediately began to slash wildly. Tang Hao didn't dare to be too ruthless. He pulled out Dugobo's herbs by the roots. Instead, he just cut them off from the middle, just like cutting chives. At least they could grow back later, right? Tang Jiu felt that he was still quite humane. Xiao Jiu, what are you doing? Du Guyan was stunt. She thought Tang Jiu was just here to pick a couple of herbs, and her grandfather would definitely not notice. But Tang Jiu was like mowing grass, pushing through and destroying everything in his path. Yanzi, I feel like something big is going to happen. Ye Ling Ling Gaspit. In just this short time, a tenth of the herbs had been neatly harvested like leeks. Yi Lingling, as an onlooker, felt a strong urge to kill Tang Jiu, let alone the solitary and irritable poisoned Douluo Dugu. Tang Jiu, are you looking for death? What do you want so many herbs for? Du Guyan shouted angrily. To eat. Tang Jiu gathered a pile of herbs as tall as a person, grinned at Du Guyan, and then crazily stuffed them into his mouth. 1 second later, Tang Jiu was poisoned, his body alternately turning black, green, purple, and blue, as if he had fallen into a dye vat. I'm poisoned, hurry and treat me. Tang Jiu shouted at Yi Lingling. I can't detoxify. Yi Lingling, replied irritably. Just make sure I don't die. Yi Lingling was speechless. She activated her martial soul, holding the 9-heart sea pearl in both hands, and waves of soul skills illuminated Tang Jiu. Only then did Tang Jiu feel much better. Various energies were raging inside him, and countless toxins were crazily damaging his body. Fortunately, with Yi Lingling's healing and the special ability of the evil ring devouring ant, otherwise Tang Jiu would have already been done for. He used his soul power to press all these toxins into his soul bone, similar to how Tang San placed toxins in the blue silvergrass. Soon, the remaining toxins on Tang Jiu were no longer a threat to him. His body also regained its original skin color. Tang Jiu opened his eyes and began to sweep through the area again. This time, he finally discovered 2 rare medicinal herbs, the octagonal xianbing grass and the fire apricot flower. Because of these 2 rare herbs, one icy and one fiery, the extreme cold and heat could be sensed within 10 meters, making them easy to identify. Tang Jiu immediately rushed over. 65 melting ice and fire power, octagonal xianbing grass and fire apricot flower. 1 ice, 1 fire, containing the ultimate ice and fire power. Tang Jiu used a short sword to cut the 2 immortal-grade herbs in half and stuff them into his mouth. The octagonal transformed into an extreme, cold force, surging into Tang Jiu's body, causing frost to form all over him. Meanwhile, after the fiery entered his mouth, it turned into an extreme heat flame force, burning through Tang Jiu's internal organs as if trying to roast him alive. Tang Jiu's painful roar echoed as the powers of ice and fire rampaged within his body. His body resembled the eye of ice and fire, one half ice blue and the other half crimson red. Every moment, he was enduring the ravages of ice and fire. Yet Tang Jiu did not stop consuming Du Gubo's herbs. It must be that he hadn't eaten enough. Tang Jiu felt that if he consumed all the herbs and other celestial items, he should be able to counteract the power of ice and fire. What a madman! Du Guyan rubbed her forehead. He had already eaten so much, yet he wanted to continue. It was truly a rhythm of not stopping until he self-destructed. I think he is really working hard in his cultivation, not letting any opportunity to grow stronger slip by. Yi Lingling, however, increasingly admired Tang Jiu's determination. His thirst for power and the efforts he put in were something someone with her calm personality could never achieve. Holding the 9-heart begonia, Yi Lingling poured all her strength into healing Tang Jiu. Waves of healing light fell upon Tang Jiu, pulling him back from the brink of death time and again. Cinnabar lotus, I eat. Fragrant chiloa, celestial item, I eat. I eat, eat, eat. Tang Jiren felt immense pain, with only one thought in his mind. If he took another bite, the pain would disappear and he would counteract the poison with poison, thus becoming immune to all toxins. The ideal was full-bodied, but reality was skeletal. After consuming all the herbs in Dugubo's medicinal garden, like chives, Tang Jiu's condition worsened. The sole bone in his leg could no longer bear more toxins, which had already invaded his meridians, blood, and skin. I must refine these toxins, and then find a place to contain them. Tang Jiu still had a final trace of clarity in his mind. Then his gaze locked onto the eye of ice and fire. If ice and fire could coexist in a single pool, then what could not merge? With a splash, Tang Jiu jumped directly into the eye of ice and fire. Xiao Jiu, Yi Lingling exclaimed. The temperature of the water in the eye of ice and fire was comparable to magma. Going down there would mean certain death. At that moment, Yi Lingling felt as if she had lost something, and it was so painful. Du Guyan's green pupils were also filled with sighs. This junior had brought about his own demise. What a pity. He is not dead. Xiao Jiu must be alive. Yi Lingling stubbornly bit her red lip, and then released her healing soul skill towards the eye of ice and fire. Lingling, don't push yourself. No, he is not dead. Yi Lingling remained unmoved and continued to heal. Tang Jiu felt an even more terrifying power of ice and fire. Compared to the eye of ice and fire, the octagonal mysterious ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom were nothing. After all, they were merely celestial herbs nurtured by the precious land. It was the ice and fire power inherent to the precious land itself that was the most dominant existence in the world. Tang Jiu sat at the boundary of the ice and fire spring, undergoing an even more intense baptism of ice and fire. In a second, the meridians within Tang Jiu's body were almost completely destroyed. Heavenly Kursesel. Open. Tang Jiu knew that he had to use the heavenly spell seal, which could change his physical form and reorganize his meridians to possibly refine the power of ice and fire. This time, Tang Jiu's hair was no longer silver white. Instead, it was tainted by the power of ice and fire, turning half blue and half red. When the wings on his back fused with the legs of an ant to become black bat wings, Tang Jiu's body finally could withstand the onslaught of this ice and fire power. At this moment, the medicinal properties of the herbs he had consumed began to take effect, transforming into pure energy to help Tang Jiu refine the ice and fire power, while Yi Lingling's healing light was also absorbed by Tang Jiu's bat wings. Finally, Tang Jiu escaped the threat of instant explosion. The red cloud mark of the heavenly spell seal started to crazily absorb the ice and fire power for refining. And with the medicinal potency of the herbs Tang Jiu had ingested, it began to repair and reshape his meridians. This time, Tang Jiu clearly felt that his meridians were divided into two circulatory systems. One was cold as ice, and the other was as hot as fire. Ultimately, the ice and fire power converged at Tang Jiu's forehead, forming a spinning mark that harmonized ice and fire, resembling the Taiji fish. At this moment, Tang Jiu finally no longer felt pain. The power of ice was no longer bone-chilling, but rather cool and refreshing. The power of fire was no longer searing, but warm and gentle. The red cloud of the heavenly curse seal on Tang Jiu's body slowly crawled towards his bat wings. But now the heavenly curse seal was no longer just red. On one bat wing, it transformed into an icy blue color, while on the other bat wing, it was a fiery red. The bat wings moved gently, and surprisingly, the bat wing with the icy blue seal crystallized into tiny ice crystals, while the bat wing with the fiery red seal flickered with a wisp of flame. This was the power of elements. Tang Jiu was stunned. Only elemental-type martial souls could harness elemental power, and he managed to do it just like that. But thinking about it, it made sense. He had consumed so many precious herbs, and with the refining from the eyes of ice and fire, combined with the state of the heavenly curse seal and the evil ring devouring ant, it wasn't surprising that he absorbed the elemental power of ice and fire. Wait a minute, wasn't I here to cultivate the immunity to all poisons? Tang Jiu did not feel invulnerable to all poisons. He simply had a higher poison resistance, allowing him to suppress toxins within the soul bone in his legs. Other than that, there wasn't much difference. He had not achieved a body immune to all poisons, but instead gained the elemental powers of ice and fire. It's really a case of the East not shining while the West does. Forget it. Even the poisoned Douluo was nearly poisoned to death. Perhaps there is no such thing as true invulnerability to poison. Injecting toxins into the soul bone might be the real solution. Tang Jiu ultimately gave up the unreliable idea of being invulnerable to all poisons. Instead, he decided to use the power of ice and fire here to solidify his understanding of the ice and fire elements, and to refine his body with the immense medicinal power remaining in his body. The meridians he reshaped became wider, and the contained power of ice and fire grew more intense. Time passed by second. Yi Lingling finally exhausted her last bit of soul power and leaned softly against Dugu Yan's embrace. She could feel that Tang Jiu's life force was still present, and it was much stronger than before. At that moment, a voice filled with a chilling anger rang out. "Girl, can you explain to Grandpa what exactly happened here?" Dugu Yan and Yi Lingling suddenly felt a chill run down their spines, and their necks stiffly turned. Dugu Yan forced out a smile that looked worse than crying and said, "Grandpa, this has nothing to do with me. Do you believe it? What do you think?" Dugu Bo, dressed in a green robe with even more sinister green pupils than Dugu Yan, spoke through gritted teeth. "I just went out for one day, and look at how my medicinal garden is cleaner than a dog's. It seems I've been too indulgent with you. There must be limits to your mischief." Dugu Bo reached out a large hand towards Dugu Yan, ready to give this granddaughter a proper lesson. It really has nothing to do with me, Grandpa. It was all Xiao Jiu's doing. Yan's eyes were reminiscent of a little cat reporting a mischievous dog. Innocent yet somewhat wronged, and with a hint of gloating. Xiao Jiu? Right. His full name is Tang Hao. I met him during the soul hunting, and he said he wanted to see Grandpa's medicinal garden. So I brought him here, but he ended up ruining it like this. It really has nothing to do with me. Bo shot a fierce glare at Yan before huffing. Tang Hao. Could he be from the Haoyan sect? No. He claims to be Tang Hao's son, but he doesn't have the Haoyan hammer, martial soul, Yan explained. Regardless of whether he's from the Haoyan sect or not, I will never let him off lightly. Bo's voice was exceptionally cold, scaring Yan into quickly shutting her mouth. Yi Lingling also fell silent, secretly worried for Tang Hao and thinking about how to plead for him to Bo later. Bo's green pupils suddenly turned icy as he slowly scanned the surroundings, finally locking his gaze on the eye of ice and fire. At that moment, he was shocked. Someone actually dared to jump in here, and most importantly, they hadn't died. Just as Bo was contemplating whether to force Tang Hao out, a splash echoed as the spring water surged, and Tang Hao finally completed the final refinement of his body, slowly rising from the spring water. At the moment Tang Jiuxing emerged from the spring, the water splashed everywhere, and the icy spring water could freeze into frost upon touching the stones, causing one's head to crack from the cold in just a moment. The crimson spring water, when it touched the trees, immediately caused the moisture to evaporate and the trees to wither and die. Yet everyone's gaze was fixed on Tang Hao. With red and blue hair, a pair of black bat wings on his back, covered in red and blue magical seals, and the ice and fire marks slowly rotating on his forehead, he appeared exceptionally mysterious. Tang Hao's appearance stunned everyone. Even the well-informed poison Douluo couldn't help but feel a sense of shock. What kind of evil and strange aura was this? Xiao Jiu, how did you become like this? Yan exclaimed. Tang Hao slowly opened his eyes and laughed heartily. This is my ultimate battle form. You still have hidden strength. This is truly monstrous. Yan's mouth fell open. He originally thought the evil ring-devouring ant was Tang Hao's trump card, but he didn't expect Tang Hao could transform like this. Is this still a human? To dare to act wild in front of me, you indeed have some backing. Your talent makes me have to admire you. But you also need to be prepared for me to kill you. Bo's eyes flashed with a dangerous light. Tang Jiu then realized Bo and said to Yan with annoyance, Yanzi, you are really not being righteous. Didn't you say your grandpa went out? You are definitely setting me up. Righteousness my foot, you invited me to visit. Is this how you do it? Yan shot a glance at Tang Hao. So you finally know fear? This time, I'm going to share your bad luck. Poison Douluo Bo, I've heard so much about you. I'm just here to trim the grass in your medicine garden. Look how neat it is. No need to thank me. I'm leaving now. Tang Hao smiled at Bo, then turned and ran away. Bo's nose was almost crooked with anger, having stripped all his herbs bare, and he said, Old man wants to properly thank you. If I chop you in half, it should be even more neat. The emerald green by Lin Snake Emperor Martial Soul appeared behind Bo, and he revealed 9 soul rings. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. He swung a punch, and a wave of emerald green soul power rushed towards Tang Hao. Grandpa, please show mercy. Yan's face changed. She had thought her grandfather was just going to teach him a lesson, but she didn't expect him to directly unleash his martial soul. This was going to be deadly. Tang Jiu felt an overwhelming surge of soul power pressing in from behind, accompanied by a foul, acrid smell, and immediately realized that Bo was truly angry. He did not dare to underestimate the situation. With a flap of his bat-like wings, he summoned the power of ice, instantly forming a massive ice wall in front of him. Bang! The emerald soul power rushed towards the ice wall, shattering it without even a moment's pause, and continued to charge towards Tang Hao. Tang Jiufeng's wings shook again, and another flame ray shot out. Boom! The emerald soul power weakened a bit, but still charged towards Tang Hao. Tang Hao realized he couldn't dodge it. The bat wings wrapped around his body like a cocoon, bracing against the impact. The emerald soul power slammed into Tang Hao, and the tremendous force smashed him against the cliff wall. However, when the bat wings opened, Tang Hao was completely unharmed. Only the bat wings were stained with a lot of green poisonous mist. Good boy, although it was just a casual strike for me. Even a Soul Emperor over level 60 would be severely injured by a single hit. Yet you emerged unscathed. Bo was truly shocked. The fusion of ice and fire power was already rare, but this kid even managed to withstand his own poison. This level of strength left him in awe. Now, you better come over here and let me break your legs, and I might spare your life. Do you really think I'm foolish? I'd be dead if I went over to you. You might as well deal with Yinzi first. I'll take my leave. Tang Jiufeng flapped his wings and flew away. Dugu Yin was so angry that he stomped his feet. This heartless bastard. Grandpa, beat him up. You must break his legs. Dugu Bo turned around and glared fiercely at Dugu Yin, then stepped on the head of his martial soul, the Emerald Scale Serpent King. The Emerald Scale Serpent King soared into the air like a dragon, winding its way towards Tang Jiu. Kid, you probably don't know, but titled Douluos can fly. You can't escape. Now I've set my sights on you, and I'm going to break your limbs. Tang Jiu laughed loudly and said, Big Snake, you want to chase me? Maybe in your next life. With that, his speed suddenly increased, quickly putting distance between himself and Dugu Bo. He was practically equivalent to the flying type. And how could Dugu Bo's speed in flight compare to his? Big Snake? Dugu Yin and Yi Lingling both gasped in shock. Tang Jiu was simply insane. How dare he give a titled Douluo a nickname? Kid, it seems I need to cut out your tongue. Dugu Bo's face darkened terrifyingly. That junior showed no respect by calling him your excellency and referred to someone of his status as old poison, but this big snake was just too insulting. The emerald poisonous snake emperor. Dugu Bo's black soul ring glowed, and the emerald poisonous snake emperor beneath him opened its mouth, releasing a wave of toxic gas. Tang Jiu was not afraid. The speed of the flying daggers from Judo Law was much faster than this, and he was able to dodge them. Moreover, for years ago, he was only at level 22. Now, his soul power had greatly increased, and he had 2 additional black soul rings that enhanced his attributes, boosting his speed by more than double. Tang Jiufeng's wings trembled, and his body dodged in the air with remarkable agility, easily avoiding Dugu Bo's soul skill. Then he countered with a newly acquired ice ability, Frozen. In an instant, Dugu Bo and his Emerald Scale Serpent Emperor were turned into a massive ice sculpture. Dugu Yin and Yi Lingling were stunned. It seemed that Dugu Bo had used a soul skill but still couldn't take down Tang Jiu. This was simply unbelievable. Dugu Bo was also a bit dazed, clearly unable to accept that, as a titled Douluo, he couldn't instantly kill Tang Jiu, but instead got caught in the opponent's locking skill and frozen. Although this freeze couldn't hold him for even a second, it was possible that Tang Jiu had indeed countered. Dugu Bo felt as if he had been slapped in the face. Good kid, if we were on the ground, I could crush you in under a minute. Too bad this is in the sky. Big Snake, you can't even catch up, so how can you hit me? Dan Du Duka. Another big snake. Dugu Bo's eyes turned cold, and he angrily said, You little brat, you've really angered me. Soul Bone Skill, Gaze of Medusa. Dugu Yin's expression changed. This was Grandpa's trump card. It had the ability to petrify people. Dugu Bo's soul skill actually unleashed a big move. However, this is useless. Watch how I break your soul skill. Dan Du Lauet Hotitili. Isn't it just Medusa's gaze? You little brat, you're too arrogant. I want to see how you break my soul skill. Dugu Bo's head soul bone surged with soul power, and 2 gray-white beams shot out from his eyes, aimed at Tang Jiu. These gray-white beams were Medusa's ultimate move, petrification. There is no invincible soul skill. All soul skills have their weaknesses. Tang Jiu chuckled and flapped his wings, forming a wall of ice in a blue hue. Since you shot out light, let me reflect it back at you. Dugu Bo was momentarily taken aback, then couldn't help but admire in his heart. What a great idea it was to use an ice wall to reflect this petrifying light. Unfortunately, this wasn't just an ordinary light that could be refracted. The gray-white light directly penetrated the ice wall and continued to shoot towards Tang Jiu. Tang Jiu was stunned. This is simply unscientific. There can't be light that doesn't reflect. No, this isn't light, otherwise it would definitely be refracted, and it's not an energy impact either. Because if it were an energy impact, the ice wall would have shattered. So there can only be one possibility. This is an attack similar to a rule-type attack. Tang Jiu immediately took out several large pieces of iron armor dragon meat from the Jinling 12 beauties and threw them towards the light. As the meat chunks came into contact with Medusa's petrifying light, they were instantly turned to stone and fell to the ground. What? Dugu Bo was completely dumbfounded. Is it really possible to break one's soul skill like this? This was unbelievable. Medusa's petrification is a kind of rule power that turns flesh and blood into stone. As long as you block the petrifying light with meat chunks, you can never be attacked. Big Snake, take note. Knowledge is power. Dan Du Lauet Hotitili. In the distance, Dugu Yin and Yi Lingling were dumbfounded. Tang Jiu actually used such a simple method to crack the soul bone skill of the title Douluo. Good, very good. Douluo's mouth twitched. His soul skill, Medusa's gaze, could make even a titled Douluo change color in fear. He never expected to be mocked by a little kid today. If they were on the ground and close, very few could dodge it. But at this distance, it gave Tang Jiu enough reaction time. Even so, no one had ever been able to crack a soul skill in such a way. It was simply too clever. Now, the old man wanted to see how you would crack my 8th soul skill, which also came from Medusa, called Time Freeze. Douluo blinked and stared blankly at Yulingling, saying, "Your little boyfriend is amazing. He actually forced my grandpa to use his 8th soul skill." But what surprised her even more was yet to come. Tang Jiu laughed loudly after hearing Douluo's words. "Big Snake, who are you trying to scare? Your 8th soul skill is completely ineffective against me." Douluo's emerald eyes flashed. "Is that so? Big Snake, if I'm not mistaken, your 8th soul skill, Time Freeze, is also a super ultimate move of the rule type. But this kind of heaven-defying soul skill has a fatal flaw. First, the range of the soul skill is limited. Second, the control time after the skill is activated is also limited. How long can you keep time frozen? 1 second or 2 seconds? Don't tell me you can freeze time for more than 5 seconds. Then your skill would be invincible. Anyone who is frozen for 5 seconds would be instantly killed by you, and your rank should be that of the number 1 title Douluo. Even Xian Daolu wouldn't be your match. Even if you hit me in 5 seconds, you wouldn't be able to catch me. Moreover, I feel that it's at most no more than 3 seconds for you, even shorter than mine." Tang Jiu chuckled and said, "So, let's go back to our own homes." Douluo's pupils suddenly constricted, but in the end, he burst into laughter. He actually started to like Tang Jiu a bit. At least Tang Jiu's strength had earned his recognition. No wonder he is a student of Xiao Jiu. This level of insight is indeed extraordinary. Tang Jiu is right. The soul skill of freezing time has too short a duration, but being unable to move for 1 or 2 seconds during battle is simply a divine skill. However, it's not suitable to use this move against the incredibly fast Tang Jiu. "Kid, I will just chase like this. My soul power is profound. And I don't believe I can outlast you." Douluo really has no way to deal with Tang Jiu, so he can only rely on exhausting him. Tang Jiu's face darkened instantly. Wasn't this just being unreasonable? You are a titled Douluo, yet you compare your soul power with mine. Big Snake. Don't think that just because you are the lowest among the titled Douluos, even old Chrysanthemum, who is almost at level 95. Didn't he almost get beaten to death by my little brother 4 years ago, just to chase after me? If you keep pushing me, I'll call for help." Old Chrysanthemum? Douluo's mouth twitched. When did old Chrysanthemum get such a nickname? This kid is truly a genius at coming up with nicknames. Have you ever seen old Chrysanthemum? Have you even fought against him? How is that possible? Douluo's expression became serious. Do you think I'm bragging? Old Chrysanthemum is even more handsome than I am, and his martial spirit is a golden chrysanthemum. His soul skill is flying daggers made from chrysanthemum petals. By the way, his 5th soul skill is called Gathering of Coal Blossoms, right? His flying daggers are incredibly fast. They couldn't even leave a mark on me, and you definitely can't. Tang Jiu said triumphantly. Douluo gasped in surprise. Last time he had almost been killed by old Chrysanthemum. Oh no, it was the Chrysanthemum Pass and Ghostal. So he was well aware of the soul skills and power of the Chrysanthemum. Tang Jiu actually knew the abilities of the Chrysanthemum Pass. Could it be that what he said was true? Douluo pondered for a moment, and combined with what Douluo had said, he instantly understood Tang Jiu's identity. Tang Haizi. The look in Douluo's eyes towards Tang Jiu became a bit playful as he laughed heartily. "You little brat, trying to take my things for nothing? No way. If I can't catch you, I can go find your father, Tang Hao. Let's see if he won't break your legs. If I can't find Tang Hao, I'll go look for the Haotian sect." Tang Jiu swayed his body and almost fell from the air. He quickly shook his head and said, "You have mistaken the person. I'm not familiar with Tang Hao. Don't talk nonsense with me. If you don't give me an explanation today, just wait for your father to hunt you down." Douluo laughed and said, "You can run away from the monk, but you can't run away from the temple. If it doesn't work, just go to Haotian sect and block the door and release poison." Tang Jiu no longer fled. If Tang Hao knew that he had destroyed Douluo's herb garden, which led to Douluo causing trouble for the Haotian sect, he would definitely break his legs. After all, he wasn't his biological son. Most importantly, Tang Hao didn't seem to be as reasonable as he was, understanding that others' belongings are theirs, and his own belongings are still his. A great truth. He still placed great importance on the dignity of the strong. Tang Jiu felt that he must pacify Douluo. This guy could do anything. And what if he went a Haotian sect to deal with the poison? Tang Jiu thought for a moment and said, "I see that both your and Yen Zi's pupils are emerald green, which should be due to practicing poison techniques. I just ate so many poisonous herbs and didn't die because I discovered that injecting the toxins into the soul bone can prevent them from harming the body. Duga Bo's eyes lit up as he looked at Tang Jiu up and down, the smile on his face growing more pronounced. This kid actually has a soul bone. I didn't notice that. Not bad. Very good. Since the method was your idea, then you should give another piece of soul bone to Yenner, Duga Bo said with a smile. No problem. Tang Jiu chuckled and said, I have a soul bone stored in the blue lightning tyrant dragon sect. Why don't you go fetch it? I'll consider it a gift for Yinzi. Remember, when you go, make sure to break the legs of their grand elder. 68 Soul Beast Evolution. Ice Fire Bullet. Aunt Dugu Bo laughed heartily. This kid is really interesting. You want me to help you take revenge? You think too highly of yourself. Soul bones must be obtained by yourself. All my precious herbs have been ruined by you. Tang Jiu was a bit disappointed. It turned out that the cunning old fox was not easy to deceive. He decided to go back and find a way to locate Tang Hao. In the future, I will find a soul bone to give to Yin Zi. Consider it compensation for your medicinal herbs. All right, then I'll let you go today. However, the next time we meet, we must have a good spar on the ground. Duga Bo glanced at Tang Jiu with satisfaction and then turned to fly away. Grandpa, you just let him go like that? Is he really Tang Hao's son? Dugu Yin asked unwillingly, as she still wanted to see Tang Jiu get his legs broken. Duga Bo chuckled as he ruffled Duga Yan's hair, saying, Grandpa has found you a good match. What? A match? Duga Yin was a bit dumbfounded. How did this connect? It's that kid Tang Jiu, Tang Hao's son, strong enough, and a perfect match for you. Dugu Bo left. Grandpa, weren't you just about to break his legs? He destroyed your medicinal herbs. Duga Yin stomped her feet in anger. Just a moment ago, they were ready to fight to the death. And now in the blink of an eye, he wants to be his son-in-law, being able to escape from my hands. That strength is enough to look down on the younger generation. His character of not being at a loss suits me. Such a good son-in-law should be settled quickly. What if he runs away? Besides, I've already given him a betrothal gift. He also promised to bring a soul bone as a dowry in the future. This matter is settled, Duga Bo said with satisfaction. Duga Yan's face turned green with anger. That was compensation, not a dowry. I'm 4 or 5 years older than him. This is inappropriate, Dugu Yin said angrily. A woman 3 years older is like a gold brick. Perfectly fine. Dugu Bo chuckled. Suddenly, Yi Lingling couldn't help but laugh. Didn't T Yin Zi just advise her like this before? Watching Duga Yin's furious appearance was truly amusing. I already have someone I like, Duga Yin declared directly. Duga Bo's expression suddenly turned cold, his emerald eyes filled with a sharp, killing intent. Who? Duga Yin shrank her neck, but felt unsatisfied with her grandfather's pressure. So she straightened her neck and huffed. The son of the blue lightning tyrant dragon sect's master, Yu Tianheng. He is worthy to marry my Duga Bo's granddaughter? Duga Bo looked disdainful. Why isn't he worthy? Tianheng is more handsome than Tang Jiu, more reliable than Tang Jiu, has a higher spirit power than Tang Jiu, and a better family background than Tang Jiu. In the future, he will be able to control one of the top 3 sects, the blue lightning tyrant dragon sect. How can you say Tianheng is unworthy while saying Tang Jiu is? Duga Yin retorted. The top 3 sects? Only the 7 treasure glazed tile sect is somewhat decent. The other 2 sects are trash. The Hao Ian sect has been suppressed by the spirit hall, acting like a turtle. Even the peerless genius Tang Hao has to leave the sect to avoid disaster, which is disgraceful. The blue lightning tyrant dragon sect has internal strife, and the elder council controls the family. The sect master is like a puppet, unable to accommodate the extraordinary Yu Xiaojiang. Even if Yu Tianheng becomes the sect master, he will still be useless, bullied everywhere. As for Tang Jiu, also known as Tang Haizi, he killed the Lord of Notting City and wiped out the Spirit Hall's law enforcement team 4.5 years ago. 4 years ago, he fought against the 94th level title Douluo of the Spirit Hall and survived, which led to Qian Douluo attacking the Haoyan sect. Today, he looted my medicinal garden, broke my soul skills, and retreated unscathed from my hands. Tell me, how can Yu Tianheng compare to Tang Jiu? Dugu Bo sneered coldly. Grandpa, Tang Jiu looted your medicinal garden, and you are still speaking up for him. Dugu Yin said with a dark face. Dugu Bo shrugged. If Yu Tianheng also had the guts to loot my medicinal garden and survive my pursuit, I would respect him. Recognizing him as a son-in-law wouldn't be out of the question. But would Yu Tianheng dare? Dugu Yin stomped her feet in anger, but had no way to refute. Anyway, I want to marry. We'll talk about that later. First, let me ask you, what is going on with the soul bone that was stolen, as Tang Jiu mentioned? Dugu Bo asked. Seeing Dugu Bo change the subject, Dugu Yin was eager to steer the conversation and immediately recounted everything that had happened in vivid detail. So that soul bone should be considered something you both obtained together, Douluo said, folding his hands behind his back, a smile curving at the corners of his mouth. Yan's face turned a bit red. She did nothing. How could it be called a joint acquisition? Only Lingling's treatment was somewhat useful. Everyone else was just there doing nothing. But Douluo had never been a reasonable person. With a wave of his hand, he said, "Go tell Yu Qianheng to have his sect send me 5 million gold soul coins. Otherwise, I will block their door and release poison. How dare they steal my granddaughter's things? They are really audacious." Outside of Heavendo City, Tang Jiu was relieved to see that Douluo had indeed not returned. If Douluo had insisted on causing trouble for him, he would probably have to go live as a wild man in the Stardow Forest again. Fortunately, Douluo was much more reasonable than he was. After, in the fusion technique of his martial soul, Tang Jiu was astonished to discover that his bullet ant martial soul had mutated, or rather, evolved. The originally pure black bullet ant now had a body covered with red and blue patterns. Tang Jiu could clearly feel the presence of ice and fire elemental power. Ice and fire bullet ant. For now, that was the only name he could give it. It was simply too magnificent. Tang Jiu, as expected, obtained the special effect of dual immunity to ice and fire. However, it is a pity that in the state of the ice-fire bullet ant, he cannot use energy-saving skills like Ice Seal, Ice Wall, and Flame Ray. Nevertheless, it allows Tang Jiu's melee attacks to carry the effects of freezing and flames. It seems that using Ice Seal and Ice Wall should be considered active skills, which require obtaining soul rings. While the ice and fire effects are similar to toxins and belong to passive effects, Tang Jiu quickly analyzed the reason based on the knowledge taught by the master. Therefore, Tang Jiu decided that the next soul ring to be added to the bullet ant should ideally take into account both the ice and fire elements, as well as an increase in power. After checking the martial soul, Tang Jiu closed it and then checked the condition of his body. Tang Jiu's soul power has now reached level 36. At level 30, he increased his soul power by 2 levels by absorbing the Iron Armored Dragon. This means that the recent raid on Douluo's herb garden directly boosted his soul power by 4 levels, which is absolutely exhilarating. Moreover, Tang Jiu feels that his physical attributes have significantly enhanced. His original base strength was 10,000 gene, and it has now reached 12,000 gene. This means that Tang Jiu's peak strength has skyrocketed from 65,000 gene to 78,000 gene. With such strength, he should be able to easily overpower a soul sage. Tang Jiu stroked his chin. It was time to go to Shrek Academy to try to ask the teacher some questions, and then trick Tang Hao into taking him to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect to get soul bones. How delightful. 3 months later, Tang Jiu followed a straight line on the map, crossing mountains and valleys, and arrived at Soto City. Once inside, he directly checked into the Rose Hotel. 10 days later, the hotel manager was almost in tears. "Respected Soul Master, you are staying in the best room, eating the most expensive meals, and the waitstaff are the prettiest. If you don't settle your debts soon, I will be fired by my boss. Don't worry, all my money has been given to my brother by my heartless father. Just wait, when my brother arrives, I will pay you. I'm not short on money." The hotel manager didn't want to hear about Tang Jiu's family asset division and desperately wanted to recover the debt. At that moment, a crisp and familiar voice rang out. "Little 3, let's stay here." Tang Jiu immediately brightened his eyes. Money is coming. 69 is hanging on Mu Bai's account. When Tang Jiu was leisurely going downstairs, there were already sounds of fighting coming from below. Sango was engaged in a battle with Dai Mu Bai, which started because the waiter gave the room reserved by Dai Mu Bai to Tang San. Dai Mu Bai was relentless, and his arrogant attitude angered Xiao Wu, prompting Sango, the protective husband, to fight with Dai Mu Bai. The 2 twins who came with Dai Mu Bai had top-notch figures and looks, and they were watching Dai Mu Bai with infatuation. On Tang San's side, it was Xiao Wu who kept shouting about wanting to beat the other party into a pig's head. "I said, Xiao Wu, it's been years since we last met, and you're still so combative." Tang Jiu walked up to Xiao Wu and patted her shoulder. But as soon as his hand landed on her shoulder, Xiao Wu's scorpion braid wrapped around Tang Jiu's neck. Xiao Wu leaped over to Tang Jiu's back and activated a waist bow skill. Bang! The waist bow skill failed to push Tang Jiu, but instead sent Xiao Wu flying. In midair, Xiao Wu rolled over, ready to continue hitting the bastard who dared to pat her shoulder. Tang Jiu helplessly said, "Sister-in-law, do we have to fight as soon as we meet? This way of welcoming me isn't good." "Sister-in-law?" Xiao Wu was taken aback. The only one who could call her that was Xiao Jiu. Xiao Wu looked up and down at Tang Jiu. After all, for years had changed him a lot. but upon closer inspection, he seemed a bit familiar. I also brought you a gift. 100-year-soul beast from the Stardow Forest, a long-eared rabbit. Tang Jiu took out a white rabbit from the 12 beauties of Jinling. This cute rabbit wanted to leap into Xiao Wu's arms upon seeing her, but its ears were being held up by Tang Jiu. Xiao Wu, do you prefer the rabbit braised in soy sauce or steamed? Xiao Jiu. You really are an annoying guy. Xiao Wu stomped her feet in anger. Only Tang Jiu would think to make her eat a rabbit. How terrible. Third soul skill. White Tiger Diamond Transformation. At that moment, Dai Mubai finally used his Millennium Soul skill, tearing apart Tang San's blue-silver grass bindings. The soul power shock injured Tang San, causing him to fall to the ground and diverting Xiao Wu's attention. San. Xiao Wu hurriedly went to help Tang San, not caring about settling scores with Tang Jiu, to see if he was hurt. Tang Jiu immediately went over and, with concern, grabbed Tang San's arm, saying, "Third brother, it's me, Xiao Jiu. I'm fine, don't worry." Tang San, having grown up with Tang Jiu since childhood, immediately recognized him. Seeing Tang Jiu care so much about him made him quite pleased. "I don't care about whether you're fine or not. I just want to ask if you brought enough money. I don't have a single cent for the hotel," Tang Jiu said urgently. Tang San confirmed that this was definitely his younger brother. It seemed like he said, "Get away." Xiao Jiu, your brother has already been beaten, and you still care about money. Go, beat him up for me." Xiao Wu was furious, glaring fiercely at Tang Jiu, pointing at Dai Mubai who was showing off, hoping Tang Jiu would help her vent her anger. "Xiao Jiu, no, you can't beat him." Tang San hurriedly intervened. "You underestimate me." Tang Jiu stood up and pointed at Dai Mubai, saying, "Remember, the only one who can beat my brother is me. Today, you're in big trouble." Tang San and Xiao Wu looked speechless. The troublesome guy is back again. Dai Mubai's mouth twitched as well. What a good brother who cares about his elder brother. Well then, let me experience your strength. Dai Mubai, level 37 Assault System Soul Master. Martial Soul, Evil, a White Tiger. Dai Mubai said proudly. Tang Jiu, level 36 Assault System Soul Master. Martial Soul, Ice Fire Bullet Ant. Tang Jiu finished speaking, and Xiao Wu and Tang San were shocked. How did the Bullet Ant Martial Soul turn into the Ice Fire Bullet Ant? Did the Martial Soul mutate? You're level 36 now? You're his brother? A serious look appeared in Dai Mubai's eyes, and then he said in confusion, "Why aren't you using your Martial Soul? Use your Martial Soul? I'm afraid I won't be able to hold back and might punch you to death." Tang Jiu shook his head. "You look down on me." Dai Mubai held himself in high regard, and he was usually very proud. In a genius academy like Shrek, he was the top, and he rarely looked down on others. How could anyone ever belittle him like this? Flames of anger burst forth from his evil eyes. "I'm doing this for your own good. You have to believe me. You and I are not on the same level. In my eyes, you are too weak. How about this? I'll throw a punch, and as long as you can block it, I'll consider you the winner." Tang Jiu put a hand behind the house. Xiao Jiu is getting more and more arrogant. "Xiao San, I really want to hit him." Xiao Wu couldn't stand it anymore. Tang Jiu said that Dai Mubai is not worthy of fighting him, which is equivalent to saying that Tang San is even less worthy. Tang San also felt a sense of blockage in his heart. Tang San and Xiao Wu are like this, so one can imagine how angry Dai Mubai is at this moment. "Very good. I am currently using my third soul skill, White Tiger Diamond Transformation, which doubles my strength, defense, speed, and attack. I want to see how you can defeat me with just one punch. Using just one skill isn't enough. Are there any other amplifying soul skills? Use them all, or you might die." Tang Jiu said, "This is really too arrogant." The yellow soul ring on Dai Mubai's body shone brightly, and he used his first soul skill, White Tiger Protection Barrier. "Now come on, my attributes have increased by 50. Then here I come." Tang Jiu stomped hard on the ground, and with a crack, the marble floor shattered. Tang Jiu's body turned into a fleeting shadow and rushed forward. Dai Mubai's expression changed dramatically, so fast. Ugh! Tang Jiu's fist slammed straight into Dai Mubai's chest. Before he even arrived, the howling wind from the punch emitted a piercing whistle, stinging Dai Mubai's face. Tang Jiu now relies not only on strength, but also on terrifying speed. This punch is unmatched in its ferocity, embodying the way of power taught by Tang Hao. Dai Mubai crossed his tiger claws in front of his chest, attempting to block Tang Jiu's charging punch. Bang! The collision of their arms released a terrifying surge of soul power, shattering all the vases and chairs around them. Dai Mubai's expression changed drastically, and at the moment of impact his body was already flying backward, crashing through the hotel door and rolling on the bluestone street before finally struggling to get up. "It's too terrifying." It felt just like being hit by Teacher Xiao. Dai Mubai was immensely shocked, and at this moment, he put away his pride, looking at Tang Jiu with a hint of respect, but even more with a fighting spirit. Tang Jiu, we will meet again at Shrek Academy. In the next battle, I will definitely force you to use your martial soul. Dai Mubai turned to leave, and the two twins immediately wanted to follow, but were coldly glared back by him. Right now, he had no thoughts of spending time with beautiful women. He needed to go back and practice harder. Tang Jiu and Xiao Wu were also stunned. After a few years, how had Xiao Jiu become like she was on a cheat? Third brother, hurry up and pay the money. Tang Jiu looked at the manager, who wanted the money but didn't dare to ask, so she decided to pay off the debt herself. How much do you owe? Your brother owes us over 10,000. Copper soul coins, right? If converted to gold soul coins, it's just over 100 gold soul coins. I just earned enough from my part-time job. Tang San said, while taking out a money pouch. It's gold soul coins. 10,000 gold soul coins. The manager reminded cautiously. Clang. As soon as Tang San took out a gold soul coin, it rolled to the ground. And then he quickly packed up the money pouch and said to the manager, You should ask him for it yourself? Esteemed soul master, didn't you say you were not short on money? The manager looked at Tang Jiu with a face full of bitterness. Tang Jiu stroked his chin and said, How about you put the bill on Dai Mubai's name? Would I agree to that? We're friends. Do you believe it? Tang Jiu asked. I don't believe you at all. The manager muttered to himself. If you don't believe me, I'll return his things to him tomorrow. Tang Jiu said, waving at the two twins, Don't worry. I'll take you to find Dai Mubai tomorrow. For today, how about I help him keep you safe? The manager was completely dumbfounded. Even more surprising was that the twins actually smiled and nodded, linking their arms with Tang Jiu. Now we can put on Dai Mubai's tab, right? I'm just good at keeping other people's things safe. The manager was utterly amazed. 70 meeting too late Ning Rong Rong. Xiao Jiu. You're just like that lecherous tiger. Not a good person. Xiao Wu said angrily, hands on her hips, glaring at Xiao Jiu. Tang San was also speechless. It didn't seem appropriate for you to keep the twins safe for Dai Mubai. Xiao Wu, these two girls are so pitiful. We must seek justice for them and confront that scumbag Dai Mubai. They can help you with massages. After entering Dai Mubai's room, Tang Jiu exchanged glances with the two twins, who immediately understood. One started massaging Xiao Wu's shoulders while the other worked on her legs. Xiao Wu's bunny ears twitched in comfort. Humans really know how to enjoy life. Tang San, I made up my mind to seek justice for them. Xiao Wu waved her fist. Those two sisters are so pitiful. Tang San. Tang Jiu took the opportunity to hook his third brother's shoulder and walked to his room, saying, Third brother, someone has stolen my soul bone. Are you interested in helping me pull off a big one? As soon as Tang San heard about the soul bone, he immediately perked up and asked, Who stole your soul bone? The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. I guess I'll just honestly continue studying at Shrek. Tang San decisively shook his head. He really couldn't afford to provoke them. Third brother, you don't have to go. You could support with some of your hidden weapons instead. Do you have any hidden weapons that could scare them to death, so I can wreak havoc? Buddha. Tang San almost blurted out Buddha's fury Tang Lian. But seeing Tang Jiu's fervent gaze, he quickly shook his head. No, just kidding. Tang San believed that if he dared to bring out Buddha's fury Tang Lian for Tang Jiu would dare to blow up the spear hall. Headache. The next day, the twin sisters accompanied Xiao Wu shopping, introducing many beautiful accessories, which made Xiao Wu shout that she must take them to find the scumbag Dai Mubai. After shopping, Tang Jiu and the others continued south along the official road. Passing through large fields, they saw a small village ahead, with about a few hundred households. The village was surrounded by wooden fences, probably to guard against wild beasts. At this time, a crowd had gathered at the village entrance. As they approached, they initially thought something had happened, but found that this was actually Shrek Academy. Looking at the 5 big characters on the plaque at the wooden archway, Shrek Academy, Xiao Wu was quite astonished. No way, this is Shrek Academy? I thought it was a village. No doubt, this is the poorest and most dilapidated Soul Master Academy in history, bar none. Tang Du Sai. If the Big Owl had come to rob the City Lord's mansion with him back then, Shrek Academy wouldn't be this poor. Even the twins were shocked by the dilapidation of Shrek Academy. They found it hard to believe that the young, rich, handsome, and powerful Dai Xiao would study here. Ahead, there were about 100 applicants, all coming here out of curiosity, but they were also shocked by such a run-down academy. It's not just the kids who are unwilling to come here to study. Even the adults maintained a skeptical attitude, yet they still comforted their children. Perhaps this was just a test, and the Real Academy was not here. At the registration area ahead, there was only one table and an old man. Tang Jiu and the others were at the back of the group, unable to see the situation ahead, but soon a dispute broke out. A parent angrily slammed the table and said, "You are scamming us. Since you are unwilling to admit my son, you should refund our registration fee. 10 gold soul coins is also our hard-earned money. Isn't that right, everyone? Yes, refund the money, refund the money." The parents immediately became agitated, shouting for a refund. The old man lazily replied, "Once registered, no refunds will be given. This is a rule established from the beginning. Didn't you see it?" Seeing that the crowd was still relentless, the old man snorted and said, "Mubai, someone is causing trouble. Handle it." A figure flashed forward. Dai Mubai appeared, his soul power erupting as he released his 3 soul rings, yellow, yellow, and purple. Dai Mubai coldly said, "Want a refund? Fine. Defeat me, and I'll give it to you." Soul Emperor. Instantly, those causing trouble immediately fell silent and quietly left. Wow. How shameless can one be to come up with such a way to scam money? When I need money, I only rob the wealthy. Compared to this, I'm actually quite kind. Tang Hao looked down on Flanders' character, then highly praised himself. With a chuckle, a sound like silver bells came from behind. I had never heard anyone boast so shamelessly with such justification. Tang Hao turned around and found a girl in a light blue dress, with a delicate figure, a slim waist, long hair reaching her waist, and lively eyes. She was lightly covering her red lips and giggling. "Hey, dare to laugh at me? Do you believe I will rob your house?" Tang Hao raised an eyebrow. With that temperament, it was clear that she was Ning Rongrong. In the back of the group, Tang Hao also spotted Xiao Jiu. The 2 girls were easy to recognize, with completely different auras, one pure and playful, the other sexy and cold. "Great, very welcome." Ning Rongrong blinked, finding the request simply irresistible. "Is your family rich? Is your dad powerful? When we go to rob, will he break your legs?" Tang Hao asked. "My family is very rich. I don't know if my dad would break my legs, but he will definitely break yours." Ning Rongrong said with a smile in her eyes. "Then I've made up my mind. I have to rob you once. Shall we set a date? I'm really short on money lately," Tang Hao said. Sure. Ning Rongrong thought Tang Hao was too interesting. Just imagining bringing Tang Hao home and seeing her bewildered expression when caught would make her laugh for days. Tang Hao, the #1 genius of the continent. Best at keeping things for others. What belongs to me is mine, and what is yours is still mine. Tang Hao extended her hand. Hearing Tang Hao's self-introduction, Ning Rongrong laughed out loud, then imitated Tang Hao's tone, saying, "Ning Rongrong, the #1 genius of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. My specialty is making title Douluos furious and glaring." Tang Hao immediately took Ning Rongrong's small hand and said, "It's a pity we didn't meet sooner. A pity we didn't meet sooner. I almost made a title Douluo so angry he nearly died. How shameless." Ning Rongrong was amused and giggled. Tang Hao pointed to the 2 twins beside him and said, "These are the things I am responsible for as a stand-in. How about that? Dedicated, right?" Tang San held his forehead, looking at the unfamiliar appearance of Tang Hao, and quickly distanced himself from him. Xiao Wu also pouted. In the back, Xiao Jiu snorted, "Men, there isn't a good one among them." Ning Rongrong was stunned. "Are you responsible for keeping it too?" Then her blue eyes turned. "Who is so unfortunate to have their girlfriend entrusted to you?" "Of course it's Dai Mubai, the boss of this school. He's famous for being a playboy. Do you want me to protect you? I'm short on money right now. You give me 100 or 80,000 gold soul coins, and I'll cover you in the academy." Dai Mubai. Xiao Jiu spat out the 3 words one by one, a fierce glint flashing in her eyes. The first round of interviews by the old man was still ongoing, and the speed of elimination was quick, with very few passing the first round. However, Tang Hao's focus was not on this, but rather he walked through the crowd to Dai Mubai's side and smiled. "Yesterday you dropped something. Luckily I kept it well for you, and I brought it back today." "What thing?" Dai Mubai looked confused. Tang Hao waved at the twins, and the 2 girls immediately ran over, their voices sweet and soft. "Dai Xiao, you left us behind. Look, how's the preservation? Does it still taste the same?" Dai Mubai's face instantly darkened. He had always broken up after one date and hated girls clinging to him. He didn't expect Tang Hao to bring them along. And most importantly, he had already spotted new prey, Ning Rongrong and Xiao Jiu. "Tang Hao, isn't this just causing trouble?" Dai Mubai gritted his teeth and said, "Thank you. No need to thank me. This is a paid service. Please pay the storage fee, 10,000 gold soul coins." Tang Hao extended his hand. Dai Mubai was dumbfounded on the spot. With a chuckle, Ning Rongrong burst out laughing again, and even Xiao Wu's eyes widened. Indeed, little Jiu is little Jiu, so shameless. However, why did she feel so happy? The old man beside them was no longer lazy, but perked up. He had only scammed less than 1,000 gold soul coins following Flinder's tricks, but look, when Tang Jiu made a move, it was over 10,000. Flinder's ability to make money was simply disappointing in comparison. Money, I'll give it to you. You just need to bring the person from there and take them back. Dai Mubai was truly afraid of Tang Jiu. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't beat him, he really wanted to smash Tang Jiu. This service is beyond the scope. You must pay another 10,000 gold soul coins for the delivery fee. Tang Jiu chuckled. You're impressive. Dai Mubai directly pulled out 2 cards and threw them to Tang Jiu. At this moment, Ning Rongrong was already laughing so hard she couldn't stand up. This Tang Jiu was too interesting. The old man watched the show while swiping cards, moving quickly, and soon it was Tang San and Xiao Wu's turn. The old man nodded. Age is appropriate. Release your martial souls. Tang San was enveloped in a blue glow, while Xiao Wu was surrounded by a red glow. Tang San's right hand revealed the blue silver grass, with 2 soul rings swirling around him, both yellow. Xiao Wu's cute rabbit ears stood up. Her figure became more slender. And her martial soul, soft-boned charming rabbit, also had 2 yellow soul rings surrounding her. The old man looked at the martial soul in Tang San's right hand. Surprised. Is it really blue silver grass? As a soul emperor, he was astonished. How could blue silver grass be cultivated to such a level? It seemed there was something extraordinary about it. The old man sighed lightly in his heart and smiled. Qualified. He then looked at Ning Rongrong, lightly placing a hand, and his expression changed. Did I pass? Ning Rongrong mischievously asked. The old man replied gravely. Does your family know you're here? Ning Rongrong blinked and countered. Isn't it against the academy rules to discuss this? After a brief hesitation, the old man said, qualified. After seeing Ning Rongrong pass the first test, Dai Mubai's eyes sparkled with excitement as he looked at her. Zhu Zhuqing, behind him, coldly snorted at Dai Mubai's behavior. She ignored Tang Jiu in front of her and swiftly darted forward to take the test and passed. When Dai Mubai saw Zhu Zhuqing's nethercat martial soul, his pupils suddenly contracted, feeling a pang of bitterness in his heart. As 2 prominent martial soul families intertwined through generations in the Douluo Empire, how could he not know Zhu Zhuqing's identity? What are you doing here? Dai Mubai approached, intending to strike up a conversation. Although they hadn't seen each other for years, this little wildcat shouldn't have forgotten him. He needed to clarify that he was innocent regarding the twins. Before Dai Mubai could step forward, Xiao Wu stopped him. Hands on her hips, huffing, scumbag. Scumbag. Ning Rongrong also shot him a disdainful look, finding his earlier gaze towards her very annoying. Me. Dai Mubai was speechless, thinking he must have neglected to check the calendar before going out today. Fortunately, Zhu Zhuqing walked over, her sexy and cold demeanor making Dai Mubai's heart skip a few beats. When she reached him, she raised her foot and stomped hard on his toes with her heel, causing his face to turn green instantly. Scumbag. Zhu Zhuqing coldly snorted and then walked over to Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, forming an instant strategic alliance among the 3 girls, united by their shared experience of battling scumbags. At that moment, Dai Mubai truly felt an urge to eliminate Tang Jiu. However, Tang Jiu was completely oblivious to Dai Mubai's murderous gaze as he was undergoing the test. The old man cracked his knuckles, extremely shocked. Such resilient bones. Such domineering physical qualities. The old man could hardly wait to know Tang Jiu's martial soul. Release your martial soul. I can't release my martial soul here. Tang Jiu glanced around at the many people and immediately shook his head. Why? This was the first time the old man had encountered someone refusing to release their martial soul. Because my martial soul is too powerful. I'm afraid it would scare you. Tang Jiu had a look that suggested he was doing it for their own good. Tang San rubbed his forehead. Here we go again. Ning Rongrong snorted. What martial soul? Can it scare me? Just pretending. Zhu Zhuqing coldly huffed. Xiao was also furious, hands on her hips, glaring at Tang Jiu, looking defiant. The old man's mouth twitched. But with his rich experience, he understood that Tang Jiu might have some secret he didn't want others to know. So he stood up and said, Come on, I'll take you to the room. Of course, Xiao Wu and the others wanted to follow. They also wanted to see what kind of martial soul could scare people. After entering the room and closing the door, Tang Jiu scanned everyone. Apart from the old man, the rest were all members of the Shrek 7 monsters. People he could trust. Tang Jiuhun's power surged, and a black light burst forth, revealing a powerful black bullet ant. However, this was not the end. Next, blue light erupted, covering the bullet ant with layers of icy blue rings, emanating a bone-chilling cold. The power of ice elements. Everyone was taken aback. But then, fiery red light burst forth again, and the bullet ant was covered with an equal number of fiery red rings. A wave of intense flame power surged. Tang Jiu's forehead displayed a mark of the ice and fire taiji fish, slowly swimming, showcasing extreme power, brilliant patterns, and the perfect fusion of ice and fire, all highlighting the strength of this martial soul. Ice and fire power? How is that possible? The crowd felt a sharp pang in their hearts. And before they could finish their gasps of astonishment, Tang Jiu's soul rings appeared. 3 soul rings descended from above, swirling around Tang Jiu. At this moment, everyone widened their eyes in shock, collectively stunned. For a moment, the sound of a pin dropping could be heard in the room. The horrified gazes of the crowd swept up from the bottom to the top, passing over the soul rings, breaths quickening, their eyes fixated on Tang Jiu's 3 soul rings. Purple-black. 1,000 years, 10,000 years, 10,000 years. 72 something is wrong. The old man and Tang San were dumbfounded. Even Ning Rongrong, who had seen 2 super Douluos, was filled with shock in her beautiful eyes. How is this possible? Everyone's thoughts were almost the same, all in disbelief. The fusion of ice and fire power. Unheard of, especially Tang San and Xiao Wu, who clearly remembered that Tang Jiu's martial soul, the bullet ant, did not possess ice and fire power. The most unacceptable was the soul rings. The first soul ring being 1,000 years is already abnormal, and the second soul ring directly jumped to 10,000 years. This is too terrifying, right? Such a soul ring configuration is something no one dared to even imagine. After the initial shock, Dai Mubai felt a bit of fear. If Tang Jiu had activated his martial soul yesterday and casually used a skill to amplify his power, he estimated he would really have been killed by a single punch. The old man had seen too many geniuses and monsters over the years, but those monsters, compared to Tang Jiu, could only be considered ordinary. How did you do it? The first 2 soul rings, even for prodigies, the maximum they could bear is a few hundred years. Your first soul ring is 1,000 years. And how could your second soul ring jump directly to 10,000 years? You must know that one must be level 50 to have a 10,000-year soul ring. This is just Tang Jiu's basic martial soul. If Tang Jiu were to unleash the evil ring devouring ant, and even reach its final form, who knows how shocked this soul emperor would be? Tang Jiu smiled and said, I can only be a legend. Everyone couldn't help but twitch their lips. He was being too cocky. Seeing that Tang Jiu was unwilling to elaborate, the old man didn't press further and suppressed his shock. Mubai, you take them into the second round. Today, our Shrek Academy might recruit the best students in history. After saying this, the old man continued to oversee the first round of interviews that were designed to make money, but thinking about Tang Jiu's speed in making money, he suddenly felt that the previous way of making money wasn't appealing anymore. Tang Jiu and his group quickly arrived at the second assessment area and lined up, waiting with those who had passed the first assessment. At that moment, Oscar arrived, as more people meant better sales for his sausages. Sausages for sale. Oscar's sausages. Delicious and fresh, at a low price of 5 copper soul coins each. Don't miss out as you walk by. The enticing smell of meat wafted through the air, and everyone turned to follow the scent. A man with a full beard and charming peach blossom eyes was pushing a cart towards them. Xiao Wu, seeing the snacks for sale, turned to Tang Jiu and said, Xiao Jiu, you've made money. Why don't you treat us to a meal? She pointed at Oscar's cart and added, It smells good. Buy each of us one. Xiao Jiu, if you butter me up, I'll speak well of you more often in front of Rong Rong and Zhu Qing. Thank you, sister-in-law. Tang Jiu winked at Xiao Wu. Sister-in-law? The group immediately cast strange looks at Xiao Wu and Tang San, bursting into teasing remarks. Oh, it's not what you think. Xiao Wu, flustered, stamped her foot and said, Tang San used to say sister-in-law means older sister. That's why I let Xiao Jiu call me that. Oh, the group found the situation even more amusing. And then Dai Mubai patted Tang San on the shoulder and said, Master, I bow to you. It's all your fault, Tang San. I won't talk to you anymore. Xiao Wu's face turned red from embarrassment, and in the end, she placed all the blame on Tang San, stamping her foot and huffing. Tang San was speechless. His brother was definitely toxic. At this moment, Oscar came over, promoting his sausages. Bro, when it comes to wooing girls, nothing beats my Oscar brand big sausages. How about trying a couple? Tang San hesitated a bit, just about to buy 2, when Dai Mubai hooked Oscar's neck and said, Little A.O., don't say I'm not looking out for you. If something happens later, you'll be beaten so badly that even your mom won't recognize you. Do you believe it? What is going on? Everyone was taken aback. while Tang Jiu looked at Oscar with a half-smile. Dai Mubai turned to Oscar and teased, "Come on, little AO. Bring out a new sausage." Oscar's expression immediately turned awkward. "Boss Dai, we've been classmates for years. Don't make me lose face in front of the new juniors. It will make them develop a resistance towards me. Just do it if I tell you to. Hurry up." "All right." Oscar, helpless, extended his right hand and recited the incantation. "I have a big sausage." A yellow soul ring lit up, and a sausage identical to the one before appeared in his palm. "I think after I eat this, I'll definitely beat you up first." Tang San couldn't accept that a sausage produced by such a soul spell was real. Oscar was nearly in tears. There was no way around it. He had to recite the incantation to produce the sausage. "You just dared to trick us into eating." Xiao Wu glared at him, ready to settle the score. But at that moment, Xiao Jiu had already acted, her body like the wind as she passed by, snipping off a tuft of Oscar's hair. "Not a single good guy among the boys of Shrek," she said, shooting a fierce glare at Dai Mubai. Oscar shrank his neck in fear, quickly pushing the cart away from this group of people. If he had gotten nicked on the neck just now, he could have declared himself dead. Too scary. Soon, it was Tang San and Xiao Wu's turn to take the test, placing their hands on the white crystal ball. The light shone brightly, and the teacher said, "Directly proceed to the 4th round of the assessment." Immediately, the others were puzzled, questioning, why can they directly enter the 4th round? The teacher replied indifferently, "If your soul power is above level 25, you can also enter directly." The others were instantly surprised, so it was above level 25. Next, Xiao Jiu and Ning Rongrong tested themselves and naturally also entered the 4th round directly. Finally, it was Tang Jiu's turn. The others in the assessment held their breath, eager to see if Tang Jiu would also directly enter the 4th round, but Tang Jiu did not test. Dai Mubai whispered something about Tang Jiu's martial soul awakening into the examiner's ear. The examiner immediately waved his hand, exempting him from the test and allowing him to enter the 4th round directly. Why? It was one thing for the others to directly enter the 4th round, but he didn't even test and still got to enter directly. This was too unfair. The others were instantly agitated, demanding an explanation. His soul power exceeds level 30, and he needs to change the soul power crystal. Our budget is tight, and we didn't prepare the testing crystal for above level 30. Using the level 21 would cause it to explode, the examiner said lazily, clearly just unwilling to move. Liar. Cheating. Inside story. We want fairness. A group of people immediately erupted. These geniuses from the Junior Soul Master Academy had never been treated like this before, all of them filled with righteous indignation. They question you, and you don't respond? The examiner looked at Tang Jiu with an expression as if he was enjoying the show, tilting his head. Everyone shut up. Tang Jiu directly activated the soul bone skill, frenzy, causing a surge of soul power. He then stomped hard on the ground, causing the earth to shake, and a web-like indentation was left on the blue stone slab. Everyone gasped, looking at Tang Jiu as if he were a monster. He hadn't even activated his martial soul, yet he displayed such power. However, what was even more terrifying followed. With a loud bang, the dilapidated building behind the examiner collapsed due to the tremors of the ground. Now, no one questioned it anymore. Once the examiner came back to his senses from a shock, he grinned at Tang Jiu and said, "Congratulations, Tang Jiu. You have successfully destroyed one luxurious office building of Shrek Academy. According to the latest compensation standards set by the principal, you need to pay 3,000 gold soul coins." What? Tang Jiu was completely baffled at that moment. Something seemed off. The strong Xiao Wujia, while Tang Jiu was still confused, tilted his head and revealed an even more outrageous piece of news. "The dean knows you're not short on money, so he specially tailored a noble-level compensation standard for you, and you will enjoy a luxurious villa as your dormitory. Since you have been a Shrek student for over 4 years, you still need to pay for the dormitory, which costs 10,000 a year. The dean said he would give you a discount, so it's a total of 50,000 gold soul coins." Tang Jiu was completely dumbfounded. "I didn't stay here." The dean said, "This is called vacancy fee." Tang Jiu gritted his teeth, "Even darker than me." Everyone couldn't help but chuckle at Tang Jiu's face of indignation. Even the cold and elegant Xiao Jiu lightly covered her red lips with her hand, seemingly finding it quite amusing to see Tang Jiu in such a predicament. Ning Rongrong laughed, so hard she almost jumped up. "Indeed, it's much more fun outside than in the family." The examiner laughed and said, "However, where there is loss, there is gain. At least you can pass without an exam." "Thank you very much, Dean." "No need to thank me. This is a paid service. Please pay 53,000 gold soul coins." The examiner extended his hand. Ha! Everyone burst into laughter. This was exactly the same tone as Tang Jiu's just now. So deserving of a beating, Tang Jiu had no money and could only owe it for now. He didn't want to stay longer and urged Dai Mubai to head to the fourth test. While leading the way, Dai Mubai briefly introduced Shrek Academy, which was an institution that only trained monsters. One of its graduates had even become the youngest elder of the Spear Hall. When Dai Mubai spoke of the school's glorious history, admiration and pride showed on his face. Soon, they arrived at an open area where there was a chair occupied by a man in his 50s who was sleeping. Dai Mubai respectfully said, "Teacher Xiao, I brought people for the fourth test." The man opened his blurry eyes and, glancing over, exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, this year there are actually 5. There were only 3 students enrolled at Shrek, and for these 5 to pass the first 3 tests was simply unprecedented." Dai Mubai explained, 4 of them are exempt from the 3rd test and came directly here, and one of them is already a Shrek student, specially recruited by the dean. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jiu immediately became displeased. Special recruitment? Shrek Academy has no such rule. Teacher Xiao, this was decided by Dean Flinder 4 years ago. Xiao Jiu snorted. You must be talking about Tang Jiu, right? That's just right. Our academy has an end-of-year assessment every year, and those who don't pass will be expelled. Expelled? Dai Mubai was taken aback, then quickly said, "Teacher Xiao, he is a 3-ring soul master with 3 soul rings. 1,000 years, 10,000 years, and 10,000 years." What? Xiao Jiu was instantly stunned, suspecting that Dai Mubai was joking. But seeing Dai Mubai's determined eyes, he felt this was no joke. He was well aware of Tang Jiu's age, only 11 years old. That strength was too monstrous. Xiao Jiu finally understood that Flinder wanted him to test them to give this kid a lesson. Xiao Jiu stood up. "I will test them." Dai Mubai was surprised, but said nothing. "Okay, Teacher Xiao." As Xiao Jiu approached, Tang San and the others felt an immense sense of pressure. Although Xiao Jiu was not tall, he was extremely sturdy, and his muscular build gave the impression of a fierce beast. "I am Xiao Jiu, and I will be testing you for the 4th challenge. You have 1 incense sticks time to understand each other and devise a strategy. Then, if you can withstand my attacks for 1 incense sticks time, you pass the test. If you can't, leave." Dai Mubai was shocked upon hearing this. "Teacher Xiao, this isn't good, right?" Dai Mubai knew Xiao Jiu's strength. Although Tang San was formidable and the other 3 girls seemed impressive too, it looked almost impossible to hold out for an incense sticks time against Xiao Jiu. Xiao Jiu glared at him. "What's wrong with that? If I say it's possible, then it's possible. Start." Seeing Dai Mubai's horror, Tang San quickly asked, "Teacher Xiao is a soul emperor?" Dai Mubai shook his head, no. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's confidence soared. Since he is not a soul emperor, what is there to worry about? We're all close to level 30, and with 4 of us attacking him, holding out for an incense stick should be quite simple. Dai Mubai looked at Xiao Wu with great sympathy. Teacher Xiao is not a soul emperor. He is a soul sage at level 76. Furthermore, he possesses an extremely powerful beast martial soul, the Battle Soul Sage. He is the vice president of Shrek Academy, second only to the dean. Hearing this, Tang San and the others were instantly shocked. 76 level soul sage. Tang San's expression became serious, but he was not afraid. He immediately began to gather information about Xiao Jiu. "Mubai, can you tell us about Teacher Xiao's strength?" Dai Mubai nodded, "Yes. Teacher Xiao's martial soul is the Great Strength Titan Bear, which is an exceptional beast martial soul. His strength and defense are very strong, and there are virtually no weaknesses in his body. Even soul saints at the same level find it difficult to break through his defenses and injure him. Speed is his weakness, but you are at a significant disadvantage compared to Teacher Xiao, and knowing this won't help you target him. I don't think you can last even a stick of incense's time. Even with my help, it will be difficult. Now, I just hope Teacher Xiao goes easy on us." Tang San nodded solemnly, then called Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing to discuss tactics. "Wait," Xiao Wuji interrupted them. Under the puzzled gazes of the others, Xiao Wuji pointed at Tang Jiu and said, "You go too. I said it's all of you." "Me? I'm just a student. Why should I participate in the assessment?" Tang Jiu looked frustrated. "I spent money on this. I already said, if you don't pass the year-end assessment, you'll be expelled. Do you think I'm joking? Really expelled?" Tang Jiu was confused, unable to understand the situation. Does that mean Flinder doesn't plan to take his money anymore? Has he had a change of heart? Of course. However, you can pay a construction fee for the academy, and I can make an exception to readmit you, Xiao Wuji said proudly. "What the heck?" Tang Ji was stunned. "The high fee student has come out, Flinder. I am still too young." Tang Jiu looked at Xiao Wuji with a sympathetic gaze and said, "Are you sure you want to personally assess me?" Xiao Wuji was taken aback. Who did this kid think he was? Why was he looking at him with sympathy? Xiao Wuji was puzzled. Shouldn't it be you who needs sympathy? The big owl didn't tell you who my dad is, right? Tang Jiu looked at Xiao Wuji with pity. I don't care who your dad is. Also, daring to call Flander a big owl? You really are a troublemaker. I should teach you a good lesson on behalf of your dad. If your dad knew, he would definitely thank me. Xiao Wuji grinned. With a troublemaker like Tang Jiu, he definitely needed to be put in his place. Tang Jiu gave Xiao Wuji a thumbs up and said, "Don't worry, my dad will definitely thank you properly. You'll receive a huge blessing. I am the strongest support." Xiao Wuji hummed with pride. The harsher he taught his students, the more grateful their parents would be. And this was his experience over the years. He was just waiting for Tang Jiu's dad to come and thank him. "I just beat up your son, and you still have to thank me obediently." With this thought, Xiao Wuji comfortably laid back in his chair, waiting. Tang Jiu looked at the leisurely Xiao Wuji and sighed inwardly. "You're so relaxed now, but you'll be the one suffering tonight. Look, even the big owl doesn't dare to show up. If not you, then who will take the beating?" Tang San has learned a lot from the master in recent years and has rightfully taken over as the commander. He asked, "Everyone, please introduce yourselves and your abilities. I'm Tang San, a 29th level control system soul master with a martial soul blue silvergrass. I'm Xiao Wu, a 29th level assault system soul master with a martial soul soft bone charm rabbit. I'm Ning Rongrong, a 26th level support system soul master with a martial soul 7 treasure glazed tile. I'm Xiao Jiu, a 27th level agility attack system soul master with a martial soul ghostly shadow cat. I'm Tang Jiu, a 36th level support system soul master. Stop messing around, Xiao Jiu." Xiao Wu glared at Tang Jiu. "Is the ice fire bullet and a weapon martial soul or a support system? Can you be more serious?" Ning Rongrong and Xiao Jiu also glared at Tang Jiu with disapproval. "I really am a weapon martial soul. A support system." Tang Jiu chuckled. "A dual martial soul." Everyone was taken aback. This was too shocking. Just one ice fire bullet and is so powerful, and it's a dual martial soul? This can't just be described as a monster. Wait, Xiao Jiu, are you a dual martial soul? Does Xiao San know? Xiao Wu's expression turned serious. "My third brother knows." Xiao San. Xiao Wu glared angrily at Tang San. Tang San's nose wrinkled in frustration. He had kindly kept his secret for her, and she had immediately sold him out. This brother is indeed toxic. After glaring at Tang San, Xiao Wu asked Tang Jiu, "What is your second martial soul? Show it to me. I can't release it." "Dan du deeply." "Why not?" "Because my martial soul is a soul ring." Tang Jiu said, "What?" Xiao Wuji's surprise caused him to sit down so hard that his chair collapsed. A martial soul is a soul ring. This is too abnormal. What about the soul skills? Ning Rongrong was most concerned about the support system martial soul. After all, she was from the 7 treasure glazed tile school. "You'll find out soon. It will be powerful enough to leave you speechless." Tang Jiu kept them in suspense, drawing several pairs of white eyes. However, waves of shock surged in everyone's hearts. They were all proud and considered themselves geniuses, but compared to Tang Jiu, they suddenly felt ordinary. When they witnessed Tang Jiu's ice fire bullet ant queen, they once thought it was the most powerful martial soul in the world. But upon hearing that Tang Jiu's second martial soul was a soul ring, they felt they were still too young. "So, during the upcoming assessment, I will only use my second martial soul. Otherwise, someone will suffer a terrible defeat." "Ridiculous. I will lose. I originally planned to deal with you all using only the first 5 soul skills. Kid, don't think that just because you have talent, you can look down on others." Xiao Wujia was angry. He felt disdained. "You will know soon." Tang Jiu did not explain further. Ning Rongrong curiously asked, "What attributes can your martial soul enhance? How should we cooperate?" "His martial soul cannot cooperate with us, because whoever receives his soul skills will be unlucky." Tang San said irritably, "His soul skills are toxic. He supports the enemy. But my teacher once said he is the strongest support type soul master on the continent. No exceptions. Impossible." As the heir of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, how could Ning Rongrong admit that another support type martial soul is stronger than her 7 treasure glazed pagoda? The only one that could compete is the 9 heart begonia. But in terms of actual combat, they are still the strongest. Xiao Jiu's cold and calm face also showed a slight change. What kind of ability made Tang Jiu's martial soul recognized as surpassing the 7 treasure glazed pagoda? After a stick of incense burned out, Xiao Wujia did not give Tang Jiu and the others any extra time. Have you discussed it? Xiao Jiu felt that in such a short time, they definitely hadn't reached a consensus. Tang Hao, there's no need to discuss hitting you, just push through. How arrogant. Then let's begin. Xiao Jiu snorted, flicking his hand to reinsert an incense stick. Ning Rongrong's pure figure gracefully spun in place, colorful radiance blooming around her, gathering in her right hand to manifest a seven-colored treasure pagoda. Ning Rongrong floated like an immortal, with two yellow soul rings swirling around her. The seven treasures are famous. The first is strength. 3 beams of colorful light were released, landing on Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Juqing. Tang Hao, my support effect increases strength by 30. She intended to compete with Tang Hao, so she didn't grant him the enhancement effect. Fortunately, she didn't. Otherwise, it would have drained her soul power in an instant. Xiao Jiu showed surprise. Goodness, there's even someone from the 7-treasure glazed tile school. We hit the jackpot with this recruitment. The 7 treasures are famous. The second is speed. Again, 3 beams of colorful light were released from the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda, landing on Xiao Wu and the others, increasing their speed by 30 as well. How about it, Tang Hao? My soul skill enhancement effect can increase with the soul rings. Ning Rongrong proudly glanced at Tang Hao and said, "It's your turn to take action. Not yet the time, but first, I'll activate my martial soul." Tang Hao immediately activated his soul ring and martial soul, without the bullet and martial soul simultaneously possessing him. The additional soul rings of the soul ring martial soul finally manifested on Tang Hao's body. The first soul ring, purple. The second soul ring, black. Everyone gasped in shock. They thought Tang Hao needed to have 3 soul rings from his second martial soul fully stacked to absorb a 10,000-year soul ring. But they didn't expect that Tang Hao's second martial soul also had such a terrifying soul ring configuration. Subsequently, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Juqing all activated their martial souls, all with the best soul ring configurations. However, their 2 yellow soul rings, which they could be proud of, were completely crushed by Tang Hao's 1 purple and 1 black soul ring. Soul rings do not represent ability. I want to see how your martial soul becomes the strongest support type. Ning Rongrong was unconvinced. Tang Hao, you shocked me. I originally didn't plan to activate my martial soul directly. Facing the black soul ring, Xiao Jiu also didn't dare to be arrogant, and immediately activated his martial soul. The powerful diamond bear. The soul power surged forth, causing Tang San and the others to involuntarily retreat, but only Tang Jiu remained unaffected. He had faced title Douluo before. Then, what put even more pressure on Tang San and the others was the 7 soul rings released by Xiao Jiu. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black, black. Xiao Jiu, a level 76 strong attack type battle soul saint. Martial soul, powerful diamond bear. Xiao Jiu stomped down hard on the ground, causing the earth to tremble. The oppressive force was overwhelming. But at this moment, Tang Hao's calm voice came through, not anymore. As he spoke, the soul ring martial soul attached itself to Xiao Jiu, causing Xiao Jiu's momentum to stagnate. His soul power directly reduced by 1 level, and the most terrifying part was that his 6th black soul ring disappeared. At this moment, Xiao Jiu was completely dumbfounded. The 6th soul ring disappeared along with its 6th soul skill. The reason the teacher called my martial soul the strongest support is that when you encounter me, you have 1 less ring than I do. A punch sent him flying. The soul ring has disappeared. Still the 6th soul ring. Even Zhu Juqing, with her cool demeanor, couldn't help but exclaim, "This was simply unbelievable. Your martial soul is indeed more terrifying than mine." Ning Rongrong had to admit it. No matter how powerful her 7 treasures glazed tower was, it couldn't give her teammates an extra soul ring skill, while Tang Hao directly made his opponent lose a soul ring skill, which was too terrifying. The key point was that the soul rings that Tang Hao made his opponents lose were not the lowest yellow soul rings, but the higher the opponent's ability. The higher the year of the missing soul ring, this ability becomes more terrifying in the later stages. What a perverse martial soul. Then, the first target is you. Xiao Jiu was extremely shocked, but he immediately decided to take out Tang Hao first, as this posed too great a restriction on him. Xiao Jiu bent his legs, fiercely stomped the ground, and with a loud rumble, the earth shook, and he shot toward Tang Jiu like an arrow released from a bow. In battle, the consensus is to eliminate the biggest threat first. Ning Rongrong felt a bit disappointed that Xiao Jiu's first choice was Tang Jiu instead of her. Xiao Wuji glanced sideways and noticed that Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing had no intention of stopping him. Did they already give up, thinking they couldn't keep up? Little did he know, Tang Jiu was too arrogant, and the three wanted to see just how perverse Tang Jiu's ability to absorb a 10,000-year soul ring was, and they had no intention of helping. Xiao Wuji locked onto Tang Jiu and threw a punch. Then, I'll defeat you first. Xiao Wuji's plain punch was extremely powerful even without using a soul skill. Just using a bit of soul power, this punch was formidable, as he specialized in strength. I'll make sure you can't activate your strong attack, martial soul. Xiao Wuji felt extremely displeased. How dare he act tough in front of him? This was asking for trouble. From the moment Xiao Wuji moved to when he shot in front of Tang Jiu, it was just a blink of an eye. Just as Xiao Wuji's fist was about to strike Tang Jiu's chest, Tang Jiu suddenly clenched his right fist and struck out. Xiao Wuji's expression suddenly changed because Tang Jiu's punch was surprisingly fierce, creating a whistling sound. Bang! The two fists collided, producing a dull sound. As the residual force from both sides shook the ground beneath them, creating spiderweb-like cracks that spread over 2 meters in diameter. At the moment of collision, Tang Jiu remained completely still. Meanwhile, Xiao Wuji felt an enormous force surge towards him. His fist ached, his arm went numb, and his body flew back 5 or 6 meters, crashing through the wooden house behind him. Crack, rumble, the pillars of the house broke, and it collapsed with a loud noise. Xiao Wuji stumbled out of the collapsed house, looking completely bewildered. Did he just lose to a child in terms of strength? He had used all his strength to force out Tang Jiu's other martial soul, and although he hadn't used any soul skills, how could his level 76 strong attack power lose to Tang Jiu in basic strength? How could this be? Xiao Wuji stared blankly at his own fist, unable to believe it. You're not a pure strength-type soul master, are you? But I am a pure strength type, Tang Jiu said lightly. Pure strength. Everyone was taken aback. The advantages of a pure strength-type soul master were obvious, but the drawbacks were equally clear. They often couldn't hit anyone. Xiao Wuji was indeed not a pure strength type. Among his 7 soul skills, 3 had control and tracking abilities. 3rd soul skill, gravity enhancement. 4th soul skill, target tracking. 5th soul skill, gravity compression. These 3 soul skills were functional, so the soul rings didn't give him much of a strength boost. In contrast, Tang Jiu's 3 soul rings all increased his strength and explosiveness, especially after consuming a large amount of herbs from Douluo and undergoing the tempering of the ice and fire yin-yang eye. His physical quality was terrifyingly frightening. Attack! Tang San would not give Xiao Wuji any reaction time. With a single command, the blue silver grass in his hand quickly grew, like a blue giant snake biting toward Xiao Wuji. Tang San's attack jolted Xiao Wu and the other 2 girls out of their shock. Only then did they remember that this was an exam. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing immediately dashed towards Xiao Wuji, looking for an opportunity to strike. Xiao Wuji brushed off the wood shavings and dust from his body, his expression extremely grim. He had intended to put on a show of being a master, but ended up being knocked away with a single punch, leaving him covered in dirt. It seemed I need to take this seriously. Xiao Wuji's soul power surged, his body becoming even more robust. He spread his hands and pulled forcefully, tearing apart all the blue-silver grass that Tang San had wrapped around him. For him, even breaking the blue-silver grass that Dai Mubai could snap was a piece of cake. At that moment, Xiao Wu darted forward like an arrow shot from a bow, suddenly aiming at Xiao Wuji. Xiao Wuji saw Xiao Wu's attack, but still crossed his arms, adopting a look of indifference, as he didn't believe there could be another monster like Tang Jiu. Xiao Wu was fuming. How dare he look down on me? Seeing Xiao Wuji's complete disregard, Xiao Wu circled behind him and executed a perfect rabbit kick, her long legs striking fiercely against Xiao Wuji's back. However, Xiao Wuji remained unmoved, grinning as he said, "Is this considered an attack? Did you forget to eat?" Xiao Wu gritted her teeth in frustration and huffed. "Then let me show you. First soul skill, waist bow." The yellow soul ring on Xiao Wu's body lit up as she performed a front flip, bending her body into a large bow, then suddenly straightening, her feet striking hard against Xiao Wuji's chest. This time, Xiao Wuji could no longer maintain his stance. His entire body bent from the force of Xiao Wu's kick. Not bad, but not enough. Xiao Wuji clenched his fists tightly and straightened his body, causing Xiao Wu to feel a tremendous counterforce that sent her flying. She flipped through the air for 5 or 6 meters before stabilizing herself. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing, like a ghost, darted in front of Xiao Wuji. Her hands resembled cat claws, sharp and fierce, as she swung her claws, leaving trails of afterimages, and fiercely clawed at Xiao Wuji's throat and heart. Zhu Zhuqing's speed was too fast for Xiao Wuji to catch. He could only passively endure the blows. Fortunately, his soul power was formidable, and his defense was strong, so Zhu Zhuqing couldn't break through. However, this put Xiao Wuji in a passive position, and, taking advantage of this, Tang San whipped the blue silvergrass back, which slithered like blue snakes, wrapping around Xiao Wuji tightly. Opportunity! Attack! Tang San pulled hard on the blue silvergrass, his body flying toward Xiao Wuji, with his entire body channeling the Xiantian skill, delivering a punch straight to Xiao Wuji's face. At the same time, Xiao Wu kicked up into the air, aiming for Xiao Wuji's head. Even faster was Zhu Zhuqing, who activated her second soul skill, Phantom 100 Claws, capable of striking a single point with 100 claws in an instant, possessing a strong, piercing effect specifically designed to break defenses. It's my turn. Let you know what the Unmoved King is. Second soul skill, Great Strength Diamond Palm. Xiao Wuji did not defend at all. He couldn't possibly defend against so many people at once. The yellow soul ring lit up as Xiao Wuji slammed both palms down towards the ground. Boom! The blue stone ground shattered, and the debris was blasted away by the immense force, wildly flying towards Tang San and the others. The stones emitted a whistling sound as they cut through the air, demonstrating how terrifying their speed was. Being hit would definitely result in serious injuries. Tang San shook his hand, flinging out a blue silvergrass that wrapped around Xiao Wu, pulling her behind him while simultaneously activating the Xianyu hand. His fingers flicked and prodded, deflecting the explosive stones that were shooting towards him. Xiao was safely hidden behind Tang San. However, Zhu Zhuqing was out of luck. Although she was agile, she lacked Tang San's skillful techniques, and the stones were too fast and too close. Unable to gain leverage in the air, she could only cover her face with her hands to prevent disfigurement. Just as she thought she would be injured by the falling debris, she felt someone embrace her, and the person used their towering figure to shield her from all the flying stones. Zhu Zhuqing looked at Tang Jiu, who was standing in front of her, and her cold, beautiful face softened slightly. Is this what it feels like to be protected? A sense of security? Thank you. A faint smile blossomed on Zhu Zhuqing's cold face, making her look radiant. Tang Jiu, you guy who values beauty over friendship, come save me. Ning Rongrong's anxious cries made Zhu Zhuqing feel a bit embarrassed. At that moment, everyone realized that Xiao Wujin had already shot towards Ning Rongrong like an arrow. He was a true combat expert and had instantly spotted the isolated Ning Rongrong. Oh no! Tang San was secretly alarmed. The incident had happened so suddenly. He had wholeheartedly protected Xiao Wu and forgotten about Ning Rongrong. At this moment, he couldn't even use blue silvergrass to help Ning Rongrong move because the gross speed of blue silvergrass couldn't possibly outpace Xiao Wujin's full speed charge. Just then, Tang Jiu stomped hard on the ground and charged toward Xiao Wujin. It's useless. Too late. Xiao Wujin chose to attack Ning Rongrong, forcing her to flee and unable to unleash her soul skills. He initiated the attack, and at this time, Tang Jiu would definitely not arrive in time to save her. First soul skill, Speed, Evil Ring. At that moment, a dazzling purple light shone from Xiao Wujin, and he felt his speed suddenly drop by 10. Meanwhile, Tang Jiu's speed surged. Just as Xiao Wujin's attack was about to land on Ning Rongrong, Tang Jiu finally arrived, throwing a punch at Xiao Wujin. Xiao Wujin could only give up on Ning Rongrong and counter with a punch against Tang Jiu. Boom! The two were each pushed back 5 or 6 meters, shattering the stone slabs beneath them. Xiao Wujin looked at Tang Jiu in shock. Is this your soul ring's soul skill? Speed Evil Ring? Yes. It can absorb your speed for my use. That's my soul skill, Tang Jiu replied calmly. This is too abnormal. According to your martial spirit's characteristics, you can not only absorb speed, but with the increase of soul rings, you should also be able to absorb strength, soul power, defense, and physical attributes. Most terrifyingly, during the 7th soul ring's martial spirit true body, your martial spirit might undergo a qualitative leap. Ning Rongrong was completely stunned. Tang Jiu's martial spirit not only limits opponents, but can also replenish himself. This is far stronger than the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda. Moreover, as a soul ring for the martial spirit, the 7th soul skill true body of the martial spirit. How domineering would that ability be? Just thinking about it is terrifying. This is a true monster. Xiao Wujin was already shocked by the innate abilities of the soul ring martial spirit. But he didn't expect the soul skills it brought to be even more unreasonable. I should have qualified, right? Tang Jiu shrugged and looked at Xiao Wujin. He really didn't want to continue fighting, because if this went on, Xiao Wujin wouldn't be able to hit San Ge. If San Ge didn't get hit, Tang Hao might not come. He was plotting to trick Tang Hao into following him to flatten the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect and reclaim his own soul bones. Qualified? Not even close. Step aside. I'll assess you separately later. Xiao Wujin snorted. With Tang Jiu around, he felt constrained. If he hit too hard, he might injure Ning Rongrong and the others. But if he held back, he could easily be ambushed by Tang Jiu. It was better to have separate assessments. Moreover, the purpose of the assessment was to let these kids know that there are always people better than them, and that they shouldn't become arrogant because they think they are geniuses. Starting the school year with a beating for the little monsters is a tradition at Shrek. Tang Jiu waved his hand, retracting his soul ring and martial soul, then said to Xiao Jiu, "Be careful." Xiao Jiu nodded in response, a hint of emotion in her beautiful eyes. "Oh, someone seems to be overly concerned. Why not care about me?" Ningronggrong tuklet. Xiao Jiu's face showed a slight awkwardness, while Tang Jiu smiled and said, "You're ranged, she's melee. That's all, don't overthink it." "Oh," Ning Rongrong elongated her voice and even winked at Xiao Jiu. At that moment, Xiao Wujing's sixth soul ring, which had been restricted, finally regained its power, and he felt invigorated. He slammed his fists together, producing a crisp sound that made everyone shudder, and Ning Rongrong also reined in her playful thoughts, preparing for battle. Entangle. Tang San shook his hand, and the blue-silver grass surged wildly towards Xiao Wujia. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu and Xiao Jiu coordinated with each other, launching a strong attack under Ning Rongrong's support. However, 1 minute later, Xiao Wujia directly activated his first soul skill, Immovable King Body. His body swelled again, and with a heavy punch, he struck the ground. No matter how well Tang San and the others coordinated, everything was futile in the face of absolute power. The violent soul power shattered the restraints of the blue-silver grass, sending Xiao Wu and the others flying. Tang San used the blue-silver grass to help Xiao Wu land safely, while he crashed heavily to the ground, dazed. Xiao Jiu, who was sent flying, was caught by Dai Mubai and Tang Jiu at the same time. Due to her inseparable bond with her twin, she instinctively placed her hand on Tang Jiu's arm, allowing him to catch her. Dai Mubai's expression slightly stiffened, but Xiao Jiu ignored him. The competition among the nobles of the Star Luo Empire was fierce, and her future was uncertain. Even her life was under threat, which forced her to escape her family and seek Dai Mubai's help in overcoming difficulties. Unexpectedly, Dai Mubai was here indulging in pleasure, treating their engagement like waste paper, leaving Xiao Jiu very disappointed. "Without Tang Jiu, you really can't do it." Xiao Wujia disdainfully shook his head, the joints of his body cracking crisply. Xiao Wu was so angry she stamped her feet and was about to launch another attack. But Tang Jiu immediately stood in front of her. Tang Jiu knew that if Xiao Wu went, she would definitely use her charm soul skill and suffer backlash. And then San Ge would rush in anger for his beloved. However, he didn't want to face a poisoned and weakened Xiao Wujia. "I'll do it," Tang Jiu said firmly. Xiao Wujia looked at Tang Jiu and scoffed, "I have used 2 soul skills on them, and I will use 5 soul skills on you. As long as you can force me to use my 6th soul skill, you will pass the assessment." Tang Jiu shook his head and said, "No. I want you to use all your soul skills and fight me with all your strength. If I win, we can both stay at Shrek Academy." "What?" Xiao Wujia was taken aback and said in disbelief, "You, a level 36 soul master, want to challenge me, a level 76 soul sage, and you want me to go all out? Is there something wrong with your head? You can also choose not to use all your strength. But just don't get beaten too badly later." Tang Jiu snorted, activating his martial soul, the Ice Fire Bullet Ant. 3 dazzling soul rings appeared on his body, purple-black. "Come on, I want to see who gets hurt worse." Xiao Wujia gestured with his hand. "This is what you asked for. First soul skill, Rage. Second soul skill, Blood Ignite. Third soul skill, Dragon Fury. Soul Bone skill, Frenzy." Tang Jiu was not polite. Brilliant rays of light flashed repeatedly, and the power surged from a basic 12,000 pounds to an astonishing 78,000 pounds in an instant. When Tang Jiu forcefully stomped the ground, the earth shook, and his body moved so fast it was nearly impossible to capture. He threw a punch towards Xiao Wuji's chest. Tang Jiu moved at high speed, stirring up a fierce wind. Fast, too fast. Everyone was greatly shocked. The speed of such explosive power was simply terrifying. Xiao Wujia's expression changed dramatically. With all his strength, Xiao Wujia immediately used his second soul skill, the Great Power Diamond Palm. to face the rapidly approaching Tang Jiu. A yellowish light shone, forming a huge palm out of thin air, and he pushed it forward with all his might. This time, he did not hold back but used all his power. The palm swept across, plowing deep trenches in the ground. But the next moment, Xiao Jiu's pupils suddenly constricted. Tang Jiu's body actually pierced through the great power diamond palm and threw a punch with undiminished speed. In a hurry, Xiao Jiu could only cross his arms. Boom! The two collided, and Xiao Jiu's body flew parallel to the ground, crashing heavily into a large tree. With a crack, the tree broke, finally stopping Xiao Jiu's flight. At this moment, a layer of frost began to form on Xiao Jiu's body. How is this possible? Tang Jiu had sent teacher Xiao flying with a single punch. Tang San and the others were utterly shocked. Just moments ago, they had personally experienced the horror of Xiao Jiu's power. With a single soul skill, he had crushed them. But now, it was Xiao Jiu who was being crushed. So, how big was the gap between them and Tang Jiu? I say, Big Earth Bear, is that all you can do? Tang Jiu Encircle. Big Earth Bear. The crowd was once again stunned. They had never seen anyone dare to give a soul saint a nickname. Even Dai Mubai felt a tremor in his heart. Was this seeking death? Sure enough, Xiao Jiu was furious. Tang Jiu, now I will unleash all my power. I will definitely make you unable to get out of bed for half a month. Xiao Jiu roared to the sky, and the seventh black soul ring finally lit up. The earthy yellow light enveloped Xiao Jiu, and his body grew to 3 meters tall, looking just like a true King Kong bear. Seventh soul skill, martial soul, true body. Xiao Jiu stomped the ground with great force, and the ground cracked beneath him, spreading a fissure to Tang Jiu's feet. He was truly using all his strength. Ning Rongrong and the others felt their heads buzzing. Tang Jiu had actually forced Xiao Jiu to use his full power, which meant Xiao Jiu felt threatened by Tang Jiu. This was simply unbelievable. Tang Jiu was only at level 36, a soul master. Yet Xiao Jiu was a soul saint at level 76. A full 40 levels of soul power difference. Just right, I should also use my full strength now. Tang Jiu chuckled. What? The crowd was once again shocked. Tang Jiu actually claimed he hadn't used his full strength. In the next moment, Tang Jiu's 2 martial souls fused together. The ice fire bullet ant grew spear-like legs and transparent wings, and a Tai Chi fish mark of ice and fire appeared on his forehead. The most terrifying part was that 2 colorful soul rings emerged around Tang Jiu. What is this? Dai Mubai exclaimed. Our 2 martial souls can fuse. This is my self-martial soul fusion skill. Evil ring devouring heaven ant. At that moment, Tang Jiu perfectly embodied both martial souls, the power of ice and fire, along with the strength of 5 soul rings, reaching the peak of power and speed. His body quietly floated in the air, looking down on everyone at that moment. He resembled a dark king, supremely evil. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing and the others were silent. They could no longer find words to describe their inner shock. An ice fire bullet ant could be called the strongest beast martial soul. A soul ring martial soul was also the strongest support martial soul. The fact that they could combine to become the even more terrifying evil ring devouring heaven ant was something they had never witnessed before. They had finally seen what true talent was today. Xiao Jiu, with his rich experience, suppressed his inner shock and said solemnly, "You little brat, you are simply a monster. It would not be an exaggeration to call you the strongest genius in history. However, today I will let you know that no matter how monstrous you are, you cannot erase the 40-level difference in soul power." Oh, is that so? Then how about this? Heaven's Curse Seal, activate. The celestial curse seal on Tang Jiu's body infected him, causing his hair to instantly turn into a mix of red and blue. His wings and ant legs merged into black bat wings. As the celestial curse seal spread, one bat wing was stained with blue curse marks, while the other was stained with red curse marks. If just now Tang Jiu was the king of darkness, then now he was like the god of darkness. With his bat wings spread wide, he dominated all living beings. It could still change. Dai Mubai groaned inwardly. Is this still a human? How much power are you hiding? Xiao Wu blinked her eyes, and a primal fear arose in her heart. She was a soul beast of 100,000 years. What does this even represent? The cold and elegant Zhu Zhuqing was also shocked, covering her small mouth, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. What now? Great Earth Bear? Tang Jiu chuckled. He could fight against enemies 30 levels higher before, and after recently plundering Dugabo's herb garden, combined with the tempering of the ice and fire Yang Yin Ai, he was confident he could contend with a soul sage. What kind of monster did Flander make me deal with? Xiao Jiu cursed inwardly, feeling like he had been tricked. However, facing such a prodigy, Xiao Jiu felt a strong battle intense surge within him. He didn't waste words. His third thousand-year soul ring shone with purple light as he shouted. Third soul skill. Gravity enhancement. This soul skill increased the gravity in a certain area, hindering the enemy's movement. He had already regarded Tang Hao as a true opponent, and the first thing to do was to limit his speed. With wings, he would definitely not be slow. Although Xiao Jiu's strength was formidable, his weakness was speed. He would encounter trouble against speed types, so he had used all three of his soul skills to limit tracking abilities. After applying the gravity area to Tang Hao, Xiao Jiu burst out, and in his martial soul true form, his strength skyrocketed, his speed doubling compared to before. Second soul skill, Great Strength Diamond Palm. In his martial soul true form, all his skills' power would explode. This time, the Great Strength Diamond Palm he condensed was no longer earth-colored, but a dazzling golden yellow, with clear and discernible patterns on his palm, solidifying like substance. Dodge! Tang Hao stood motionless in the void, showing no intention of dodging, causing Ning Rongrong and the others to exclaim in surprise. Dodge? That's out of the question. Watch my strongest defense. Tang Hao did not dodge or evade, nor did he counterattack. Instead, he wrapped his body with his bat wings and braced himself for the strike. With a startled cry from Zhu Zhuqing, the dazzling Golden King Kong Palm struck firmly against Tang Hao. The golden light exploded with a deafening roar. Then the blinding golden light vanished, and Tang Hao's bat wings spread out, completely unscathed. At that moment, Tang Hao suddenly lunged forward and punched Xiao Jiu in the stomach. Xiao Jiu reacted extremely quickly and immediately raised his hand to block, but at that moment, Tang Jiu let out a cold snort and froze him. The blue curse seal lit up, and Xiao Jiu's body was instantly encased in ice. Oh no, this kid can actually use ice elemental power. Xiao Jiu was alarmed and immediately used his soul power to shatter the ice. But this delay caused him to lose the best opportunity to defend himself. He felt an unbearable pain in his abdomen, followed by a sense of dizziness. Boom! Xiao Jiu was once again punched and sent flying, heavily embedding himself into the ground. Xiao Jiu, let you know what explosive output really is. Everyone was once again astonished as Teacher Xiao, in his martial spirit true form, was actually sent flying again. Tang San's expression was serious. Xiao Jiu's defense is too strong. The most exquisite part is his use of skills. That ice seal skill just now, although it didn't have much power, successfully delayed Teacher Xiao's defense time, which led to Teacher Xiao's failure in defense. Xiao Jiu pulled his body off the ground and shook his head. He could feel that in his martial soul true body state, his strength was greater than Tang Jiu's. Yet he was still knocked away by a punch, which made him very unhappy. You could have quite a few tricks, but this time I won't fall for it again. Let you see how big the gap in our strength is. Xiao Jiu clasped his hands together and squeezed hard. His fifth soul ring, the black 10,000-year soul, suddenly lit up. Fifth soul skill, gravity compression. Suddenly, the area where Tang Jiu was located was violently compressed, and even the sunlight that shone and became distorted. The enhancement of gravity combined with gravity compression could increase the power even more. It felt like a mountain was pressing down on him, and Tang Jiu felt as if his body was about to be squeezed down to size, but under the abnormal physical control of the heavenly curse seal. Tang Jiu still managed to show a big smile. This move won't work on me. My body's endurance is so strong that you can't even imagine. Tang Jiu opened his arms, allowing himself to be squeezed. His body made cracking sounds as his bones shifted, yet his face remained calm and composed. Is this still human? Dai Mubai's mouth twitched. He had endured Teacher Xiao's technique countless times for the sake of training his body, but that feeling of bones and muscles being compressed often made him feel worse than death. How is this possible? Xiao Jiu's full strength was being exerted. Yet Tang Jiu wore a smile, facing it with ease, without a trace of pain on his face. I have tempered my body in the extreme of ice and fire, and, several times, the soul rings I absorbed were on the verge of exploding my body. This kind of pressure is child's play for me. Tang Jiu disdainfully said, without a life-and-death crisis, no matter how much pain there is, it's just training. Xiao Jiu twitched the corner of his mouth. What a monster. He knows he can't absorb the soul ring, yet he still tries to absorb it. This is simply playing with his life. Time and again, I don't know how many limits Tang Jiu's body has broken through, Even the enhanced gravity and gravity compression soul skills didn't inflict any damage on him. This made Xiao Jiu extremely uncomfortable. Big Earth Bear, you're on the wrong path. Many of your skills seem useless. You don't understand what a true strong attack soul master is. Let me teach you. The Hao sect wouldn't waste precious soul skills on control abilities. Output, only the most violent output, is a true strong attack system. Teach me? Xiao Jiu was so angry his nose crinkled. He was the teacher, the vice president of Shrek Academy, and Tang Hao was the one here to learn. Roar! A massive battle roar erupted, and Xiao Jiu's sixth soul ring finally lit up. His sixth soul skill, Great Strength Diamond Roar. With the battle enhancement, his strength and defense doubled again. His figure surged to 4 meters, becoming a true humanoid beast. Teacher Xiao actually activated all his attack-type soul skills. This was his strongest form. Dai Mubai was shocked. Tang Hao really did it. He made Teacher Xiao go all out. Then, Xiao Jiu's fourth soul ring lit up and flew directly onto Tang Hao. The fourth soul skill, Target Tracking. This soul skill was very peculiar. After locking onto an enemy, within 100 meters, he could instantly close the distance using his jumping power. It could be said that Xiao Jiu's next attack would have an effect similar to teleportation, making it unavoidable. Another useless skill, even more useless than the 2 gravity soul skills. Tang Hao sneered, having learned from the master for so long. His vision was very high. A strong attack soul master shouldn't learn control-type soul skills, yet Xiao Jiu actually learned 3. Useless skills? What a bold statement. Xiao Jiu didn't expect his self-proclaimed divine skill of pursuit to be so belittled by Tang Hao, and he was filled with rage. He stomped the ground hard, and his body leaped above Tang Hao as if teleporting. At that moment, Xiao Jiu's soul power was as rich as a diamond, and both palms slammed down towards Tang Hao. Open for me. Tang Hao stomped hard on the ground and struck towards Xiao Jiu with both fists. Boom! The collision of fists and palms unleashed a terrifying wave of power, creating a large pit with a diameter of 10 meters around them, while Tang Hao was almost embedded into the ground like a nail. Xiao Jiu, due to the rebound force, was sent flying several meters, plowing a deep trench in the ground. Damn brat, how's that? Xiao Jiu grunted as he got up. Not much. If you hadn't wasted 3 soul skills on tracking control, that punch just now would have seriously injured me and made me spit blood. It's a pity that without the enhancement of those 3 soul rings, your level 76 attack power is actually on par with mine. Truly pathetic. Tang Hao flew high into the sky, looking faintly at Xiao Jiu. This is the biggest flaw of soul masters who come from the wild, absorbing soul skills out of assumption rather than in a planned manner. Isn't this too arrogant? Is he trying to instruct Teacher Xiao? At this moment, Oscar, who had been silent, finally spoke up. No, Xiao Jiu is right. Once the route is determined, you can't randomly add soul skills. For example, letting Ning Rongrong absorb a soul skill that increases her attack power, or letting Zhu Zhuqing absorb a soul skill that increases her strength. This is a waste of skills for a strong attack system soul master. If the soul skill cannot increase attack power, then it must be wrong. It's like a healing system soul master whose soul skill does not enhance healing, but instead pursues attack power. In the end, they will all become something that is neither one thing nor another. They cannot reach the ultimate peak. Tang San has been taught countless times by the master that blue silver grass can only increase control, and while ensuring control, it can also enhance other attributes. However, if it increases attack power, that is the path of the Hao Hammer, martial soul. Are both of you here to teach me a lesson? You little brat. Are you really right about that? Xiao Jiu was extremely displeased. Then let me show you what explosive output really is. Tang Jiufeng's wings moved slightly, and from the folded part of the bat wings emerged pitch-black claws, just like the claws on a bat's wings, giving a chilling feeling. I can't beat you half to death. You're weaker than I am. Are you sure you can hurt me? I'm the unmoved king. Xiao Jiu scoffed disdainfully. His entire soul power surged again, all used for defense, resembling a golden-bodied Arhut. Tang Jiufeng's bat wings trembled, and his body transformed into a fleeting shadow. The bat wings extended, and the pitch-black claws gleamed with a cold light as they pierced toward Xiao Jiu's golden body. With a whoosh, the immense power combined with extreme speed concentrated at a single point, allowing the claws to easily pierce through Xiao Jiu's immovable King Kong body. Xiao Jiu's body was penetrated. The ice power from the bat wings enveloped him, turning Xiao Jiu's body into an ice pop. Now that is what you call damage output. Tang Jiu's bat wings lifted Xiao Wuji, and he said coldly. At this moment, the surroundings were dead silent. Xiao Wuji, come out. Xiao teacher actually lost. Oscar trembled all over and glanced gratefully at Dai Mubai, thinking if he had sold sausages to Tang Jiu and the others just now, would he have ended up like this? Dai Mubai also felt a wave of fear. If Tang Jiu had awakened his martial soul yesterday, he might have really been killed with one punch. Tang San secretly clenched his fists. Since he also had a twin martial soul, he believed that once he began to cultivate his hammer martial soul, he would definitely catch up to Xiao Jiu. Can my blue silver grass and hammer martial soul fuse? Maybe create a meteor hammer? Tang San's heart began to burn with excitement as he thought about developing his own martial soul fusion technique. Ning Rongrong's blue eyes were filled with admiration as she imagined taking Tang Jiu to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School to cause some trouble. It would definitely be fun. You lost. Xiao Wuji's frost-covered face turned serious as he spoke, pulling out Tang Jiu's sharp claw from his body. He jumped and landed steadily. Although Tang Jiu's strike had pierced his defense, there was no follow-up attack, and his injury wasn't too severe, but the blow to his pride was significant. He actually lost to a student. Oscar, give me some recovery sausages, Xiao Wuji shouted at Oscar. After receiving 5 recovery sausages from Oscar, he swallowed them all in one bite and turned to leave. He had lost a lot of face this time. He needed some quiet. Teacher Xiao, do we pass the assessment? Why did you leave without saying a word? If not, Tang Jiu could have continued fighting you. Ning Rongrong joked, seeing Xiao Wuji stumble, and immediately felt happy like a little devil. Xiao Jiu, did you take medicine? You're so strong. Xiao Wu curiously examined Tang Jiu while poking his arm with her finger. Yes, I really took medicine. Tang Jiu released the martial soul fusion state, wearing a look of how did you know, which immediately made Ning Rongrong burst into laughter. Even the cold and elegant Zhu Zhuqing covered her mouth and chuckled, feeling that Tang Jiu was too funny. Also Xiao Wu, did you forget that you should call me Xiao Jiu? Tang Jiu corrected her. No way. We agreed that I would call you Xiao Jiu, and you would call me. Xiao Wu started, but couldn't finish her sentence. Call you sister-in-law? No problem. Tang Jiu lao get. Oh, Ning Rongrong, that's it. And Oscar also chuckled. Little 3, you better keep an eye on your brother. Xiao Wu stomped her foot in anger, looking just like a cute little rabbit. Everyone burst into laughter, and before they knew it, their relationship had grown much closer. Ning Rongrong nudged Zhu Zhuqing and said, quick, call him Xiao Jiu. He saved you twice, you know, hero, saving beauty, so touching. Zhu Zhuqing blushed slightly from Ning Rongrong's teasing, giving her a glare, feeling a bit strange inside. Dai Mubai coughed and said, everyone must be hungry. Let's go eat together, my treat. After saying that, his gaze was fixed on Zhu Zhuqing. No need for you to treat. Xiao Jiu, aren't you going to treat us? Ning Rongrong, who had a bad impression of Dai Mubai, felt closer to Tang Jiu. She couldn't let Dai Mubai harm Zhu Zhuqing, so she immediately passed the opportunity to Tang Jiu. I'll treat everyone to dragon meat, Tang Jiu said as he took out a large iron pot and a stand from the 12 beauties of Jinling, then prepared to stew the iron-armored dragon meat. Dragon meat? Everyone was surprised. Yes, the 10,000-year soul beast, the iron-armored dragon. My 3rd spirit ring is from it. He then took out the frozen iron-armored dragon meat from the 12 beauties of Jinling. With the power of ice, he had long turned one of the storage spaces in the 12 beauties of Jinling into a freezer. As Tang Jiu took out one piece after another of iron-armored dragon meat, everyone couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Soul beast meat contains enormous energy, and eating it often helps with cultivation, but obtaining 10,000-year level soul beast meat is extremely difficult. The iron pot was bubbling, and Tang Jiu immediately added various spices, then elegantly sprinkled a large handful of salt. An hour later, the aroma of meat wafted through the air. Tang Jiu took out a bowl and chopsticks, picked up a large rib, and served a bowl of rich meat soup, then handed it to Zhu Zhuqing. Thank you. Zhu Zhuqing was a bit taken aback, never expecting Tang Jiu to give it to her first. Prioritizing romance over friendship. Ning Rongrong snorted. Prioritizing romance over sisterhood. Xiao Wu found it amusing and immediately lined up. Prioritizing romance over brotherhood. Tang San joked. Tang Jiu, with his thick skin, felt nothing at all, while Zhu Zhuqing felt a blush rise on her face as she lowered her head and took small bites of meat. Dai Mubai looked a bit disappointed, but he also knew that it was his own fault for indulging in a hedonistic lifestyle. He couldn't blame others. Now he was the enemy of all girls. How sad. Tang Jiu smiled and then distributed bowls and chopsticks to the people sitting around. They immediately began to frantically snatch food from the large pot, eating with great enthusiasm. "It's so delicious." Oscar's tongue was burned and stung painfully, yet he was still desperately grabbing for food. Little three, look, they're about to grab all the meat. The few girls, including Xiao Wu, were eating more elegantly. They hadn't finished a piece of meat yet, and there was not much left in the pot, especially since Oscar was holding one piece in each hand, not even using chopsticks. Entangled, Tang San immediately wrapped the remaining pieces of meat with blue silvergrass, reserving them for Xiao Wu. "This is for you." Tang Jiu handed a large rib he had just fished out to Xiao Jiu's bowl. "This is for you too." Oscar, imitating Tang Jiu, attempted to place half of the meat he had left into Ning Rongrong's bowl, and even threw her a wink he thought was quite charming. However, it disgusted Ning Rongrong, who kicked Oscar away with a swift motion. "Get lost, perverted uncle." Oscar's lament echoed from afar. "I forgot I haven't shaved." After a hearty meal, everyone returned to their dorms. Tang San shared a room with Oscar, while Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong shared another. Xiao Jiu and Tang Jiu each had their own rooms. "Why don't you two just share a room?" Ning Rongrong began to tease again. Xiao Jiu couldn't take it anymore. Turning around and slamming the door shut, Ning Rongrong winked at Tang Jiu, chuckled, and dragged Xiao Wu into their own room. In the stillness of the night, Xiao Wu was reflecting in his room, questioning whether Tang Jiu was too extraordinary or if his own training path had issues. After all, he was a famous immovable king, a level 76 soul saint, yet he had lost to Tang Jiu. Initially, he just wanted to stretch his muscles and give these kids a little scare, but unexpectedly, he ended up being the one scared. Tang Jiu was bound to become the most extraordinary title Douluo. However, this kid was too arrogant. He might fall. Should he team up with Flinder and use the name of practical combat classes to teach this kid a lesson? A mischievous smile appeared on Xiao Wujia's face. "I think this is for his own good." Moreover, these kids needed to increase the intensity of their practical combat classes. Xiao Wujia, despite wanting to settle a personal score, still put on a facade of concern for their well-being, which was a perk of being a practical combat teacher. He grinned and prepared to sleep. However, just as Xiao Wujia lay down, a sudden voice exploded in his ear, bringing a bone-chilling cold that instantly froze the smile on his face. "Xiao Wujia, come out." "Tang Hao, I'm here to thank you." Xiao Wujia sprang up in alarm. "Huh?" His face turned serious as he walked to the window to observe. The surroundings were eerily quiet, with both teachers and students deep in slumber. His expression quickly became grave. He had many enemies before coming to Shrek, and this sudden voice had only awakened him, indicating that this was a powerful individual. As a level 76 soul saint, his senses were exceptionally sharp, yet he still couldn't detect the other party's presence, making Xiao Wujia realize that the opponent's strength was at least on par with his own. Swish! Xiao Wujia leaped out of the window, swiftly distancing himself from Shrek Academy. "This is rushing to get beaten up." Tang Jiu looked at Xiao Wujia's departing figure and couldn't help but let out a wicked laugh. Soon, Xiao Wujia arrived at a nearby grove. He was seething with anger, wanted to find someone to teach a lesson. "Come out, I want to see who has such guts." 7 soul rings emerged around Xiao Wujia, exuding an overwhelming aura as he shouted angrily. "You are very unlucky to choose this moment when I'm in a bad mood to provoke me." Bang! A figure dropped down from the tree, cloaked in black, obscuring his shape and appearance, slowly walking towards Xiao Wujia. "Who are you?" "I have many enemies. Too many to remember. State your name." "I don't fight nameless people." Xiao Wujia unleashed his full momentum, roaring wildly. "You hit my son." The cloaked man spoke calmly. "I've hit many people. How would I know that was your son?" Xiao Wujia snorted coldly. "Not only did you hit my son, but you also wanted to thank you." The cloaked man said with a hint of amusement. "I specifically came to thank you. You're a parent of a student?" Xiao Wujia was taken aback. If Xiao Wujia knew who this was, he wouldn't have continued to court death, but there are no ifs. Upon realizing the other party was a parent from the academy, Xiao Wujia assumed the stance of a practical combat instructor and began to lecture the parent. "Jade must be carved to become a gem. You parents are too reluctant to discipline your children. Don't worry, I will definitely increase the intensity of practical training in the future. You are too impatient." "Oh, really? Then I must thank you properly." The cloaked man stepped closer, and with each step, a soul ring appeared, swirling around his body. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. When the 8th soul ring appeared, Xiao Wujia's expression changed dramatically, and then his pupils suddenly shrank. It wasn't over yet. The final eerie red soul ring descended from above the man's head, overshadowing all light. Hiss! Xiao Jiu gasped in shock. 9 soul rings, titled Douluo. The most terrifying part was that this 9th soul ring was a red 100,000-year soul ring. Xiao Jiu felt panic in his heart. Is this person here to thank me? Why does it feel like something is wrong? Are you sure you don't have a grudge against me? Is it necessary to use soul rings to scare me? When a massive hammer appeared in the cloaked man's hand, Xiao Jiu finally realized something was off. This was definitely not a visit to express gratitude. Cold sweat broke out on Xiao Jiu's forehead as he quickly bent down and bowed, respectfully saying, "I don't know who you are, senior, so please don't joke with this junior." The man replied, "I'm also here to teach you a lesson, so you should thank me properly." Xiao Jiu felt bitter in his heart. "Senior, you are a titled Douluo, and I'm just a small soul saint. How can you bully the weak like this? I'm not bullying you. I'm teaching you. You should thank me." After the man finished speaking, he swung a punch at Xiao Jiu. Boom! 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 The cries of agony rang out one after another, utterly tragic, causing Flinder, who was rushing over, to gasp in shock. He flapped his wings, covering his eyes with his hands, as it was truly a sight too terrible to behold. In the distance, Tang Jiu was almost laughing out loud. Tang Hao's gratitude was truly sincere. Even Xiao Jiu could be made to cry from gratitude. Tang Hao didn't even use the Haotian hammer. He fought with his bare hands and didn't even use his soul skills, yet he still defeated Xiao Jiu's martial soul true form in a terribly tragic manner. Tang Hao is also quite ruthless, specifically targeting faces when he hits people. Xiao Jiu was soon beaten to the point where even Flanders couldn't recognize him. "Your Highness, that's enough. Really, that's enough." Xiao Jiu pleaded pitifully for mercy, fearing that if it continued, he would have to lie in bed for several days. Tang Hao snorted lightly and said, "Do I need to thank you later?" "Not at all." Xiao Jiu is almost in tears. "I can't bear your gratitude. I'm not doing this to beat you. You need to understand that I'm doing this to help you. I want you to know what a powerful attack-type soul master is, what the path of strength is. Are your flashy soul skills really useful? What is the point if you can catch up but can't defeat me? I'm putting in so much effort to teach you. Shouldn't you be thanking me?" Tang Hao threw another punch. "Thank you, Your Highness. Thank you so much." Xiao Jiu was on the verge of tears. He originally thought he was unlucky during the day, but now he realized the night would be even worse. "My name is Tang Hao. I am Tang San's father. Did you just experience what it means to be a strong attack-type soul master? No frills, just pure attack." Tang Hao stood with his hands behind his back. Hiss! Xiao Jiu finally understood Tang Jiu's sympathetic gaze, and then respectfully said, "Thank you for your guidance, Your Highness. I have benefited greatly. No wonder Tang Jiu is so formidable. It turns out he is Your Highness's son." Xiao Jiu appropriately flattered him, as he dared not let Tang Hao thank him again. "He is not my biological son, and I haven't taught him with any special effort. He relies on himself." Tang Hao deeply gan li. Xiao Jiu was once again stunned, even more impressed by Tang Jiu's strength. "All right, I should be going now. In the future, please take good care of Tang San for me. I will remember your kindness and repay you well." Tang Hao turned around. Xiao Jiu twitched the corner of his mouth. "You really don't need to thank me. Your thanks are toxic." Whoosh! Just as Xiao Jiu was stunned, an attack came, a hammer flying at high speed. Directly aimed at Tang Hao's head, Xiao Jiu was shocked. How dare someone cause trouble for Tang Hao? Boom! Tang Hao struck casually, flattening the incoming hammer. Then he felt his body being suppressed, and the sixth spirit ring quietly disappeared, forcibly lowering his soul power by 1 level. A figure rushed in like the wind, throwing a punch at Tang Hao's head. Oof! Tang Hao let out a cold snort, turned around, and threw a punch, directly sending the intruder flying. He then coldly said, "Do you still dare to come see me?" Just as Xiao Jiu's astonishment grew at who had the audacity to attack the former Haotian Douluo, a figure slowly walked out from the woods. "I knew I wasn't your biological son. You only care about your own son, never thinking about getting revenge for me? You leave just like that." Tang Hao's nose is about to be crooked from anger. The assault on the Haotian sect by the Spirit Hall is all thanks to Tang Jiu. "Little Jiu, tell me, what exactly did you do to provoke the Grand Elder Qian Daolu of the Spirit Hall?" Tang Jiu was immediately displeased and said, "I've been a wild man in the Starry Forest for over 4 years. How can you pin this on me? This matter was done by Tang Haizi, right? Go find him. I suggest you break his legs first." Fran had a strange expression on his face. Could it be that Tang Jiu still didn't realize that he was Tang Haizi? Tang Hao was also amused and snorted. "As you wish. Let's prepare to flatten the blue electric Tyrannosaurus sect." Tang Hao raised the Haotian hammer in his hand and took a step toward Tang Jiu, smashing it down directly onto his head. Tang Jiu was completely stunned. First soul skill, speed, evil ring. He absorbed Tang Hao's speed, barely dodging Tang Hao's hammer strike. Boom! The entire forest shook, and all the trees within a meter radius of Tang Hao were shattered by the terrifying shockwave. Xiao Jiu shrank his neck. If the hammer had struck just now, he would have been turned into a meat pie. Old man, are you crazy? Tang Jiu stared at Tang Hao angrily. Didn't you ask me to break your legs? Tang Hao lauet. I'm in for you to break Tang Haizi's legs. Tang Haizi is you. Tang Hao dito tabili. What? Tang Jiuling was stunned, then angrily said, that bastard gave me such an ugly name? Just wait until I smash him. Tang Hao's face darkened. The bastard you mentioned is me. You can hit me right now. Tang Jiu touched his nose, really unable to fight back. He said, for years ago, how exactly did you offend Douluo? What trouble did you get into? Tang Hao, holding the hammer, was ready to execute family discipline at the slightest disagreement. Tang Jiu was feeling frustrated. His family's rules were a bit too wild, as they actually used a hammer. Dad, it's really not that I offended the Wuhuan temple. It's just that a girl from the Wuhuan temple insisted on being my child bride. She can't fall asleep at night if I don't tell her stories. Keep making things up. Continue making things up. Tang Hao snorted, and the black soul rings on his body lit up. The Haotian hammer directly enlarged by 3 circles. With this strike, Tang Jiu felt that he probably couldn't dodge it. This old man is really devious. Tang Jiu could only yield to the power, and honestly said, 4 years ago, I hunted a 10,000-year-old beast, but then I encountered people from the spirit hall who tried to take it from me. I directly killed 5 of their guards and kidnapped the girl who was with them. Tang Hao snorted coldly and said, who is that girl? Tang Jiu lightly coughed and said, the holy maiden of the spirit hall, Qian Renshua. Hiss. Xiao Jiu and Flenda gasped, looking at Tang Jiu as if he were a celestial being. This shameless guy actually said that the holy maiden of the spirit hall wanted to be his child bride. You didn't do anything to her, did you? Tang Hao stared at Tang Jiu and asked, I treated her really well, just like how third brother treats Xiao Wu. Dang du deeply. Flender's mouth twitched. No wonder Douluo was angry. You were trying to abduct someone's granddaughter. Is there anything else? If you didn't harm the holy maiden of the spirit hall, Douluo shouldn't take action against the Haotian sect? Tang Hao asked. I almost made the person who came to get Qian Renshua die from anger. Tang Jiu hurriedly said, but this isn't my fault. He wanted to kill me first. Who is he? He is not a big shot, just old chrysanthemum. Old chrysanthemum. Chrysanthemum. Tang Hao suddenly jolted, horrified. Chrysanthemum Douluo Yueguan. Flender and Xiao Jiu's pupils suddenly constricted. This kid Tang Jiu is going to the skies. Chrysanthemum Douluo is chasing you, and you can still make him spit blood? If I don't teach you a lesson, are you not planning to tell me the truth? Tang Hao raised the Haotian hammer in his hand. This nonsense is getting a bit outrageous. Really, he wanted to chase me, and in the end, I had no choice but to lure him into the forbidden area of the Stardow Great Forest. As a result, a silly and cute giant ape just started hammering him, completely ignoring me. I was also quite confused. Tang Jiu had an innocent look on his face, refusing to admit that the Titan giant ape was on his side, no matter what. Is this even possible? Flander exchanged a glance with Xiao Jiu, feeling that Tang Jiu's luck was simply unbelievable. Tang Hao naturally did not believe that Tang Jiu could command the Titan giant ape. He quickly imagined the whole process, Douluo and Tang Jiu intruding into the territory of the Titan giant ape, resulting in the Titan giant ape chasing after the powerful Douluo while ignoring Tang Jiu. In the end, Douluo was badly beaten, and Douluo could not cool Douluo's heart, so he had to take major action. Xiao Jiu, don't cause trouble for the sect anymore. Tang Hao glared fiercely at Tang Jiu and said to Flender, in the future, you need to keep an eye on this kid. If he doesn't listen, beat him up thoroughly. If that doesn't work, then do a mixed doubles. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jiu smiled at Tang Jiu, as this was exactly what he wanted. Tang Jiu's nose was crooked with anger. It turned out he wasn't the biological child after all. Your own son got injured during the exam, and you just went and beat up Xiao Jiu. As a result, I got bullied too, and you didn't even say anything about beating up Douluo. Instead, you let Flender hit himself. It's too biased. Dad, my eternal soul bone was stolen. You have to help me get back. Tang Jiu immediately changed the subject. Eternal soul bone. The 3 of them gasped in shock. Is this kid a lucky star? The eternal soul bone is second only to the 100,000-year soul ring in terms of treasures. Especially Flender. He knows that Tang Jiu also has a 1,000-year soul bone. This luck is just too good. Who dares to steal something from my Haotian sect? Tang Hao's gaze was cold and fierce. Tang Jiu really wanted to remind him, that's my mine, not from the Haotian sect. However, this is not the time to get tangled up in that. We need to get our hands on it first before considering the ownership of the soul bone. Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Sect. Tang Jiu Uget. Let's go to the sect and take the soul bone. Who dares to stop me? You can hammer him to death for me. Your teacher is from the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Sect. Flender couldn't help but remind him. If you hadn't said anything, I would have forgotten. Let's bring the teacher along to cheer me on. Tang Jiu said. Flender rolled his eyes. Your comprehension ability could score 0. I mean, you should at least consider your teacher's reputation and not get into conflict with the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Sect. Do you understand? Tang Hao sighed and said, it's not that I don't want to help you retrieve your soul bone, but right now the Haotian sect is in a difficult situation. If I go and cause a commotion at the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect again, the 3 sects will fall apart, and the Spirit Hall might take the opportunity to destroy the Haotian sect. I hope you can consider the bigger picture. So you just give my soul bone to the bigger picture? Tang Jiu raised an eyebrow and snorted. I wasted 6 years raising you with third brother, cooking for you every meal. Tang Hao coughed violently, feeling a strong impulse to smash Tang Jiu. He angrily said, the food was made by your third brother. Yes, that is my third brother. Can you just let go? Of course I can let it go. He is my own son. Tang Hao was nearly driven to madness and shouted, stop talking nonsense. You are my son, and we are all from the Haotian sect. I cannot bring disaster to the sect again for my own interests. I have already let the sect down. If you don't go, what can I do? Old man, without you, I can still flatten the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon sect. With a wave of my hand, I can summon 2 titled Douluos. Tang Jiu Vito Defianti. That is quite a bold claim. I'll be waiting to see. Tang Hao waved his hand and turned to leave. Don't regret it. Tang Jiu saw Tang Hao walk away without looking back and could only reluctantly leave his sentence behind. He turned to Flender and said, Big Owl, are you interested in teaming up with me to go to the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex sect? I'll bring the master and find 2 titled Douluo. How about it? Sounds tempting, right? Find a titled Douluo to back you up, then you go find a titled Douluo. Flender replied. He wasn't foolish. If Tang Hao didn't want to help his own son for the sake of the sect's interests, why would he want to join the commotion? Besides, where could he find 2 titled Douluo? That was definitely a big pit, no matter how much Tang Jiu tried to persuade him. Flender remained unmoved and simply supported the limping Xiao Jiu back to the academy. Tang Jiu was angry, so he unreasonably set a trap for Flender. Shouting at the 2 of them, Big Earth Bear, Flender has known for a long time that my father is Tang Hao, and he has a grudge against me. He is plotting to trick you. Flender felt a punch hit him in the face and slammed into a tree, his glasses askew. Flender, I won't let this go. Xiao Jiu's nose was crooked with anger. It turned out that Flender had tricked himself. He thought to himself, he usually has good luck, so why is he having such bad luck today? It turns out he was tricked by his teammate. Tang Jiu, you really are toxic. Flender had never seen someone so petty. He turned around, shook his neck, and said, Xiao Jiu, have you been knocked silly? How dare you take action against me? Come on, it's been a long time since I fought with you. Boom, boom, boom. Howl, howl, howl. The forest echoed with terrifying cries. 5 minutes later, Xiao Jiu was dragged out of the small grove by Flender, looking utterly miserable. Tang Jiu stroked his chin and thought, am I not trying to trick Fei Land? Why is it Xiao Jiu who is having bad luck? Is there something wrong somewhere? The next morning, after Tang San woke up Oscar and the others. He followed Xiao Wu and the 3 girls to the cafeteria. At that moment, they brushed past a man with a pig's head. Oscar, puzzled, asked him, who are you? Are you a new teacher at the academy? The man covered his face with his hand and quickly left, not wanting to be recognized. To catch Ning Rongrong's attention, Oscar immediately mocked, look, that person's face is as swollen as a pig's head. Doesn't he look like Teacher Xiao? Ha, it's so funny. I've always wanted to see him get beaten to a pig's head. Yeah, it really does look like it. Did a pig run into a tree? Ning Rongrong winked at Oscar, encouraging him to keep making jokes. No, it's a person who ran into a pig. Seeing Ning Rongrong talking to him, Oscar was overjoyed and continued to tease. Oscar, Xiao Jiu could no longer listen, feeling a belly full of anger. Finally, he had someone to vent on. He grabbed Oscar by the neck and said, come on, today I'll give you special training. Oscar's teeth were chattering. Who else could it be but Teacher Xiao? Xiao. Teacher Xiao, do you want to come for free, big sausage? Just right. After recovering your stamina, it can increase your training intensity. Suddenly, a piercing scream from Oscar rang out, and Ning Rongrong waved her little fist, her blue eyes filled with pride. Hey, where's Xiao Jiu? Xiao Wu turned around and noticed that Tang Jiu was missing. Tang Jiu went to court death. Flinder walked over and said with a smile, Tang San, long time no see. 6 days later, outside Tiando City, Douluo's medicinal garden, Tang Jiu went to the Star Do Great Forest, filled with the energy needed for the heavenly curse seal, and flew here without stopping. He spread his bat wings and hovered high in the sky from a distance. Douluo snorted coldly, Brat, why don't you come down? Isn't it because I'm afraid you're still angry? Tang Jiu was always ready to escape. What are you here for? Douluo admired Tang Jiu's cautious demeanor. With high talent and hard work, strong yet so careful, such a person would surely become an extraordinary powerhouse. 15 days later, my father Tang Hao will step into the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect to help me retrieve the soul bone. I promise to give Yin Zi the soul bone. And if you don't go, I'm afraid my father will directly contribute the soul bone to the sect. After all, I already have a soul bone, and if you, the creditor, go, he won't feel embarrassed to take my soul bone. Tang Jiu looked at him with a concerned expression. Douluo laughed heartily, not bad. You even dare to trick your own father. Don't worry, I will definitely be there in a month. Tang Hao will have to give me some face. I'll take this soul bone for my granddaughter. He continued, aren't you going to come down and have a drink with me? Douluo was extremely pleased with his grandson-in-law. He dared to challenge the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, which showed remarkable courage. No need for that. I'll be leaving now. My father is still waiting for me. Tang Jiu felt it was better not to talk too much with Douluo to avoid revealing anything. He flapped his bat wings and flew towards the Star Do Forest, directly entering the forbidden area and staying there for 3 full days before heading to Notting Academy. He smoothly entered the master's room and saluted, Teacher, it's me, Xiao Jiu. The master turned around with a surprised expression, heavily patting Tang Jiu's shoulder, repeatedly saying, Good, good, good. You've grown up. Teacher, I need to trouble you again this time. Tang Jiu then recounted the incident of the soul bone being stolen. Despicable. Shameless. What disgrace. The master slammed the table in anger, his eyes filled with resentment. It's the Elder Council again. They embarrassed the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Xiao Jiu, don't worry, even if it costs my life. I will ask my brother how he is managing as the sect leader. I'll take you to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect to get the soul bone. The master's suppressed rage from over 20 years seemed ready to explode at that moment. His eyes were bloodshot, as if he wanted to devour someone. He was exceptionally talented, but had been neglected and mocked by his family since childhood. He developed the 10 core competitive strengths of martial spirits, gaining fame and recognition from the Spirit Hall and many titled Douluos. Yet he could never gain acknowledgement from his family. They even expelled him from his sect. These parasites. Today they even stole my disciple's soul bone. Teacher, my father doesn't want to make enemies with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect for the sake of the Hao Yin sect. Dan Du spoke Hon Sti Li. If your father won't go, then I will, the master said resolutely. Tang Jiu's position in his heart has risen sharply, surpassing that of Tang Hao. After all, I am not Tang Hao's biological child. If third brother's soul bone is taken today, can Tang Hao endure it for the sake of the sect? The answer is definitely no. Even for the sake of third brother's mother, Tang Hao would fight to the end. He would not tolerate anyone bullying Tang San. Tang Jiu deeply bowed to the master and said, Today, I am grateful for your protection, and I will surely repay you in the future. In fact, you don't need to worry too much. Although my father won't go, I've already persuaded the poisoned Douluo. Even if we can't retrieve the soul bone, leaving safely won't be a problem at all. The master was incredibly shocked. You actually managed to persuade the poisoned Douluo? He is famously known for his solitary personality and doesn't even give face to the Spirit Hall. Anyone who offends him is killed without mercy. I have overestimated you. But now it seems you're even more powerful than I imagined. The master didn't even pack his things and immediately had Tang Jiu take him to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect overnight. Tang Jiu was flying with the master, but he didn't follow the path indicated by the master. Instead, he specifically chose to fly through forests and mountains, making a big detour and leisurely heading towards the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. The master was very curious, as Tang Jiu kept scattering some special powder during the flight, which had a fragrant smell. After more than 10 days, they finally arrived at the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, 83 Step Mountain Gate, in the southeast of the Tiando Empire in the Thunder Mountain Range. The mountains here are high and densely forested, with thunder shining all year round. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect is situated on the peak of the Thunder Mountain Range, with magnificent buildings dominating the entire summit. Tang Jiu was deeply shocked when he first saw the so-called sect. The master looked at the place he once lived, his face filled with infinite emotion. Feeling a sense of homesickness, the master brought Tang Jiu along the mountain path at a brisk pace and soon arrived at the mountainside, where a 20-meter-tall mountain gate appeared before them. Who goes there? At the foot of the mountain gate, two young men in splendid attire were guarding it. Upon seeing Tang Jiu and the master, they immediately blocked their way. The master was slightly taken aback, then bitterly smiled in his heart. He had been away from home for over 20 years, and many of the younger generation in his clan did not recognize him. The master sincerely hoped that this matter could be resolved peacefully, and said in a calm tone, "I am Xiao Jiu. By seniority, I should be your uncle. I have brought my disciple back to the sect today and need to see the sect master." The two exchanged glances and then looked at the master with a disdainful gaze, saying sarcastically, "You are the one rumored to have a martial soul that mutated from a dragon to a dog. How do you even qualify to be our uncle? We are from the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect. We don't accept trash with a dog martial soul." The two raised their heads arrogantly, their expressions clearly showing disdain. The master's expression darkened. He had come with high hopes, thinking that this was after all his sect and family, and he did not want to create animosity between the sect and Tang Jiu. He was well aware of Tang Jiu's terrifying capabilities. Even without the Haotian sect, Tang Jiu would still be an unparalleled powerhouse, and he would seek vengeance for any grievances. If this matter was not handled well, Tang Jiu could become a mortal enemy of the sect in the future. However, he never expected that even his own juniors would mock him so sharply. It was truly chilling. The master, filled with shame and anger, said word by word, "All right, if I am unworthy of being your uncle, then please relay my message. Xiao Jiu has brought his disciple to request an audience with your sect master. You think you are worthy to see the sect master? Are you here to beg for food?" The two young men sneered. "Yesterday, the poisoned Douluo came to visit, and the sect master had no time to meet with a waste like you. Hurry up and get lost. If outsiders see you, where will our family's face go?" The two young men scoffed. The master trembled with anger, pointing at the two and unable to speak. Even strangers visiting the sect would not receive such humiliation. This was his own sect, his own family. At that moment, the master's heart felt as cold as iron. Meanwhile, a cold light flashed in Tang Jiu's eyes as he swung his hand and slapped each of the two young men across the face. Slap! Slap! Blood trickled from the corners of their mouths as their bodies spun and flew backward, crashing heavily against the mountain gate, producing a dull thud. Who dares to cause trouble at the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect? The two shouted angrily, immediately unleashing their martial souls. The Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex martial soul manifested, and their soul rings were two yellow and one purple. Then, the light on their bodies flashed brightly, and they partially transformed into dragons. After using their martial soul skills, the two charged toward Tang Jiu in a pincer attack. Just in time, Tang Jiu's eyes glinted with menace as he stomped his feet hard on the ground, causing the stone-paved steps to shatter with a loud crash. Like lightning, Tang Jiu charged towards the two individuals. "Xiao Jiu, show mercy." At that moment, two figures rapidly descended from the mountain, Yushinheng and Duguian. Tang Jiu glanced over but didn't pay any attention. With a punch and a kick, he heavily struck the ribs of the two guards. Their bodies folded into a U shape, and they spat out a spray of blood flying backward. At this moment, Yu Qianheng just managed to arrive. After a quick inspection, he took a deep breath. Both of their ribs were broken in a row. "Xiao Jiu, even if they spoke disrespectfully, I would make them apologize. Why did you have to resort to violence?" Yu Qianheng glared angrily at Tang Jiu. If apologies were effective, what would be the use of fists? Tang Jiu snorted and then said, "Just now they insulted my teacher. Now they kneel down and slap themselves 100 times. I am kind-hearted, so I will spare them this time." Yu Tianheng and Du Guyan both looked at him with disdain. "Is this what you call kind-hearted? I can't see it at all. No way, unless you beat us to death." The two guards glared at Tang Jiu angrily. "Yanzi, did you hear that? They want me to beat them to death. How could someone as benevolent as I am refuse such a request?" Tang Jiu was originally here to cause trouble. The bigger the chaos, the better. He wanted to create a mess that even the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus sect and the Haotian sect couldn't clean up. At that time, he wanted to see how Tang Hao would still consider the bigger picture. With a cheerful demeanor, he kicked at the two guards. A glint of satisfaction flashed in Du Guyan's eyes. One should take pleasure in vengeance. "That's enough, Xiao Jiu." Yu Qianheng quickly stepped in front of the two. As the young sect master, if these two died at the mountain gate, his prestige would be completely ruined. But Tang Jiu didn't care about him at all, pushing Yu Tianheng away by several meters and kicking one guard in the chest, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Xiao Jiu, are you intending to fight to the death with the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus sect? Yu Tianheng frowned and said, do you know that my Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus sect has a titled law, 3 elders, and 10 top experts? My grandfather is a 95-level titled Douluo, and the 3 elders are all above 86-level soul Douluo, while the 10 top experts are all soul Douluo level experts. Tang Hao chuckled and said, so, you think you can steal my soul bone and insult my teacher? Let me tell you, Yu Qianheng, today, I am not here to pay respects. I am here to tread upon the mountain. If you reason with me, considering my teacher, I will naturally treat you with courtesy. But if you try to bully me, I will smash your sect. Tang Hao finished speaking and stepped down on another guard, who spat out a mouthful of blood with a poof sound. His face as pale as paper. Yu Qianheng wanted to say something, but was pulled back by Douluo Yin. She knew very well why her grandfather brought her here. He had said that Tang Hao's father, Tang Hao, would also come. With 2 titled Douluos, they could easily pressure the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. And most importantly, Tang Hao was in the right. Either apologize or die. Tang Hao looked coldly at the 2 guards, his gaze extremely fierce. The 2 guards, seeing that Yu Qianheng did not speak, finally gritted their teeth and knelt before the master, saying, yes, we were wrong, uncle. The master's eyes became slightly moist. This was his disciple, willing to stand up for him. Apart from Bai Bai Dong, Flinder, and Lu Erlong, this was the 4th person in the world who truly cared for him. However, when the master looked at the 2 guards again, his gaze became even colder, and he said lightly, I am not your uncle, nor am I from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. I am just Tang Hao's teacher. Tang Hao's lips curled into a smile. This was the effect he wanted. Otherwise, how could he strike hard against the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus sect? Keep going 100 hits. Tang Hao supervised 2 guards as they slapped his face until it was swollen like a pig's head. Then he stood up to head up the mountain. Xiao Jiu, don't be too impulsive later. I'll handle everything. I believe my brother and father are reasonable people. Teacher, don't worry, I'm the best at reasoning. If you want a soul bone, go get it yourself. Tang Hao and his companions quickly reached the mountaintop. Douluo Yin saw Tang Hao mesmerized by the grand architecture and nudged him with her arm. Xiao Jiu, are you shocked by this magnificent palace? It's the accumulation of over 1,000 years. Not really, I just think it would be very satisfying to smash it. The master twitched his mouth and led everyone into the main hall. Xiao Gong, an energetic old man, suddenly narrowed his eyes and stood up from his seat. Father. The master knelt before the old man with a thud, his eyes already moist. The old man before him was his father, the true Dragon Douluo Yu engine. Calling you father I ascend appropriate. You are no longer a member of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus clan. Having been expelled from the family, how can we still speak of father and son? At this moment, the elder sitting beside Yu Engine spoke coldly. Yu Engine sighed softly and said, Xiao Gang, what brings you here? The master bowed deeply 3 times to his father Yu Engine, and as he rose, his expression turned cold. He no longer looked at his father, but addressed the clan leader of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus clan, Yu Xiaofeng, who was also Yu Tianheng's father. Clan leader Yu, I am here to seek justice from your clan. Justice? Yu Xiaofeng frowned. What justice could be sought regarding your brother? My disciple Tang Hao killed an iron armor dragon a few months ago, saving Yu Tianlei's team. However, Yu Tianlei and Yu Tianxin repaid kindness with enmity, seizing my disciple's 10,000-year soul bone while he was absorbing the spirit ring. Today, I am here to demand the return of the soul bone. The master spoke forcefully, glaring coldly at his brother. Nonsense. We would seize your disciple's soul bone. Your disciple could even save members of our Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus clan? How ridiculous. Before the clan leader could respond, the 3rd elder mocked. What? Do you dare to do wrong but not admit it? Can your Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus clan save some face? Fortunately, I have a witness. Yu Qianheng, please speak. Dang Juice, no. Yu Qianheng immediately replied, the facts are as my second uncle. The master said, fortunately, Tang Hao stepped in. Otherwise, we would all have died there, while Yu Tianlei and Yu Tianxin were the ones who snatched the soul bone. Tianheng, you are from the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus clan. Why are you siding with outsiders? The 3rd elder huffed in displeasure. Clan leader Yu, I am here for this matter as well. My granddaughter was present that day. Do you want to monopolize everything? Douluo Continent. Once Douluo spoke, no one dared to question the master's words any longer. At this moment, the elder spoke up. The soul bone has already been refined by my son. Our clan is willing to compensate 5 million gold soul coins. How about that? That sounds good. The poisoned Douluo chuckled. Free money is always welcome. He took the card handed over by the elder and directly tossed it to Douluo Yin. The master then said, What about my disciple's soul bone? My son has already refined it. What? Do you want to dig it out his leg? The elder huffed. Are you saying you have no intention of returning it? Clan leader you. Has the blue electric Tyrannosaurus clan truly become a bandit? The master glared at his brother, his eyes filled with anger. When the poisoned Douluo spoke, you immediately agreed to pay 5 million gold soul coins, but when it comes to your own, you want to renege. Yu Xiaofeng pondered for a long time before saying with a smile, Xiao Gang, the soul bone has already been refined. Taking it out would mean crippling Yu Chun. I will make the decision for you to return to the family, and the soul bone can be considered your contribution to the family. How about that? Tang Jiu's pupils contracted, and he thought to himself, Yu Qianheng's father really is good at calculating. Tang Jiu did not speak, but looked at the master with an unchanged expression. He was very curious about how the master, who was eager to return to the family and obtain anything from the family, would choose. The master's eyes struggled for a moment. Then he said decisively, I refuse. Xiao Yu Xiaofeng's face changed dramatically as he shouted angrily. This is your best opportunity to return to the family. The soul bone is not mine. It belongs to my disciple. I, Yu Xiaojiang, will not use my disciple's belongings for my own benefit. I asked the Yu sect master to return the soul bone. The master's words were firm and clear. Yu Xiaofeng's face looked grim as he turned to the Grand Elder and said, Grand Elder, the soul bone was refined by your son. What do you think we should do now? The Grand Elder snorted. The soul bone is originally an ownerless item. Whoever seizes it owns it. What is there to discuss about returning it? However, I'm a person who values reason. The soul bone is within my son's body. If you have the ability to seize it, then it is yours. My blue electric Tyrannosaurus sect will have no objections. As he spoke, the Grand Elder rapped on the table and called out, Yu Chun. A middle-aged man stepped out from behind the Grand Elder, casting a disdainful glance at the master. With each step he took, a soul ring appeared around him. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black, black. Yu Chun, a 74th level assault type battle soul saint. If you want the soul bone, come and take it yourself. Yu Chun looked arrogantly at the master, curling his lips in mockery. You're going too far. The master's face turned pale with anger as he turned to Yu's sect master and said, Is this how the true dragon Douluo treats the weak? The master's father furrowed his brows slightly, but for the sake of sect unity, he lowered his eyelids and chose not to intervene. As the sect master, Yu Xiaofeng could not speak out either. After a long pause, he said, Xiao Gang, since it has come to this, talking more is of no use. This is the only solution. Defeat Yu Chun, take the soul bone, or give up. Good. What a blue electric Tyrannosaurus sect. The master's face turned dark with anger. He and Tang Jiu could not possibly be Yu Chen's opponents. We're leaving. The master was about to pull Tang Jiu away. But Tang Jiu shook his head and said confidently, I accept this proposal. Xiao Jiu, he is a soul saint. The master urged anxiously. I have defeated the unmoving king Xiao Wujia, who seems to be around level 76. Tang Jiu replied confidently. The master was taken aback, clearly not expecting Tang Jiu to have defeated Xiao Wujia, but he still shook his head and said, I know Xiao Wujia. Of his 7 soul skills, 3 are useless soul skills. His strength is greatly reduced. You are facing a blue electric Tyrannosaurus soul master with a top-tier beast martial soul, which is of a higher level than Xiao Wujia's martial soul. His soul rings are all close to the limit, and each soul skill increases attack power. Most importantly, he also has a 10,000-year soul bone. Teacher, I believe I can win. Tang Jiu's eyes burst with fierce fighting spirit. Seeing that the master still wanted to advise him, Tang Jiu whispered to the master, Don't worry, if I can't handle it later, I'll run to Poison Douluo. At that time, I'll let Poison Douluo make a move to take care of this bastard. After reassuring the master, Tang Jiu stepped towards Yu Chun with his bullet ant martial soul activated. 3 dazzling soul rings floated out, purple and black. The members of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect collectively gasped, extremely shocked. 85 infinite ice sealing flow. First ring of 1,000 years, second ring of 10,000 years. How is that possible? Even the true dragon Douluo was taken aback, feeling a slight unease in his heart, as if something was not right. Yu Chun was initially stunned, then sneered. It's just 3 rings, a soul master over level 30. Even with 2 10,000-year soul rings, I can easily crush you. Yu Chen's confidence awakened everyone from their shock, and they all agreed. That's right. No matter how monstrous the talent, the gap in strength is evident. Is that so? Do you think this is the end? Tang Jiu spoke as he began to merge his martial soul, and the evil ring ant of the sky appeared. The dazzling ice and fire ring patterns, The sharp ant legs like spears, combined with the transparent wings, showcased its terrifying power. What is this? The crowd, who had just shown smiles, was once again shocked, all turning their gazes towards the true dragon Douluo, hoping that the strongest of their family could provide guidance. The true dragon Douluo's hair and beard trembled slightly, unable to suppress the shock in his heart, and he exclaimed in horror. Could it be a martial soul fusion skill? You have a twin martial soul. Is this your trump card? A twin martial soul. It can even produce a martial soul fusion skill. My God, this is too monstrous. The blue electric Tyrannosaurus sect was in an uproar. The legendary twin martial souls had become a mere backdrop, and even more terrifying was the martial soul fusion skill. Their hearts were filled with envy and jealousy. How unfair is heaven? A trump card? No, this is just the beginning. The poisoned Douluo was very satisfied with their reactions, shaking his head mysteriously. What? He still has hidden strength? The true dragon Douluo's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. At that moment, Tang Hao shouted, Heaven's curse seal. Activate. An even more evil and bizarre power radiated out, as Tang Hao's wings and ant legs fused to form bat wings. The curse seal split into red and blue colors, covering the bat wings, and his hair also turned red and blue, standing in the void, looking down on all beings. When evil power, the true dragon Douluo could no longer hold back, his body suddenly leaping up, his gaze fixed on Tang Hao. The unease in his heart had transformed from a trickle into a river. At this moment, the others seemed to have fallen under Medusa's gaze, all petrified. The first ring of 1,000 years, the second ring of 10,000 years, twin martial souls, martial soul fusion skills, these coveted talents were merely the beginning. The bloodline form that Tang Hao ultimately revealed crushed their once proud talents into dust. The strongest monster in history. Everyone had only one word in their hearts to describe it. The master stood proudly, looking at everyone with pride, shocked, envious. This is my disciple Xiao Jiu. Stronger than you 1,000 times. Yu Chun took a deep breath, suppressing the shock in his heart, and shouted loudly. No matter how monstrous you are, you cannot fight me at a higher level. Unfortunately, I can also fly. Martial soul, true body. Yu Chun shouted, and blue soul power surged with thunder around him, and then his form underwent a huge transformation. His body directly growing to 3 meters, with a pair of dragon wings sprouting from his back. His hands completely transformed into dragon claws. The reason the blue Electrotyrannosaurus is called the strongest beast martial soul is that after level 50, part of our body will randomly transform into a dragon. And I am the perfect direction of dragon transformation, possessing dragon claws and dragon wings. After Yu Chun finished speaking, without waiting for Tang Hao to react, he shook his dragon wings and charged towards Tang Hao, the blue thunder flickering on his dragon claws, able to unleash the power of Thunder Dragon Claw without using a soul skill. Second soul skill, soul power deprivation. Dan Du spoke like the, and the 4-colored soul rings emitted brilliant light, as if they had touched the power of rules. Soul power deprivation evolved from the soul power evil ring, and one attack can extract 5 of the opponent's soul power. However, unlike the first soul skill, speed deprivation, it cannot be stacked during the cooldown period. So it cannot continuously extract soul power like the speed evil ring. But it has one major advantage. The cooldown time is short, only a mere 10 seconds. This was the first time Tang Hao felt that a short time was a good thing. In contrast, the cooldown time for the speed evil ring was a month. This means that the second soul skill, soul power deprivation, can be used freely in the state of martial soul fusion. In the battle against Xiao Jiu, Tang Hao did not use soul skills at all because he wanted to rely on his true strength. But in the battle against Yu Chun, it was a matter of life and death. Boom! The two collided in midair. Tang Hao deliberately used the bat wings to defend against Yu Chun's attack to feel his power, but the strong bat wings were actually torn apart by a single claw. And the thunder-wrapped dragon claw heavily struck Tang Hao's body. Tang Hao struck Yu Chun with a punch, but this time Tang Hao suffered a huge loss. With 7 extreme soul ring configurations, all of which were enhanced by powerful attack-type soul rings, along with a top-tier beast martial soul, a dragon-transformed body, and the perfect match of a 10,000-year soul bone, Yu Chun's strength was absolutely capable of crushing Xiao Jiu. His power could already rival that of Liu Erlong. Xiao Jiu could not tear through Tang Hao's defenses, but the strongest beast martial soul, the blue lightning tyrant dragon, could. Haha, kid. Our blue lightning tyrant dragon specializes in fighting beyond our rank. You think you can surpass me? That's simply ridiculous. Fourth soul skill, Blue Lightning Dragon's Fury. The purple soul ring shone brightly, and under the effect of the soul skill, Yu Chun completely transformed into a blue lightning tyrant dragon, with power and speed increasing drastically, and dragon wings striking towards Tang Jiu. If one strike can't take me down, then you've already lost. Let me show you the art of battle. Infinite ice sealing flow. Tang Jiu's wings trembled. Ice seal. As Tang Jiu's voice fell, the blue electric Tyrannosaurus, which was pouncing towards him, was frozen into an ice sculpture. By the time Yu Chun reacted and used his strength to shatter the ice block from neural response to muscle exertion, it took at least 0.1 seconds, during which Tang Jiu had already seized the moment to freeze him for another 0.1 seconds in midair. Thinking of using such a low-level soul skill to deal with me is too naive. The ice sculpture shattered, and the blue electric Tyrannosaurus continued its serpentine charge. Ice seal. Tang Jiu's ice sealing skill locked onto the attack, which couldn't be avoided. Yu Chun's body lagged for another 0.1 seconds, and after the ice fragments broke, it continued to charge forward. Ice sealed, and again ice sealed. Tang Jiu strolled leisurely, using his soul power as if it were free, unleashing it like an infinite firepower skill, one after another, and the key point was that this skill had no cooldown. In fact, his soul power truly cost nothing. It was all drawn from Yu Chun. With just one sip, Tang Jiu's soul power could increase significantly. Then, everyone witnessed the most incredible scene. Yu Chun, flying in the air, became choppy, his movements quite disjointed. He was stronger than Tang Jiu and faster, but under the infinite control skills, no matter how furious he roared, he could not catch up to Tang Jiu. It was just like playing a game. No matter how strong you are, you can't overcome poor internet speed and lagging graphics. Tang Jiu is all about the stylish positioning, and more positioning. Tang Jiu kept showcasing his movement, leading Yu Chun to chase after him endlessly, while he used the infinite ice sealing technique, trapping Yu Chun in a state of constant lag, forcing him to waste soul power without even touching the corner of Tang Jiu's clothes. Soon, Yu Chun had no choice but to deactivate his fourth soul skill. The fourth soul skill was useless. Yu Chun continuously used his seventh soul skill and the fourth soul skill, consuming a significant amount of soul power. After Tang Jiu drained 5 of his soul power, he was left with a total of 89. This kid is incredible. It was the first time Poison Douluo saw such a small skill as ice sealing being used as a major move. It was truly astonishing. Positioning, counterattack. My teacher said there are no invincible soul skills, only invincible soul masters, and I am that invincible person. Defeating the strong with the weak is my specialty. Tang Jiufeng lightly mocked the sky, leisurely gnawing on a drumstick taken from the Jinling 12 Beauties, which infuriated the people of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus clan. Come on, kill him. The crowd was agitated, feeling a deep sense of humiliation. Yu Chun's face turned ashen with anger, and his soul rings lit up one after another, attempting to crush Tang Jiu with absolute power. But Tang Jiu directly taught him a lesson, using the infinite ice sealing flow to soar into the air. First soul skill, Thunder Fury Ice Seal. Second soul skill, Thunder Strike. I'm still sealing. Third skill, Thunder Berserker. I'm still sealing. I ask you, have you eaten? If not, I can give you the drumstick. Tang Jiu smashed the chicken leg directly onto Yu Chun's face, making Yu Chun's face turn green with anger. Sixth soul skill, I freeze and freeze again. The members of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect gritted their teeth, as the powerful Yu Chun was being toyed with like a dog on a leash, spinning in circles. No matter how hard he tried to unleash his power, he never managed to hit Tang Jiu. All of his skills were wasted. His frenzied attacks left the square pockmarked, yet he still couldn't touch Tang Jiu. Tang Jiu, like a bloodless supreme king, relied solely on the grass and terrain, effortlessly dominating the stubborn brass, moving gracefully and steadily, even managing to taunt him, which was particularly infuriating. Grandpa, even though Tang Jiu is using minor skills and his soul power consumption isn't high, he uses dozens of skills for every one Yu Chun casts. Can his soul power keep up? Asked of Yen. Yinzi, I almost forgot. Come, let me absorb some soul power. Tang Jiu said as he swiftly darted in front of Poison Douluo, slapping Douluo's shoulder. Douluo didn't resist at all, thinking, what can a light slap do? But the next moment his pupils suddenly constricted as he felt his soul power instantly drained by 5. Meanwhile, the soul power fluctuations around Tang Jiu surged violently. This little rascal actually has this kind of ability. Douluo gasped, finally understanding Tang Jiu's strategy. Yu Chen's attacks were too powerful. 2 or 3 soul skills could kill Tang Jiu, and his defense was frighteningly strong. However, Tang Jiu didn't engage him head-on. After testing the opponent's attack and defense with the first strike, and realizing he couldn't match them, Tang Jiu chose to exhaust the opponent's soul power. The most terrifying part was that Tang Jiu could also absorb soul power. But what Douluo admired most was that Tang Jiu chose not to absorb Yu Chen's soul power, but instead came to absorb his own. This was incredibly stable. Tang Jiu would never give Yu Chen a chance to attack him. Yu Chen's soul power was quickly depleting with each wave of soul skills released. Not good, Yu Chen. He wants to drain your soul power. The elder finally noticed something was wrong and immediately called out a warning. Shameless. There's even someone giving guidance from the sidelines. The master shouted angrily. However, after the reminder, Yu Chen suddenly woke up, stopping his attack. His soul power was now only 17, and he thought to himself how dangerous that was. Dugu Yin frowned, feeling sorry for Tang Jiu, but Douluo remained calm, believing that Tang Jiu would definitely have a way. Then, Tang Jiu burst into laughter. Yu Chen, your son Yu Tianlei, I killed him. The body is in my storage, soul guide. Do you want me to take it out for you to see? What? Yu Chen's eyes turned blood red in an instant. If you don't believe it, you can ask Dugu Yin, Yu Qianheng, how miserable your son died. Your son is foolish, and you are cowardly. Truly a pair of useless waste. Come and kill me. Tang Jiu beckoned to Yu Chen. Tianheng, is what he said true? Tianlei has already been killed by him. Yes. Cousin Tianlei was indeed killed by Tang Jiu. Ah, you bastard, I'll kill you. Yu Chen's anger erupted, his face twisted, and without hesitation, he charged at Tang Jiu, unleashing all the soul skills he could. That's right. Tang Jiu laughed heartily, raising his hand to use the freezing skill infinitely, continuing to showcase his movement. This match is secure. Chinner, don't be impulsive. The elder stood up, hurriedly reminding him. But at this moment, Yu Chen couldn't hear anything. The hatred for his son's murder was irreconcilable, and he had been toyed with by Tang Jiu until now. The new and old grudges had completely driven him to lose his rationality, filled only with killing intent. After a round of fierce soul skill attacks, Yu Chen suddenly found his soul power depleted. Without the support of soul power, his martial soul's true form was forced to, and his dragon form returned to normal, significantly reducing his body's defense and attack. Not good. Yu Chen, whose body was weakened, was startled. Tang Jiu, who had been moving flamboyantly, decisively turned back. With a flap of his wings, he first used a freezing skill to restrict Yu Chen's speed. Then with lightning speed, a claw pierced through Yu Chen's shoulder blade. Lifting him high, Tang Jiu didn't say a word, and with a swift slash of his bat-like wing, the black evil wing, infused with soul power, easily severed Yu Chen's legs. With a clang, a crystal-clear and brilliant soul bone separated from the broken legs and fell to the ground. Tang Jiu casually picked it up and laughed, a quick grab. And the soul bone is mine? The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect is nothing like this. At this moment, the faces of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect members turned ashen. They had lost. They had actually lost. A 74th level soul sage had been defeated by a 30-something level soul master, and his soul bone had been taken away. Was it that Yu Chen was too incompetent? Or that Tang Jiu was too terrifying? He actually won. Dugu Yin covered her red lips, her eyes filled with disbelief. The teacher she admired the most, Qin Ming, was only in his 60s, and she regarded him as the strongest young person besides her grandfather. Yet Tang Jiu was 3 or 4 years younger than her, and could defeat the soul sage level expert of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Moreover, he did it so effortlessly. Clearly, Tang Jiu was much weaker than Yu Chen, but how could he easily overpower his opponent? There are no invincible soul skills, only invincible soul masters. What a theory of invincibility from Xiao Jiu. Poison Douluo was full of admiration. From a moment Tang Jiu broke his soul skill, he began to see the master in a new light, and today once again proved the importance of theory. Soul skills have never been invincible. Invincibility lies only in the person using the soul skill. A small freezing soul skill in Tang Jiu's hands was like a divine skill. To win against the strong with the weak, nothing could surpass this. Douluo was deeply moved, and his understanding of soul skill usage became much clearer. Unknowingly, he felt a significant increase in his own strength. Damn it, let go of Chunner. The Grand Elder's eyes were bloodshot. He had just heard the bad news about his grandson and was about to witness his son have his legs severed and soul bone taken away. If his son's life wasn't still in Tang Jiu's hands at that moment, he would have wanted to directly kill Tang Jiu. Poison Douluo saw that Tang Jiu had the soul bone in hand and was overjoyed. This son-in-law of his was truly impressive. Soon this soul bone would belong to his precious granddaughter. He then asked, Sect Master Yu, what do you mean by this? If Tang Jiu keeps the soul bone, I can take charge and not let the sect interfere in his personal grievances with the Grand Elder, Yu Xiaofeng said leisurely. Poison Douluo scoffed. It seems the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect is going to act shamelessly. The unlucky ones cannot be stopped. 87 no rest until death. Shameless. Tang Jiuling looked coldly at the people from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, with endless killing intent surging in his heart. Yu Qianheng looked at his father in disbelief and said, Father, didn't you just agree? If Tang Jiu wins, let him take the soul bone. Qianheng, he broke into our sect and took the soul bone. If we let him take away like this, our Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect will become a laughingstock. Yu Xiaofeng shot a glare at his son Yu Qianheng, thinking how could a person with such righteousness take charge of the sect? Master's face turned pale. Seeing his brother so unfamiliar, he angrily said, You all took the soul bone first, forcing us to fight with soul saints. Now that we finally won, you want to go back on your word? Is this what you call the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect? Xiao Gang, do you still not understand? As the sect leader, one must prioritize the interests of a sect. Yu Xiaofeng gently shook his head. Master looked at the true dragon Douluo Yu Engine and said, Father, you should also speak some fairness. The true dragon Douluo sighed and said, Xiao Gang, everything must prioritize the bigger picture. Everyone has their own circumstances. Where's the fairness in this world? You're still so stubborn. Master clenched his fists, his face turning ashen. When his father, the true dragon Douluo, was the sect leader, he also expelled him from the sect for the so-called bigger picture. Today, it was again for the bigger picture that they bullied him and his disciple. Master took a deep breath and said, You will regret this. Xiao Gong, being stubborn is useless. This world values strength, and you will find that in the end, it is you who will regret. The true dragon Douluo sighed, and then said to Tang Jiu, I guarantee with my integrity that as long as you hand over the soul bone and release Yu Chun, I will ensure your safe descent from the mountain. Tang Jiu laughed heartily and said word by word, Old lizard, your personality is worthless. The members of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus clan were stunned. They had never seen anyone dare to insult a titled Douluo. They didn't expect Tang Jiu to be so bold. The poisoned Douluo twitched the corner of his mouth. It seemed that his big snake sounded a bit better than old lizard. Bah! If Tang Jiu dares to call him Big Snake again, he would break his legs. The true dragon Douluo's face turned ashen. He was actually insulted face-to-face by his son's student. Calling him Old Lizard, he was a dignified 95th level title Douluo. The true dragon Douluo, Yu Engine, was so enraged that his hair stood on end. Suppressing his anger, he said coldly, Kid, let Yu Qin go, and don't bring trouble to your parents and family. Tang Jiu burst into laughter. I really did bring them trouble. If you have the guts, go find them. Saying this, he punched Yu Chun in the heart. Yu Qin's eyes widened in disbelief. Then his head tilted, and he died completely. Chunner, the Grand Elder let out a piercing scream. His grandson was dead. And now his son was dead. He roared in fury, and 8 soul rings appeared around his body. 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 4 black. Then the 7th black soul ring lit up, and a pair of dragon wings sprouted from his back. A single horn appeared on his forehead, and a dragon tail grew from his back, resembling a humanoid Tyrannosaurus, flickering with blue lightning as he charged towards Tang Jiu like a bolt of lightning. You little beast, I will tear you to pieces. The Grand Elder was an 88th level soul, Douluo, and with this move, it was like thunder had descended, extremely fierce. Tang Jiu didn't even have time to react before the Grand Elder was already right in front of him. Tang Jiu was neither panicked nor evasive. Instead, he wore a mocking smile and said, Are you here to deliver yourself to death? Just as the Great Elder thought Tang Jiu had gone mad, he suddenly felt an extreme sense of danger descend upon him. He instinctively wanted to dodge, but his body suddenly lost control, and his flesh quickly turned to stone. At that moment, Dugabo's voice echoed out leisurely. Soul Bone Technique. Gaze Medusa. The ambush came as a complete surprise to everyone. Dugabo had long been prepared, waiting for the moment to rescue Tang Jiu. As soon as he saw the Great Elder activating his martial soul, he immediately got ready. The Soul Bone Technique didn't require the activation of martial soul rings, and this grayish-white petrifying light, in a close-range ambush, was nearly impossible to defend against. Everyone was stunned by this turn of events, and then they witnessed an even more unbelievable scene. Tang Jiu's bat wings, sharp as blades, came down towards the Great Elder's head. How dare he? This was the Great Elder of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. The Great Elder was completely petrified, and his defense was equivalent to that of stone. Tang Jiu's strike could definitely cleave the Great Elder in half. Stop! The true Dragon Daw sensed Douluo Bo's attack at that moment and quickly activated his martial soul, rushing over to provide assistance. Before Tang Jiu's bat wings could strike, he had already grabbed the Great Elder's arm and pulled him back forcefully. Bang! Tang Jiufeng's bat wings slashed down, failing to split the Grand Elder in two, but heavily striking his left arm, causing the petrified limb to shatter. Amidst the debris, a piece of soul bone as clear as jade fell, and Tang Jiu's eyes brightened as he quickly snatched it up. Buy one get one free. Tang Jiu laughed heartily and directly placed it into the 12 beauties of Jinling. At that moment, the Grand Elder finally broke free from petrification, the pain of his severed arm twisting his features. Their family immediately sent a healing soul master to assist in treatment. In that instant, Yu Tianheng was stunned. He never expected that Tang Jiu would collaborate with Douluo Bo and nearly kill the powerful Grand Elder. Moreover, he even dared to take the Grand Elder's soul bone. Was he declaring an unending feud with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect? Decisive and ruthless. I truly did not misjudge you. Douluo Bo pulled Douluo Yin and swiftly retreated to Tang Jiu's side. He initially only intended to subdue the Grand Elder to save Tang Jiu, but he did not expect Tang Jiu to seize that fleeting opportunity and almost counterkill the Grand Elder. This time, with 2 pieces of soul bone secured, and with Tang Hao and Douluo Bo around, there was no reason to spit them back out. The true Dragon Daw, however, coldly glared at Douluo Bo, saying, "So, you are his backing. No wonder this kid is so arrogant. Douluo Bo, you are merely a title Douluo of level 91. You should understand that the difference in soul power between title Douluo levels is like heaven and earth. Hand over the soul bone, or don't force me to kill you." Douluo Bo shrugged and replied, "I'm not his backing. Kid, you say it yourself." Tang Jiu shrugged and said, "I'm usually a low-key person. I'm a disciple of the Hao Hian sect. Did I say that? No. My father is Tang Hao. Did I say that? No. I once kidnapped the saintess of the Wuhuan Hall and injured the Jiu Douluo. Did I say that? Definitely not." The poisoned Douluo twitched his mouth. "What the hell do you mean by low-key?" At this moment, Sect Master Yu Xiaofeng and True Dragon Daw Yu Yuanjin both gasped in shock, realizing that this brat is actually Tang Hao's son. "Why didn't you say it earlier, you jerk? If you had said it earlier, would they have dared to play tricks?" "Obviously not. Didn't you say you wanted to cause trouble for my parents' family? Feel free to come and smash the Hao Yin sect and crush Tang Hao. I won't even blink." "Tang Jiu Uget." The crowd. "I've seen bastards, but I've never seen one as bad as this. Attacking the Hao Yin sect? That's a joke. The #1 sect in the world isn't just for show. As for killing Tang Hao, that's even more ridiculous. He was the ruthless one who killed the last pope. Even if you're Tang Hao's son, today, I will still kill you." The Grand Elder's eyes were bloodshot as he shouted, "Second Elder, Third Elder, take action." 2 figures shot out, directly summoning their martial souls, their soul rings appearing one by one. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. 8-ring soul Douluo. 88 like Wang Junlin, the Titan Great Ape. The poisoned Douluo Bo's eyes turned cold, and behind him appeared a massive green scale Snake King, with 9 soul rings floating around it. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. Faced with the 3 soul Douluos charging forward, the green scale Snake King opened its mouth and released a stream of green poisonous mist, immediately forcing the 3 to dodge back. True Dragon Douluo sighed, realizing that this situation couldn't end well. He stepped forward, and blue soul power immediately dispelled the poisonous mist, and he said in a deep voice, "Tang Hao, since you're here, come out." After a long while, there was no response. The poisoned Douluo, under the pressure from True Dragon Douluo, was starting to struggle. His strength was among the lowest in the title Douluo ranks. He could handle group battles, but was not strong in one-on-one combat. The poisoned Douluo hurriedly asked, "Little Jiu, where's your father?" Tang Jiu rubbed his nose and said, "I told you my dad had diarrhea yesterday and can't come today. Do you believe me?" "I believe you." "My ass." The poisoned Douluo's pupils suddenly constricted. "Your dad isn't here?" He didn't want to make the Hao Hian sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect enemies, so he didn't come. Tang Jiu spoke the truth. Douluo Yin gasped, "Your dad isn't here, and you're still so tough. Are you out of your mind? Are you still his biological son?" Douluo Bo said in disbelief, "Not really." Tang Jiu shook his head. "Douluo Yin and Douluo Bo. I told Yinzi long ago, Tang Hao has 2 sons, one biological and one adopted, and I'm the adopted one. Tang Jiu shrugged and said, "You little rascal. Are you trying to kill me?" Poison Douluo was dumbfounded. It turned out he was the only one coming. So what was the point of fighting? A true dragon Douluo could easily defeat him, not to mention the 14-soul Douluo that would ensure he had no chance of survival. Don't worry. Whether Tang Hao comes or not won't affect my plans to flatten the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Tang Jiu comforted him. Poison Douluo looked at Tang Jiu as if he were an idiot, then grabbed Douluo and prepared to fly away. However, everyone else heard Tang Jiu's words. With a whoosh, 10-soul Do-level experts quickly soared into the air, blocking Douluo's escape route. Where do you think you're going? You cause a ruckus in my Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Even a titled Douluo must die. The elder shouted in fury. This time, a total of 6-soul Douluo joined him in attacking, and a fierce wave of soul power pressed down on Douluo. His face turned extremely ugly. If he were alone, he could still dodge, but he had to protect his granddaughter and Tang Jiu. Boom! The emerald green soul power collided with the blue soul power, and Douluo was hit by several people together, staggering and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Little rascal, take Yenner and go. Google Borafed in anger. Emerald Lizard Snake King, winding like a dragon. 8th soul skill, time freeze. The black soul ring lit up, and the soul skill from Medusa rippled around, slowing down time and space. The mini-soul Douluo attacking him suddenly lost control, as if frozen in place. For 2 seconds, time seemed to stop. Douluo took one last look at Douluo and then ran toward Tang Jiu, his eyes filled with reluctance. But he knew he was doomed today. What a tyrannical soul skill. The true dragon Douluo, standing far away, was the first to break free from the restraints with immense soul power, and with a claw wrapped in thunder, struck Douluo's chest. "Grandpa!" Douluo exclaimed, watching helplessly as Douluo coughed up a large mouthful of blood and fell heavily to the ground. The black halo on the true dragon Douluo flashed, and a winding electric dragon appeared behind him, lunging at Douluo. No! Douluo struggled violently in Tang Jiu's arms, wanting to rush down and block this fatal blow for her grandfather. "Go, hurry up!" Douluo fixed an angry, hopeful gaze on Tang Jiu, completely ignoring the attacking soul skills. He knew he couldn't escape and could only hope that Tang Jiu could take his granddaughter away. "Big Snake, you've moved me to tears." Tang Jiu was slightly moved. This old poison master was cold-hearted yet warm-hearted. At this moment, he still wanted to let himself escape, feeling that Douluo was better to him than Tang Hao. "Don't worry, I brought my little brother today. Let you see my true strength come out, Xiao Ming." Roar! Tang Jiu let out a long howl. Douluo was so furious that he could have died. "Why didn't you run with Yanzi? What are you screaming for?" But at that moment, the ground shook violently, and a massive black shadow jumped down from the mountainside, like a mountain peak descending from the sky, crashing onto the square with tremendous force. Boom! The square was smashed into a 10-meter deep pit, with fragments of blue stone flying everywhere, causing everyone to retreat in panic. A giant soul beast, resembling a mountain, stood in front of Tang Jiu. With a swipe of its claw, it shattered the soul skill unleashed by the true dragon Douluo, its powerful arms pounding its chest before it bared its teeth and let out a roar that shook the heavens and earth. The terrifying sound made people's eardrums ache. Everyone looked at the guardian creature in shock, the Titan Great Ape. Its sudden appearance had blown the scene apart, like a king descending. How could the Titan Great Ape be here? How could it leave the Stardew Forest? Everyone was filled with questions, their hearts filled with fear. This was the ruler of the Stardew Forest, its strength unfathomable. Amidst the stunned gazes of the crowd, Tang Jiu pounded his chest with his right hand, then pointed at the Titan Great Ape. Everyone was stunned. Was he looking for death? How could he provocatively point at the Titan Great Ape? Just when everyone thought that the Titan Great Ape, a king with a commanding presence similar to that of humans, would punch Tang Jiu to death. The Titan Great Ape actually pounded its chest with its right hand, then pointed back at Tang Jiu, and finally, both man and beast extended their fists and bumped them together. At that moment, everyone was collectively dumbfounded. What was going on? The Titan Great Ape let out an excited laugh, picked up Tang Jiu and Douluo and placed them directly on his shoulders. Douluo nervously clutched Tang Jiu's arm, fearing that the Titan Great Ape might eat them in one bite. At this moment, Tang Jiu cast a cold and fierce glance at the blue Electro-Tyrant Dragon sect and said, "My backing is not Tang Hao, but my brothers who have fought alongside me, the Titan Great Ape." The Titan Great Ape had been with Tang Jiu for 4 years. Although it couldn't speak, Its intelligence grew rapidly, and it could completely understand Tang Jiu's meaning. Upon hearing Tang Jiu refer to it as his brother, it happily pounded its chest and roared incessantly. Xiao Ming, smash them to death for me. Tang Jiu pointed a finger, and the Titan giant ape, without saying a word, punched towards the true dragon Douluo. What? He can really control the Titan giant ape? The poisoned Douluo was shocked and suddenly remembered that Tang Jiu had said he once made the chrysanthemum Douluo spit blood and flee. Now he believed it. 6 soul skill. True dragon resistance. The black soul ring of the true dragon Douluo lit up, and a true dragon seemed to appear around him, instantly giving him the power of a dragon. He couldn't retreat. If he did, the others would just wait to be killed by a punch from the Titan giant ape. Besides him, no one could withstand the Titan giant ape's attack head-on. Boom! The strongest beast martial soul title Douluo at level 95 collided with the mightiest power king. The Titan giant ape. A thunderous roar exploded. The battle began. 89 killing without compensation. Boom! The unmatched power of the Titan giant ape sent the true dragon Douluo flying with a single punch, and his body crashed into the great hall, creating a human-shaped hole. Roar! The Titan giant ape slammed its fists into the ground, unleashing a violent soul power that knocked the surrounding soul Douluo back dozens of meters. The might of the king was fully displayed. With just one strike, the members of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus clan turned pale, unleashed the martial soul. The entire clan readied for battle. As the clan leader, Yu Xiaofeng shouted angrily with a pale face. All the members of the sect who heard the news immediately activated their martial souls. Not only were there people from the blue electric Tyrannosaurus clan, but just like the Haoyan clan with its 4 major single attribute families, the blue electric Tyrannosaurus also recruited many excellent soul masters. Control, healing, support. These soul masters added up to a couple of hundred, and the square instantly lit up with various colors as strange martial souls activated, setting the stage for a large-scale battle. Soul rings lit up, and various support and enhancement soul skills were applied to the main fighting title Douluo and soul Douluo. Under the boosts of defense, speed, power, and soul power, the true dragon Douluo charged out of the great hall, gritting his teeth and saying, Tang Jiu, if you dare to bring the Titan giant ape, then let us see how we will slay this beast. We have thousands of experts. Old lizard, are you still going to kill us? Aren't you afraid of your tongue getting twisted in the wind? Let me show you what true team battle invincibility is. Xiao Ming, play them a tune of East Windbreak. Let them know what it means to be the invincible duo in the Stardow Forest. Tang Jiu laughed heartily and pointed, saying, Gravitational field. The Titan giant ape joyfully thumped its chest and immediately activated its own field, gravity. Everyone around felt an unusual heaviness in their bodies. Tang Jiu shouted, I seal. As his voice fell, the body of the Grand Elder was immediately encased in ice. The combination of the gravity field and ice sealing was an incredibly terrifying restriction ability. Just as the Grand Elder shattered the ice, he personally experienced the horror of Tang Jiu's infinite ice sealing technique. His movements were more sluggish than his son Yu Chen's, as he was affected by the interference of the gravity field. At that moment, the Titan giant ape took a deep breath, using its ability to control gravity to compress the air, and then spat out a ball of earthy yellow energy towards the Grand Elder, who was trapped by the ice seal. Titan giant ape skill, Titan Sky Break. This skill was essentially a soul skill version of a super air cannon, which Tang San would absorb later. Boom! This shot struck the Grand Elder squarely, and the power of this soul skill used by Tang San was equivalent to the 9th soul skill of a title Douluo, not to mention that it was used by the Titan giant ape itself. The Grand Elder couldn't withstand even 0.1 seconds of the terrifying pressure before being crushed to death. His body then blasted away by the overwhelming energy to another mountain peak. However, at the moment of death, a crystal-clear soul bone fell from his body, which turned out to be a torso bone. I seal. Tang Jiu directly encased the soul bone in ice, then quickly flew over to seize it. Tang Jiu, you go too far. The true Dragon Douluo's eyes were bloodshot. Their family's 3rd strongest had been directly killed, and the 2 soul bones belonging to the Grand Elder had been taken away. Tang Jiu disdainfully curled his lip and continued to coordinate with the Titan giant ape, once again encasing another soul Douluo in ice. After using the infinite ice seal to restrict him, the Titan giant ape skill, Titan Skybreak, was ready, and with another blast, it killed him. That unfortunate soul Douluo was sent flying several thousand meters after death. Tang Jiu couldn't help but hum. I'll send you away. 1,000 miles away, you should die. The Titan giant ape loved to listen to Tang Hao sing, laughing heartily, treating the soul skills attacking from afar as mere tickles. With its tough skin and thick flesh, and its incredible defense, it couldn't be bothered to care. Instead, it focused on blasting away Tang Hao's frozen enemies, and after each kill, it would lean back and see how far they flew, checking if it was 1,000 miles. However, after a few booming shots, its soul power could no longer sustain such consumption. With the gravity field and continuous ultimate moves, it couldn't handle it anymore, and besides, it preferred to smash people with its fists. "Come on, let's enter party mode," Tang Hao sang loudly, who was playing a tune on the pipa, strumming the song East Wind Breaks. Tang Hao sang and danced while making provocative gestures towards the true dragon Douluo. However, he instructed the Titan Great Ape not to waste time with the true dragon Douluo, but instead to enter a frenzied mode like himself, specifically targeting the easier opponents. The first unfortunate one was Yu Tianxin. Tang Hao froze him with a single move. The Titan giant ape swung its hand and slapped him away, sending him back to be reforged with a loud smack. Dugu Yin was stunned. She had never seen such a nonsensical character before. Mauzeva, Dangdu, not satisfied with just jumping, directly pulled Dugu Yin to jump together. "Hey, you're still in a battle." Dugu Yin initially refused, but after jumping a few steps, she realized. It felt great. With a snap of his fingers, he could annihilate sects while gracefully dancing in battle. In this land, the three most powerful sects were engaged in a fierce fight, yet he could easily dance, watching the giant beast below inflict countless casualties on the enemy, while the title Douluo could only stare helplessly. What a delightful and refreshing experience it was. As a noble, dancing was her forte, but after so many years of dancing, she had never had a moment as unforgettable as this. Dugu Yin felt as if she had reached the peak of her life, her clothes fluttering, her smile radiant. The poisoned Douluo's mouth twitched. He saw a genius testing the limits of danger and a truly unrestrained, free-spirited madman. However, he liked it. Tang Hao was definitely of the same kind as him. "I'm crazy. I'm wild. I'm angry. I'm laughing, all for my own happiness." This battle would surely be recorded in the history of Douluo Continent. The Titan giant ape wasn't he really fighting. It was mainly playing around, casually stepping on some small, clueless creatures. The Titan giant ape was ecstatic. Indeed, it was much more fun to follow little Jiu than to sleep all day in a lake like the Ming. "Beast, fight me." The true dragon Douluo's eyes were blood red as he chased after the Titan giant ape, seeking battle. "We want to fight you. I want you to witness the consequences of your own actions. Big lizard, open your eyes and see what happens to those who offend me." Tang Hao made a provocative gesture towards the true dragon Douluo. The Titan giant ape responded with a middle finger and then slapped the second elder's youngest son to death. Watching the true dragon Douluo's furious expression, the Titan giant ape laughed heartily. "Oh, I will kill you." The true dragon watched one person after another being killed right in front of him, screaming in madness. But no matter how he charged, he couldn't break through the Titan giant ape's defense, and he was even told that Tang Hao had been killed. Tang Hao looked at the furious true dragon Douluo and immediately mocked him by singing, "I am Ankila. I usually behave well. But the premise is that you must never touch my doll. I am Ankila. I make you eat poop. I am your unfathomable daddy 9. I'm Ankila. I'll send you back home in a second. Let you watch the disciples turn into little muggles while sleeping." As Tang Hao sang, the Titan giant ape clapped and killed the eldest son of the second elder, who was also Yu Tianxin's father. "Come on, Xiao Ming, say hello to him, after all. I've been calling you for 4 years." "Danzu Lauget." The Titan giant ape grinned and awkwardly mimicked a phrase it had learned over 4 years. "I am your unfathomable daddy." After saying this, the Titan giant ape was as happy as a child for being able to speak human language, showing off its big white teeth, as if waiting for true dragon Douluo to praise it. True dragon Douluo's pupils suddenly constricted, his throat felt sweet, and with a poof, he spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, Dugu Yin was already dumbfounded. Tang Hao is really toxic. "Brother 90, someone is attacking me." Poison Douluo also opened his mouth wide. He knew Tang Hao was mischievous, but he didn't expect him to be this cheeky, using 4 years to teach the Titan giant ape such an infuriating phrase. However, seeing the true dragon Douluo spitting blood from anger is quite satisfying. "Father, please calm down. We need to be steady and careful. Against a 100,000-year soul beast, even a soul dual-level attack can't break through its defenses, but we can exhaust its soul power. Once its soul power is depleted, won't it be at our mercy to slaughter?" As the sect leader, Yu Xiaofeng did not participate in the battle, but could calmly command. After the true dragon Douluo spat out a mouthful of blood, he had already accepted the fact that the sect would be severely weakened, knowing that being anxious wouldn't help. So he took on the role of a rescuer, saving whoever was in danger. Although it might not always be possible to save them. This forced the Titan giant ape to fight him head-on, continuously exhausting the Titan giant ape's strength. At this point in the great battle, it had entered a tug-of-war phase. Due to the cooperation between Tang Jiu and the Titan giant ape, they were caught off guard. Now that they had mastered the Titan giant ape skills, they could effectively evade its attacks. The more than 100 auxiliary control soul masters behind them began to show their power, with vines and tree roots continuously entangling and restraining, while various enhancement soul skills were constantly released. They delayed the Titan giant ape's movements and rescued the disciples who were frozen or restricted by the gravity field. Through repeated skilled cooperation, their casualties decreased. Douluo was anxious and said, "Xiao Jiu, why don't we retreat? If this continues, something will surely go wrong. No matter how strong the Titan giant ape is, it cannot go against the entire blue lightning tyrant dragon sect." "But I'm here," Tang Jiu replied confidently. Douluo facepalmed. "If it weren't for the Titan giant ape protecting you, you'd be smashed into pieces. No matter how powerful you are, your soul power will eventually run out, and then you won't even be able to escape. I said I would flatten the blue lightning tyrant dragon sect. If I don't flatten it, how can I leave? What will happen to my face?" Tang Jiu said lightly, not anxious at all, continuing to cooperate with the Titan giant ape to find people to kill. Douluo was so anxious that she was stamping her feet, but had no way to help. She didn't dare to leave the Titan giant ape's shoulder, otherwise she would be overwhelmed by hundreds of soul skills. Suddenly, Tang Jiu shouted, "Kill him!" Douluo turned back and almost choked. Tang Jiu finally seized the opportunity, controlling the second elder, who had been killed along with his sons and grandsons. The Titan giant ape showed no hesitation and, under Tang Jiu's command, summoned its last soul power to unleash its ultimate move, Titan Skybreak. The earthy-colored energy ball directly struck the second elder, sending him flying 1,000 miles away. With the death of the second elder, 2 crystalline soul bones dropped, one appearing to be an arm bone and the other a leg bone. What a pity. If only we could grab them. Now, the Titan giant ape was low on soul power and didn't dare to risk its life to seize the soul bones, watching helplessly as they were taken away. "You care about the soul bones? You should be worried about your own life," Douluo said irritably. She could hear the Titan giant ape's rapid heartbeat. It was finally exhausted. "This is bad." Counterattack. True Dragon Douluo could clearly see the Titan giant ape's ultimate move was forced, and the surrounding gravity field was continuously shrinking. True Dragon Douluo charged towards the Titan giant ape again, with his black soul rings glowing. 8th soul skill, 3 dragons push mountain. Blue soul power condensed into faint shadows of true dragons, and behind True Dragon Douluo, there were 3 of them. Compared to the 6th soul skill, the power of this 8th soul skill was doubled, possessing the strength of 3 dragons. The Titan giant ape roared. It didn't have much soul power left and still needed to protect Tang Jiu, so it chose not to use soul power but swung its massive fist down hard. Boom! True Dragon Douluo spat out another mouthful of blood, and his body was smashed into the ground like a steak, leaving only his head above the surface. The members of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect were shocked. Relying solely on physical strength, the Titan giant ape almost killed True Dragon Douluo with a single punch. Truly terrifying. Collective attack. With a command from sect leader Yu, those in the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect with long-range energy attack soul skills all took action. Various soul skills rushed towards the Titan giant ape from all directions, forcing the Titan giant ape, which was about to stomp on True Dragon Douluo, to defend itself and protect Tang Jiu. True Dragon Douluo got a breather and returned to the rear, where more than 20 healing soul masters launched a wave of healing, bringing True Dragon Douluo back to full health and ready to charge again. Soul Bone skill, Thunder Dragon's Fury. True Dragon Douluo's body transformed into a winding blue electric dragon, once again clashing hard with the Titan giant ape. The dragon and ape collided, and True Dragon Douluo was sent flying again. However, the Titan giant ape was also feeling the strain. True Dragon Douluo was a super Douluo with 6 soul bones. While his physical quality was slightly inferior, it was still comparable to a 70,000-year soul beast. After a brutal battle, the Titan giant ape had almost exhausted its soul power, and now its stamina was also declining, while True Dragon Douluo was continuously replenished in the back, maintaining full soul power and status, and even receiving boosts from auxiliary soul masters. After 7 or 8 collisions, the Titan giant ape sensed a crisis. It was now panting heavily, clearly exhausted. Tang Hao, I should send you on your way. True Dragon Douluo was different this time. The soul bones all over his body emitted a brilliant light, and the 9 soul rings spun wildly. Every sect has its own secret techniques. The Haotian sect has the Great Sumeru Hammer. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect has the ability to multitask. And our Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect has its own secret technique. True Dragon Crown. As True Dragon Douluo spoke, his head soul bone emitted dazzling light, revealing itself to be a dragon crown. This was the soul bone of an ancient true dragon, containing astonishing power. As the light of the dragon crown radiated, True Dragon Douluo's 9th soul ring transformed from mysterious black to a red-black color. This was a soul ring of 99,999 years. The master was astonished, finally recalling the legend from his clan, which said there were 9 true dragon crowns, transformed from the soul bones of 9 dragons. These dragon crowns were unmatched in power, capable of elevating soul rings to their limits. At this moment, True Dragon Douluo's momentum was incredibly strong. The red-black soul ring suddenly lit up, and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Martial Spirit behind him transformed into a true Eastern 5-clawed Divine Dragon, not a Western Evil Dragon. 9th soul skill, Divine Dragon Annihilation. The terrifying Divine Dragon with flying scales and claws coiled down, its tail striking fiercely at the Titan Giant Ape. For the first time, a look of seriousness appeared in the Titan Giant Ape's eyes. This tail reminded it of the tail of the sky blue bull python. The unyielding Titan Giant Ape roared, pounding its chest with both fists, facing the dragon's furious strike. Boom! This time, it was the Titan Giant Ape that was sent flying. Under True Dragon Douluo's secret technique and the terrifying power of nearly 100,000-year soul ring, the already exhausted Titan Giant Ape finally fell. The Divine Dragon coiled back, biting towards the Titan Giant Ape. Xiao Jiu, are you satisfied now? You didn't leave when you had the chance, and now you've caused us trouble. Yan's face was pale, and at this moment, the Titan Giant Ape was completely disoriented, sitting on the ground with a dazed expression, clearly unable to withstand this terrifying blow. Yan, who told you that I only have one brother? Can you conjure up another 100,000-year soul beast? Yan didn't believe it all. The dazed Titan Giant Ape raised its middle finger at the Divine Dragon in the sky, then let out an angry roar. Translated, it meant, bro, someone is hitting me. One person suppresses one sect. Kill that beast, take him down. Kill soul beasts, get soul bones. Seeing the Titan Giant Ape injured, the scales of victory finally tipped, and the members of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect erupted in intense cheers, each hoping that the True Dragon Douluo could kill the Titan Giant Ape and obtain the continent's ultimate treasure, 100,000-year soul ring, 100,000-year soul bone. If they got these, they would not only not lose out this time, but instead make a huge profit. It was too dangerous to go to the Stardow Forest to hunt the Titan Giant Ape. But this beast was actually seeking death on its own. And there was also the Poison Douluo. Killing him could also drop soul bones. Most importantly, they wanted to crush Tang Hao into ashes. Yan's expression was extremely grim as she looked at the winding Divine Dragon. She simply couldn't believe what Tang Hao said about having brothers. Having one Titan Giant Ape was already incredibly lucky. Who else could come to save them? At that moment, a dignified and angry voice rang out. Who dares to touch my brother? Yan looked up and saw a scene she would never forget. A gigantic bull's head appeared, which was equivalent to nearly half the body of the Titan Giant Ape. Beneath the bull's head was a thick, winding green python body, nearly 10 times the length of the Titan Giant Ape. Its entire body could coil around the mountain several times, and the raised bull's head blocked out the sunlight, casting a terrifying shadow that sent chills down the spine. Soul beast can talk. Yan's mind was in chaos. At this moment, the Divine Dragon transformed by the True Dragon Douluo was about to bite the Titan Giant Ape when a massive python tail extended from the mountain below and swept toward the Divine Dragon. Smack! The soaring 5-clawed Divine Dragon was directly swatted away by the tail and slammed heavily against the cliff, looking quite disheveled. The mountaintop fell into a deathly silence as the members of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect sadly realized that the Divine Dragon transformed by their sect master was like a small loach in front of this terrifying monster. The animals in the forest were not as big as the monsters in the water, but this monster was absurdly large. Those gigantic bull eyes were like the gates of hell, sending shivers down the spines of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect members. The sky blue bull python. Yu Xiaofeng, the sect master of the Yu sect, changed color in shock. The strongest ruler of the Star Dove forest had appeared. Was this also a helper Tang Hao found? Why? How could he command the two great rulers of the Star Dove forest? Daming, they want to kill Erming, and they say they want to drop soul bones. That Loach even said, he is a dragon, you are a python, you can't do it. Tang Hao immediately instigated. The Titan giant ape roared, brother, look at how they've beaten me, my skin is torn. Du Guyan stared blankly at Tang Hao, who was reporting him, her mind still struggling to process what was happening. Then, she witnessed an even more unforgettable scene. The sky blue bull python glared with its huge eyes and swung its massive tail towards the true dragon Douluo, striking it like a little mudfish. Dragon, so impressive. Just because you're a dragon, you think you can hit my brother. Dragon, dragon. Why do you have to transform into a dragon? I'll let you transform into a dragon. I'll let you be a dragon. Boom, boom, boom. The true dragon Douluo was hit into a disoriented state. The five-clawed divine dragon that the true dragon Douluo transformed into could only be considered a small mudfish in front of the sky blue bull python. In terms of strength and speed, they were simply not on the same level. The massive python tail struck repeatedly, mercilessly beating the true dragon Douluo, leaving it in a pitiful state with no power to fight back. Surrounding stones shattered, the ground collapsed, buildings fell, and mountains shook, as if the sky was falling and the earth was sinking. The sky blue bull python could never transform into a dragon. It had an innate aversion to dragons, believing itself to be no less than a dragon. To be able to overwhelm a divine dragon was quite an effort. This was a complete and utter crushing defeat without any suspense. Everyone witnessed the gap between the two. How could this be possible? How could there be such a powerful soul beast in the world? Is this heaven trying to destroy our blue electric Tyrannosaurus sect? Oh my god, what have we gotten ourselves into? At this moment, everyone was internally lamenting, feeling like wilted eggplants. When they looked at Tang Hao, they felt he was incredibly powerful, incredibly evil, like an unbeatable dark overlord. Poison Douluo's eyes sparkled with excitement. As a snake himself, he wondered how they could be so fierce. Finally, the true dragon Douluo's soul skill was broken, and its dragon form reverted back, crashing to the ground with a loud bang, spitting out 3 mouthfuls of blood. In an instant, he aged several years, a few strands of black hair quietly turning white. Father, Master Yu quickly rushed over to hold the true dragon Douluo, calling for the healing soul masters at the back to save him. However, this was not over. After finishing off the true dragon Douluo, the sky blue bull python raised its head, looking down coldly at the crowd of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus sect, and said, Crawlers, do you still dare to ask for our soul bones? With that, it swung its tail, accurately striking down those who had shouted to kill the soul beast for its soul bones, including one particularly loud soul Douluo, who was directly killed by a single tail strike. At that moment, everyone in the blue electric Tyrannosaurus sect was silent as a grave. This soul beast truly refreshed their understanding of soul beasts. It spoke human words and had heaven-defying power. Tang Hao laughed heartily and arrogantly said to the true dragon Douluo, Old lizard, surprised, aren't you? Unexpected, right? Now, you must be feeling great. Seeing Tang Hao's smug expression, the true dragon Douluo was so furious that it triggered his wounds, making his throat feel sweet, and he spat out another mouthful of fresh blood, almost dying from rage. Tang Hao spread his arms, standing in the void with bat wings extended, looking down at everyone, and said word by word, I stand for your blue electric Tyrannosaurus sect. Who else is not convinced? Everyone felt as if they were being gnawed at by 1,000 ants, and Yu Xiaofeng's heart was bleeding. But he was powerless. Tang Hao's words were more painful than a slap in the face. Defeated, our blue electric Tyrannosaurus sect was actually defeated, our mountain gate trampled, and we didn't even dare to let out a sound. Where's your bloodiness? Where's the dignity of our blue electric Tyrannosaurus sect? Where is the face of your sect? Where is the might of the upper 3 sects? Why didn't you bully me when I was young? Come on, weren't you just so arrogant a moment ago? I'm right here, come and kill me. What's wrong? Are you scared? Are you cowardly? Tang Hao looked around at the crowd, and wherever he went, everyone lowered their heads, tightly clenched their fists, not daring to utter a word. Tang Hao glanced at the crowd and disdainfully snorted. Bullying the weak and fearing the strong, a bunch of trash. Tang Hao's words made them want to find a crack in the ground to hide in. Each person felt extremely ashamed and indignant. The true dragon Douluo spat out another mouthful of blood, biting his lip tightly, afraid that in a moment of impulse, he would bring disaster to the sect. Tang Jiu did not end there. He smiled and glanced at the plaque of the main hall. Then, in front of everyone, he threw a punch. Boom! The plaque of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect was shattered with a single blow. In the 759th year of the Tiando Empire, Tang Jiu stepped into the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, slayed the Soul Saint, defeated the title Douluo, suppressed the sect, and shattered the plaque. One man suppressed the sect. 92. My teacher should be the grand elder of your sect. You. This is too much. The true Dragon Douluo trembled as he pointed at Tang Jiu, his face pale with anger. He never expected that Tang Jiu would smash the sect's plaque. What? Unconvinced? If you're not convinced, come and fight. Not. His sharp gaze fixed on the true Dragon Douluo. Just as true Dragon Douluo was about to speak, he saw the huge bull head casting a disdainful look at him. True Dragon Douluo was taken aback and then squeezed out a word through his clenched teeth. I submit. Dugian blinked her eyes, never having thought that someone could subdue a sect all by themselves, let alone one of the top 3 sects. Even her grandfather couldn't shake this behemoth. Xiao Jiu, the master, seeing his father like this, felt a pang of compassion and called out to Tang Jiu. But he couldn't continue. How could he ask Tang Jiu to spare the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect? He had no reason to say it, nor the face to say it. These people were too ruthless. Even if he showed Tang Jiu a little goodwill, he would have an excuse to plead. Tang Jiu, you are from the Haotian sect, the son of Tang Hao. We of the top 3 sects are connected by blood. Today, can we, for the sake of your father and the thousands of years of friendship between our 2 sects, let this go? We admit defeat. As the sect master, Yu Xiaofeng felt like he had aged several years when he spoke these words. Being attacked by someone and still having to humbly seek peace was a humiliation. Connected by blood? How could you even say that? When you were robbing my soul bone, why didn't you say we were connected by blood? When you forced me to fight Soul Saint, why didn't you say we were connected by blood? Tang Jiu had a face full of disdain. After finishing his words, Yu Xiaofeng was so ashamed and angry that he didn't dare to look Tang Jiu in the eye. Yu Qianheng gritted his teeth and said, Xiao Jiu, you vented your anger today and also got the soul bone. For the sake of your second uncle, let's just leave it at that. Tang Jiu glanced at his master and found him extremely conflicted, yet stubbornly pursing his lips and not saying a word, unwilling to impose any psychological burden on himself. Tang Jiu couldn't help but feel deeply moved. He had suffered grievances, and, as the father of a titled Douluo, he did not stand up for him. Instead, it was this teacher, who had little combat power, accompanying him to break into the mountain gate and come to this place of sorrow. Yet he was the one who argued for Tang Jiu's rights. Enough. Tang Jiu felt a warmth in his heart, and the resentment in his heart dissipated a bit. He couldn't possibly kill his teacher's family, right? Tang Jiu looked at Yu Qianheng with a playful expression and said, if you want me to consider your teacher's face, then let me ask you, what is the relationship between my teacher and your Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex sect? You guys drove my teacher out of the sect. Yu Qianheng was momentarily speechless. Yu Xiaofeng, unlike Yu Qianheng, was not as principled and immediately understood Tang Jiu's insinuation. If you want me to let you go, fine, but you must bring my master back. Yu Xiaofeng immediately bowed to the master and said, Xiao Gang, back then, it was the sect that wronged you. Your theories are revolutionary and have earned you the title of master, while we were short-sighted. Today, I, as the sect leader of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex sect, sincerely request your return to the sect. Please, master, return to the sect. Please, master, return to the sect. Please, master, return to the sect. One after another, people bowed, and their respect for the master was genuine. Just look at his disciple. How remarkable. His theories are invincible, truly deserving. Watching his clan members admire and praise him, and hearing their compliments and approval, the master's eyes instantly became moist, and his body trembled violently. How many years has it been? How many years? He could finally have the sect acknowledge its mistake and invite him back. He could proudly stand here and say to all the clan members, I, Yu Xiaojing, am not a waste. The disciples I have taught are unmatched by any of you. Not enough. Tang Jiu coldly snorted. According to my knowledge, back then, it was the elder council who was jealous of my teacher's talent and drove him away. I want them to kneel and apologize to my teacher. Yu Xiaofeng nodded and coldly said, Third elder, did you hear that? Back then, it was you who forced my father to expel Xiao Gang from the sect. Do you feel any guilt now? You want me to go apologize to him? I did it for the sect. It was the spirit hall that forced us. The third elder's face turned ashen with anger. You did it for the greater good, and today I am also doing it for the greater good. Since you can sacrifice my brother for the greater good, why can't you sacrifice yourself for the greater good? Third elder, I am not discussing this with you. I am ordering you. Yu Xiaofeng coldly looked at the third elder, his eyes boiling with killing intent. If the master had not been expelled from the sect, Tang Jiu would have been a member of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. How could there be today's disaster? The third elder should consider the family. A soul-level expert sneered, instantly activating his martial soul. Today's events are all due to the Elder Council's greed for others' soul bones. They cannot vent their hatred on Tang Jiu, so they can only vent their hatred on the Elder Council. Third elder, do you want to betray the sect? Another soul, Da, also activated his martial soul and stepped forward, applying pressure. More and more soul Douluos surrounded them, all with murderous looks directed at the third elder. If the third elder dared to say even a single no, they would certainly kill him on the spot. You. The third elder's eyes were filled with inexplicable sorrow and anger, but he knew the situation was dire, understanding the need for patience. He finally knelt before the master and said word by word, "It is our elder council that has wronged you. We were wrong. Please return to the sect." The master looked at his enemies who had once used the so-called righteousness of the sect to oppress him, but today they were being forced by their own kin, kneeling to apologize to him. This was truly satisfying. The master couldn't help but laugh loudly. "Ha, you have your day too. You deserve it." The grievances suppressed in his heart for over 20 years were released at this moment, and as he laughed, tears flowed down the master's face uncontrollably. "Is that enough?" Yu Xiaofeng looked at Tang Jiu. Tang Jiu chuckled softly, lightly flicking his fingers, and said leisurely, "My teacher is revered as a master. After returning to the sect, don't you have any position arrangements for him? Talent shouldn't be wasted like this. I think my teacher would be more than enough as a grand elder." Poison Douluo's eyes flashed. How ruthless. This is equivalent to controlling half of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, right? Yu Xiaofeng finally witnessed the terrifying aspect of Tang Jiu. This scheming is not ordinary. He frowned and said, "But Xiao just has a soul power of level 31. How can he win over others?" Therefore, the two 10,000-year soul bones dropped when the second elder died should be given to my teacher. After he merges them, he might just break through to level 40. As for the issue of winning over others, that's not difficult. My teacher's matters are my matters. Anyone who is unconvinced can come to find me. I and the Titan Giant Ape are best at reasoning with people. Tang Jiu clenched his fist, and the Titan Great Ape immediately roared, "Come at me if you dare." Hiss. The crowd gasped in shock. Tang Jiu's words were so reasonable that we were left speechless. "All right." Yu Xiaofeng squeezed out a word through his teeth, then took out the two soul bones from the second elder and handed them to the master. The master stood there dumbfounded, completely bewildered, feeling as if he were dreaming. "Who is Lu Erlong's father?" Tang Jiu asked again. "I am." At that moment, a soul Douluo stepped forward. "Yu Luomian, I nominate him to be the second elder of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Is there anyone who disagrees? I can do some ideological work for you." The crowd rolled their eyes in unison. This little rascal was too wicked. Standing on the shoulders of the Titan Great Ape, he looked like he would crush anyone who disagreed. Who would dare to oppose him? The master trembled all over, cursing inwardly, "Flinder, you bastard. Actually told Xiao Jiu about Lu Erlong. Next time, I'll make you pay." As an elder, how could one not have soul bones? The third elder, having committed many misdeeds, was no longer worthy of being an elder. He should hand over the sect's soul bones to Elder Yu Luomian, Tang Jiu said leisurely. The third elder angrily pointed at Tang Jiu, ready to curse, but the next moment, he was surrounded by several people who ruthlessly disabled his arms and took out two soul bones, causing him to faint from pain and anger. Tang Jiu saw that the overall situation was settled, and then coldly said, "I know you want revenge, and I welcome you to smash the Haoyan sect and kill Tang Hao. But if anyone dares to trouble me, I will definitely bring my brothers and destroy your blue electric Tyrannosaurus sect." Poison Douluo's mouth twitched. This kid holds grudges too deeply. Even his father he wants to pit against. 93 Erming. Bro, I can speak human language. The people of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus sect, no matter how much they resent Tang Jiu in their hearts, did not dare to take action against him again. But there were still some who thought they should pay a visit to the Haoyan sect and let them deal with this trouble themselves. Tang Jiu, Tang Hazi. Looking at Tang Jiu's departing figure, everyone instantly guessed his identity. Only such a troublemaker could bring disaster to the sect, kidnapping the Holy Maiden and injuring the Wuhuan. The Chrysanthemum Douluo. Thinking about what Tang Jiu had done, they all felt a chill down their spines. It was better not to confront such a ruthless person head-on. "Aren't you afraid they will reveal your identity?" On the way to the Stardoe Forest, the poisoned Douluo asked Tang San with great interest. I have now acquired 2 soul bones, and after refining them, I will soon reach level 40. Once I absorb 3 10,000-year soul rings, I will be fully equipped. Let's see who dares to seek death, as they will just become stepping stones on my path to invincibility. Tang Jiu said, taking out the torso bone dropped by the Great Elder and throwing it to Yanzi. This is my compensation for your grandfather's medicinal garden, and also a thank you for your support. Douluo Bo's pupils shrank, and he exclaimed in shock, "You gave away the torso bone? This is the most precious among the 6 soul bones of the human body, far more valuable than the limb soul bones. Its enhancement to the body is the greatest. For me, the skull and torso bone are temporarily useless. I need to absorb ones that are extremely compatible." "Why?" Douluo Bo asked in confusion. "Because the teacher said that limb soul bones can be replaced. You can chop off the limb soul bones and then absorb new ones. But I can't just chop off my head or smash my body, can I?" Tang Jiu looked down on this spirit bone. What he wanted had to be the very best. For others, obtaining a soul bone was already extremely difficult, yet you were still thinking about a replacement, truly. Douluo Bo couldn't help but feel emotional. Capable people just have different thoughts. Killing soul beasts to obtain soul bones is something only fools would do. Killing titled dualityof for soul bones is the right path. Tang Jiu my. Douluo Bo took a deep breath. This kid was making a lot of sense. The probability of obtaining a soul bone from a soul beast is 1 in 10,000, while the probability of obtaining a soul bone from a titled dualityof is 100%. Is this kid thinking that whoever comes to trouble him, he will just take the opportunity to kill and obtain the soul bone? Douluo Bo was becoming increasingly satisfied with Tang Jiu. This grandson-in-law was simply too talented. However, this time he'd been tricked right in his own lap. So he had to take the opportunity to give him a good beating while he could still fight back. In 10 years, it would probably be impossible to beat him. "Big Snake, why do I feel like your gaze towards me is a bit malicious?" Tang Jiu always felt that Douluo Bo's emerald green pupils were intentionally or unintentionally wandering over his legs, as if wanting to break them. "Big Snake." Douluo Bo's mouth twitched. This kid really dared to shout. He wanted to break Tang Jiu's legs right now. But seeing the Titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python still by his side, he could only endure it. If he wanted to strike, it had to be on his own territory. He couldn't let this kid call for reinforcements. Douluo Yin was playing with the soul bone, her eyes squinting with laughter, constantly shouting that Tang Jiu shouldn't forget her when he had good fortune in the future. Douluo Bo looked at her with a smile. Their relationship was quite good. When they reached the outskirts of the Stardow Forest, everyone was about to part ways. The Titan giant ape, however, roared in dissatisfaction. "Daming, I must transform this time. The human world is too fun." The sky blue bull python was very angry and really wanted to smack this troublesome brute with its tail. But seeing the Titan giant ape's injured body, it still couldn't bear to make a move. The sky blue bull python sternly roared. "Speaking human language. You can't even speak human properly. What transformation are you talking about?" The Titan giant ape was quite unhappy and proudly roared. "Who says I can't?" After roaring, it used awkward human language to address the sky blue bull python. "I am your unprovocable daddy." "What?" The sky blue bull python's eyes widened in shock. Frozen in place. Meanwhile, the Titan giant ape proudly shouted, "How about that? My human language is pretty good, clear pronunciation, correct grammar, no mistakes at all." Tang Jiu was a big sweat and quickly lifted Douluo Yin from the shoulder of the Titan giant ape. Douluo Bo's mouth twitched, and he immediately flew away. "Are you sure this is human language?" The sky blue bull python said word by word, its angry bull eyes solidifying into substance. The Titan giant ape clearly did not notice the sky blue bull python's abnormality and proudly roared, "Human language. Absolutely it is." Bang! The massive python tail struck the Titan giant ape's, but hard, making it yelp in pain. The sky blue bull python was truly angry. "You think you're someone I can't provoke? You're asking for it. Let me see if I can't beat you to death." The sky blue bull python unceremoniously began to lash out fiercely. "You insist on sticking to the beast path, and you can't understand, can you? I'll let you follow Xiao Jiu and learn bad things. I'll let you stop speaking human language." The Titan giant ape was being whipped and howled in agony, frantically escaping while holding its butt, still dissatisfied, roaring, "I was speaking human language. You're being unreasonable. I'm going to tell Sister Xiao Wu that you bullied me. You've even learned to complain. You're really getting further away from being a human." The sky blue bull python's nostrils flared with anger. This dimwit had completely gone astray. Thus, the sky blue bull python provided the Titan giant ape with a more profound ideological education, which could only be described as earth-shattering. The forest echoed with the Titan giant ape's more anguished screams. I won't accept it. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to laugh myself to death. Douluo covered her stomach, vigorously hitting the big tree. This Titan giant ape was too funny. Douluo's mouth twitched. This kid Tang Hao was so cunning. Once Douluo stopped laughing, Douluo finally said, "You two can refine your soul bones now. I'll protect you." Douluo immediately began refining her torso bone. And Tang Hao also took out 2 soul bones. One was the leg bone dropped by the iron armor dragon, and the other was the arm bone dropped by the great elder. After refining the leg soul bone, Tang Hao's base strength increased from 12,000 gene to 13,000 gene, gaining a soul skill, Dragon Roar. It could instantly enhance his strength, defense, and speed by 30. For Tang Hao, this was a skill that fit him very well. Then, Tang Hao refined the arm soul bone dropped by the great elder, increasing his base strength from 13,000 gene to 15,000 gene, which showed how powerful this soul bone was, coming from a 40,000-year-old thunder beast. Soul bone skill, Thunder Eye. It summons a thunder eye above the head, from which it can shoot lightning, capable of paralyzing and injuring enemies. The power and duration of the released lightning depend on Tang Hao's soul power. Tang Hao's heart stirred. After fusing with this soul bone, if he activated the Heavenly Curse Seal, it would be equivalent to having an additional elemental power in his body. Thunder. This skill, when used in conjunction with Ice Seal, would have an explosive effect, creating a double restriction effect. Tang Hao felt that his remote output ability was slowly taking shape. Moreover, after absorbing 2 pieces of 10,000-year soul bones, his soul power smoothly advanced from level 36 to level 40. Soul Sect, and his peak strength directly broke through the 100,000 gene barrier, soaring from 87,000 genes to 120,000 genes. Picking up the Sea God Trident was no longer a problem. Tang Hao felt that he could now directly defeat the Soul Sage Yu-Chun of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex sect. After Tang Hao opened his eyes, Douluo had already completed her fusion and was looking at Tang Hao with curiosity. Tang Hao asked, "What is your soul bone skill?" "It's a secret," Douluo replied proudly with a hum. "Xiao Jiu, we are going back first. I hope you come to Tiando City soon. I have a big gift for you," Douluo said with a playful smile. "First, break Tang Hao's legs, then marry his granddaughter to him. Perfect." Before leaving, Douluo leaned close to Tang Hao's ear and said, "The soul bone is not bad. Sister will remember your favor. Don't worry. I will keep an eye on Lingling and make sure no other boys get close to her." Tang Hao bid farewell to the 2 people and flew directly to Shrek Academy. He wanted to show off to the Big Owl and make it envious. 94, a soul master who doesn't cause trouble is mediocre. Big Owl, Big Bear, and my lovely junior sisters, Tang Hao, am back. Tang Hao hadn't entered Shrek yet, and he shouted in the sky, then stood on top of the Shrek Academy flagpole, waiting for everyone to come over and show off a bit. What was he shouting about? Xiao Jiu had led a team to hunt souls in the Stardow Forest. Flinder came out, glanced at Tang Hao, and chuckled. "I knew you were scared, didn't dare to go to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. So you turned around and came back?" "Big Owl, you're wrong. I defeated the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Not only did I get back my soul bone, but I also snatched 4 pieces of 10,000-year soul bones. Just keep bragging. Even your dad couldn't do it." Flinder scoffed disdainfully. "My dad couldn't do it because he doesn't have the ability. Let me show you." Tang Hao released the martial soul fusion skill. Pointing a finger, and a blue thunder vortex appeared above his head. Soul bone skill, Thunder Eye. Crack. A bolt of lightning struck down from the vortex. Flinder, confused about the situation, was caught off guard and was struck by the lightning, instantly blackening his face, turning his hair into a bird's nest, and breaking his glasses with a snap. Soul bone skill. Flinder's gaze was vacant. Tang Hao did not activate his martial soul or release his soul rings. This was definitely a soul bone skill. Moreover, the soul bone skill that harnesses thunder is most likely from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Did you really obtain 4 soul bones? At this moment, Flinder didn't care about being struck by lightning or how much his image was worth in gold soul coins. He was beaming as he patted Tang Hao on the shoulder. "Xiao Jiu, as a student of Shrek, shouldn't you sponsor us a bit? How about I give you the title of honorary student? Or maybe we can make you an honorary teacher. All right, let's go straight for honorary principal." Tang Hao chuckled and said, "That probably won't work. I've fused 1 soul bone. Isn't there still 3 left?" Flinder rubbed his hands. "1 I've given away." Cough cough. Flinder almost choked, and then, feeling frustrated, said, Who did you give it to? I want it back. If you're too embarrassed to ask, I'll go. This is a precious asset of our Shrek Academy. To do Douluo's granddaughter, Yin. You can go. Tang Hao waved his hand. Flinder's face darkened, and he let out a dry laugh, thinking that if he went, he would definitely turn from a big owl into a dead owl. Aren't there still 2 left? I gave those away too. I have too many soul bones. I can only use 1, so I throw 1 away. I'm so troubled. Tang Hao looked unconcerned. At this moment, Flinder felt an urge to beat Tang Hao to death. Listen to him. Is this even human talk? This is definitely showing off. Flinder's eyes turned red. Who did you give the other one to this time? My teacher. Oh, it was Xiao Gang. I'll go ask him for it back. If he doesn't give it... Flinder rubbed his fists, a sinister smile on his face. Is it too much to not share one with me, considering you have 2? Go ahead. My teacher just became the Grand Elder of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, and he doesn't have many experts under him. Only about 7 or 8 at the Soul Douluo level. It shouldn't take more than a second to hammer you. Xiao Gong. Grand Elder? Flinder's eyes bulged. This world is too crazy. Even the mouse is a bridesmaid for the cat. Tang Hao lamented. Last time when we killed the Lord of Notting City, you didn't take action, and all the money was taken by my father. This time I let you go, and you still didn't go. Yin followed me and got a soul bone. My teacher went and got 2 soul bones. I really feel sorry for you. You missed out on 100 million. What? Are you really this wasteful? This is really heartbreaking. How powerful can Douluo's granddaughter be? At most, she's just a soul ancestor, and she can get a soul bone. Even a master, who's a total weakling in battles, went and got 2 soul bones. Flanders felt that if he went, he could at least get 3 without a doubt. This is not just missing out on 100 million. Shrek's current funds don't even have tens of thousands of gold soul coins left. It's 100 million. 100 million. The golden mountain in Flanders' mind that could bury a person instantly vanished, and he felt a deep pain. Tang Hao comforted, seeing you so distressed. I have to tell you some unfortunate news. Yin soul bone is a torso bone, definitely from a dragon-type soul beast over 50,000 years old. If it's put up for auction, how much do you think it's worth? The most precious torso bone, and it's a dragon-type soul bone from 50,000 years ago. Oh my money. Flander was driven almost mad by Tang Hao's comforting words, regretting not cherishing the opportunity to become rich overnight. The most infuriating part was, why did you have to tell me? That's too cruel. Flander hugged the flagpole, full of regret, beating his chest and stamping his feet, lamenting not acting